With the elegance reminiscent of Pan and the grace akin to Song Yu, he stands as a formidable titan in both politics and commerce. A pinnacle of aristocracy, a prince in the capital, wielding immense power and influence. Are you suggesting that this is merely an obsequious suitor? Or is the female protagonist simply a stepping stone, destined to drain her family's power? After losing everything and becoming a beggar, will he suddenly awaken to gratitude for a meal bestowed by the female lead, ultimately becoming the epitome of an obsequious suitor? Having transmigrated into the role of a cannon fodder antagonist, upon comprehending the entirety of the narrative, Chen Qingci declared, "When it comes to explosive drama, one must indeed turn to female-oriented literature." His wallet brimming with a black card of $1 million limit, he resides alone in a luxurious estate featuring a Sue-style garden valued at over $1 billion, surrounded by a dazzling array of luxury cars and prestigious timepieces, with a visage that eclipses even that of idolized stars. His physique rivals that of top runway models, with a constitution akin to elite athletes. Chen Qingci could not help but exclaim, who in their right mind would become an obsequious suitor without suffering from a serious cerebral event for at least 20 years. Lin Yushi possesses the uncanny ability to dream prophetic dreams. She envisioned the boy who would later be revered as the ethereal white moonlight by all the girls in school, who obediently catered to her every whim and desire. As the dream unfolded, Chen Qingci made his entrance, and Lin Yushi raised her chin, anticipating his approach to initiate conversation. However, Chen Qingci remarked, "Classmate, it seems you have an issue with your cervical spine. You should consider visiting a hospital for an examination, as early detection leads to early treatment. Furthermore, would you kindly refrain from obstructing the path?" Lin Yushi responded, Chapter 1. Who would willingly become an obsequious suitor in such a setting? The gentle chime of silver bells hung from the golden silk Nanmu pillars resonated as a soft breeze caressed the winding corridor, harmonizing with the soothing sound of flowing water, creating a melodious symphony. Within the opulent Su-style landscape estate, a tall and strikingly handsome youth with an extraordinary presence stood by the clear stream that flowed from the Huangpu River into the courtyard, exuding an air of realization. Chen Qingci had come to a profound understanding. This was a world of female-oriented literature devoid of a male protagonist, and he himself was merely a cannon fodder antagonist tasked with bestowing fortune upon the female lead. In the unfolding narrative, he would become hopelessly enamored after a mere glance at the female lead, gradually transforming into an obsequious suitor after being repeatedly rejected, ultimately providing her with countless resources and connections, yet receiving not a single acknowledgement in return. In the end, consumed by rage and jealousy, he would thwart the female lead at every turn, resulting in the complete transfer of his vast inheritance to her, while he himself faced ruin and became a beggar. Astonishingly, even after such despair, he would awaken to clarity and gratitude for a meal from the female lead. But truly, is this reasonable? Even an ordinary person, with a modicum of sense, should be incapable of such folly, should they not? Looking at himself, he is of a top-tier family with a legacy spanning a century, and as the sole heir in the third generation to inherit this grand estate, his mother notably established a world-class enterprise situated in the heart of the metropolis. To say, the young master desires grilled squid. Within an hour, squid from all along the coast will appear on the grill, is hardly an exaggeration. Moreover, he is exceptionally handsome, with an extraordinary physique, embodying the very essence of male allure, surpassing even the descriptions of Pan and Insomnia. Beyond mere appearance, his academic prowess is equally remarkable. With an intelligence that is unparalleled, the accolades and trophies accumulated throughout his life are too numerous to count, filling a 100-square-meter room. He has engaged in comprehensive combat training since childhood, mastering various sports, boasting physical abilities akin to those of athletes, excelling in music theory, and possessing a melodious voice, with his singing being nothing short of exceptional. Such perfection, beyond reproach, a paragon of humanity. And yet, this very self is destined to become an ultimate obsequious suitor upon merely gazing at the female lead, ultimately leading to his downfall, while still expressing heartfelt gratitude. This is indeed astounding. Truly, it is fitting for a narrative aimed at a female audience. Not to mention, the very estate situated in the heart of the metropolis, where a sign reading, "Private Area, Entry by Invitation Only," is not necessary, for it would undoubtedly be mistaken for a tourist attraction, valued at no less than 10 digits. Those young ladies who consider themselves as slender horses of Yangzhou nurturing themselves solely for the purpose of marrying into affluent families, need not utter a single word. Just a mere declaration of this residence is mine would leave anyone dazzled, endlessly concocting ways to ingratiate themselves. Moreover, this estate is but a trifling matter in the grand scheme of things for her. The crown prince of the capital, a magnate of the Magic City, possessing top-tier hardware and software, only to end up as a sycophant. Such a narrative truly accentuates the protagonist's extraordinary qualities, yet it is indeed a tale that could hardly be penned without a 20-year cerebral hemorrhage. Have you never encountered the wealthy? Chen Qingci suddenly comprehended why the esteemed Marshal Tianpeng, rather than residing in divine tranquility, chose to idly disrupt the serene abode of Chang'e in the Moon Palace. Why, you may ask? The plot demands it. Without such a colossal fool to squander familial wealth, the protagonist would scarcely attain the status of the so-called richest woman after menopause. While it is somewhat understandable for the Marshal Tianpeng to transform into Zhu Beiji, it does possess a semblance of logic. Yet, what of becoming a sycophantic beggar? Can the protagonist truly rival Chang'e? Wouldn't a mere glance be enough to ensnare his soul, compelling him to relinquish all his fortunes in a fit of fervor? Alas, Chen Qingci gently shook his head. It is all quite inconsequential. He is no longer who he once was, as long as he does not genuinely descend into the role of a sycophant. What is this, if not a narrative of transmigration into a female-centric novel's antagonist? This is unequivocally a script for a top-tier, male-oriented fantasy saga that one could never dream of even in 8 lifetimes. Even if the protagonist were truly a celestial being descended to Earth, to gaze upon her even once would be a gross disrespect to his own narrative. Furthermore, according to the original text, the protagonist's beauty could only be described as attractive, scarcely qualifying as exceptional. Her intellect is mediocre at best, solely relying on an unyielding belief in perseverance to achieve her ultimate success. Stubbornness, an unwavering spirit. How amusing this is for Chen Qingci. If it weren't for the idiocy-inducing halo and the forced assembly of the plot, such a character as the protagonist would be incapable of even passing an interview to serve as a maid in his household. In contemplation, Chen Qingci discovered that as he increasingly adapted and familiarized himself, he felt as though he were becoming his true self. Conversely, all that belonged to his previous life seemed akin to Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream, a fleeting life that simultaneously revealed the essence of this world. Young master! At that moment, the sound of high heels striking the ground drew nearer. Chen Qingci regained his focus, and a charming silhouette came into view. Above the black and red high heels were 2 slender, elegant legs, dazzlingly white in the sunlight. Clad in a fitted skirt and a lace-trimmed white blouse, the woman's meticulously styled hair accentuated her exquisitely flawless face, unmasked and fully visible. Her voice, as cold as her refined features, seemed innate. With a voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, she stated, "Madam went on a business trip to Europe and spotted a car that she thought you might like. So she ordered one for you, which arrived in the Magic City yesterday. The paperwork is complete, and it is now parked at the entrance. Would you like me to assist you in parking it in the garage?" As she spoke, she extended her hand toward Chen Qingci, revealing 2 Ferrari keys nestled in her delicate pink palm, square like a lighter, with a stunning red lacquer contrasted by metallic accents, radiating brilliance. Chen Qingci took the keys from her palm with 2 fingers, inspecting both sides in astonishment. There was no need to ask. These coveted treasures were simply presented before him. Memories of his mother, Yilan, with her regal demeanor, exuding authority without anger, yet always wearing a look of fondness when regarding him, flooded his mind. In his past life as an abandoned orphan, the overwhelming warmth of maternal love enveloped him, almost bringing him to tears. Observing Chen Qingci lost in thought, Yi Qingran made no attempt to hurry him. She stood quietly with her hands folded over her abdomen, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, never wavering in their gaze. Chen Qingci tightened his grip on the keys he had been toying with for some time, raised his head to look at her, and softly said, "There's no need to park it. I truly appreciate the gesture. However, I have enough cars already, so there's no need to buy me another." Yi Qingran, with her hands still folded, respectfully nodded. "Understood, young master. I will relay your message to madam. I shall take my leave now, wishing you a pleasant day." Wait! Just as Yi Qingran was about to turn and leave, the sharp sound of her high heels striking the ground echoed twice before Chen Qingci called out to her from behind. Chapter 2. A memory of an old friend. Yi Qingran turned around. "Is my mother at home?" Chen Qingci inquired. Madam is in Hangqing and has not returned to Modu. She merely instructed me to bring the car back to you, Yixingran replied. Chen Qingci nodded, his starry eyes locking onto hers, blooming into a radiant smile. Thank you, Sister Xingran. Yixingran was momentarily taken aback, not quite understanding, and after a brief silence, she nodded slightly and departed. As she walked away, her graceful silhouette fading from view, Chen Qingci's gaze lingered, somewhat entranced. Yixingran had been nurtured by his mother, Yilan, since she was picked from the orphanage, and now she served as his mother as chief secretary. In the fragmented recollections of his past life, their interactions were scarce. It seemed she was sent to Mylakin after he began pursuing the female protagonist, only to later resurface as one of the ultimate antagonists following his demise. At that time, the female protagonist had already acquired a substantial portion of the Chun family's assets. Although her acquisitions were limited to commercial domains, her influence was undeniably formidable. Nevertheless, Yixingran resolutely chose to confront her adversary. If not for the multitude of resources he had provided, she might have indeed triumphed against the odds. Why would Yixingran, thriving abroad, return to oppose the now empowered female protagonist? Was it akin to striking a rock with an egg? Undoubtedly, it was for the sake of the Chen family. Thus, Chen Qingci's gratitude was not merely for her delivering the car. Yixingran, her high heels clicking, vanished from sight. Chen Qingci collected his thoughts, pocketing the keys as he made his way outside. His memories grew increasingly vivid as he navigated his family home with ease. Passing through the babbling brook, the artificial hill, the bamboo grove, the rain pavilion, and the wooden bridge, all elements of the quaint and serene Jiangnan garden, he arrived at the entrance. A magnificent, meticulously maintained welcoming pine caught his eye. Flanking the imposing, antique-style gates stood two sharply dressed bodyguards, standing at attention with hands clasped behind their backs. Their keen eyes ever watchful for any sign of disturbance, earpieces in place, their robust physiques exuding a palpable aura of authority. Upon seeing Chen Qingci, they bowed in unison. Young master. Chen Qingci acknowledged them with a grunt, lightly patting each on the shoulder as he passed. This simple gesture left them momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Stepping outside the courtyard gates, he was greeted by the expansive, bustling thoroughfare. This was the inner ring area, teeming with pedestrians. The exquisitely luxurious Jiangnan garden-style courtyard, nestled here, resembled a tourist attraction. Had it not been for the bodyguards within and the private area, no entry sign affixed to the wall, countless passers-by would have surely wandered in. At this moment, the area was even more captivating than before, for parked before the grand gates was a strikingly red, flamboyant sports car, a Ferrari F80. With its innovative hybrid drive structure and AV6 engine boasting a staggering power coefficient of 300 CV1, it delivered an astonishing 1,200 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 200 km/h in a mere 5.75 seconds. Undoubtedly, it was the new king of the road, succeeding the LaFerrari. And its price was even more extravagant, a whopping 35 million euros, equivalent to approximately 31.47 million renminbi. Not to mention the additional costs for various formalities and taxes, totaling at least 40 million to bring it home. Chen Qingci reached out to caress the car's roof and the paint on the hood, noting that it had already been fitted with a protective film. The preparations Yixingran had mentioned must have included this. The affluent are not foolish. Wealth does not equate to folly. He certainly hadn't anticipated the arrival of a Ferrari F80. As he entered the vehicle, the cockpit felt akin to that of a fighter jet, instantly igniting a surge of adrenaline within him. His hand glided over the carbon fiber steering wheel, and Chen Qingci marveled at the fortune that had so effortlessly delivered a 40 million sports car into his hands. Complete with a Beijing license plate reading 15,888, one could argue that such novels do indeed elevate GDP. Though he had scoffed at such tales while reading, he found them absurdly delightful now that he was living it. The engine roared not with exaggerated ferocity, but the sound of the internal combustion engine starting, coupled with the electric motor's pre-acceleration hum, was utterly exhilarating. He shifted into gear and gently pressed the accelerator. The immense torque caught him off guard. The car's nose swiftly veering into the middle of the road, causing his heart to race and an exhilarating thrill to wash over him. What of those who claimed that high-displacement internal combustion engines lack soul? Anyone who laid eyes on this vehicle, without needing to drive it, would find their arguments utterly silenced. The power was immense. This car was not something an average person could easily master. However, in Chen Qingci's hands, no vehicle could lead to an accident due to a lack of control. According to the story's premise, he had shattered world records in amateur competitions at the tender age of 16, earning the title of King of Beijing. Reflecting on this, he realized there had been little in the narrative about street racing. Perhaps this aspect had been inserted arbitrarily? Had the author just finished watching a film? Stopping at a traffic light, Chen Qingci suddenly contemplated the character traits assigned to him, a wry smile escaping his lips. Unlike many second-generation heirs, he was genteel and composed. But beneath the surface lay an individual devoid of opinions, thoughts, or a distinct personality. Growing up with a silver spoon, he had never concerned himself with those around him. Subordinates and so-called friends were treated as mere extensions of his will, leading to a scarcity of genuine relationships untainted by financial motives. Given that everyone acted in their own interest, how could he not be swayed by the female protagonist's assertive pressure and the opportunities presented to him? Handsome and of noble birth, he was, without doubt, the center of attention, yet the female protagonist had shown indifference upon their first meeting. This stark contrast intrigued him immensely. The more she rejected him, the stronger his desire to conquer her became, inevitably leading him to become her devoted admirer. Chen Qingci pondered, chuckling to himself. Was it truly because she dismissed him that he found her so intriguing? Was it her rejection that turned him into the ultimate sycophant, surrendering his family's legacy and leading to his own ruin? How pitiful. In an instant, he recalled that old acquaintance from Let's Watch the Dust Storm. The woman with the MG car and slick-back hair. You have successfully piqued my interest. The logic behind this character's setup was refreshingly abstract. Chapter 3. Before I could enjoy it, I found myself living a better life. Gradually, Chen Qingci's brows furrowed tightly. He was troubled by thoughts of how his grandfather had been distressed to the point of losing his integrity and passing away from a heart attack. Uncle, my father, overwhelmed by public opinion, saw his career utterly destroyed and eventually found himself imprisoned. My mother fought valiantly to salvage the situation. Yet the chasm he had dug was far too deep. Though she possessed the strength to turn the tide, her efforts ultimately culminated in failure. The faces and figures from my memories merged into the narrative I was familiar with, transforming everything from mere cold descriptions into vivid, corporeal realities. Within his profound, starry gaze, a fierce and resolute intensity radiated. All this tragedy stemmed solely from a flippant line in my hastily crafted narrative that had never been met with refusal? How utterly absurd. Suddenly, a potent thought surged within Chen Qingci. He envisioned entombing the female protagonist in a cement barrel, casting her into the depths of the Mariana Trench aboard a cargo ship. Reflecting on my grandfather's benevolence, my uncle's kindness, my father's sternness, and my mother's unconditional love. How could I even entertain the possibility of any of these events transpiring? Yet, as this thought emerged, it was swiftly dismissed. The moment I acted upon it, I would transform into a villain in a different guise, potentially steering the plot into an unforeseen and dire direction. The blame lay squarely upon my shoulders. At this point in time, I had just arrived in the bustling metropolis to pursue my studies, yet to encounter the female lead. Thus, my own narrative had yet to commence. The simplest and most prudent course of action was to avoid any entanglement with her altogether. Of course, even if our paths were to cross inevitably, it mattered little. I was no longer the unremarkable character from the narrative, nor was I the misguided soul oblivious to the consequences of alienating others. I was now Chen Qingci, the same individual who had, in a past life reminiscent of a fleeting dream, emerged from an orphaned background, navigating the trials of life from a young age, and ultimately achieving a measure of success. Throughout this journey, I encountered many who disregarded me and faced countless challenges. What does it matter if a woman rejects me, igniting a fleeting interest? My mind, beset by tumult, could not possibly entertain such notions. In my previous life, I toiled relentlessly, finally achieving a semblance of comfort, only to be whisked away to a better existence before I could savor it. Therefore, enjoying life to the fullest was indeed a necessity. Simultaneously, I must strive to grow stronger, to evolve, and to enhance myself, acquiring the capabilities to prevent this vast enterprise from declining under my stewardship. The experiences of my past life, coupled with the academic knowledge I have amassed in this one, have already afforded me an exceptionally high starting point. Chen Qingci held the confidence that accomplishing these goals would not pose a challenge. Thud, thud, thud. The chief annoyance of the city center lay in the relentless traffic lights. Just as Chen Qingci brought his vehicle to a gentle stop at the crosswalk, a fist-sized gap was struck upon the passenger window. He gazed outside to see two young women clad in form-fitting dresses. The one rapping on the window leaned in and, upon catching sight of the driver, paused in surprise. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she brushed her golden hair aside. "Excuse me, handsome, we're lost. Could you give us a ride?" Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. "I only have one seat available in my car. How can I possibly accommodate both of you?" And so, the two women began to argue beside the vehicle. Their shrill voices escalated from playful banter to outright shouts, transforming from close friends to adversaries in mere moments. As the light turned green, the fiery red F-80 surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Chen Qingci smirked. rolling down the window to let the rushing wind tousle his flawless visage, his hair whipping wildly as he inhaled deeply and shouted, "What a thrill!" At that moment, his phone rang from his pocket. He retrieved it to find a call from a contact named Lu Jingchun. Upon seeing the name, memories of their past interaction flooded back. Several years prior, at a charity gala attended with my mother, I had met this local second-generation scion. We had exchanged glances at the dull affair. And when I discreetly slipped away, I had no means to contact a driver, lacking a license at the time. After lingering at the venue's entrance, uncertain of my next move, Lu had unexpectedly appeared and offered to give me a ride, proposing to take me somewhere enjoyable upon learning I had no destination in mind. However, I sensed his approach was driven by ulterior motives, leading me to decline and request a ride back to my residence instead. We had exchanged WeChat information but had never conversed since. Until recently, after my arrival in the metropolis, we had crossed paths at a mall. Upon learning I was settling in for studies, Lu began reaching out intermittently to invite me out. But I had never acquiesced and was already feeling a sense of annoyance towards his persistence. In the original plot, Lu Jingchun was scarcely mentioned, yet I retained a slight impression of him. Ultimately, he became one of the few individuals who did not betray me in favor of the female protagonist, only to meet a dismal fate himself. His tragic end could be succinctly summarized in a single phrase. In the original narrative, I had never viewed him as a true comrade. He always resembled more of a subordinate in my eyes. "Hey, Chen Xiao, I just saw an F-80 on the street. It must be yours, right?" Chen Xiao. Lu's voice called through the receiver, snapping Chen Qingci back to the present. "Yes, it's me," he replied. Lu Zhengshun immediately chuckled. "With a Beijing plate and such an expensive car, it had to be you, Chen Xiao?" Recalling the places he had passed, Chen Qingci inquired, "Where did you see me?" "I was at the entrance of Orc. Just as I was about to go in, I saw your car drive by. Do you have something going on? If not, why not come back and hang out?" Orc was a bar where numerous significant events in the plot transpired. But that was of little consequence. What mattered was Lu Zhengchun himself. In the original storyline, I had seldom accepted his invitations. It was always he who sought me out, never the reverse. The notion of him reaching out after catching sight of me was akin to the female protagonist's relentless pursuit in the narrative. The more Lu Jingchun endeavored to ingratiate himself, the more disdain I felt towards him, while the narrative had not elaborated on my existence prior to the female protagonist's awareness. My current impressions and perspectives on Lu Zhengchun painted a clear picture. Chen Qingci deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, accelerating into the opposite lane with a swift drift. 2 intersections away, 3 minutes. Great. I'll be waiting at the entrance. Chen Xiao? Lu's tone brimmed with excitement. After several prior attempts to organize gatherings, all of which had been rebuffed, he had prepared himself for the likelihood that this unexpected encounter would not yield a favorable response from Chen Qingci. To his surprise, Chen had agreed. The fiery red stallion cleaved through the night, resembling a crimson specter, as it glided into Lu Jingchun's line of sight. This silent arrival of the supercar instantly captivated the attention of all those gathered at the bar's entrance. The vehicle, akin to a surgeon's scalpel in its precision, deftly parked itself beneath the enormous LED sign. Lu Zhengchun, who had been waiting below, promptly circled to the driver's side as Chen Qingci stepped out, extending his hand with enthusiasm. "Chen Xiao, it's been a while. This car is truly remarkable, but you, my friend, are even more dashing." After a brief handshake, Chen Qingci softly remarked, "Long time no see." His demeanor was typically calm and unassuming, yet this time, an inexplicable difference lingered in the air. Lu Zhengchun, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. "The few friends accompanying me, Chen Xiao, you likely do not know. Let's find another table for ourselves." The fact that Chen Qingci had come was a pleasant surprise for Lu Zhengchun, who was eager to avoid any semblance of negligence. Their previous encounters had been at social functions, and while he could not claim to fully grasp Chen Qingci's stature, even the mere hint of it left him in awe. Chen Qingci shook his head, saying, "No need for any hassle. Anywhere is fine, just a casual sit." "All right then, this way, Chen Xiao." Lu Zhengchun led Chen Qingci into the bar, discreetly slipping a couple of bills into the pocket of the security guard's shirt and gesturing towards the fiery red F-80. "Ensure you keep a close watch on that vehicle." Upon entering the first door, the pulsating vibrations from the DJ's music enveloped them. As Lu Zhengchun stepped inside, a woman with yellow hair, clad in a body-hugging skirt and gold-rimmed glasses, approached from the front desk, her 8-centimeter heels clicking on the floor. "Young Master Lu, it's been several days. Min and the others have already gone in. Let me guide you there. Is this a new friend? So handsome. I'm Gu Meifang, a minor shareholder of this bar. May I add you on WeChat?" Lu Zhengchun swiftly caught her arm, steering her aside with a meaningful glare. Gu Meifang instantly understood. The dazzling young man before her, whose charm had long since dulled her usual demeanor, was someone Lu Jingchun would undoubtedly seek to please. Yet, Chen Qingci's impassive expression clearly indicated he was not swayed by her advances. Having encountered all manners of individuals in this establishment over the years, she quickly retracted her flirtatiousness, personally leading the two men inside. "Young Master Lu, esteemed guest, allow me to escort you." A mere door separated them from an entirely different realm. The music blared deafeningly, disorienting anyone who stepped inside. One could almost imagine earwax being shaken loose within seconds. Accompanied by the music, men and women danced with wild abandon. Among the larger booths, a circular platform with a steel pole featured scantily clad women writhing provocatively, occasionally revealing themselves, inciting raucous cheers from the men seated nearby, while others indulged in their own passions in the dim corners. The dance floor was a chaotic frenzy, the mingling scents of sweat and alcohol creating a nauseating atmosphere that some might romantically describe as intoxicating. Above, a tattooed female DJ energetically spun records, her bare torso moving in sync with the pulsating beats. Chen Qingci withdrew his gaze as he and Lu Zhengshun followed Gu Meifang across the dance floor. Not far ahead stood a prime booth filled with bottles of untouched liquor, where 7 or 8 men and women were seated. "Men and the others are over there. So I shall take my leave," Gu Meifang shouted, pointing towards the booth amidst the heavy bass of the DJ. Inside the booth, hushed whispers exchanged among the patrons. A blonde woman with a ponytail, adorned with sparkling diamond earrings, picked up a bottle of liquor and questioned, "What's taking Lu Zhengshun so long? Why hasn't he come in yet?" An adjacent man with a buzz cut and a chain around his neck replied, "I heard he just spotted that red Ferrari. It might be his friend, and he is probably on the phone at the entrance." "I saw it too. That SNF 80, right?" remarked a long-haired, square-faced guy beside him. The buzz cut nodded affirmatively. "It should be." The diamond-eared woman then asked a dark-haired girl beside her, Gao Tian, "What SNF 80? The latter, having opened a bottle of beer, answered, "The new generation of the stallion. It's estimated to cost over 40 million upon arrival in the country." "I think Lu Zhengshun is just boasting. How many of us in this circle can afford an F80? Let us make a bet. When he comes back, he'll undoubtedly claim it's his friend's car, saying they didn't have time to come over. This pretentious guy will surely echo my words." Seated at the booth's entrance was a slightly overweight man, his legs crossed, a Rolex glistening on his knee, adorned in wide-leg jeans, and a white t-shirt emblazoned with various LV logos. The music in the bar was so loud that conversations required either text messaging in a group chat or shouting. Sitting together made texting impossible. Their voices rose above the cacophony, so pronounced that even as Chen Qingci and Lu Zhengshun approached, they caught the taunting remarks that floated through the air. Lu Zhengshun's expression soured at once, and he strode forward, ready to confront them. Under normal circumstances, he would not be so impulsive, but Chen Qingci stood right behind him, having finally accepted his invitation. Just then, Lu Zhengshun felt a tug on his arm. He turned to see Chen Qingci, his gaze calm, softly saying, "Why get angry? If he wants to bet, why not ask him what he is wagering?" Lu Zhengshun paused, a sudden clarity washing over him. Indeed, the situation was vastly different from what had been suggested. Why should he be upset? He held the advantage. "Do you believe what I say? If not, let us wait for him to return and see if he dares to dispute it." The slightly plump blonde continued his tirade, oblivious to Lu Zhengshun's approach. It wasn't until he noticed the strange atmosphere and the collective gaze of others that he turned to see Lu Zhengshun standing there. The blonde froze, a smile breaking across his face as he addressed Lu Zhengshun. "Lu Gu, you're back. Where would you like to sit?" Lu Zhengshun ignored his banter, looking down at him and asking, "Lu Tianla, didn't you want to bet? What do you intend to wager?" Lu Tianla's smile faltered. "What?" Lu Zhengshun maintained his steady gaze, reiterating his question, "Didn't you want to bet? What's the wager?" Lu Tianla, confident that Lu Zhengshun had merely overheard his earlier remarks and would not dare confront him about it, dismissed the situation. Yet everything was unfolding contrary to his expectations. Lu Zhengshun had indeed heard him and was determined to address it. Lu Tianla smirked, narrowing his eyes with a feigned fierceness. "What do you plan to wager?" Lu Zhengshun did not flinch, his eyes unwavering. "Let us wager 10 sets of the Shenlong suit, stored in my account." "You mentioned a gamble. Yet I doubt you would dare to engage in one now," remarked Lu Zhengshun, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Tianla, who offered no reply, merely maintaining his unwavering gaze. A scoff escaped Lu Zhengshun's lips as he turned to glance in the direction from which he had come. There stood Chen Qingci, not far away, allowing him the space to shine. Lu Zhengshun swiftly adopted a warm smile, advancing towards the booth where Chen Qingci awaited, and proclaimed with a cheerful voice, "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is the esteemed Chen Qingci, the owner of that splendid Ferrari F80 with the license plate 15,888. Tall and handsome. Undoubtedly the most striking man I have ever encountered. bar none. Gao Tian, Lu Ming, Z.E. Would you care for his contact information? The ladies within the booth were momentarily taken aback upon catching sight of Chen Qingci. However, each of them, being from affluent families, had never been the ones to pursue attention. Gao Tian, clad in a sleek black bodycon dress with her long, straight hair cascading down, lifted her glass, took a sip, and offered a casual greeting. Hello. Lu Ming, sporting a ponytail and adorned with diamond earrings, mirrored her indifference, both refraining from disclosing their names and collectively adopting a facade of aloofness. I want to. Yet, while they feigned nonchalance, one among them saw through the act. Z.E. with her dual ponytails, eagerly approached, phone in hand, ready to scan. Hey there, would you mind scanning me? If not, I can scan you instead. Lu Ming exchanged glances with Gao Tian, their expressions souring as Lu Ming downed her drink, muttering a phrase that could be likened to an expletive. Though intended as a whisper, her voice carried above the bar's music, clearly audible to Gao Tian seated beside her, who also scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Z.E., who was inching closer to Chen Qingci, her demeanor laden with disapproval. Hello, Chen Xiao, I am Min Can. Chen Xiao, a pleasure to meet you, I am Lin Shi. Several young men rose to greet Chen Qingci, with Lin Shi, the trendy fellow sporting a short haircut adorned with a chain, making a point to shake Chen Qingci's hand. They were all second-generation rich kids, fully aware of the implications a Ferrari F80 carried. Lu Tianle was equally cognizant, his expression darkening as he observed the scene unfold. He contemplated voicing his skepticism, demanding Chen Qingci produce the car keys, or even stepping outside to verify the claims. Yet he knew that further questioning could leave him utterly humiliated and risk offending someone whose identity remained shrouded in mystery. After a brief silence, he forced a smile and greeted Chen Qingci. Hello, Chen Xiao. I was merely joking earlier, please do not take offense. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingci turned to him, offering a radiant smile, his eyes exuding warmth and kindness, though beneath lay a tranquil demeanor. It is of no consequence to me. Why should I take offense? Lu Zhangchun seized the opportunity to interject, shrugging playfully. I share your sentiments. However, Lu Xiao has already spoken, and I assume he has no intention of retracting his words. Correct? Indeed, Chen Xiao is quite right. Lu Tianle ignored Lu Jingxuan's banter, smiling at Chen Qingci, but as he diverted his gaze, he shot a piercing look at Lu Zhangchun, his jovial facade faltering into a visible scowl. As the two settled into their seats, Lu Zhangchun queried, Chen Xiao, do you drink while driving? Perhaps just some water, Chen Qingci replied. Lu Zhangchun promptly offered him a glass of lemonade from the table. Chen Qingci had no aversion to drinking, but he preferred to choose his companions wisely. In this setting, such indulgence seemed unnecessary. Chen Xiao? Lin Shi raised his bottle towards him. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope for your continued guidance in the future. Min Can and the others followed suit, raising their glasses, unfazed by Chen Qingci's choice of lemonade. This was the nature of social hierarchy. Those beneath sought to ascend, often glossing over details they would typically find intolerable. Even without knowing Chen Qingci's exact status, the presence of a lavish sports car spoke volumes. Chen Qingci raised his glass in acknowledgement, taking a sip of the mildly tangy water. Meanwhile, Z.E. leaned closer, nearly encroaching upon his personal space, her glass in hand. Chen Xiao, let us drink together. It feels awkward to call you Chen Xiao. May I simply address you by your name? Or perhaps call you brother? Hai Tian and Lu Ming exchanged exasperated glances, their disdain for the situation palpable. Chen Qingci took another sip of lemonade, responding nonchalantly to Ziyi's suggestion. Is it truly awkward? I find it rather pleasant. Isn't that how everyone addresses me? While reading novels in the female genre, he never found it bothersome. However, hearing himself dubbed Chen Xiao in person made him slightly uncomfortable. His embarrassment had lessened somewhat, but he still preferred the title Chen Xiao over any overly familiar monikers. Z.E. offered a sheepish smile, sipping her drink and shifting back slightly, seemingly subdued for the moment. Lin Shi seized the moment to inquire, Chen Xiao, what is the approximate cost of your car? Chen Qingci pondered briefly before responding. All told, around 40 million, I believe. I haven't inquired too deeply. How much? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. Z.E., seated beside Chen Qingci, gazed at him with renewed interest, inching closer once more. Had she not just been gently rebuffed, she might have instinctively wrapped her arms around him, her infatuation growing stronger. She was smitten. Chen Qingci's striking appearance clearly surpassed their social standings by several tiers. So what else could this be but infatuation? Would she wait for her family to arrange a business marriage? The thought consumed her. What if her family could secure such a match for her? If that were the case, she would comply with whatever her parents desired. In the past, if someone abstained from drinking, Lu Tianle would have been the first to pressure them, especially targeting those of lesser status, often questioning, are you refusing to honor me? and forcing drinks upon them. Yet now, as Chen Qingci sipped lemonade, Lu Tianle remained silent, scanning the room with a keen eye, pondering the social standing of someone capable of affording a 40 million vehicle. The conversation flowed, with all attention focused on Chen Qingci. Lu Tianle yearned to interject, but found himself unable to break into the discourse, as Chen Qingci had yet to acknowledge him. While Lu Zhengchun regarded him with a knowing smirk, his frustration peaked. "Flunky," Lu Tianle muttered under his breath, suddenly rising to his feet. The chatter ceased, all eyes turning toward him. He initially intended to leave directly, but after taking a step, he turned back and addressed Chen Qingci, saying, "Young Master Chen, I suddenly recalled some matters at home that may require my absence for a while. Let's exchange contact information, perhaps add each other on WeChat, and I shall arrange something delightful for you next time." Lu Zhengchun interjected, "If you have matters to attend to, do hurry along. I will send you my WeChat card later. Oh, and do remember to transfer 880,000 to my account. I shall waive the small change. If looks could kill." The glare that Lu Tianle cast upon Lu Zhengchun as he departed would have surely slain him 50 times over. Once Lu Tianle was gone, Lu Zhengchun immediately donned a look of relief, lifting a glass of wine and taking a hearty gulp, nearly shouting in exhilaration. He whispered to Chen Qingci, "Thank you, young Master Chen. Had it not been for your timely reminder, we would have undoubtedly clashed. I would have struck first, and the blame would have fallen squarely on me." Huang Zi deliberately engaged Lu Zhengchun in conversation, with Chen Qingci positioned between them, nearly burying her head in his embrace. "You two have been at odds for quite some time. What is the reason for it? I am still in the dark. What could it be? He believes himself to be exceptional, while I perceive him as nothing more than trash, a pretentious fool. It's as simple as that." Lu Zhengchun shrugged. "I've longed to put that scoundrel in his place, but I never had the opportunity. With you here, young Master Chen, you have truly helped me slap his face and made him suffer." He remained silent, unable to utter a word. "It's utterly delightful. When the time comes, I will keep this favor in mind. If you ever wish to use it, just let Meifeng know. You both have WeChat, after all. I merely fear that this brat might hold a grudge against you." Chen Qingci remained noncommittal. Whether he bore a grudge or not was of no concern to him. The remarks made in Lu Tianle's absence had already proven that he was not worth cultivating a deep connection with. Among those present, aside from Lu Zhengchun, none were familiar figures in the narrative Chen Qingci was aware of. However, the wisdom gained from 2 lifetimes had sharpened his perception, enabling him to discern many things clearly. For instance, at this table, even after Lu Tianle's departure, the atmosphere appeared convivial with glasses raised, yet each individual harbored their own ulterior motives. The 2 women over there were clearly intrigued by him, yet they maintained an air of aloofness, ultimately allowing Huang Zi to rush to his side. Their eyes were practically seething with envy, betraying their disdain for her. Chapter 7. Why Can They Endure? Min Can and Lin Qi, along with several other men, observed Lu Tianle's exit, reveling in the spectacle with a sense of schadenfreude. Did this indicate a closer bond with Lu Zhengchun? Had the roles been reversed today, they would have exhibited the same behavior towards Lu Tianle. Furthermore, they engaged in flattery and probing, extolling their own youthful accomplishments and familial business ventures, then suggesting that they must keep in touch for any future collaboration. Within a short span, both men and women had made several indirect inquiries about his background. Chen Qingci, however, paid no heed to these overtures, opting instead to sip his lemonade while admiring a woman performing a pole dance in a 3-piece bikini atop their table. His purpose for being here was simple: to enjoy himself, driven by a strong sense of novelty, and to meet Lu Zhengchun. Continuing to linger with these people held no significance. It was merely a waste of time. Chen Qingci cast a glance at Lu Zhengchun, and before he could speak, Lu Zhengchun seemed to decipher the look in his eyes, raising his head to gesture towards the entrance, his expression questioning. Seeing Chen Qingci nod, he promptly stood up and announced, "Everyone, please continue enjoying yourselves. I shall step out with young Master Chen. We shall reschedule another time." Huang Zi clearly hesitated, contemplating joining them, but ultimately dismissed the thought. Witnessing this, Lin Qi and the others seized the moment to request Chen Qingci's WeChat, to which he replied that Lu Zhengchun would send it to them. As the two prepared to leave, the most discontented expressions belonged to Gao Tian and Lu Meng. They were still waiting for their moment, believing that this drawn-out night would inevitably yield an opportunity, one that would be far more natural than Huang Zi's overt advances. But Chen Qingci was now poised to depart. They had maintained their aloofness from head to toe. How could they lower themselves now? As they stood outside the booth, waving goodbye and calling out to Chen Qingci, asking for WeChat, Huang Zi's demeanor only served to deepen the scowl on their faces, as if they had just swallowed a fly. Chen Qingci remained oblivious to their inner turmoil and indifference, greeting Gu Meifeng at the entrance before stepping out of the bar with Lu Zhengchun. In front of the fiery red Ferrari, he instructed Lu Zhengchun, "Get in." Huh. Oh. Lu Zhengchun, who had initially followed Chen Qingci to the driver's seat, hurriedly circled around to the passenger side. As Chen Qingci fastened his seatbelt, he remarked, "This car just arrived today. You are the first to occupy the passenger seat." Lu Zhengchun paused for a moment, then chuckled, "What an honor. But, young Master Chen, are you heading home? You need not drop me off. I can take a cab back." Chen Qingci shook his head, "Not heading home just yet. We shall make a detour." "A detour? Just the two of us?" "Indeed. Then I shall make arrangements." He quickly reached for his phone, only to be stopped by Chen Qingci, who said, "No need for arrangements." Huh. Lu Zhengchun was puzzled but remained silent, settling into the passenger seat. At that moment, he felt a tinge of excitement. He had not expected that when Chen Qingci indicated a desire to leave, it meant he wished to spend some private time with him. The vibrant red Ferrari turned onto the highway, gleaming brilliantly amidst the bustling night traffic. Even when it passed silently, it attracted countless glances. As they approached the night market street, they happened to stop at a red light. Lu Zhengchun, half rolling down his window, felt a rush of sophistication. He had thought his 911 was exhilarating enough, but this car was an entirely different league. He could sense the fervent gazes directed at them, especially from the opposite sex. However, when he turned to look at Chen Qingci, he found the attention on him even more intense. People were so entranced by Chen Qingci's profile that they nearly collided with lampposts. Lu Zhengchun raised an eyebrow, astonished yet feeling it was only natural, not to mention others. Even he found himself momentarily entranced by Chen Qingci. How could someone be so extraordinarily perfect? Although Chen Qingci felt a bit uncomfortable under the scrutiny, he quickly recalled that this had been his reality since childhood. He was accustomed to it. A slight ripple of emotion stirred within him before it settled again. Nonetheless, the sense of satisfaction within him remained unabated, even more intense than Lu Zhengchun's. Was this the result of a physique, appearance, and charisma of a demonic level, combined with an extraordinary background? He found himself perplexed. Why was the female protagonist able to withstand such scrutiny? Chen Qingci clicked his tongue softly. He had to admit, he was grateful for this narrative technique, as it served to highlight the protagonist's elevated status while crafting a perfect stepping stone in the form of himself. The car soon arrived at a venue known as Yunhu Club, situated in a prime location, surrounded by residential complexes and universities, with several night markets nearby. The area exuded an air of tranquil depth, resembling a hidden paradise amidst the bustling metropolis. As the car drove into the premises, Lu Zhengchun instinctively opened his mouth to utter a warning about the members-only policy and the necessity of prior reservations, noting that uninvited guests were generally not accommodated. However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back, recognizing that Chen Qingci was not someone to be measured by ordinary standards. Indeed, Lu Zhengchun followed Chen Qingci inside the establishment, where the approaching staff members immediately bowed in courtesy, escorting Chen Qingci to the luxurious private booth in the garden on the top floor. Lu had visited this place a few times with his father and was aware that only the highest-tier members were privileged enough to access such opulence. A peculiar sense of pride welled up within him, compounded by the recent events, causing him to unconsciously straighten his posture, awestruck. So this is what it feels like to wield power through another. The booth was adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, offering a panoramic view of the bustling surroundings. He could see students traversing the university district in the distance, the lively night market teeming with people, a vibrant tapestry of urban life, all while encased in a world of luxury. Seated in the extravagant booth, wine glass in hand filled with exorbitantly priced liquor and savoring exquisite dishes, it felt as though they inhabited entirely different realms. From within the glass, one might perceive coldness, disdain, resentment, jealousy, and hatred, yet gazing outward, the view was undeniably delightful. The menu revealed that even the most commonplace dishes were elevated to extraordinary levels through unique culinary techniques. Chen Qingci casually ordered a few dishes, shredded pork with garlic sauce, boiled bok choy, and concluded with a bottle of the rare internal supply Mao Tai, seldom found elsewhere. Chapter 8. With honor, 2 elegantly dressed waitresses, clad in kipeos and possessing striking figures, stood behind Chen Qingci and Lu Zhengchun, pouring wine into their delicate cups. Before the dishes had even arrived, Lu Zhengchun raised his glass with both hands, his expression serious as he toasted Chen Qingci. "Young Master Chen, I toast to you for allowing me to bask in your glory and for delivering a well-deserved slap to that scoundrel, Lu Tianla. I'll drink to that." With that, he tilted his head back and drained his glass in one go. Chen Qingci took a modest sip in acknowledgement, responding, "You are inherently superior to him. You merely lack a touch of composure, but you will surely achieve it in due time. I concede that I am better than Lu Tianla, but I have much to learn. It's not simply a matter of composure. If it weren't for you, young Master Chen, I fear it would be ages before I could toast you again. Lu Zhengchun raised his glass once more and downed it completely. Chen Qingci's well-timed compliments instilled in him a profound sense of respect. In this atmosphere, he felt an overwhelming impulse to pledge his loyalty to Chen Qingci, to serve him devotedly. After some contemplation, he stated, "Young Master Chen, since you are new to Shanghai for your studies, should you find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." Chen Qingci observed Lu Zhengchun's reaction, quietly impressed. Individuals of high status, when they lower themselves, can elicit profound admiration from others. It was no wonder that in ancient times, many were willing to sacrifice their lives in gratitude for such humble gestures. When Lu Zhengchun mentioned Chen Qingci's studies in Shanghai, he inquired with curiosity, "Oh right, young Master Chen, being from the capital, what brings you to Shanghai for your education?" Taking another sip of his drink, Chen Qingci replied, "I have already completed a course at Qing University. I am here to pursue another while experiencing university life in this city." "Ah?" Lu Zhengchun exclaimed, nearly spilling his drink in excitement. "You've already completed a course? How old are you, young Master Chen? Aren't you several years younger than me?" Chen Qingci smiled. "In northern terms, I am 20 this year. In the south, it is typically counted as 18 years and 6 months. "Ah." Lu Zhengchun was utterly astonished. "Is that even possible?" Seeing his incredulous expression, Chen Qingci beamed. Not only was Lu Zhengchun surprised, but Chen Qingci himself found it hard to believe. Yet this was the narrative he had crafted. This clever setup explained his absence from university in the capital while simultaneously emphasizing his capabilities, enhancing the protagonist's impressive persona. If only he were a doctoral candidate, it would be even more remarkable. Yet, reflecting on it, that would be unreasonable. Even a master's degree would be implausible. After a prolonged silence, Lu Zhengchun finally managed to exclaim, "Impressive. No wonder you are young Master Chen." Chen Qingci raised his glass with one hand. "I recall you graduated from university this year. Do you have any plans for what comes next?" "I'm not quite sure yet. I mentioned wanting to start a company, but when my father asked for my thoughts, I couldn't articulate any ideas. He suggested I enjoy myself for now." Lu Zhengchun sighed. "I suspect he subscribes to that online notion that wealthy heirs who don't start businesses are engaging in the best kind of work. But I can't entirely blame him. I have indeed accomplished very little throughout my life." Realizing he had spoken too much, Lu Zhengchun hastily raised his glass to Chen Qingci again. At this moment, he regretted his earlier candidness. He was at a loss for why he was so open, having previously never shared such vulnerabilities with others in his social circle. Yet now, in the presence of Chen Qingci, he found himself revealing his genuine feelings, despite their relatively unfamiliar relationship. He worried that Chen Qingci might look down upon him. Initially, he had merely sought to ingratiate himself, believing that a good rapport with Chen Qingci could benefit his own endeavors. Before this meeting, Lu Zhengchun had held this mindset. However, at this moment, his perspective had shifted entirely without his conscious realization. Perhaps it was due to limited exposure in the past. Lu Zhengchun had not felt this way before. But in this brief encounter with Chen Qingci, he experienced an overwhelming urge to bare his soul. The more he felt this way, the more he feared his earlier confessions might provoke disdain from Chen Qingci. At that moment, the first dish arrived at the table with remarkable speed. Chen Qingci picked up his chopsticks and remarked, "I find this situation quite normal, if you can recognize it and feel guilty. You are already ahead of 90 of your peers." The 90 referred to individuals like Lu Zhengchun, the second-generation wealthy. Lu Zhengchun looked into Chen Qingci's clear and sincere eyes, and the anxiety over his earlier unguarded comments dissipated, replaced by a wide grin. "Indeed, how many can match your genius, young Master Chen?" Chen Qingci poured Lu Zhengchun more wine, who hastily insisted he could do it himself, but was unable to stop Chen Qingci. The latter then softly suggested, "I am planning to start a company. Since you have some free time, why not assist me?" Lu Zhengchun suddenly looked up, disbelief etched on his face. Even more intense than when he learned that Chen Qingci had completed a course at Qing University. "Me?" Chen Qingci glanced around at the professionally trained waitstaff standing nearby, who were currently maintaining an air of composure. Who else would it be? "I." Lu Zhengchun stammered, utterly bewildered as he gazed at Chen Qingci. "Why would you consider me?" Chen Qingci countered. "Is there anything surprising about this? In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, my circle of acquaintances is rather limited, and I possess even fewer friends. Thus, seeking your assistance is only natural, is it not? With so few friends, one must rely on oneself. Have they truly become friends?" Lu Zhengchun, taken aback, listened as Chen Qingci continued. "How many individuals in this world possess the vision and opportunity for business? You have only just graduated from university. It is imperative that you hone your skills and refrain from indulging in self-doubt. We all share the same two eyes and one nose. None of us is vastly superior to the other. With earnest effort and dedication, success will inevitably follow. Lu Zhengchun, moved to the brink of tears, felt a surge of pride swell within him. With unwavering resolve, he replied, "I am willing, Mr. Chun. Please, instruct me on what I should do." There is no need to respond as if I were proposing marriage. Chen Qingci raised his glass and proclaimed, "Here's to a fruitful collaboration." Lu Zhengchun clinked his glass heartily against Chen Qingci's, exclaiming, "To a successful partnership." Chapter 9. A Call to Mother. Drawing from his past experiences of clawing his way up from the bottom, combined with his current status, it was exceedingly effortless to win the heart of Lu Zhengchun, who would inevitably share both glory and downfall with him. He had just informed Lu Zhengchun that not everyone is endowed with business acumen and innovative ideas, yet he is. According to the original narrative, this world is grounded in reality, albeit lacking numerous elements, such as mainstream applications, popular electronic product designs, and an array of mainstream music, television shows, and films. The protagonist acquires knowledge of these deficiencies through her dreams. With such tremendous business prospects, she quietly accumulates strength, while benefactors, like myself, provide resources, connections, and even leverage my family's influence to shield her from the peril of being devoured by capital in her entrepreneurial infancy, alongside a multitude of underlings assisting her. In fact, one particular comment that garnered the most applause from readers was, "What a remarkable tale of an ordinary woman who, without relying on any man, transforms into the wealthiest individual in the Daxia Empire." At that moment, I could only chuckle incredulously. The absence of a fixed male lead does not equate to independence from men. A series of men have propped her up. Anyone in her position would soar. Chen Qingci, of course, had no intention of engaging with women or becoming a villain, yet this did not imply that he would remain idle. The protagonist's entrepreneurial pursuits commenced only after encountering him, and while she would verbally insist on keeping her distance, she continually accepted his various forms of assistance, gradually leading to her expansion. But what if I were to intercept her endeavors first? The rationale behind choosing Lu Zhengchun is straightforward. In the subsequent plot, he is the one who never betrays me. During a critical 48 hours when I was unjustly accused of economic crimes and taken away, he remained the calmest of all, utilizing the remnants of our forces to make the best arrangements possible under the circumstances. This indicates that he possesses a certain level of competence. I desire capable individuals. A message to my mother would promptly summon a cadre of talents, yet those individuals belong to her sphere, while Lu Zhengchun is Lu Zhengchun. Rest assured, Mr. Chun. Lu Zhengchun, normally quite resilient when it comes to alcohol, found himself somewhat inebriated after merely half a liter of baijiu. His actions still coherent, but his speech becoming increasingly slurred. Chen Qingci sent a message, and soon several individuals arrived to secure a room for Lu Zhengchun to rest. After ensuring that someone would keep watch over him until he regained consciousness the following day, Chen Qingci exited the establishment without settling the bill, and no one questioned him. Naturally, arrangements would be made to have his F-80 returned home, as a Rolls-Royce had been waiting curbside for some time. As he returned to the estate, the Suzhou-style garden, illuminated by subtle white lights, created a harmonious ambience, allowing one to perceive the courtyard without any jarring contrasts. Upon entering the house, Chen Qingci traversed the airy living room with its floor-to-ceiling windows, ascending the staircase to his bedroom on the second floor. The entire villa was adorned in exquisite Song-style decor, perfectly complementing the serene landscape outside. Upon illuminating the lights in his spacious bedroom, which boasted an expansive area of over 50 square meters with large windows, a plush bed, and a sofa flush against the floor, he noticed a massive high-definition television connected to a gaming console, with an entire wall dedicated to game discs. On the opposite side, a computer with a blend of modern and traditional aesthetics sat in harmony. A memory suddenly surfaced in Chen Qingci's mind during his arrival. Yixingran had mentioned that his room's decoration was personally designed by his mother, as an orphan who had never known the warmth of familial bonds. Recalling this, Chen Qingci instinctively dialed his mother's number without much thought. Send this document to Yichuang and inform them that if there are no new outcomes by the end of this quarter, they will be in violation of the contract, and a new company will be assigned to undertake further research. The call connected swiftly, and the familiar voice of Yilan, with her no-nonsense tone, resonated in the background. "Darling, what is it?" "Just checking in to see what you're up to," Chen Qingci replied softly. "I've been in meetings all this time, and am just about to clock out." "Missing me already?" Yilan's voice carried a hint of fatigue, laced with affection and tenderness. "Yes, Mother, I miss you. Please take care of yourself, and rest more, don't work too late," Chen Qingci confessed without hesitation, his tone brimming with warmth. "I understand, don't worry. I'll be back in Shanghai in a few days. It's getting late, you should rest early too. Don't stay up too late," Yilan advised. "Do you not like the car I sent back for you?" she inquired. "Why do you ask?" I love it. Chen Qingci denied, eager to clarify. Then why did Xingran say you told her to inform me not to buy you any more cars? Yilan pressed. Because it's unnecessary, Chen Qingci explained. I already have 3 cars here in Shanghai, plus the driver-S car you arranged for me. 4 vehicles are more than sufficient. If I find a car I truly adore, I can always purchase it later. Suit yourself. It's getting late, so rest well, Yilan remarked. The sound of papers rustling echoing in the background. All right, you too, mother. Don't overwork yourself. Take care. Goodbye. After hanging up, Chen Qingci contemplated whether to call his father, but ultimately decided against it. He rarely spoke to his father, and considering his father's routine, he was likely already asleep. Calling at this hour might raise concerns about whether he had landed himself in trouble, despite the fact that he had not caused any significant issues over the years. Chapter 10. What I possess now is precisely what my former self longed for. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Chen Qingci retrieved a special edition of Huanggalu 1916, igniting it as he gazed out at the nocturnal skyline of towering edifices. Although he was not perched atop a great height, an overwhelming sense of grandeur enveloped him. The vista one perceives is contingent upon the elevation from which one observes. Indeed, this adage holds true. Standing on the shoulders of his parents and family, Chen Qingci was unwavering in his conviction that he would ascend to a height that would make everyone proud. After savoring a cigarette with a rich texture for a while, he extinguished it in the ashtray. As he inhaled deeply, he glanced at the ceiling, marveling silently at the much-lauded new ventilation system that allowed one to smoke without smelling the smoke. Pressing a button on the wall, the curtains began to draw shut automatically. He discarded his haute couture attire into the laundry basket. As there was no washing machine at home, all garments required special cleaning, should he need it. The housekeeper would come to tidy up and take the dirty clothes for laundering, returning them neatly hung in the wardrobe. The household staff, bodyguards, drivers, and housekeepers were all of impeccable background and lineage. Chen Qingci could not ascertain the exact number of bodyguards in this Su-style mansion, but he could easily recall the 3 housekeepers who rotated shifts. All were career women in their 20s, seemingly orphans. Unlike Yi Xingran, who was directly adopted and nurtured, they were sponsored by the corporation from a young age and underwent personal training by Yi Xingran before being assigned to him. For years, his mother, Yilan, had been supporting such orphans, ultimately utilizing them according to their desires. However, their fates were often tragically grim. Some even attempted to repay his mother's kindness by plotting to harm the female protagonist, seeking to wrest a final chance for the Chen family, only to meet inevitable failure. Alone, he influenced the destinies of countless individuals. In the opulent bathroom, after a brief shower, Chen Qingci donned a bathrobe and reclined on the bed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling for an extended period before he slowly closed his eyes. Awakening later, he found the sun already high in the sky. He had dreamt an absurdly long and odorous dream in which he married the female protagonist, only for her to seek a divorce and claim half of his family's fortune within a mere 7 days. It was not just his half, but rather half of his family's wealth, and astonishingly, she won the lawsuit. Chen Qingci awoke in disbelief. This was faster than starting a business. Realizing it was merely a dream, he sat up, cleared his mind, and checked the time. It was nearly noon. He glanced at his 16 Pro Max beside the pillow, noting several unread WeChat messages. Finding nothing of consequence, he replied only to a message from Lin, the housekeeper, instructing him not to prepare any meals for the day, and to contact him should he need anything else. The response came almost instantaneously. Understood, young master. Lin was appointed by his mother, Yilan, to oversee his daily life and manage various chores in this bustling metropolis. He was a man of around 60, impeccably dressed in a suit every day. After showering, Chen Qingci, still clad in his bathrobe, pushed open a large door in the corner of his bedroom, revealing an expansive walk-in closet filled to the brim with clothing. After surveying the multitude of garments, he selected a pair of understated LV denim trousers, a pure white t-shirt, and a pair of socks. The shoes in the entryway were all of substantial value, with the cheapest costing several thousand. He chose a pair of white flats and, upon glancing at himself in the full-length mirror, found that he was strikingly handsome. His strong jawline, rosy lips, and white teeth complemented his tall, athletic frame, with well-defined muscles in his forearms and perfect proportions that exuded an air of elegance. Yet, he suddenly realized that his left wrist felt conspicuously bare. Removing the newly donned shoes, he padded barefoot to a glass display cabinet in his bedroom. Inside, a collection of watches rotated gracefully in a winder. For mechanical timepieces ceased to function if not worn for extended periods, necessitating such devices. As he opened the cabinet, the slowly turning watches came to an abrupt halt. Though the collection was modest, only 5 or 6 pieces brought from the capital, each was a paragon of luxury. Vacheron Constantin, Richard Mille, Patek Philippe. Faced with the decision of which to wear, he experienced a moment of indecision before ultimately selecting the most dazzling and expensive piece, the Patek Philippe 5304301 R001. A limited edition timepiece originally purchased for approximately $9,333,700, now soaring in value to an astonishing $20 million, with demand far exceeding supply. Such extravagance was indeed staggering. Yet in the grand scheme of things, it felt entirely reasonable. Adorning his left wrist with the watch, he admired his reflection, while undeniably handsome. The intricate skeleton dial that revealed the complex movement made it somewhat challenging to discern the time. Fully dressed, Chen Qingci did not immediately venture outside, but instead approached a door in the corner of the living room. Opening it revealed a vast garage. If the door remained open, he could easily sit in the living room and admire the vehicles within. On the opposite side of the garage, a row of automatic doors led directly to the street, affording unparalleled convenience amidst the opulence of the surrounding shops, where rent for even a single establishment could reach tens of thousands monthly. Inside the garage were 4 or 5 vehicles, including the strikingly bright red F80 he had driven yesterday. He opened the drawer of the cabinet beside the entrance, where all the car keys were carelessly kept. Hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that being excessively wealthy had its drawbacks, namely, the difficulty of making choices. Having already driven the F80, he had yet to experience the others. His fingers glided over the key for a Ferrari before finally settling on a Mercedes-Benz AMG G63, adorned in a panda color scheme. Fully equipped with options including a matte white finish and every conceivable carbon fiber detail, totaling close to $400,000 upon delivery. Once seated in the vehicle, he pressed the ignition button and the roar of the 4.4 V8 engine echoed deafeningly in the garage. Chen Qingci patted the carbon fiber steering wheel, feeling the plushness of the suspension in comfort mode, far more agreeable than driving a sports car. Of course, in terms of attention, while this vehicle certainly attracted its share of gazes, it paled in comparison to the allure of a sports car. As the garage door opened slowly, he drove onto the street, the engine's growl immediately drawing many curious eyes. Now that he was out and about, he had yet to decide on a destination. Nonetheless, he thought to himself that it mattered little. He would set off and figure it out along the way. Presently, he possessed the life he had once yearned for. With no reason to feel anxious about what the future might hold, he resolved to focus on the present, doing what needed to be done, and simply enjoying it all. Turning into a parking area, Chen Qingci first visited a renowned Sichuan restaurant listed in the Michelin Guide for lunch. Afterward, he headed to the gym at the nearby Ritz-Carlton to maintain his chiseled physique, swimming for an hour while indulging in the sight of bikini-clad women. Those who graced the pool of this 5-star hotel were all fit and alluring, with their fair thighs and ample figures on full display. After a refreshing shower, he changed back into his own clothes. A sensation of invigoration enveloped Chen Qingci, as if every muscle in his body was infused with strength, devoid of any pain or hidden ailments. Upon returning to his vehicle, he dialed Yi Xingran's number as he drove out of the parking garage. After 2 rings, the call connected, and her melodious yet icy voice resonated. "Good afternoon, young master." The coolness in her tone elicited a slight arch of Chen Qingci's brow, accompanied by a soft chuckle. "Good afternoon, Xingran. Are you busy?" "Not too busy," Yi Xingran replied, her words succinct. Chen Qingci, eschewing further pleasantries, inquired directly, "Are there any vacant offices at the company?" Like a finely tuned machine, Yi Xingran promptly responded, "There are a few. The closest available is on the 8th floor of Jenya Building, an entire floor spanning over 3,000 square meters, recently renovated and fully equipped. Do you wish to use it?" "Yes. Shall I bring the keys to you now?" "Sure, I'll head over." With just a few exchanges, the conversation ended, and Chen Qingci placed his phone in the center console, marveling at the efficiency of his expansive family enterprise, resolving office space matters with a mere phone call. He was not far from Jenya Building, reaching the entrance within a 10-minute drive. As he parked, a sleek Mercedes-Benz S pulled up behind him. The rear door swung open, revealing Yi Xingran, her slender legs accentuated by nude high heels, clad in professional attire, her lustrous black hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Her tall, graceful figure exuded an aura of elegance and beauty that captivated Chen Qingci. Having grown up observing women of such caliber, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disbelief at how he had become so enamored. Exiting his car and closing the door, he noticed Yi Xingran approaching him, her exquisite, flawless visage betraying no emotion. "Young master." Chen Qingci beamed, his eyes sparkling with warmth. "Xingran, why did you personally come to deliver the keys?" "To ensure you have everything you need," she replied, her lips gently pursed, momentarily meeting his gaze before shifting away. Nodding, Chen Qingci suggested, "Let us go take a look together." As they entered the building, they became the focus of attention from passers-by. each person unable to resist stealing glances at the striking duo. Individually, they were captivating. Together, they were simply mesmerizing. Inside the elevator, the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from Yi Xingran filled Chen Qingci's senses, a scent unlike any he had encountered before, utterly delightful. The elevator mirrored their reflections, allowing him to scrutinize her closely. Standing in heels approximately 5 centimeters high, she was still around 10 centimeters shorter than him. Estimating her height at around 170 centimeters, truly a paragon of beauty with a perfectly proportioned figure, delicate neck, narrow shoulders, slender waist, and long legs, embodying every desirable feature. How had the original narrative depicted Yi Xingran? Chen Qingci pondered, struggling to recall any details aside from her background as an adopted orphan. With a chime, the elevator reached the 8th floor, and as the doors opened, they stepped into the office area that Chen Qingci would soon inhabit. This is the elevator card. I will arrange for more to be made, or you can add it to your access card later. Here are the keys. After unlocking the mechanical key, you will need to swipe your card and verify your identity via facial recognition or fingerprint for the door to open, she explained as they traversed a small area suitable for receiving clients. Reaching the automatic glass door, Yi Xingran unlocked it, handing the keys and card to Chen Qingci before pressing her finger to the biometric scanner, causing the glass doors to glide open. This is the employee workspace, capable of accommodating numerous individuals. Over here is the pantry, and this area is designated for management offices. The sound of her heels echoed crisply throughout the office as she provided a thorough overview, inquiring whether Chen Qingci needed office computers or additional amenities for the pantry. In no time, Yi Xingran had meticulously noted all of Chen Qingci's requirements, her inquiries and documentation executed with remarkable efficiency, every word purposeful, without superfluous detail. In her demeanor, Chen Qingci discerned echoes of his mother's meticulous nature. After descending in the elevator, the moment they stepped outside Jinya building, a wave of heat enveloped them. Under the sunlight, Yi Xingran's fair skin glowed radiantly. Chen Qingci turned to her. Thank you for making the trip, Xingran. There's no need for formality, young master. Let us dispense with the formalities. You needn't address me as young master or your excellency. Just call me by my name. Yi Xingran's gaze lingered on Chen Qingci's warm countenance before swiftly averting her eyes as she opened the car door and entered, leaving her response ambiguous. Chapter 11. The innate lowly saint body. After Yi Xingran departed, Chen Qingci entered his vehicle and turned on the air conditioning, refraining from driving away as he dialed Lu Zhengchun. He had already sent Lu the address via message. Hey, are you close? Yes. I'm at the entrance of the building, in a white Mercedes G. You'll see me as soon as you arrive. Less than 3 minutes later, Lu Zhengchun pulled up in his Porsche 911, and Chen Qingci escorted him upstairs. Observing Lu's astonished expression, he handed over the keys and delegated all preparatory tasks for the company's establishment to him. Trusting you with this, I feel assured, Chen Qingci said, patting Lu on the shoulder. Once Chen Qingci left, Lu Zhengchun stared at the expansive office floor, almost rivaling his father's company in size, and tightened his grip on the keys. He understood the magnitude of this opportunity. He had to seize it. Then a thought struck him. Chen Qingci hadn't given him any funds. After deliberating for a while, he picked up his phone, but instead of messaging Chen Qingci, he opened the bank app to check his balance of over 3 million. This was a sum he had meticulously saved throughout his life. After contemplating for a while, he gritted his teeth. While Yi Xingran could easily arrange everything, Chen Qingci had entrusted it to Lu Zhengchun. The unfolding narrative indicated Lu Zhengchun's potential, yet he would only reveal it after weathering numerous challenges. A realization that would come too late. Hence, Chen Qingci needed to provide Lu Zhengchun with ample opportunities for growth, including this oversight concerning funds. Today was August 3rd, and the primary reason for Chen Qingci's arrival in the bustling metropolis was to attend school. With only 23 days left until the start of classes at Fuda, the timeline aligned with the events of the first chapter of the narrative, which were already in motion. Chen Qingci recalled that the female lead would soon dream of a lottery number and, with a mixture of skepticism and hope, purchase a ticket, ultimately winning 390,000, a serendipitous beginning to her journey of establishing a grand commercial empire as a young woman. Indeed, it was all rather haphazard. The red light transformed into green, and Chen Qingci activated his turn signal, making a left turn onto a narrow two-way street. He parked his car right in front of an expansive barber shop. My brother is here, still as handsome as ever. As Chen Qingci stepped inside, a woman in her 30s approached him with a welcoming demeanor, leading him toward the exclusive VIP area while preparing to wash his hair. Shall we just do a simple trim again? This woman, known as Hongjia, had become his go-to since he first arrived in the bustling metropolis, where he had gotten a haircut and promptly purchased a membership card worth 500,000. He pondered how many haircuts that some could afford. This was his 4th visit, and the previous 3 had all been mere trims. He had once cherished his long hair, a style he had maintained since childhood, capable of being styled into a small braid. However, he now realized that allowing his hair to obscure his features was a disservice to his countenance. Let us not just trim it, let us change the style, he declared. Changing styles? Absolutely. But first, let us wash your hair. After that, I'll carefully consider which hairstyle will best accentuate your handsomeness. Lying back on the shampoo bed, the woman began washing his hair, her fingers gliding through the water over his scalp, creating a profound sense of comfort. Positioned behind him, Hongjia's body swayed with the rhythm of her movements, which caught Chen Qingci's gaze. He did not shy away, his eyes filled with admiration for her dedication to her craft. Why not enjoy the view? Soon, the washing was complete, and he sat before the mirror. Draped in a cape, Hongjia tousled his damp hair and lightly touched the crown of his head. Your head shape is quite exceptional. You would look good with a buzz cut, but I suggest a slightly shorter style that requires minimal maintenance, about this length. What do you think? As she gestured, Chen Qingci felt at a loss for how to respond. It seemed customary for hairstylists to pose such questions, to which the only viable response was a simple, okay. What else could he say? Before long, the clippers began to buzz, dismantling the hairstyle that had been propped up solely by his good looks. In truth, while the abundant volume made it appear a bit cumbersome, it was not without its merits. Yet, perfection, as they say, often comes with its challenges. Soon, a completely transformed hairstyle emerged in the mirror. After another wash and blow dry, his sharp eyebrows and captivating eyes were fully revealed. The dense brows paired with his star-like peach blossom eyes exuding a charming allure tinged with a hint of mischief, all while radiating an undeniable warmth. With the sides and back trimmed, his striking facial structure became unmistakable, showcasing his perfectly chiseled features. Hongjia was left utterly mesmerized, almost reaching out to caress his face, only to be evaded by Chen Qingci, who seemed lost in self-admiration. Oh my, you look stunning. I could easily fall for you. I'll probably dream of you tonight. Thankfully, I'm divorced and living alone. Otherwise, calling out your name might lead to some trouble. Hongjia laughed, her eyes keenly observing his reaction. Yet, Chen Qingci remained unmoved, his focus solely on his reflection, oblivious to her insinuations. Noticing his disinterest, Hongjia continued tidying up the stray hairs that had fallen onto his shoulders. I don't have that much money right now, can I owe you? Oh, and if you run off, how will we find you? Enough with the nonsense, pay up, or I'll call the police. I truly don't have that kind of money. What are you doing getting a haircut then? As he exited the exclusive reception area, the cacophony of voices from outside reached Chen Qingci's ears. Lifting his gaze, he spotted a petite girl at the bar counter, clad in an outfit that was either a dress or an oversized t-shirt, confronting a middle-aged female employee with a defiant stance. The girl had cascading golden hair that flowed down to her waist, appearing luxuriously smooth, possibly due to recent treatments or dyeing. Upon hearing the employee's remarks, the girl, who had previously been pleading, suddenly adopted a defiant posture, hands on her hips. What do you mean I can't afford to get my hair done? I only wanted to dye it. You told me about the potential damage to my hair, but I didn't fully grasp it before you used all those products on me. I didn't even say I wanted to use them. The middle-aged employee slammed her hand on the counter. I informed you about every product I used. No excuses. Just wait. I'll call the police right now. The girl remained unperturbed, her brows knitting together in indignation. Go ahead, call. I'm curious to see what the police will say. Chen Qingci found this unfolding drama rather familiar. He understood the barbershop's tactics well, where casual chatter often escalated the bill from a simple wash and cut to an exorbitant sum. He glanced at Hongjia, who swiftly approached, her demeanor shifting from flirtatious to serious as she questioned the middle-aged employee. What is going on? Didn't I tell you we don't operate like other shops? Whether this was an act to maintain a valuable client or the truth behind the situation was unclear. However, Chen Qingci was in no rush. Wasn't this real-life drama far more captivating than any soap opera? After settling his bill at the front desk, he found a seat nearby, intrigued by the unfolding scene. He casually pulled out a specially made 1916 Zippo lighter, adorned with gold and diamonds, producing a soft click before igniting a plume of smoke. After a lengthy reprimand from Hongjia, the young girl was only required to pay for her dye job, receiving a discount in the process. I apologize for my staff's behavior, and I hope I didn't embarrass you, dear brother. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Well then, goodbye. I want to see you out, Hongjia said with a smile as Chen Qingci prepared to leave. As he exited and climbed into his car, he pressed the ignition button, and the V8 engine roared to life. Suddenly, he heard a knocking sound on the window. Turning his head, he saw the golden-haired girl leaning against the passenger window, shielding her eyes from the sun as she peered inside. Chen Qingci lowered the window halfway and asked, "Can I help you?" She gazed at him with large, curious eyes, reminiscent of a cat peeking in. Can I come in? It's too hot outside. Though autumn was just around the corner, the heat lingered. She seemed to evade his question, merely wanting to get inside. He nodded, intrigued to see what she would say once she managed to get in. But after several attempts to open the door herself, it was Chen Qingci who leaned over to unlock it for her. The car's handle was different from ordinary vehicles. It required pressing a mechanical lock with the thumb rather than simply pulling the door open. Once seated in the passenger seat, she looked at Chen Qingci, extended her hand, then quickly retracted it. After wiping her palm on her clothes, she extended her hand once more. Hello, I'm Su Li. Thank you for helping me. Chen Qingci regarded her with interest. Oh, how did I help you? You must be one of their VIPs, right? Su Li's voice carried a naturally charming tone, unmistakably unfeigned, with a hint of accent reminiscent of the Yunnan-Guizhou Sichuan region, which was quite pleasing to the ear. Because you are here, the proprietress will reprimand the employee who deceived me into using so many products. If you were to leave, they would undoubtedly turn around and demand that I pay them an exorbitant amount. But since you remain, the proprietress has no choice but to continue the charade to avoid offending you, our esteemed client, thereby risking losing a fortune for a mere sesame seed. You could have walked away, yet you chose to linger, lighting a cigarette and observing. This is indeed a form of assistance. As she spoke, she animatedly counted on her fingers. Had it not been for you, I would have needed to fork out 3,000 yuan. Instead, I only paid for the hair dye, and they even offered a discount. Essentially, I got to use those nourishing creams for free. All this back and forth saves me quite a sum, so I must express my gratitude. I shall treat you to dinner tonight. Observing her articulate enumeration of events, Chen Qingci couldn't help but smile slightly. Since you've saved so much money, what do you plan to treat me with? Su Li pondered for a moment. Is something under 200 yuan acceptable? I only have 300 left and must reserve 100 for living expenses. Just 300 yuan. You intend to thank yourself by treating yourself to dinner? Chen Qingci remarked. That is indeed quite a generous offer. Su Li giggled, adjusting herself in her seat. Let us go. I just arrived in the bustling metropolis this morning and am unfamiliar with the area. Please choose a place. She seemed slightly embarrassed. I'm treating you to dinner and still need to hitch a ride in your car. Just arrived in the metropolis? Chen Qingci shifted gears and reversed out of the parking spot, turning onto the main road, glancing at her. Are you here for school? How long will that 100 yuan last you? Su Li shook her head. I'm not here for school. I'm here to work. Chen Qingci surveyed her once more. How old are you to be working already? Su Li tilted her head. I just turned 18 yesterday. Hard to believe, I assent it. I've always looked younger than my peers and never quite caught up. 18? A term flashed through Chen Qingci's mind. Innocent young girl. So, that 100 yuan for living expenses is hardly sufficient? Not at all. I'm here to join 2 childhood friends who are working as waitresses. They earn a base salary of 10,000 yuan a month, with meals and accommodation provided, so I'm not worried. Whatever I have left for living expenses is trivial. I want to starve. Su Li waved her hands dismissively. Waitress? A base salary of 10,000? Chen Qingci frowned slightly, finding it somewhat absurd, though it wasn't entirely impossible in upscale restaurants. At that moment, Su Li leaned a bit closer, cautiously posing a question. I hope this isn't too rude, but I must ask, are people in the metropolis really that affluent? I see so many online selling overpriced items to locals, and a waitress here earns a base salary of 10,000. Chen Qingci chuckled softly. I'm not a local. I'm here for university. University? Su Li nodded, but then returned to her seat, no longer continuing the conversation. Chapter 12. Truly beautiful. The panda-colored G63 was equally eye-catching, boasting a sound system that amplified the roar of the engine and exhaust, even without activating the S mode. It resonated like a deep abyssal growl, drawing involuntary glances. Before long, the vehicle came to a stop in front of a Sichuan restaurant. Upon realizing it was a Sichuan establishment, Su Li's eyes widened with surprise. Are we having Sichuan cuisine? You should be accustomed to it. I quite enjoy spicy food, so let us indulge in Sichuan fare, Chen Qingci said, parking and turning off the engine. Su Li sprang up from her seat, perplexed. How did you know I could handle it? Is my accent that heavy? Not really. I took a guess, Chen Qingci replied, unbuckling his seatbelt and opening the door. Let us go. Guess? How could you deduce that without hearing my accent? Su Li mumbled, pouting slightly as she quickly unfastened her seatbelt and followed him out. As they entered the restaurant, it was just past 5 o'clock, with few patrons as they had only recently opened for dinner. Chen Qingci pushed the menu towards her, saying, You order. Absolutely not. Su Li immediately declined, her brows furrowing in a way reminiscent of a character from a comic, exclaiming, Since this is my treat to thank you, it's only fitting that you choose the dishes. Fair enough. Chen Qingci accepted the menu back and flipped it open. Ordering a few dishes wasn't something he would quibble over. Su Li, however, didn't order anything. Chen Qingci proceeded to order kung pao chicken, spicy chicken, boiled pork slices, and stir-fried water spinach, along with 2 bowls of rice. As he placed his order, Suli sat across from him, her fingers counting the prices. Noticing that Chen Qingci's order was under 200 yuan, she quickly added 2 bottles of the most expensive drinks, each costing 10 yuan, bringing the total to exactly 200 yuan, which brought a look of satisfaction to her face. Chen Qingci caught this moment, raising an eyebrow slightly. After spending this time together, he realized that while she was petite, she certainly had her own character. With few customers, the dishes arrived swiftly. The first to be served was a vegetable dish, followed by the kung pao chicken. After taking a couple of bites of rice, he found it quite delicious and indeed appetizing. Suddenly, Chen Qingci noticed Su Li's peculiar reaction. She was meticulously chewing, savoring each bite. Is the dish not authentic? He inquired. Su Li shook her head repeatedly, smiling. It's very authentic. It's just that I haven't eaten out in so long. Tasting such delectable dishes makes me reluctant to swallow. I feel a bit embarrassed. So please don't mind. Having not dined out in a long time, Chen Qingci sensed there were many conflicting aspects about Su Li. Her financial situation appeared dire. Yet why, then, had she chosen to work and spend so much on dyeing her hair? Noticing Chen Qingci's gaze linger on her hair, Su Li tucked it behind her ear and shrugged her shoulders. Since childhood, I've always been the obedient, studious girl, while my classmates and childhood friends dropped out, indulging in smoking, drinking, and dyeing their hair, embracing a lifestyle of rebellion without a care for the future, living only for the moment. Meanwhile, I remained dedicated to my studies, striving for a better future. Eventually, I realized that being the obedient girl led to no future. Given that, why not choose a way of living that brings me joy? So, before starting work, I decided to dye my hair, to experience what it feels like and to bid farewell to my past self. Chen Qingci chose not to comment. Her rebellious sentiments, along with her previous words and demeanor, hinted at a convoluted story, one he did not fully comprehend and chose not to probe further. Chen Qingci had a hearty appetite. He devoured 2/3 of the 4 dishes, leaving only a small portion behind since Su Li, seated across from him, could barely finish 2/3 herself. Initially, Chen Qingci thought that eating until he was about 80% full would suffice, yet adhering to the principle of not wasting food, he swiftly polished off the remaining dishes. After their meal, he inquired if she needed a ride home, to which she replied that she could simply take a taxi. Chen Qingci did not insist, nodding as he prepared to leave, but just as he was about to get into the car, Su Li suddenly called out, "Hey!" Turning around, he saw her jogging towards him, breathlessly exclaiming, I still don't know your name. I'm Chen Qingci. Is it the Chen Qingci known for the phrase each word is as exquisite as flowers on silk? Yes, I know now, goodbye." As she turned to leave, Chen Qingci felt a sudden impulse and called out to her, "Wait a moment." Su Li, with her golden locks swaying, turned back. "Huh?" Chen Qingci asked. "Shall we add each other on WeChat?" She immediately pivoted and hurried to him, brandishing her honor phone worth over 1,000. Scanning his WeChat code and successfully adding him as a friend. After glancing at her screen, she looked up at Chen Qingci, her face breaking into a radiant smile that revealed a set of neat, white teeth. She waved her hand, concealing her phone behind her back, and skipped away. Just a few steps later, she paused, cupping her hands around her mouth, and called out, "I didn't get to say earlier, but you're really good looking." Chapter 13. Tong Yin watching her retreating figure, Chen Qingci's lips quirked into a subtle smile. He closed the door, got into his car, and sped back to the estate. After a refreshing shower, he changed into his pajamas. Standing before the mirror, he admired his transformed appearance with a new hairstyle, a sight that never failed to evoke his self-appreciation. The night had only just begun to fall. It felt a tad too early to sleep. Seated in a lounge chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, he flicked the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray. The vast home was enveloped in tranquility, and he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness within its walls. What could possibly be lacking? Everything one could desire was at hand. How could there be emptiness? Clearly. Snuffing out the cigarette, Chen Qingci rose and headed to the cloakroom, donning a stylish, trendy outfit from the latest LV collection. Instead of his usual Patek Philippe, he opted for a Paul Newman Daytona Rolex from the cabinet, adorning his wrist. He then slipped on a pair of unremarkable black and white J1s and made his way to the garage, retrieving the key to his Lamborghini. With a press of the unlock button, the azure Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, resembling a fighter jet, blinked its lights in response. The scissor doors swung open, and as he settled into the driver's seat and pressed the ignition button, the roar of the V12 engine sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. The garage door opened, and the striking blue Lamborghini SVJ roared onto the street. The sound of its exhaust and engine a symphony to the ears, almost melancholic in its beauty. One-handedly steering the Lamborghini, Chen Qingci tapped his fingers lightly on the carbon fiber, producing a crisp sound. As the saying goes, yearning to buy osmanthus flowers while carrying wine is never like the youthful adventures. In the memories of his past life, he often passed by the entrance of the Shadow Realm due to work, dreaming of the day he would own a luxury car and drive there to experience the sensation for himself. When fortune finally smiled upon him, acquiring a Mercedes or BMW was no longer a distant dream. Yet, after years of toil and having outgrown the recklessness of youth, he found such aspirations had faded away. Now, possessing an extraordinary fortune at just 18 and 6 months, along with a physique and appearance akin to a seductive demon, he had the osmanthus wine he once longed for firmly in hand, while still retaining the spirit of youth. How could this not be the most joyous of circumstances in the world? With this thought, Chen Qingci gazed ahead. At this moment, seated in his multi-million-dollar Lamborghini SVJ, he looked through the windshield at the world beyond, where everything appeared transformed. This opulent metropolis was no longer a place where he felt like a mere transient, devoid of a sense of belonging. Roaring down the street, the school entrance was bustling even during the summer break, with students milling about. Chen Qingci parked his car squarely in front, lighting a fragrant special 1916 cigarette. Lowering the window, he extended his hand with the cigarette, watching the throngs of students through the swirling smoke. 8th grade girls were undeniably captivating, and those with their hair styled into buns stood out with remarkable grace. The azure Lamborghini was undoubtedly a dazzling presence. Seated inside, the passing gazes inevitably swept towards the windshield, with some even taking a detour to circle the car, leaving a trail of sweet perfume in their wake. It was no wonder so many luxury cars congregated here, not to mention the possibility of meeting someone special. The mere sensation of being the center of attention was delightful. Of course, it might also be due to the allure of his vehicle. Moments ago, a Mercedes E-Class had been parked beside him, and as he stopped, it drove away. With the car filled with melodious music, Chen Qingci flicked the cigarette butt, landing it perfectly into a nearby trash bin, surprising even himself with his accuracy. Meanwhile, 2 tall girls with buns witnessed the scene, their jaws dropping in astonishment. He made it in? What should we do? Should we go over? How could we approach now? Initially, they had planned to pick up any cigarette, but he discarded, thinking it would be a refreshing way to catch the attention of a wealthy guy. They had even excitedly discussed this approach. What a unique method to attract his notice. Yet, how could they have anticipated him flicking the butt from nearly 10 meters away so effortlessly? Dumbfounded, their plan fell apart, leaving them bewildered yet unwilling to give up. They began to brainstorm other strategies. They had just taken a detour to peer inside the car when they spotted the young man, who was strikingly handsome. He was not only good-looking, but also wealthy and young. They knew if they didn't make a move, they would regret it for a lifetime. Unbeknownst to them, they were not the only ones trying to attract the attention of the high-status young man. While many were discreetly observing, a tall girl in a flowing white dress approached the driver's window. The 2 girls were oblivious to their conversation, but when the girl smiled brightly, the driver's door swung open, revealing a man even more handsome than they had imagined. Remarkably good-looking, fit, tall, and strong. He stepped out of the car, and the girls circled around to the passenger side, where he opened the scissor door for the girl, who adjusted her dress before gracefully sitting inside. As the Lamborghini roared away, many at the school entrance exchanged glances. That guy was incredibly handsome. Is he from our school? He is good enough to debut right here. Surely not. If he were, we would have heard about him. Who could possibly miss someone that stunning driving a Lamborghini? Damn it. Had I known that this wealthy gentleman was so striking, and that a simple approach would suffice, I would have seized the opportunity long ago. However, it was clearly not feasible to just strike up a conversation. Did you not see that 2 girls were turned down moments ago? But how did that woman manage to get into the car? What did they say? That girl seems to be Sister Tong Yen from the dance department. Damn. I was wondering who it was. Tong Yen, that insufferable girl, always pretends to have no interest in men, yet the moment she encounters someone appealing, she pounces quicker than anyone. I am flabbergasted. Isn't Sister Tong Yen a complete stranger to gossip for the past 2 years of university? What is going on? Perhaps they are merely acquaintances who have known each other for some time. She might have come over just to wait for Sister Tong Yen. You make a valid point. But when you mention acquaintances, I cannot bring myself to believe it. Woo-woo. Why are you crying? Is it forbidden to shed tears over a broken heart? You've never even had one. Where does this heartache come from? Damn it. Are you here to console me, or to rub salt in the wound? Inside the car, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to when Chen Qingci was alone moments ago. An indescribable, tranquil melody filled the air, mingling with the lingering scent of tobacco. In the passenger seat, the dual-lap safety belt accentuated the graceful contours of the girl's figure. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair and delicate, and beneath her makeup, her visage appeared even more pristine and flawless. As she approached the car window, her gaze met Chen Qingci's, and she simply stated, Could you treat me to a meal? If not, may I treat you instead? It was remarkably straightforward, yet Chen Qingci found it rather amusing. Certainly. Her beauty played a significant role in his intrigue. As the car departed from the school gate, the girl, who might have been the object of affection for countless individuals within the institution, extended a slender, fair hand towards Chen Qingci. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tong Yen, with the characters for Winter and Beauty. I am a third-year student in the Performance Arts Department. Chapter 14, Why Not Date? Chen Qingci, with one hand gripping the Lamborghini-S steering wheel in an oddly angled posture, reciprocated her delicate handshake. Chen Qingci, a freshman at Fuda University this year. Her introduction followed a specific format, prompting Chen Qingci to do the same. Tong Yen appeared momentarily taken aback, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on him before breaking into a smile. A top student from Fuda University? Impressive. What shall we eat? Having just dined a few hours prior, Chen Qingci's gaze wandered, settling on a towering edifice in the distance, the Hanyun Building, formerly known as the Qinglan Hanyun Building. Ah, that establishment. He had lost a bet to the female protagonist, and her company would be situated there until the conclusion of the story. While reading the novel, it hadn't struck him as significant, but seeing the reality now was quite extraordinary. This skyscraper, valued at no less than 10 billion, could not be lost as quickly at the casinos in Ouching. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem so shocking after all. He was already a willing admirer. Could anything be more absurd than that? On the 33rd floor of this grand building resided a Michelin-starred restaurant. Chen Qingci was uncertain of its rating, but was aware of its existence. Given the car's low chassis, it was inconvenient to access the parking garage, so he parked directly at the security booth, tossing the keys to the guard. As Tong Yen trailed behind him into the building, she frequently glanced back, puzzled as to why he had casually handed the keys to the guard. Yet she remained silent until they entered the elevator. The elevator's mirror reflected their figures, and sensing Chen Qingci's gaze upon her, Tong Yen tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. However, out of his sight, she anxiously clutched the hem of her clothing. When the elevator doors opened, Chen Qingci stepped out, and she took several deep breaths. Upon exiting the elevator, she discovered an exceptionally upscale Western restaurant. As she surveyed her surroundings, a blonde woman in a suit approached them. "Young Master Chen, welcome." She bowed, and her name tag read manager. After greeting them in a slightly accented Mandarin, she respectfully led them to an opulent private room. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows were breathtakingly clear, allowing them to gaze out at their university from afar. "Would you like to order anything?" After they were seated, Chen Qingci handed the menu to Tong Yen. With a smile, she replied, "You can order. I've never been here, so I'm open to anything." "All right." Chen Qingci took the menu back and began placing orders. The menu was in Chinese, English, and French, and he was able to comprehend all of it. The sensation of effortlessly mastering several languages was rather gratifying. However, he found the act of ordering somewhat reminiscent of a prior encounter. Unexplainably, he recalled the earlier encounter with Su Li, and a fleeting doubt crossed his mind. Could it be that he actually had a penchant for younger girls? Yet, upon glancing at Tong Yen seated across from him, he quickly dismissed that notion. He was not attracted to younger girls. Rather, he simply had an appreciation for beauty. At first glance, the girl from earlier could not compare to the kind of ethereal beauty that Tong Yen embodied, but she wasn't unattractive either. Besides, her exceptional grace was indeed captivating. It was akin to admiring different landscapes. Each bore its own unique beauty. As Chen Qingci continued to order, he noticed Tong Yen quietly calculating the prices. He ordered several dishes she had never heard of, and upon mentally tallying the costs, she realized they had exceeded 5,000 yuan. Her part-time job only earned her 2,000 a month. This meal would consume 3 months of her wages. Who was treating whom? This question had yet to be clarified, yet Tong Yen refrained from asking. She had saved over 6,000 and could afford the meal. Once Chen Qingci returned the menu to the blonde woman, she bowed and exited, leaving only the two of them in the private room. Gazing at the pure and radiant goddess that was Tong Yen, he gently inquired, "Why are you still at school during the summer vacation? Surely you don't have classes?" Tong Yen shook her head, responding, "I'm working in Shanghai." Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow, surprised by her answer. Tong Yen chuckled softly. "Are you taken aback? You didn't expect someone like me to work for a living?" Chen Qingci nodded honestly. "I once believed that as long as one worked hard, there was no need to rely on anyone else. But as I gradually entered society, I realized that this is not the case." Tong Yen pursed her lips. "I didn't return home for the summer because I was vying for a role in a film. I thought I could contend for it, especially since I've been the top student in my department for 3 consecutive years. But I was rather naive. No matter how good my grades are, I cannot compete with those willing to sell their bodies or souls, nor can I contend with capital." She glanced at Chen Qingci, noting his earnest attention while she spoke. Biting her lips slightly, she continued, Since childhood, I have been gifted in singing and dancing, and with my striking appearance, I pursued an artistic education, ultimately gaining admission here. Throughout my studies, I have immersed myself in music, dance, acting, and all forms of physical expression, tirelessly striving. Yet this is the outcome. I regret ever choosing the arts. I know there will be opportunities ahead, but what if the next outcome is even worse? Chen Qingci nodded slightly. In this day and age, it was somewhat better. Yet one could not escape the adage that beauty alone could lead to a dead end, especially for someone like Tong Yin. Tong Yin fell silent for a moment. Her beautiful eyes locking onto Chen Qingci's gaze as she softly spoke. I was at a loss for what to do, but upon seeing you just now, I suddenly found a sense of direction for my future. Seeing oneself with a sense of direction? Chen Qingci looked at her in confusion. What does that mean? Why does it feel as if she is about to propose right here? A faint blush crept on a Tong Yin's exquisitely made-up face. Her large phoenix eyes meeting Chen Qingci's, momentarily wanting to look away, but then forcing herself to hold steady. She bit her lip and asked, "Do you think I'm beautiful?" "Beautiful," Chen Qingci replied candidly with a nod. "Then, could I ask you to support me?" Tong Yin continued, her expression earnest as she gazed into his eyes. "I've never had a boyfriend my entire life." Upon hearing such a forthright declaration from her, Chen Qingci furrowed his brows in surprise. Just then, a knock resonated at the door of the private room, and a middle-aged man, also a fair-haired Caucasian, wearing a chef's hat and uniform, entered pushing a cart laden with dishes. He placed a dish on the table and began to explain in broken Chinese that this dish was his signature creation, designed to let the sauce fully blend by cracking open the shell. After tasting a bite, Chen Qingci thought to himself that it did not compare favorably to the Sichuan restaurant they had just visited. While the texture was pleasant and the initial flavor intriguing, he still preferred Chinese cuisine overall. The lavish meal, costing 5,000 yuan, was more about the ambience and service than the food itself. After the chef departed, two young foreign waitresses flanked Chen Qingci and Tong Yin, almost feeding them directly. After requesting the waitresses to assist in cutting the steak, Chen Qingci spoke in English, letting them know they could leave. With the door closed behind them, only Tong Yin and Chen Qingci remained in the room. Tong Yin retrieved a white iPhone 14 Pro from a plain, unbranded bag and asked, "May I take a few pictures?" Chen Qingci nodded, "Of course. Thank you," she replied, and began snapping photos. She had already prepared herself to pay for the meal, and, while she felt a twinge of regret, she had no regrets about it. Having spent the money, she wanted to capture some memories, regardless of whether she would post them on social media. She turned the camera to take a selfie, but struggled to find the right angle. At that moment, Chen Qingci offered, "Let me help you with that." Tong Yin raised her eyes to him and handed over the phone. Chen Qingci stood up, found a suitable angle, and said, "Don't look at me." Turned slightly towards the window. Click. The photo was taken, capturing a moment that could easily serve as wallpaper. As Tong Yin looked at the picture, her previously heavy heart felt much lighter. She raised her gaze to Chen Qingci, her tone brightening as she asked tentatively, "Could we take a photo together? If not, that is perfectly fine. Where should we take it?" "Right here by the window." They moved to the large window, and Tong Yin activated the selfie mode on her phone, raising it high. However, no angle seemed quite right, and it felt as if they were distant strangers in the frame, which mirrored their reality. Tong Yin considered giving up. But just then, a strong arm wrapped around her slender waist, accentuated by her white dress. She turned in surprise to find the charming young man beside her, whose proximity left her slightly dizzy, smiling brightly. "Weren't you the one who wanted me to support you? A little embrace shouldn't be a problem, right?" Tong Yin was taken aback, biting her lip as she lowered her gaze shyly before looking back at the camera, her cheeks flushed yet her smile radiant. After finishing the photos, they resumed their meal, and Chen Qingci asked, "Why did you say that upon seeing me, you found direction in life?" Tong Yin lowered her voice. "As I mentioned earlier, I lack resources. Continuing down this path would be equally arduous, and I don't know how many times I'll have to sell my soul for opportunities. The only outcome of not yielding is to be buried deep in the ground. Recently, I've felt particularly lost about my future, but upon seeing you, I suddenly had an idea." She looked earnestly at Chen Qingci. "Rather than continue on this path and end up in a quagmire, it would be better to choose to sell myself to someone. I could gain what I desire without the exhausting struggle. Of course, this idea hinges on you. When the thought first crossed my mind, I worried you might refuse, especially since you are the most handsome man I've ever met, without exception. Yet, I felt I had to at least try. If you agree, we could be together, and I wouldn't lose out at all. You'd still be giving me money to spend. What a wonderful arrangement." Chen Qingci, scooping a spoonful of caviar onto his steak, looked puzzled. "Then why not simply date me instead of asking for my support? How could I possibly be worthy of dating?" Tong Yin chuckled softly. "I'm just someone who has studied singing, dancing, and acting. I haven't received much education, and my English is merely passable. To put it plainly, I'm just a performer, and not even one who has acted much. The differences in background and understanding, the stark contrasts in education and thinking, all create barriers and chasms. You are a kind person, and perhaps you could tolerate me, but dating isn't just about two individuals. There are countless complications ahead. I'm merely a pretty face, knowing nothing, unable to help in any meaningful way. How could I ever be a worthy partner? The inevitable outcome would be a futile endeavor. It's better to simplify matters from the outset. Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling a twinge of admiration for this girl. Wiping his mouth with a silk napkin, he inquired, "So, what do you desire?" "I want." Tong Yin pondered for a moment. "An apartment, a car of similar value, and enough money to live comfortably in this city without having to do anything." "Yes, that's all. I will be absolutely loyal to you, without any contact with other men. Whenever you feel I've aged and become unappealing, just tell me. And I won't trouble you again. I promise I won't cling to you." "Why an apartment?" Chen Qingci had expected her to mention a yearly amount, thinking that given her looks, a salary of 1 to 1.8 million a year would be easily achievable. Yet, her terms seemed surprisingly modest. The housing prices in Shanghai are high, yet even in the most expensive Lujiazui area, a modest apartment would only cost around 2 million yuan. Other areas start at just over 1 million. When combined with the car and the living expenses she mentioned, it still seemed like a considerable sum. But Tong Yin had not specified any time frame. The duration would be up to her. An apartment is affordable. If I live alone, it's enough to provide shelter from the wind and rain. You can come over occasionally, and we can live together comfortably, Tong Yin joked. Besides, didn't I just say that this isn't a disadvantage for me? What more could I ask for? Chen Qingci found himself appreciating her clarity of thought even more. Finishing the last piece of steak, he smiled and asked, "Are you full?" Tong Yin nodded. "I'm full." "Then let us go." Chen Qingci stood up. Suddenly, Tong Yin exclaimed, "Wait a moment." She wielded her fork with the fervor of a tempest, devouring every remnant on her plate with unrestrained enthusiasm. After dabbing her lips with a napkin, she lifted her gaze toward Chen Qingci, smoothing her hair back, still embodying that goddess-like elegance. With a smile, she remarked, "Such expensive dishes should certainly not go to waste." Chapter 15. As my woman, you deserve more than this mediocrity. Upon exiting the private room, Tong Yin had already grasped her somewhat worn-out bank card in hand, determined to pay for their meal, a notion to which Chen Qingci acquiesced. To her astonishment, the blonde woman who had attended to them swiftly led the way toward the elevator upon seeing them emerge, and once inside, she bowed deeply at the door, showing no inclination whatsoever for Chen Qingci to settle the bill. As they stepped out of the building, a figure emerged from the security booth, not a guard, but a middle-aged man clad in a sharp suit. At that moment, the car had been parked in a no-parking zone, the stone barriers having been pushed aside. The man approached with brisk strides, extending the keys to Chen Qingci with a solemn expression, proclaiming, "Young Master Chen, your keys. I am Lu Tao, responsible for the building's exterior." Chen Qingci accepted the keys, nodding with a smile. "Thank you, Manager Lu. You went out of your way for this." "No trouble at all. It is my duty. Do you enjoy this restaurant? If so, I can reserve a dedicated parking space for you." Lu Tao gestured toward the parking area. Chen Qingci waved his suggestion away. "No need for such trouble. I will reach out to you if I require it next time." "Take care, young master." Lu Tao waved, his gaze following the Lamborghini until it vanished from sight. "Manager, who was that?" the security guard inquired, bewildered. "Just the young master," Lu Tao replied, patting the man's shoulder. "Fortunately, you were astute enough to notify me. Otherwise, we would both be in trouble. Go buy a pack of cigarettes from that supermarket and put it on my tab." In the passenger seat of the receding Lamborghini, Tong Yan's beautiful eyes were fixed upon Chen Qingci, astonished by the revelation that the man who had just identified himself as a manager of the building had personally come down to attend to Chen Qingci's vehicle. How formidable must he be to warrant such treatment? Moreover, they had just dined without the need to settle the bill, and not a word was uttered about it. Yet, she refrained from inquiring further. She was oblivious to the price of the Lamborghini, aware only that it was a Lamborghini, which would undoubtedly cost at least 3 to 4 million. She could scarcely fathom that its worth approached 10 million. She understood deeply that she need not pry into Chen Qingci's affairs, no matter her curiosity. If she was to play the role of a canary in a gilded cage, she must embrace the responsibilities that came with it. As the vibrant nightscape whizzed by outside, Tong Yin felt her heartbeat quickening, her palms moistening with a fine sheen of sweat as she clutched her skirt. However, contrary to her expectations, Chen Qingci did not steer the car toward a hotel, but instead made a turn into the Hongwan Plaza area. The car came to a halt by the roadside, and Chen Qingci unbuckled his seatbelt, declaring, "Let us go for a stroll." Tong Yin nodded, releasing her own seatbelt, and at that moment, Chen Qingci had already exited the vehicle, coming around to open the door for her and extending his hand. With a shy smile, she placed her hand in his, allowing him to assist her out of the car. The entrance and exit of this vehicle were indeed cumbersome, particularly while wearing a dress, where a moment's carelessness could lead to an embarrassing reveal. At the Hanyun building, there were hardly any passers-by, but now at the plaza entrance, the Lamborghini had already drawn numerous gazes the moment it halted. As they disembarked, the handsome man and beautiful woman paired with a luxury car. The combination captivated onlookers, and Tong Yin felt a fleeting discomfort. The boldness she had summoned at the school gate was now replaced by a more self-conscious demeanor. Yet, after a few steps, she straightened her posture, lifting her long neck with poise. Being an art student, she was accustomed to being the center of attention, whether in performance, singing, or dancing. So she adapted quickly. After escorting Tong Yin out of the car, Chen Qingci did not relinquish her hand, making it hard to imagine that such slender, beautiful fingers could bear even the slightest callus. Upon entering the brightly lit mall, they were greeted by high-end boutiques on either side, LV and Chanel. This mall was conveniently close to the school, and Tong Yin often frequented it. However, she only ventured into such luxury brand stores when accompanied by friends or roommates. When alone, she would scarcely glance at them, not out of disinterest, on the contrary. She adored them, but she recognized her current circumstances and channeled all her aspirations into motivation for hard work. Otherwise, the loss of that opportunity would have left her desolate. That loss was not merely an opportunity. It was a devastating blow to her efforts and the drive that sustained her. Chen Qingci glanced around before veering left into the LV boutique. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. I am your dedicated service consultant." A female employee greeted them as they entered. The notion of disdainful sales associates, as depicted in novels, was not entirely fictional. Yet those who worked in such establishments were astute individuals. How could they fail to notice the extraordinary aura that surrounded Chen Qingci? Moreover, clad in the latest LV menswear and adorned with a Rolex watch, even if they could not identify the specific model, they would recognize its prestige. "I'll browse on my own for now." "Of course, sir." Chen Qingci moved towards the bag section. At a glance, the assortment of bags, regardless of gender, appeared somewhat commonplace. Considering his own custom lighter, he felt that anything he could find on the street would seem rather pedestrian. Soon, he noticed a women's backpack. The price tag bore a gilded plaque inscribed with 199, indicating a global limited edition of only 99 pieces. As he prepared to call over a sales associate to retrieve the bag for a closer look, he realized that Tong Yin had not followed him inside and was still standing at the entrance, just as he was about to summon her. A voice rang out ahead. "Tong Yin?" Turning around, Tong Yin saw a woman in a short dress and high heels striding toward her, the hem swaying perilously close to revealing too much. Upon recognizing her, Tong Yin immediately averted her gaze, adopting a demeanor that clearly indicated her disinterest. Nevertheless, the woman approached, her Gucci bag draped prominently across her arm, as if to declare, "Tong Yin, I never expected to see you here. Are you here to buy LV? Have you not secured a role and resorted to seeking out wealthy patrons as lovers? I thought you held yourself in higher regard." Tong Yin clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly piercing her skin, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Although Chen Qingci was not a wealthy glutton, she was indeed in a relationship of that nature. Just then, she felt someone take her hand. Turning abruptly, she saw Chen Qingci had emerged from the store, standing beside her. "What are you doing? Why not go inside? Try this bag. It's said to be a global limit of 99 pieces, and there's only one in the country. I believe it would suit you perfectly." As she spoke, Chen Qingci hung her bag on her arm and scanned the surroundings. Quite appealing indeed. She would pick out a few more clothing items and accessories that could complement it. "Is that your friend? A fool. Ignore her." Tong Yin smiled brightly, then turned to the woman and added, "Whatever I do, it's far better than someone sleeping with an old man for a role. Darling, let us go." She tightly linked her arm with Chen Qingci's and headed into the counter, not sparing the woman another glance. The woman lingered at the entrance for quite some time, her expression gradually twisting into a scowl, her high heels stomping down hard. "What are you pretending to be? Limited edition LV? You can't afford it." She was convinced that the two had come merely to gawk and satisfy their vanity, as she often did herself. Buying limited editions? Surely, no loan could cover such expenses. At that moment, she was furious, her anger rising like a storm. Not because of Tong Yan's words. Indeed, the thought of sleeping with an old man was revolting. But acquiring what one desires, what did that truly matter? Everyone bows to someone, doesn't he? Moreover, she not only secured a role, but also received a bag. What truly choked her with rage was why Tong Yin had the audacity to find such a handsome man. Why on earth? "Sir, you have exquisite taste. The main style embodies the elegance of a goddess. Your girlfriend looks absolutely perfect with this bag." Inside the boutique, Tong Yin gazed intently at her reflection in the mirror, adorned with the limited edition bag, listening to the sales assistant's unusually enthusiastic explanation. She pressed her lips together and handed the bag back. Let us take a look at some other options first. Of course, ma'am. The sales assistant accepted the bag with a smile and a nod. Tong Yin pulled Chen Qingci aside, feigning interest in other styles while secretly plotting their escape. Not to your liking? Chen Qingci inquired. Noticing that the sales assistant hadn't followed, she shook her head and whispered, I like it very much. But it's enough to provoke someone. Spending so much on a bag is unnecessary, and it doesn't align with the conditions I mentioned. Chen Qingci shook his head with a smile. I brought you to the mall to buy things, not just to help you make a scene. As for the conditions, yours don't count. What I say matters. As my woman, you shouldn't have to settle for something so cheap. Upon finishing, a smirk involuntarily tugged at his lips. Did that sound a bit juvenile? Yet, he quickly realized that whether he was an overbearing CEO or just childish depended on the persona he projected. When it came from his lips, it was evidently the latter. And this bravado, indeed, had its uses. Looking at Tong Yin, her small mouth slightly agape, she stood frozen. Her large, captivating eyes fixed on Chen Qingci, her admiration palpable. After a long moment, she bit her lip. I'm a bit scared. Should we just forget it? Chen Qingci gazed at her. She met his eyes and softly confessed, I'm afraid I might fall in love with you. And then I won't be able to extricate myself. Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow. Are you really going to forget it? Tong Yin remained silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. That's a lie. I will definitely fall for you. I can assure you of that. I might end up in despair, but what will happen in the future is another matter. If I give up now, I'll spend the rest of my life regretting it. Chen Qingci wrapped his arm around her waist. Looking into her eyes, if I say I won't let you down, would you believe me? Without hesitation, Tong Yin nodded. I believe. Chen Qingci leaned closer to her ear and whispered, it's already too late for you to run now. And what if I end up loving you too? What if I come to adore you in all your glory? It may not lead to despair. It could very well be a lifetime of happiness. Tong Yin stiffened slightly in his embrace, unsure whether it was his warm breath against her ear or his words that made her feel this way. It could also have been his hand resting on her waist. She turned slightly to face him, realizing she didn't have to wait for the future. She was already beginning to love him. She cupped his face with her hands and quickly pecked his lips, then pretended nothing had happened. Though her lightly made-up face couldn't conceal the deep blush. Chen Qingci's smile broadened as he turned back to the sales assistant nearby. Wrap that bag up. The young female clerk was consumed with jealousy towards Tong Yin, but couldn't help but beam, knowing that her commission from this bag would be substantial. Certainly, sir. Thank you for choosing Louis Vuitton. We will ensure you receive the most exquisite luxury experience. Try on this dress. It will look stunning on you. I have plenty of clothes I can't wear. Really, there's no need to buy more. Chen Qingci's earlier remark about not needing to be so cheap struck a chord in Tong Yin, but she truly didn't want to spend too much of his money. Chen Qingci patted her waist. Didn't I just say? The bag is purchased, so we must select a few more outfits and accessories to match. Besides, buying clothes for you is also for my enjoyment. What are you refusing? Miss, please take her to try on this dress, and this one. And this one, find her the right sizes for all of them. Soon enough, Tong Yin emerged from the fitting room, clad in a white gown. The ensemble radiated an entirely different aura than before, amplifying her ethereal beauty. Chen Qingci had also chosen a pair of 3-centimeter heels for her, and around her neck. She wore a diamond necklace and a diamond bracelet. Chen Qingci stroked his chin, admiring Tong Yin. He suddenly understood why there were so many dress-up games in his childhood. Witnessing his selections perfectly complement Tong Yin filled him with immense satisfaction. Chapter 16, An Honor. Once everything was wrapped up, Chen Qingci produced a black card that Tong Yin had never seen before. The sales assistant accepted it with both hands, entered the password, and a receipt was printed. Tong Yin glanced at it. With just a simple swipe, over 600,000 had vanished. And all of that was for her. Sir, would you like assistance bringing this to your car? Yes. Chen Qingci nodded, and 2 sales clerks in uniforms followed, carrying the bags and drawing even more attention as they walked through the mall. The Lamborghini had limited space for storage, and as they pondered how to manage, Chen Qingci pulled out his phone and made a call. In less than half a minute, a Mercedes S appeared from seemingly nowhere, sent by those tasked with discreetly protecting and awaiting Chen Qingci's instructions. At the forefront was a woman in her 30s, dressed in business attire. Chen Qingci handed her the clothes to be dry cleaned and requested they be returned the following morning, leaving only the bag to fit in the car. The Lamborghini Aventador SVJ roared through the night, resembling a fully armed mechanical bat, adding an air of mystery to the urban landscape under the moonlit sky. The vehicle swiftly returned to the bustling heart of the metropolis, and as it came to a halt before the stately Soviet-style courtyard, Tong Yin initially assumed they were merely pausing for some undisclosed reason. However, with a press of an enigmatic button by Chen Qingci, a grand door slowly swung open. He maneuvered the car into the garage and, unfastening his seatbelt, announced, "We've arrived home. You may disembark." Tong Yin gasped, "Home? I thought this was a tourist attraction." Chen Qingci stepped out, closed the scissor doors, and approached the passenger's side, gently assisting Tong Yin as she exited. Indeed, many share that sentiment. It wouldn't be quite accurate to call this a home. It is merely a property here in the metropolis. I usually reside here after my arrival. Tong Yin was already astounded by the extravagant purchase that cost over 600,000, but her perception was once again shattered in that moment. The garage housed 4 to 5 vehicles. The models eluded her, yet she recognized their brands. The Lamborghini she had just ridden in, alongside a Ferrari, a 2-door Bentley, and the imposing Mercedes G-Class she was familiar with. As they stepped out of the garage, the opulence of the residence surpassed her wildest imagination. The interior was exquisite, and venturing into the yard revealed a picturesque scene complete with a quaint bridge, flowing water, and lush flora. No wonder others deemed this a tourist attraction. It was indeed a spectacle. "Do you like it here?" Chen Qingci inquired, extracting a cigarette from his pocket and placing it at the corner of his mouth. "Of course. I love it," Tong Yin replied, turning to him and nodding without hesitation. "Then shall we reside here from now on?" The allure of his proposition was undeniable. Yet Tong Yin shook her head in refusal. "No, thank you." Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow. Tong Yin took the lighter from his hand but struggled to operate it, pressing it several times before finally igniting a flame, lighting his cigarette. "Setting aside whether this is something I could ever desire, this is your abode. I'm not your girlfriend, merely your lover. Living here would undoubtedly cause you inconvenience. I can come whenever you wish in the future." As Chen Qingci watched her fumbling with the lighter, attempting to ignite his cigarette, he took a deep drag, lowered the cigarette from his lips, and exhaled a plume of smoke, nodding appreciatively. "I find myself rather fond of you. What a refreshingly clear-headed girl. In contrast, the one next door, who accepted everything and even complained about the stench of his wealth, had plunged into the depths of disdain." Tong Yin beamed a radiant smile, then stepped back, delicately lifting her skirt with both hands, her knees slightly bent, the elegant curve of her neck and defined jawline resembling a graceful swan. She executed a perfect stage bow, exclaiming, "It is an honor." Chen Qingci stepped closer, almost pressing against her. He had not spoken idly. He genuinely harbored affection for this girl, a profound admiration that intensified with each interaction. As Tong Yin tilted her head back, she instinctively opened her arms and embraced Chen Qingci's neck, rising onto her toes to kiss his lips. This time, unlike their brief encounter at the LV counter, she sought to bestow upon him a lengthy kiss, though her awkwardness betrayed her inexperience. Chen Qingci encircled her slender waist, swiftly taking the lead. Tong Yin found herself momentarily bewildered. In this age of advanced connectivity, had she not seen enough to know? Yet, engaging in the act itself was an entirely different experience. She felt as if her legs had been drained of all strength, and had it not been for Chen Qingci's embrace, she might have collapsed to the floor. "Let us retreat and rest," Chen Qingci whispered in her ear. She shivered slightly and nodded, "All right." Upon returning indoors, they ascended to the bedroom. Chen Qingci instructed Tong Yin to freshen up in the master bath, mentioning that there were toothbrushes in the drawer, and she could simply don his bathrobe after washing up. He then proceeded to the guest bathroom for his own shower. Initially, he had contemplated carrying her directly into the room, bypassing all the washing and tidying rituals. But he ultimately dismissed that notion. Tong Yin took a long shower, opting not to wash her hair, having done so that morning. As she donned Chen Qingci's bathrobe and reached for the doorknob to exit the bathroom, her heart raced. Taking a deep breath, she pulled the door open and stepped out. Upon exiting, she was momentarily taken aback. The expansive bedroom was illuminated only by 2 wall sconces, casting a soft glow. Next to the bed, 2 candles flickered, accompanied by a bottle of red wine and 2 elegant glasses, creating a striking tableau. Chen Qingci, clad in a pale yellow bathrobe, his hair slightly damp, appeared even more striking under the candlelight, his handsome features taking on a deeper allure. He glanced at her, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Are you done washing up?" "The house lacked candles, so I found these scented ones as a substitute." Tong Yin approached, captivated by the dancing flames, her delicate teeth nibbling her lower lip. "There's no need for such extravagance." "It's no bother," Chen Qingci replied, shaking his head. He poured the wine from the decanter into the glasses and handed one to Tong Yin. "This is a significant evening in your life. It deserves to be celebrated." Taking the glass, Tong Yin gazed at the crimson liquid for a moment before looking back at Chen Qingci. Tentatively, she extended her hand to hold the glass, and he seamlessly wrapped his arm around her, positioning them in a toast. Through the intertwining of their arms, Tong Yin gazed adoringly at Chen Qingci, her stunning almond-shaped eyes. Devoid of makeup, glistening with a hint of red, they simultaneously raised their glasses to their lips, the rich liquid cascading down their throats in a single gulp. Setting down the glasses, Tong Yin parted her lips, wishing to thank Chen Qingci, but refrained from speaking, fearing it might disrupt the ambience of the moment. She understood that this moment and the ones to follow required no words. Gently, she pushed Chen Qingci, prompting him to sit at the edge of the bed. She brushed back a loose strand of hair with her hand, securing her hair into a high ponytail with a hair tie on her wrist. Chapter 17, of course. One must supplement. As dawn broke, the sharp morning light pierced through the remnants of the twilight, banishing the last vestiges of night. The foam mountain in the courtyard cast a long shadow as the light crept toward the stream, while within the house, all remained still. Chen Qingci awoke. The unfamiliar sensation of awakening preceding his opened eyes, instinctively glancing beside him. The girl lay there, resembling a radiant full moon fallen into the mundane realm. Stirring a flutter in his heart, he picked up his phone and noted the time, past 11, approaching noon. What a slumber, waking with the sun at its zenith. Tong Yin remained in a deep sleep, and Chen Qingci chose not to rouse her. The previous night, he had intended to be gentle and provide her with a delightful experience. However, Tong Yin had insisted, biting her lip and asserting that as his lover, she should fulfill her role without complaint. It was beyond him how she maintained such a flawless self-image. Chen Qingci found it perplexing. Her articulate expressions about his capabilities seemed unnecessary. He was merely a devoted admirer, yet her portrayal made him feel as if he were a figure of extraordinary prowess. At the time, he hadn't given it much thought, but reflecting on it now brought a peculiar sense of beauty in the contrast of thoughts. Nevertheless, despite his confusion regarding her assertions, he couldn't deny the allure of her presence. These past few days, he had subconsciously given her a thumbs up every time he drifted off to sleep. As Chen Qingci stirred slightly, Tong Yin let out a soft murmur, gradually opening her slightly swollen eyes. For a fleeting moment, her expression was one of confusion, but then she broke into a smile. Darling. Good morning. Good morning, he replied. Though the hour was already late, he inquired, did I wake you? You can go back to sleep. Tong Yin shook her head. No, I woke up naturally. I'm not tired anymore. No need to sleep. What time is it? It's a little past 11. So late, she exclaimed. You should check what time you want to bed. You can't blame me for that. Chen Qingci chuckled, gently tapping her smooth back twice. Are you hungry? Quickly get ready. It's time to eat. If you're feeling unwell anywhere, we can eat at home, and I can have someone bring it over. Tong Yin half sat up, the thin blanket slipping from her. She hurriedly covered herself. But while her front was concealed, what about the back? She turned to glance at Chen Qingci, only to find him admiring her with an appreciative gaze. Facing such candid attention, she ceased to be shy and smiled back, though her freshly awoken face, devoid of makeup, bore a rosy hue reminiscent of clouds of flame at sunset. After a brief stretch, she inhaled sharply, then gingerly slid off the bed, quickly retrieving the bathrobe that Chen Qingci had worn the previous day to wrap around herself. She took a few steps, wincing slightly. It hurts a bit, but it doesn't hinder walking. We can go out to eat, depending on you. Chen Qingci replied. Let's eat at home. I'll have someone deliver the food. By the time you finish washing up and getting ready, it will arrive. You can rest a little longer. And we can go out later. Tong Yin was unsure about what they would do out, but she didn't press for details, smiling gently. Okay. Chen Qingci observed her, inquiring with a grin. Can you manage on your own? Tong Yin blinked her bright eyes. Do you want to help me? Chen Qingci immediately sat up and walked towards her. Upon seeing him approach, the blush that had faded from her cheeks returned, yet she was no longer coy. As he reached her, she opened her arms and embraced his neck. After bathing, Tong Yin emerged with a flushed face, gently pushing Chen Qingci, who was still attempting to dry her hair, out of the bedroom. She was aware of her role as a lover, but she was still just a naive girl. Dressed casually in sleepwear, Chen Qingci descended to the courtyard, where a woman in her 30s, clad in a suit, was waiting in the pavilion. This was Lu Zifan, the woman who had come the previous day to collect the clothes that couldn't fit in the wardrobe for dry cleaning. Chen Qingci's residence had strict rules. Aside from the 3 female housekeepers responsible for cleaning and laundry, no one could enter the room without permission. Though he could have asked a housekeeper to cook, he reconsidered, finding it somewhat troublesome. Given Tong Yan's current condition, she would likely feel uncomfortable meeting anyone in the house. So he had decided to have Lu Zifan deliver the food instead. Young master, I have brought the signature dishes from the Ritz-Carlton. Would you like me to set them out for you? No need, Chen Qingci replied, as Tong Yin was still upstairs getting ready. Just keep them in the warmer for now. Understood, young master. I'll take them inside. Also, these are the clothes you asked me to clean yesterday. They are ready. Upon receiving his consent, Lu Zifan carried the food warmer in one hand and the cleaned clothes in the other, entering the house with large and small bags. She placed the food warmer on the dining table and the box of clothes on the coffee table. After ensuring everything was in order, she asked if there was anything else Chen Qingci needed. Upon his shake of the head, she bowed and said, "Goodbye, young master. Wishing you a delightful day." Not long after Lu Zifan departed, Tong Yin, having finished drying her hair, came downstairs. She had no other clothes to change into, still wearing what she had on the previous day, which was fresh and free of sweat. As she approached, Chen Qingci caught a whiff of her delicate fragrance. "So lavish," Chen Qingci exclaimed, opening the warmer to reveal the exquisite dishes inside. Hearing Tong Yin's surprised voice, he chuckled. "After losing blood and sweat, of course. You need to replenish." Tong Yin bit her lip gently, relaxed her body with a soft sigh, and smiled sweetly. "It's wonderful." Chapter 18. Life will not be too bad. Opening her eyes to find a breakfast of Ritz-Carlton cuisine she had never tasted before, Chen Qingci, both handsome and gentle, had generously bought her such expensive bags and clothes. Their relationship was free of burdens, and despite lacking the formal label of a couple, it felt just like being in love. How could Tong Yin not feel that everything was simply delightful? She increasingly believed that her decision to approach Chen Qingci at that moment was the most correct choice of her life. Even knowing that this decision would influence her entire life, it remained right. What would her life be like if she hadn't approached the Lamborghini and opened the driver's window? Undoubtedly, it would have continued in confusion, struggling painfully between her soul and opportunities. She could have pursued a normal relationship, married, and had children. But who could guarantee that such a series of normalcy would ultimately lead to happiness? Moreover, for so many years, aside from Chen Qingci, she had shown not the slightest interest in any other man. Now, she had money to spend, was treated well, and didn't have to worry about anything. Her sole responsibility was to be beautiful and make Chen Qingci happy. How could this not be the right decision? She hadn't even considered children yet. She was only 19. Similarly, while she naturally thought about the formal boyfriend-girlfriend status, she didn't aspire for it excessively. As she had told Chen Qingci before, aside from her looks and figure, what else did she have to offer? She was unaware of Chen Qingci's family background, but she recognized that she could provide him little beyond emotional value. Simply put, she was just a decorative vase. Since she was a vase, she ought to have the awareness of one, quietly serving as a piece of art for Chen Qingci, like a canary. Why should she yearn for unrealistic things? In the end, demanding too much would leave her without even the worth of a vase. Is it delicious? Very delicious. The flavor might not be quite the same as if we had eaten there. I'll take you over one day. Great. Tong Yin looked up at Chen Qingci, her smile radiant as a flower. After their meal, they settled on a soft, comfortable sofa, switching on the ultra-high-definition television over 100 inches. While watching a movie, Tong Yin suddenly slid off the sofa and knelt on the carpet below, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. With Tong Yin beside him, could Chen Qingci focus on the television? He could manage, but perhaps due to habits formed from gaming, his hands instinctively sought to press buttons while his eyes roamed. The physical reactions of his body naturally led to corresponding chain reactions. Tong Yin quickly noticed this. Biting her lips slightly, she soon made a decision. Though she was still in the recovery phase, there were always more solutions than difficulties. Before long, an entire episode of the drama had passed. The extensive hours of practice have transformed Tong Yin from a naive trainee into a proficient idol adept at singing and dancing. As the clock neared 4 in the afternoon, Tong Yin, whether due to acclimatization from walking or a natural recovery, had shed her previous awkward gait and walked with newfound normalcy. However, the strain on her neck was quite pronounced. Chen Qingci instructed her to don the elegant long dress she had purchased the previous day, complemented by a pair of opulent silver high heels. Shortly thereafter, Tong Yin emerged before Chen Qingci, and despite having seen the outfit yesterday, it still captivated Chen Qingci's attention. It must be acknowledged that Tong Yin possessed exceptional innate qualities, further enhanced by her artistic upbringing, exuding an undeniable aura of divinity. "Let us go." Chen Qingci extended her arm, and Tong Yin promptly sidled up beside her. Her slender waist accentuated by the luxurious LV dress fitting perfectly within Chen Qingci's embrace. The gentle caress of the fabric against her skin elicited a smile from Chen Qingci. Indeed, such a woman deserved one's willingness to spend lavishly. To be spurned yet still develop an infatuation, leading to a descent into servitude. What a nonsensical rationale. Upon arriving at the garage, Chen Qingci retrieved a set of Bentley keys from a drawer. The diamond-cut headlights of the pure white Bentley Continental GT twinkled momentarily, the daytime running lights illuminating the textured paint, which had been custom ordered at an extravagant cost of 200,000. "You have a driver's license, don't you?" Chen Qingci inquired, not immediately heading for the driver's seat, but glancing at Tong Yin. Tong Yin nodded yes. I obtained it during the summer after the college entrance exams, though I haven't driven much. Chen Qingci handed her the keys. Then you shall drive. Tong Yin, smiling and nodding at the sight of the multi-million-dollar vehicle, responded, all right, I'll just go grab my flats. Despite her apprehensions about driving, Tong Yin resolved to follow Chen Qingci's directive. She clicked her heels back to her room, not directly reaching for her shoes, but first slipping into Chen Qingci's slippers before heading upstairs to change into the flats she wore yesterday. Returning to the garage, she carried her high heels as well as a small LV bag containing a robe stained from the previous day, asking Chen Qingci if she could take it along. She was uncertain if she would return, but if not, she wanted to ensure the robe wouldn't be washed without her knowledge. Of course, Chen Qingci nodded. I was actually planning to put it away myself. I simply believe it holds significant meaning for you. Tong Yin smiled. Thank you. She settled into the driver's seat, while Chen Qingci took the passenger side. The vehicle, a 40T GT V8 Elegance Edition, boasted formidable power yet was relatively easy to handle. Noticing Tong Yin's slight tension, Chen Qingci offered guidance, and once they were smoothly on the road, she quickly became adept at maneuvering the car, with few vehicles around. Whenever she signaled for a turn or lane change, others graciously yielded, allowing her confidence to blossom. Gradually, Chen Qingci ceased instructing, and Tong Yin grew increasingly comfortable, akin to her singing and dancing practice. Under Chen Qingci's direction, they swiftly approached the vicinity of Tong Yin's school. However, at the intersection leading to their school, Chen Qingci instructed her to continue straight, guiding her instead to the entrance of a prestigious complex named Huya Garden. This area was renowned for its luxurious residences, and Tong Yin, being a local, was well aware of its reputation. Following Chen Qingci's directions, the car entered the underground parking garage. The license plate recognition system activated, and the automatic gate swung open. To the left, 3 adjacent parking spaces awaited, unoccupied by any other vehicles. These 3 spaces are ours. Park wherever you like. Chen Qingci instructed. All right. Tong Yin nodded, diligently maneuvering the car into one of the spots. As Chen Qingci unfastened her seatbelt, Tong Yin turned off the engine and followed suit. Exiting the vehicle led them to the elevator lobby, where Chen Qingci produced a key card she had retrieved from the car, swiping it to illuminate the button for the 8th floor. The elevator ascended swiftly, accompanied by soft music, and as the doors opened, they were greeted by an opulent interior. Tong Yin quickly discerned that this was a sprawling superflat with 2 elevators servicing a single unit. There was no front door. Stepping out of the elevator led directly into the home. The fire escape could be locked from the inside, ensuring that no one but the residents could access this floor. The property management and security were meticulously arranged, with each unit assigned a dedicated property manager to address any issues. Deliveries were strictly regulated, with couriers unable to enter but instead handing packages to the manager, who would then deliver them upstairs. For maintenance workers, property personnel would accompany them throughout their visit, not out of disrespect, but to ensure absolute security for the residents. In such an environment, not even a frog could hop into the complex. The seamless warm-toned tiles and French-style decor created an immediate sense of warmth. The living area boasted a large television, a spacious sofa, an island counter, floor-to-ceiling windows, and even a terrace pool. The living room alone spanned several hundred square meters, complemented by an indoor gym. The air within was refreshingly crisp, with everything appearing impeccably new and extravagantly luxurious. How do you find this place? Chen Qingci inquired, observing Tong Yin's awe. Tong Yin, momentarily lost in admiration, instinctively nodded in agreement. It's truly wonderful. I intend to gift you this apartment, Chen Qingci stated casually. Yet her words rendered Tong Yin speechless as she turned her head abruptly, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. Tong Yin's mouth agape. She had harbored a vague suspicion upon entering the complex that Chen Qingci's intention was to provide her with a residence. Yet she could hardly fathom it being such a luxurious flat. She had merely wished for a modest apartment. The cost of this abode, inclusive of renovations, surely surpassed several tens of millions. Reflecting on it, Tong Yin mused it might be around 30 to 40 million, but she underestimated. The total expenditure for this property exceeded 50 million. With such high-end amenities, its value in a prime location would rival that of any upscale property nearby. Is it truly feasible to bestow such a valuable property? Tong Yin pondered in disbelief. Chen Qingci was no mere benefactor. Should Tong Yin remain by her side, the ownership of the house would be inconsequential. If issues arose later, Chen Qingci possessed countless means to reclaim it. Of course, Chen Qingci asserted confidently, believing that such a scenario would never materialize. It was not he who had succumbed to the allure of affection so quickly. Rather, it was Tong Yin who had unwittingly ensnared him in her charm. He chose to bestow this residence upon her not solely for its proximity to her school, but also for reasons in alignment with the unfolding narrative. Eventually, this flat would be gifted to the female protagonist, who, despite vehemently condemning her own desires and wealth, would eagerly rush to finalize the transfer, only to discover she was responsible for exorbitant fees. Ultimately, she would cover those costs herself. And under these circumstances, after transferring ownership, he would never set foot in this abode again. Thus, he chose this place as a gift for Tong Yin. Eager to witness her reaction upon receiving such a lavish residence, Tong Yin inhaled deeply, embraced Chen Qingci, and earnestly proclaimed, "I genuinely adore this place. But I cannot accept it. Truly, I cannot. A modest abode that shields me from the elements is all I desire. This is far too grand and precious, my dear. I am profoundly grateful for your regard. However, please permit me to decline this time." Chen Qingci gazed down at her. This girl was undeniably deserving of affection. Tong Yin lifted her gaze, meeting Chen Qingci's eyes. Their gazes intertwined. Chen Qingci leaned down, capturing her lips in a kiss, to which she swiftly responded with fervor. After a considerable moment, their lips parted, and Chen Qingci gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, saying, "I consider myself quite fortunate to have encountered you so soon." Tong Yin was puzzled by Chen Qingci's reference to soon, instinctively linking it to their arrival at the school gate. She clung tightly to him, exclaiming, "I am the luckier one." Chen Qingci surveyed their surroundings and suggested, "Let us postpone the transfer of ownership for now. You can stay here, and shortly I will arrange for your facial registration with the property manager." Noticing Tong Yin's apprehension, he reassured her, "Rest assured, no one else will be coming here. It is solely for you and me. Of course, you may invite friends over, but only female companions." Tong Yin couldn't help but chuckle, then replied earnestly, "Fear not. I have no male friends, nor will I ever, as long as you do not send me away. My heart, body, and soul shall remain unwaveringly loyal to you." Chen Qingci smiled brightly. "When you accompany me until I turn 30, I shall transfer the house into your name." Upon hearing this, Tong Yin shook her head. "No. What if you transfer the house to me and then decide to cast me away?" Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow. "If I merely transfer it to you, would you not fear ending up with nothing?" Tong Yin took a deep breath, wrapping her arms around Chen Qingci's neck. "If that were to happen, it would be my fate." Meeting her fiery gaze, Chen Qingci playfully patted her bottom, saying, "Then your fate shall not be a dismal one. The car we arrived in today shall serve as your mode of transport from now on. The 3 parking spaces are ours. Here is a card containing 2 million, and I shall transfer an additional 3 million shortly, amounting to 5 million. You need not regard me with such astonishment. The transfer of this property will incur several million in taxes and fees, which you rightly deserve to save." Chapter 19, How Marvelous. 5 million. Along with a Bentley for transportation and the privilege of residing here. This surpassed her previous desires manifold. Tong Yin gasped in astonishment, staring at Chen Qingci. She was momentarily speechless, then smiled, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his lips. "Thank you, my dear. To be lovers, one must embrace the responsibilities it entails." She resolutely could not accept the house. It was far too opulent. This sum was exorbitantly high. Yet, according to Chen Qingci, this was merely the bare minimum. His minimum far exceeded her maximum. However, if someone must acquiesce, it would undoubtedly be her. Since Chen Qingci offered so much, she would reciprocate with even greater effort and excellence. Moreover, Chen Qingci was inherently wonderful, and her affection for him was profound. Tong Yin was willing to devote everything to Chen Qingci, offering every part of her being, her entire soul. As dusk fell, the night in the bustling metropolis arrived rather early. Chen Qingci inquired if Tong Yin was hungry and suggested dining out, but she proposed buying some ingredients to prepare their first meal in the new home. Chen Qingci had no objections, though he was somewhat surprised that she could cook. The two ventured out to the market, and Tong Yin explained her culinary skills stemmed from her parents' frequent work commitments, leaving her to fend for herself. As she grew older, she learned to search for recipes online, gradually acquiring proficiency. As they approached a red light, she shyly remarked, "It surely pales in comparison to restaurant fare. It has been a while since I last cooked, so I hope I don't mess it up. If you do, we can always dine out. What is there to fear?" Chen Qingci reassured her. Soon, they arrived at the market. After disembarking, Tong Yin moved to wrap her arms around Chen Qingci's, her stature elegant, with a long neck and a well-defined jawline, exuding an aura of grace that set her apart. Coupled with Chen Qingci's striking presence, they attracted numerous gazes as they emerged from the Bentley. After purchasing the ingredients, they returned home. Chen Qingci had already called the housekeeper, and a woman in her 30s was waiting downstairs, ready to assist Tong Yin with her facial registration, ensuring she would not be identified as a non-resident in the community's monitoring system. Once home, they began cooking. Although it had been a while since Tong Yin last cooked, her skills were evident, albeit a bit rusty. Soon, a gasp echoed from the kitchen. You can cook? Surprised, are you? Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow and smiled. Although he was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, having only learned to cook enough to satisfy his hunger as an orphan, he had the plot set that he could cook. In pursuit of the female lead, he had even prepared a lavish banquet at the Su estate. At this moment, Tong Yin gazed at him with wide, astonished eyes, filled with admiration and affection. Together, they quickly prepared a sumptuous dinner, largely attributed to Tong Yan's efforts. But it was Chen Qingci's timely guidance that ensured it turned out so well. As they began to eat, Tong Yin took a bite and widened her eyes in disbelief at the deliciousness of her own creation, looking at Chen Qingci with newfound admiration. After dinner, the night had fully descended. Tong Yin inquired whether Chen Qingci would stay here or return to the courtyard. Either place is fine, he replied. However, since Tong Yin had already cooked, the bedroom must also be imbued with warmth. Darling, come with me. Back in the bedroom, Tong Yin bit her lip for a moment before calling out to Chen Qingci, her voice melodious, sending a jolt through him. Chen Qingci followed her into the master bedroom's bathroom, where a massive bathtub was already filled with water and bubbles. Turning to glance, he found Tong Yan's cheeks flushed, her shyness reminiscent of someone intoxicated. Meeting his gaze, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, saying, I had some trouble moving this morning. Your assistance was truly what I ought to have done. Chen Qingci swallowed hard, a broad smile spreading across his face. Lovers are wonderful. To be lovers is truly delightful. Chapter 20 The identity one possesses is self-bestowed. They returned to the bedroom by 9 o'clock, but by the time they fell asleep, it was already midnight. Tong Yin, however, drifted off instantly, leaving Chen Qingci with no choice but to abandon his endeavors after tidying up. When Tong Yin finally opened her eyes again, it was the following day. She was utterly oblivious to how she had drifted off to sleep, or what had transpired. A look of bewilderment adorned her countenance. As she sat up, her brows furrowed deeply, and a profound sensation of fatigue coupled with a sharp, piercing pain surged through her mind. At that moment, sounds emanated from the bathroom. Emerging from within was Chen Qingci, swathed in a towel, gently drying her damp hair, droplets of water clinging to her skin. Her physique, chiseled like a masterpiece of ancient Greek sculpture, captivated Tong Yin, rendering her unable to avert her gaze and jolting her mind into clarity. Tong Yin was not the type to leave effusive comments on videos of well-defined abs online, but the ethereal allure of Chen Qingci left her helplessly entranced. It was precisely this enchantment that birthed a multitude of guilty feelings within Tong Yin, as she grappled with the realization that she was the one benefiting from Chen Qingci's generosity while secretly desiring the very essence of this remarkable individual. Yet, she found herself burdened by the thought of Chen Qingci expending so much on her. Awake? Is anything amiss? Chen Qingci inquired softly as she approached Tong Yin, who appeared lost in thought. A bit sore, a tad painful, but considerably better than yesterday, Tong Yin replied, wrapping her arms around Chen Qingci and resting her cheek against her sculpted abdomen. Darling, please refrain from showering me with such lavish gifts. Even a modest vehicle worth 10 or 20,000 would suffice. Chen Qingci cradled the back of her head, urging her to meet her gaze, and upon encountering Tong Yan's steadfast eyes, raised an eyebrow. With a gentle caress of her delicate cheek, she responded, Why speak thus? Is it customary for lovers to complain about generosity? Allow me to transfer $1 million to your account. That card is yours to keep. Once you've exhausted that sum, you can withdraw more as needed. In the future, I shall establish a trust fund and include your name. Isn't that just giving me even more? Tong Yin mused, though she feigned ignorance about trust funds. The earlier figures were clear enough. 5 million still remained, and now an additional $1 million was on the table. However, the unwavering determination in Chen Qingci's eyes silenced her, prompting her to bite her lip and refrain from further protest, wary of dampening Chen Qingci's spirits. $1 million was more than sufficient for her to sustain herself for an extended period. She could leave the 5 million untouched for now. Drive that Bentley. It suits you perfectly. If you are concerned about whispers upon your return, I assure you, it's of no consequence, Chen Qingci continued. I care not for their opinions. Tong Yin retorted, shaking her head. What matters is my own self-awareness. Furthermore, it is not merely about the car or attire. When I entered your vehicle at the school gate, I can only imagine the gossip it has incited. Did she truly not care? In reality, she did care deeply. However, in comparison, she preferred to endure the rumors than to relinquish her connection with Chen Qingci. Chen Qingci chuckled lightly. Just tell them it was a gift from your boyfriend. Tong Yan's head snapped up, astonished. Really? Is that permissible? Why not? Chen Qingci replied. I opened the door for you, many witnessed it. I am no lecherous old man. It is entirely normal for peers to engage in romantic relationships. Any dissenters are merely envious of you. To those inconsequential individuals, your identity is what you choose to present. And to your friends and family, that can be your explanation as well, she added, with her chin resting against Chen Qingci's abdomen. Tong Yin gazed up at her face, which appeared even more striking from that angle, and couldn't help but smile. Thank you, darling. I promise to exercise discretion. I know you will, Chen Qingci replied, but added teasingly, yet if you do not release me, do not blame me for lacking restraint. As Chen Qingci patted her back, Tong Yin suddenly noticed a heavy sword resting against her throat. She cast a glance at Chen Qingci, her lips pursed together. Chapter 21. The terrifying possibility of being deceived. In the morning, Lu Zhengchun sent a message stating that Chen Qingci was heading to Jianya Tower, thereby refuting Tong Yin's claim of having driven her there. He informed Lu Zifan that the driver was waiting downstairs in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. After Chen Qingci departed, Tong Yin returned from brushing her teeth and sat on the bed, feeling as though her spirit had been momentarily siphoned away. A profound emptiness causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. She retrieved her phone and sent a message to Chen Qingci. Goodbye, darling. You need not wait for me at home. Go about your day, and I shall notify you in advance when I am on my way. The reply from Chen Qingci came swiftly. Tong Yin instinctively yearned to continue the conversation, but as her thumb hovered over the screen for a few moments, she deleted her previous thoughts, opting instead to send a cute and playful emoji. Locking her phone, she took a deep breath, the quilt concealing her modest curves as she reminded herself to maintain her composure, to avoid being overly clingy, to spare Chen Qingci any inconvenience. Tong Yin was uncertain how to fulfill the role of a delicate canary, yet she was astute and fully aware of her boundaries. Another notification chimed, and she eagerly checked her phone. However, it was not the anticipated response from Chen Qingci. Yin, I've just arrived at school. What's going on? There are rumors swirling about you having entered a Lamborghini the other day. The message was from Man, her roommate and close friend, Han Man, with whom she had forged a strong bond over their 2 years at university. Man had returned home during the summer and had just come back to school, promptly hearing a plethora of rumors about Tong Yin upon her arrival. Tong Yin unlocked her phone and called Han Man back. Hello, Yin, what is happening? Since I returned to school, I've been inundated with gossip about you being kept by an old man who drives a Lamborghini. Please don't despair over any roles you may have missed. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The moment the call connected, Han Man's anxious voice poured through the receiver. Hearing her friend's urgent concern, Tong Yin brushed aside her earlier disappointment over Chen Qingci, allowing a smile to grace her face. I'm not despondent. And who says he is an old man? Ask those who saw me get into the car. Anyone claiming that is surely blind. Wait, are you saying you actually got into a Lamborghini? Han Man asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Yes, I did, Tong Yin conceded, recalling Chen Qingci's earlier words. But that was my boyfriend who came to pick me up. As she spoke, a sweet smile crept upon her lips, even as she played a small trick on herself. After all, it was not inaccurate to say that he had come to find her amidst the throngs of people. Boyfriend? Big brother. You've never even been in a relationship. Don't let anyone deceive you. Han Man's tone grew increasingly frantic, contemplating the terrifying possibility of Tong Yin being led astray. Where are you now? Can you leave? Of course. You're my big brother. You don't think I'd let anyone sell me off, do you? Tong Yin laughed. Rest assured. Wait for me. I'm heading back to school to find you right now. I'll be there in 15 minutes. I'll wait for you at the north gate. It's only a 5-minute drive from here. Dressed impeccably yet without a trace of makeup, Tong Yin grabbed her keys and descended the elevator to the underground garage. Her natural beauty, though slightly less refined, radiated an air of purity. Approaching a pristine white Bentley, the headlights flickered, and as she opened the door, she exuded an aura of unattainability, akin to the moon suspended in the night sky. After having been instructed by Chen Qingci on driving yesterday, she felt quite at ease, quickly overcoming her initial trepidation about driving solo without him by her side. She maneuvered the car out of the garage, turned onto the main road, and headed towards the school's front entrance. Chapter 22. Marriage? Isn't that a case of ingratitude? Man, did you hear? What do you think Yin is thinking? I'm so young, not unattractive, and my family's circumstances are quite decent. Although I can't drive a Lamborghini now, it doesn't mean I won't in the future. Why does she seem so misguided? At the school entrance, Han Man encountered her classmate Wang Tao, who had persistently pursued Tong Yin for 2 years without ever receiving a kind word in return. She found him beneath her notice and didn't spare him a glance. Yet he eagerly approached her. Upon hearing his words, Han Man rolled her eyes and interrupted him. What are you looking for? That's Yan's boyfriend. Here to pick her up. What do you know about it? Don't be so clingy. Do we even know each other well? And by the way, did you hear that's a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ? It costs nearly 10 million. You couldn't afford it even if you sold your house in the suburbs of Shanghai. Wang Tao gritted his teeth, Selling my house doesn't mean we don't have money. Buying a car is still completely feasible for us, okay? Han Man nodded. Sure. Go ahead and sell your house. Withdraw all your savings to buy a car, and forget about eating or sleeping while you hug your new toy all day. Wang Tao's face shifted through shades of red and white, and just as he was about to speak again, Han Man interrupted him with her hands on her hips. Can you please step back? Has Yin ever looked at you even once in 2 years? I've told you countless times that you two are impossible. Why are you still clinging on? Now you're here, droning on endlessly. Do we even talk? Wang Tao's jaw clenched, his hand raised as if to point at Han Man. But it faltered, and he adopted a serious tone. I'm just worried that Tong Yin might be deceived. You say he's her boyfriend, which makes it even more likely she could be tricked. Do you know who that guy is? What if his car is rented? What will happen if he scams Tong Yin out of her money? Han Man fell silent, as she too harbored such concerns. Sensing her quietness, Wang Tao felt a surge of excitement. He believed his opportunity had finally arrived. Man, just think. He barely began when Han Man interrupted him again, frowning. What does that have to do with you? Just mind your own business. She reiterated, and for the last time, don't call me man. Have some self-respect. Wang Tao's expression twisted in frustration, his anger barely contained, yet he refrained from lashing out. Just as he was about to continue his insistent pleas, the sound of an approaching vehicle caught their attention. A dazzling white Bentley Continental GT glimmered under the sunlight as it rolled towards them. To their astonishment, the car halted right in front of them. Man. The passenger window slid down, and upon hearing the familiar voice call her name, Han Man looked inside to see Tong Yin behind the wheel, exclaiming in disbelief, Yin, get in. Tong Yin beckoned as the car unlocked with a click. Han Man opened the door and took her seat in the passenger side. The white Bentley sped away, leaving Wang Tao standing there, mouth agape, frozen in place. Is it hot? Turn the AC down a bit. Don't let it blow directly on you. Feeling the heat outside, Tong Yin adjusted the air conditioning to a lower setting, ensuring a comfortable climate inside the car as they drove from the garage. While she had initially not considered such details, seeing Han Man reminded her of the nuances required in a relationship. Han Man, still reeling from shock, remained stunned for several minutes. As she gazed at the luxurious interior of the Bentley, her mouth agape, she turned to Tong Yin. Yin. What on earth is going on with you? Tong Yin smiled lightly. What is wrong with the car? Isn't he your boyfriend? Han Man pressed. How did you meet? Is he trustworthy? You mustn't be deceived. Haven't you seen the videos online? People rent cars to pose as wealthy individuals, scamming money and affection. Turning to her, Tong Yin gently patted her leg, offering a reassuring smile. Relax, I'm not foolish enough to fall for that. But those who get scammed often think the same way before they learn the truth. Han Man insisted, her worry deepening. Do you remember that story I told you last year? My elementary school classmate thought she had landed a rich husband, but ended up being conned by a fake rich kid, ruining her life. Just because you're driving this car doesn't mean he is trustworthy. What if it's rented? That is highly unlikely. Tong Yin replied patiently. Man, open the glove compartment in front of you. Here? Han Man pointed to the area above her knee, confused. Yes, Tong Yin affirmed. Han Man opened the compartment to find a translucent document holder inside. This car's registration and all the paperwork are in this folder. Chen Qingci intended to transfer the ownership to me, so all the documents are in the car. Han Man retrieved the paperwork, examining the registration and the ownership documents for any signs of forgery. Chen Qingci? That's his name, Tong Yin explained. Han Man stared at the documents for a moment before scrutinizing them for authenticity. Don't worry, Man, they're all real, Tong Yin reassured her. Even if those documents were fake, the money transferred to my account is indisputable. Just 2 days ago, we spent over 600,000 at the boutique, which can't possibly be faked. Look at the limited edition bag in the back seat. Only 99 exist worldwide, and the dress I'm wearing costs over 40,000. Besides this one, I have several others, and those heels in the back are nearly 10,000. Han Man reached out to touch the fabric of Tong Yin's dress, then glanced at the text messages on her phone. Received 1 million from Chen Qingci. She then opened her banking app, revealing a long string of numbers in her balance. Gazing at her phone screen for quite a while, Han Man suddenly let out a sharp scream, as her worries and anxieties dissipated completely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy and excitement. Yin, you did it, you really did. I knew you could. She clenched her fist and waved it vigorously. You've caught yourself a quality husband and are set to enjoy a splendid life. Yin, you must seize this opportunity. You won't have to worry for a lifetime. This is no trifling matter. It's not some petty drama. If Huang Ying knew you had found such a wonderful boyfriend, she'd surely go mad. After all, she sold herself cleanly for a role, didn't she? I ran into her the day before yesterday while shopping at the mall. Tong Yin chimed in. When you were buying LV. Yes. Han Man became even more exhilarated. What was her expression? Wouldn't it be infuriating? I didn't pay attention to whether she was angry, but I was quite pleased. Tong Yinyan recounted the events that transpired in front of the LV counter with Chen Qingci the other day. Upon hearing how Chen Qingci had deliberately brought the bag out to provoke Huang Ying, Han Man bounced on her seat, exclaiming, "Amazing! So exhilarating! Your boyfriend is incredibly understanding." Haha. As the conversation progressed, when Tong Yinyan mentioned that she hadn't gone there specifically to shop, yet Chen Qingci insisted on buying her an extravagant amount of items, spending over 600,000 yuan, not to mention later giving her a substantial 6 million in cash, along with a car and a large flat in Huya Garden. Han Man's jaw nearly dropped to her chest. After holding back for a moment, she finally blurted out 2 words. "No way. This is too good to be true." She murmured, then turned to Tong Yinyan and asked, "I'm curious to know just how handsome your boyfriend is. It must be something for you to say that being together is you taking advantage." Regarding Tong Yinyan's refusal to accept the transfer of the property from Chen Qingci, Han Man felt a pang of regret. However, she respected Tong Yinyan's thoughts and choices and would never say something like, "Oh, you silly girl. You should just accept it." But upon hearing Tong Yinyan's assertion that being together was her taking advantage, Han Man's curiosity could no longer be contained. Having driven into the mall and parked in a spacious spot, Tong Yinyan opened her phone and accessed her album, where several rows at the bottom were filled with pictures of the two of them taken over the last few days. She clicked on one of the few photos featuring Chen Qingci's face, taken at a Michelin restaurant, where they stood by a floor-to-ceiling window. Chen Qingci with his arm around her waist. "Wow!" Han Man exclaimed, her voice bursting forth with enthusiasm as she viewed the image of Chen Qingci. She grabbed the phone, zoomed in and scrutinized the photo multiple times, then threw her arms around Tong Yinyan across the center console, bouncing in her seat and once again joyously shouting, "Yinyan, you did it." Tong Yinyan embraced her back, and the two of them bounced together across the seats, causing the entire car to sway. Tong Yinyan was genuinely happy. Even if Chen Qingci wasn't truly her boyfriend in the conventional sense, and she was merely a canary in his gilded cage, she felt a continuous joy from his presence in her life. After their excitement subsided, Han Man finally realized, "Yinyan, where are we headed?" "This is the underground parking lot of Hongwan Plaza," Tong Yinyan replied, unbuckling her seatbelt. "First, I'm taking you out for a nice meal. Then I need to get a manicure, including my toenails." "Weren't you the one who disliked getting manicures?" Han Man asked, puzzled. "I'm different now," Tong Yinyan said, taking a deep breath. "He is so handsome, wealthy, and generous, treating me so well. Looking at me, aside from being somewhat pretty, I have nothing else to offer. Since I have only this one advantage, I must accentuate it." Han Man's smile suddenly faltered. Tong Yinyan pinched her cheek. "What else with that expression? His family background must be top tier. I've long since realized that we could never reach marriage. Even if that opportunity arose, I wouldn't pursue it. He treats me so well, and if I became his wife, claiming one of the most significant roles in his life, I would merely be a decorative vase at home, with no other purpose. Wouldn't that be repaying kindness with ingratitude? So, as long as he is with me, that is sufficient. I have no desire to hold any title. Even without a title as a guarantee, if we were to part for any reason, I've already spent so much of his money, lived in his luxurious home for so long, and driven his luxurious car for so long. I'm not at a loss. This is a significant gain for me." In this manner, Tong Yinyan conveyed to Han Man the reality of her existence as merely a canary, and her position as such. They were the best of friends. And she didn't wish to hide this truth, not out of vanity, but out of concern that Han Man might worry. Otherwise, she wouldn't have voiced such sentiments. Han Man listened, momentarily lost in thought, feeling a sense of unwillingness. "But Yinyan, you are clearly so exceptional. That is only in our own perspective and understanding." Tong Yinyan shook her head. "In the eyes of those with greater capital, individuals like us are quite common. Man, what do you think is the end point for us in this line of work? Is it to climb to the top like Huang Ying, using every means possible? Or is it to wait for a buyer, ultimately marrying a fat, somewhat affluent small business owner?" Han Man was rendered speechless. Tong Yinyan winked at her and looped her arm through Han Man's. "Don't worry about me feeling unfair or anything. This is already the best outcome I could wish for in my life. I even feel he is a reward from the heavens for maintaining my integrity for so many years. After all, I like him, I love him. Even if we had nothing, I would still be happy just being together. And now, we have everything. I've truly hit the jackpot." Han Man could certainly understand what Tong Yinyan was expressing. She had always perceived it, as she too was a clear-headed girl with principles. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become Tong Yinyan's best friend. Yet, deep down, she felt that Tong Yinyan was the best girl she had ever met. which sparked her unwillingness regarding Tong Yinyan's situation. After a moment of silence, she tightened her grip on Tong Yinyan's arm. Yinyan, as long as you're happy. That's all that matters. Tong Yinyan smiled sweetly. I'm incredibly happy. Chapter 23. Posting on Moments. The Rolls-Royce came to a gradual halt at the entrance of Jinya Building, where Lu Zhengchun had been waiting. Although he stood in the shade, he was already drenched in sweat, his white t-shirt visibly dampened in several spots. As the car approached, he hurried to the rear door to open it for Chen Qingci. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen Qingci looked at him with a serious expression, causing Lu Zhengchun's heart to skip a beat, fearing he had done something wrong. However, Chen Qingci spoke with utmost seriousness. I know the way. You didn't need to come and open the door for me. If you're going to be so courteous, we might as well not be friends. Lu Zhengchun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Chen Qingci's displeasure over such a minor issue. A warm sensation washed over him, and he nodded earnestly. Understood, Mr. Chen. Chen Qingci's demeanor softened as he patted Lu Zhengchun on the shoulder. Let us go. Don't stand out in the sun. Let us head upstairs. The two then made their way into Jinya Building, ascending to the floor housing the office. As the elevator doors opened, the sight that greeted them was strikingly different from their previous visit. At the entrance, the once desolate spaces on either side have been adorned with two exquisitely textured and layered bonsai pines, each towering to a height of a person. With his extensive experience, Chen Qingci instantly recognized the value of these two exquisite specimens, his brows slightly furrowing in response. Lu Zhengchun, standing nearby, spoke up. When I arrived this morning, I felt the place was too empty, so I brought these two pots from home. I initially intended to purchase them, but I was taken aback by the exorbitant prices. As we are just starting our venture, even those with substantial capital must exercise frugality. After all, the purpose of entrepreneurship is to generate profit, not to squander money. Chen Qingci thought to himself that Lu Zhengchun, despite being a wealthy heir, seemed to grasp the essence of entrepreneurship. Regardless of the funds at hand, one must economize wherever possible. To his surprise, he felt a wave of admiration for Lu Zhengchun, who appeared to understand the situation beyond the preconceived narrative. However, Chen Qingci turned to Lu Zhengchun and inquired, Are you certain that your father won't reprimand you for relocating these two pots? Perhaps he might. Lu Zhengchun replied with a smile, dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand. It's of little consequence, having endured many beatings since childhood. My skin has grown quite thick. These potted plants will be appreciated by many here, rather than only by me at home, thus truly realizing their value. Chen Qingci nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sound reasoning. Approaching the glass door, the automatic entrance opened slowly, revealing a starkly transformed interior. The previously dust-laden office now gleamed with cleanliness, appearing revitalized. Rows of neatly arranged desks stood ready, chairs were set up, and brand new monitors were connected to freshly assembled CPUs, with network cables meticulously organized. I've equipped the computers according to the standards of large corporations. They will meet most of our operational needs. If we require any graphic design capabilities later, we can always procure additional resources. The chairs were sourced from a factory owned by a family friend and are ergonomically designed, priced similarly to standard market options. I've prepared several offices. And this one is yours, young Master Chen. The nameplate has already been hung. CEO Lu Zhengchun explained as he guided Chen Qingci through the office. Undoubtedly, Chen Qingci was highly satisfied. In less than 2 days, Lu Zhengchun had transformed the idle office into a fully functional workspace. Yet, Chen Qingci sought more than mere logistical capabilities from Lu Zhengchun. Seated in the CEO's office, Chen Qingci addressed Lu Zhengchun. I will have my mother send a few capable individuals over to assist with the necessary formalities. For the time being, you will serve as the company's vice president and lead the recruitment efforts. I will draft a development plan for our company's direction for you to review. Once you comprehend it, we can commence our work. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhengchun, visibly apprehensive about his ability to fulfill the role, ultimately resolved to accept. What am I afraid of? Would I rather remain at the bar watching women dance on poles? In that instant, his expression shifted. Resembling a character from a drama who declares, I must repay this debt. Yet in his case, it was more accurately, I must succeed. Please compile all the expense receipts for me, and I will reimburse you. No need for that. Lu Zhengchun countered, his expression serious. There's no precedent for a company not yet operational requiring you to spend a significant sum. You are being courteous, young Master Chen. Lu Zhengchun pursed his lips, affirming earnestly, Since you have faith in me and I am here, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, giving no less than 120% effort. To speak candidly, I did not contribute a dime towards this office space. You handled that on your own. As for the company's development direction and business strategy, I am entirely ignorant. If I were to receive reimbursement for this amount, I would feel utterly embarrassed to accept a single cent from you. Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of admiration for Lu Zhengchun. Very well, in that case, I shall not be polite. I assure you that during your time with me, you will become someone your father can be proud of. Lu Zhengchun was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a wide, joyous smile. After Lu Zhengchun left the office to attend to his tasks, Chen Qingci first called Yi Xingran, requesting her assistance in obtaining licenses and other necessary paperwork, as well as sending over a few capable executives. Subsequently, he booted up his computer to summarize the company's type and development direction into a document. After logging onto WeChat, he sent the document to Lu Zhengchun and then provided him with the contact numbers of the executives Yi Xingran had sent over for coordination. A contact with the logo of Qinglan Group popped up on his WeChat, signaling a message from Yi Xingran inquiring about the company name. Chen Qingci pondered for a moment before responding. Let's call it Qingci. The name resonated with his own, and the character Xing carries a positive connotation. However, after sending the message, he waited a long time without receiving a reply from Yi Xingran. Hello? Is this Mr. Chen? Apologies, Mr. Chen. The signal here is quite poor. I will get back to you shortly. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengchun had already initiated contact with the other party upon receiving the phone numbers. As he was on the phone, he received the document sent by Chen Qingci, and the more he read, the more astonished he became, to the point of forgetting he was still on the call. After ending the call, he meticulously reviewed the document. Having attended university and studied business management, not from a prestigious institution, but still graduating from a first-tier university, he could easily discern the clarity and excellence in Chen Qingci's proposal for the company's development direction. He marveled at the stark disparity between individuals while simultaneously solidifying his resolve to follow Chen Qingci closely. After 2 solid hours of typing, Chen Qingci completed the project proposal for the company's initial steps. Once finalized, he saved the document, transferred it to his phone, and deleted the version on his computer. Stretching luxuriously, he lit a cigarette, relishing the vitality of his physical condition. If he were an average office worker, sitting for 2 hours and then stretching would likely result in a cacophony of cracking joints. He tapped the ash into the ashtray and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling scene below. In that moment, memories from his past life intertwined. As an orphan, even after his struggles led to success, he had never felt a connection to such splendor. But now, everything was distinctly different. This splendor was no longer unrelated to him. Just then, Chen Qingci's phone chimed. He approached his desk, tapped the ash from his cigarette, and glanced at his phone. It was a message from Tong Yan, accompanied by a photograph of her delicately manicured feet, adorned with soft pink nail polish, glistening and accentuating their fair, tender appearance. Chen Qingci enlarged the photo for a moment, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, but then chuckled softly, recognizing that such a reaction could merely be perceived as a quirk of his personality. He replied, "Your feet are beautiful." Tong Yan responded playfully, "Thank you." She then added, "I just got them done and thought they looked nice, so I couldn't resist sharing. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Chen Qingci typed back, "Not at all. I just happen to have some free time." Tong Yan continued, "I'll just take pictures in the future and show them to you when we meet." Chen Qingci replied, "Feel free to message me directly. I quite enjoy seeing them." Tong Yan suggested, "How about you set my chat to do not disturb?" Chen Qingci responded, "No need. You can contact me anytime. If I don't reply promptly due to pressing matters, just give me a call." "Okay." As Tong Yan gazed at her phone screen, her affection nearly overflowed, her enchanting phoenix eyes transforming into sparkling orbs of delight. Though she intended to maintain a sense of decorum and avoid burdening Chen Qingci, her resolve wavered at his words. Yet, she remained cognizant of her boundaries. Even with Chen Qingci's tacit approval, she refrained from engaging him in idle chatter, contenting herself with sharing snapshots of her endeavors and amusing moments. This alone filled her with immense satisfaction. Before long, Han Man's manicure was complete. After settling the bill, Tong Yan escorted her to a beauty salon nestled within the shopping mall, where they indulged in a comprehensive cellular glass hydration treatment. The cool mask enveloped her face, sending waves of comfort cascading through her mind. At that moment, Han Man felt increasingly invigorated. Upon disembarking from the car, Tong Yan donned exquisite high heels worth thousands, slung a limited edition handbag valued in the hundreds of thousands over her shoulder, and adorned herself in garments worth several thousands, exuding an air of sophistication and joy that left Han Man thoroughly awakened. Subsequently, they dined at a restaurant with an average bill of $500 per person, enjoyed manicures costing over $1,000, and now found themselves at a beauty salon, where they no longer needed to opt for the most economical services. Each was prepared to spend a couple of thousand, and in such a brief span, their expenditures had already soared to $5,000 or $6,000. The tangible reality of such financial outlay led Han Man to increasingly perceive Tong Yan's choices as the most advantageous path for young women like themselves. Yin Yin. This feels so wonderful. My face was a bit sore from the sun earlier, she exclaimed. And Yin Yin, your dress looks even more stunning with each glance. Your taste is impeccable. Did he choose it for you? Oh my. Yin Yin. As her worries gradually dissipated, Han Man Man became exceptionally vivacious, chattering incessantly with Tong Yin about countless matters. Once their beauty treatments concluded, she gazed into the mirror, admiring her now dewy and radiant cheeks, which carried a hint of baby fat. She jubilantly embraced Tong Yin, bouncing with excitement. Before departing the mall, they hurried past Balenciaga, where Tong Yin hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to enter. Upon exiting, she found herself clutching several pairs of stockings. As she purchased these items, her thoughts drifted to her dance attire, recalling that she would soon return to school with them in tow. Descending to the garage, the moment Han Man Man settled into the Bentley Continental GT, the experience felt entirely different. Every angle appeared more appealing, and her excitement mounted as she snapped photos. Even turning to capture a selfie with the driving Tong Yin, the duo chattered merrily as they drove back to Huya Garden. When the elevator doors opened, the lavish expanse of the penthouse lay before them. Oh my god, this is Huya Garden. Han Man Man gasped, her mouth agape. She increasingly understood why so many were willing to cozy up to wealthy older men. Money was an insidious poison that penetrated to the bone. As she entered the opulent living room, her initial measured steps transformed into exuberant leaps. She explored every corner, sitting on the sofa, then the dining chairs, her energy infectious. Tong Yin, still exhilarated herself, caught Han Man Man's enthusiasm, and they both collapsed onto the luxurious wool carpet, rolling about until exhaustion settled in, panting heavily as they turned to each other, bursting into laughter. This joy seemed entirely unrelated to Han Man Man, yet she felt an overwhelming happiness for Tong Yin. After their laughter subsided, Han Man Man remarked, "Those who speak ill of you are simply envious. If they knew you were living so splendidly, it would infuriate them. Especially Huang Ying." Tong Yin shook her head, saying, "Let them say what they will. I truly don't care. As long as I am content, that is enough." Han Man Man sat upright, exclaiming, "That's simply one to-do. This is a situation where the loved ones suffer while the haters rejoice. We must ensure each of them knows." Striking their egos and silencing them. Reflecting on her words, Tong Yin also sat cross-legged and queried, "But how can we make sure everyone knows?" With a clap of her thigh, Han Man Man declared, "That's simple. Just post on WeChat. A 9-grid layout, with images of your current bliss all around. And in the center, a photo of your boyfriend." Chapter 24. Deceived. Hearing this suggestion, Tong Yin fell into contemplation. Undoubtedly, it was a brilliant idea, the best, without question. However, the thought of posting Chen Qingci's photo felt inappropriate, which was why she had not even considered it earlier. As she pondered, her fingers instinctively opened her photo album. And soon, one particular image caught her eye. She lightly tapped to enlarge it. It was a snapshot taken when they had exited Hongwan Plaza, featuring her beside Chen Qingci in the passenger seat of a Lamborghini. He was casually resting one hand on the steering wheel, his profile alone radiating charm and elegance. Han Man Man, upon seeing the photo, exclaimed with excitement, "This one's perfect. It shows the Lamborghini's steering wheel. Let us smash their faces with this." Even though the photo was ambiguous enough that even acquaintances might not recognize him, Tong Yin hesitated before deciding to ask Chen Qingci. Had he not previously mentioned she could publicly declare their relationship? She would have never considered it otherwise, fearing it might inconvenience him. She first sent a selfie with Han Man Man to Chen Qingci, informing him that she was her closest friend, without exception. Then she texted about the rumors circulating at school, asking if she could share the photo of him on her WeChat. "Go ahead, but your photography skills leave much to be desired. Even my dad might not recognize me from that angle," came Chen Qingci's reply. As Tong Yin read his response, a smile crept across her face, and she began to select the 9 photos for her post. "I'll include this stunning selfie in front of the mirror, showcasing my outfit, handbag, and heels. Absolutely gorgeous. And this one, of course, the limited edition bag, deserves a close-up. Oh, and this one of us together when you were driving." The two girls excitedly fiddled with their phones, their faces alight with joy. Meanwhile, Chen Qingci, upon glancing at the photo she had sent him, felt a smile tug at his lips. He swiped through to find the picture of Tong Yin and Han Man Man together, then inexplicably flipped back to the photo of her freshly manicured nails. With a soft click of his tongue, he tucked his phone back into his pocket, powered down his computer, and departed from the Jenya building. Making his way to the Ritz-Carlton. After an hour of exercising, he swam for another hour. Mid-swim, he witnessed a scene that left him astonished. A young mother nursing her child in a hanging chair beside the pool. While he held a deep respect for maternal love, he wondered why she would choose this setting when there were numerous nursing rooms available in the hotel. Although the pool was sparsely populated, Did she not consider him a person too? What surprised Chen Qingci even more was when, just as he was about to leave, this remarkable mother approached him to ask for his contact information. Stunned for a few seconds, he merely chuckled and walked straight out of the swimming area. After finishing his workout, Chen Qingci stepped out of the hotel, the night having already fallen, yet the hour still early. Having just dined at the hotel, he entered the Rolls-Royce to return home. Once he arrived, Chen Qingci took a refreshing shower and donned his pajamas, settling onto the sofa in his bedroom. He switched on the television and game console, grasping the controller, ready to indulge in some gaming. While he had completed most of the games, a few multiplayer ones remained untouched. Contemplating inviting Tong Yin over, he also considered that her friends could join them without issue. However, before he could open the chat interface with Tong Yin, a voice call came through. Upon seeing the caller's name, Chen Qingci felt a flicker of confusion as the image of the petite, charming girl emerged in his mind. He answered the call and switched to speaker mode, only to hear the sound of muffled sobs on the other end. "Why are you crying? What's wrong?" Chen Qingci inquired, furrowing his brow. I've been deceived." Su Li choked out, her voice barely discernible through her tears. "I have no money and don't know where to go." "Where are you now?" Chen Qingci asked. "I'm sitting by the roadside." Su Li's sobs momentarily subsided, but her response was disheartening. With a sigh, Chen Qingci softened his tone. "Can you send me your location? I'll come pick you up." "Okay," Su Li replied, her voice still shaky. "Don't hang up, stay in a crowded place." Chen Qingci instructed. There's no one around. "Then find a place to hide," he advised. Dressed in his pajama shorts and top, Chen Qingci stepped outside, taking the keys to his Ferrari F80. The car, a red streak of lightning, twisted and turned through the streets of the bustling metropolis. Having just passed the evening rush hour, within minutes, he was nearing the location Su Li had sent him. Throughout the drive, he maintained a slight frown, continually checking with Su Li to ensure her safety. Why was he so concerned for a girl he had only met briefly over a meal? Undoubtedly, the little girl was endearing, and he was naturally a warm-hearted person. In an unfamiliar city, with no one to rely on, how perilous could it be for a young girl to be out alone at night? "Excuse me, young man. I'm visiting the city and got lost. Could you give me a ride home?" Just as he awaited the final traffic light before his destination, a woman tapped on his car window. Chen Qingci glanced through the glass at the heavily made-up lady and pressed the accelerator, the Ferrari spinning away in a flash. Watching the car speed off without even lowering the window, the woman stomped her high heels in frustration. "What? Am I that ugly? Why did he drive off so fast?" "Hey, beautiful. I know this city like the back of my hand. Hop in, and I'll take you wherever you need." A young man in the driver's seat of a nearby Toyota called out. The woman shot him a middle finger. "You think you're worthy of a Corolla? Hurry up and call your rideshare." The young man erupted in anger. "Screw you. This is a Camry." Arriving precisely at the location, Chen Qingci exited the car and surveyed the area, finding it deserted. Speaking into the still active phone, he asked, "I've arrived. Where are you?" At that moment, he heard rustling behind him. Turning around, he saw Su Li emerging from the greenery, dressed in an ill-fitting, cheap office attire, a wintergreen leaf perched atop her golden hair. Amused, Chen Qingci thought that was not quite what he had meant when he suggested she hide. Having been on the phone for a while, Su Li's sobs had diminished, but upon seeing Chen Qingci, she pouted her lips and burst into tears once more, staggering toward him with a half-tilted head. Resembling a weeping emoji, "I've been deceived. Woe is me. All right, let us put that aside for now. Have you eaten?" Chen Qingci asked, unable to suppress a smile despite the gravity of her situation. "I haven't tea, but I'm not hungry," Su Li replied, shaking her head with a pout. "Get in the car, we can talk about it at home," Chen Qingci said, taking her diminutive hand, which was reminiscent of Tong Yan's, and led her to the Ferrari, which was parked a short distance away with its hazard lights blinking. Even in such a state of distress, Su Li paused to brush off the dust from her clothes before getting into the car. Chen Qingci chose not to pry during the drive, taking her back to his residence, where he parked and led her into the lavishly bright living room. The opulence of the space caught Su Li's attention, and amidst her tears, she gasped, "Your living room is so large, you could play basketball in here." "Enough of that. Go wash up and change out of those clothes." "What are you wearing?" Chen Qingci chuckled, leading her to the master bathroom. He provided her with a set of his pajamas to wear afterward, along with a toothbrush. She took her time in the shower, her long, golden hair requiring considerable effort to dry. The moment she stepped out, however, her shorts slipped down, revealing her petite figure. Chen Qingci, who had returned with a bowl of porridge, turned just in time to witness the scene, but thankfully, no awkwardness ensued, as his shirt adequately covered her modesty. "Whether you wear it or not is irrelevant. Just come over here," he beckoned, as she picked up her shorts and walked toward him. Now tear-free but with her eyes still slightly red, Chen Qingci urged Su Li to drink the porridge he had ordered from a nearby Cantonese restaurant, one he had frequented since arriving in the city, known for its delightful flavors. Sitting cross-legged on either side of the small table before the large television, Su Li eagerly consumed the porridge, despite her earlier claims of not being hungry, finishing the entire bowl in no time. Once she set the bowl aside, Chen Qingci inquired, "Now, tell me how you were deceived." His question seemed to flip a switch, and the previously gloomy girl's eyes brimmed with tears once more. She inhaled deeply, fighting back sobs. "I came to the city to work with a few childhood friends. They told me it was for a waitress position. But yesterday they informed me that it was actually for a hostess role instead. The pay was the same, but I would be working night shifts from 8 in the evening until dawn. I thought it wouldn't be too different. And being a hostess would be easier since I would just need to stand around. I was quite happy about the prospect of earning more money, even if it meant working late. But when they took me to the workplace, it wasn't a restaurant at all. It was a nightclub called Golden Phoenix. They said I would be a hostess, but there was no hospitality involved." Chen Qingci's lips twitched at the irony of a hostess lacking grace. "The female supervisor asked me if I had ever been in a relationship, and then said she'd arrange for me to meet a wealthy client who could pay me 10,000 for a night's work. I was completely bewildered by this. I went to ask my friends what was going on, and they just smoked in the dressing room, telling me not to act all high and mighty. They said I should thank them for bringing me along, asking how much I could earn back home in a month. They claimed that if I made enough money here, I could go back and find a decent man to marry, which would be the best choice for my future." As she reached this point, tears in Su Li's eyes could no longer be restrained and cascaded down her cheeks. "I had anticipated their rebellion, their waywardness. But I never imagined they would engage in such activities outside, nor that they would deceive me into coming here. I expressed my desire to leave. Yet they insisted that once I crossed this threshold, there would be no turning back, even daring me to try and escape. I understood that a vehement reaction might exacerbate the situation, so I feigned compliance. Then I overheard them discussing how they introduced me, someone of my caliber, and that each of them would earn a commission of 10,000 yuan. We have been friends since childhood." Su Li's emotions shattered completely, and she exclaimed through sobs, nearly wailing. Gasping for breath, she continued, "After I pretended to agree, they loosened their watch over me, and I seized the opportunity to leap out of the window and flee, running for what felt like an eternity, for over an hour. I had no destination, no plan, and could only keep running, terrified to alert the authorities lest they capture me again." Chen Qingci shook her head slightly. Such a scenario was clearly implausible. Su Li likely derived this notion from watching anti-fraud films. This was China, and more specifically, the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. It was merely a nightclub, and such occurrences were highly unlikely. Nevertheless, Chen Qingci could comprehend why Su Li harbored such thoughts. After all, she had journeyed from afar to this unfamiliar city, and her experiences over the past few days, nearly being swindled while dyeing her hair, coupled with just escaping a perilous situation, made her instinctively expect the worst. It was only natural that she would be overly cautious to an almost absurd degree. From her narrative, Chen Qingci began to grasp the extent of Su Li's emotional turmoil. The recent experiences were undeniably harrowing for a girl who had just graduated high school, especially considering that her childhood friend had betrayed her for profit. Yet, amidst such turmoil, her ability to bide her time and cleverly orchestrate her escape was commendable. "Enough of the tears," Chen Qingci said gently, patting her shoulder, feeling the fragile softness beneath her fingers. "One learns wisdom from hardship, especially for a young woman like you, who has ventured far from home. It is wise to be cautious and not easily trust anyone, for human nature is unpredictable." Upon uttering these words, Chen Qingci sensed a dissonance. Had she inadvertently included herself in that cautionary statement? Was she, too, unpredictable? Chapter 25, Qinglan Group. Casting a glance at the tear-streaked Su Li, Chen Qingci touched her own high nose. To be candid, he found her appealing, genuinely so. Yet, the notion of unpredictability was far from his nature. Su Li had poured forth her grievances and sorrow, and now, as she gradually regained her sense of security, her emotions began to stabilize. Hearing Chen Qingci's words, she wiped away the remnants of her tears and looked up at him. Her lips pursed as she replied, "I'm not foolish. I know how to protect myself. It's just that I never expected my childhood friends would betray me." Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow, contemplating a playful scare by claiming to be a villain. But he refrained and instead said, "Why don't you stay with me tonight? Tomorrow, we can contact your parents, and you should return home. I can lend you the fare. You can repay me whenever you return to Shanghai." Upon hearing the word home, Su Li, who had just begun to regain her composure, suddenly stiffened, shaking her head vigorously. "I want to go home. Brother, could you let me stay a few more days? I'll look for work tomorrow. And I swear I won't be a burden to you. I just need a place to sleep, or perhaps you could lend me a little money, and I'll definitely repay you." I truly don't wish to trouble you, but I absolutely cannot go back. Her face was pale, and as she spoke, tears began to flow anew. The notion of home loomed over her like a fierce beast. Chen Qingci furrowed his brow, sensing there was more to the story. Yet he refrained from probing further. He reached out to wipe the tears from her cheeks, her face so small that even including her forehead, it was hardly larger than the palm of his hand. Placing his hand before her cheek accentuated the intimacy of the moment. If you don't want to go back, then don't. Why cry? For now, you can stay here until you find somewhere else to go, but finding a decent job in Shanghai won't be easy. This was Shanghai, a city teeming with elite talent. Securing a good job was no small feat, and Chen Qingci, endowed with memories of his past life, understood this all too well, especially for someone like Su Li, who had only graduated high school and was still so young. It was unlikely she could handle strenuous work, and she might even be mistaken for a child laborer, which would complicate matters further. She could either find a position as a waitress or work in a tea shop or as an apprentice in a barber shop. However, if these jobs did not cover her living expenses, surviving in Shanghai would be nearly impossible. Thank you. I'll find something soon. I'm sorry for being a bother. Upon hearing Chen Qingci's agreement, Su Li's tears fell again, and she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Her emotions so stirred that she seemed on the verge of kneeling to him in thanks. Enough. No need for such theatrics. Chen Qingci interrupted her. Have you eaten? Should I have someone bring more food? Su Li, managing a smile through her tears, replied, No need. I have a small appetite. I'm already full from the bowl of porridge. Chen Qingci then inquired, Are you tired? Not at all. I'm wide awake. Su Li sprang up from the sofa. Are you going to rest, brother? She was ready to sleep on the couch. She would even be content to sleep on the floor if necessary. Chen Qingci glanced at the time. It was just past 9 o'clock, and he was not tired. I want to be resting. If you're not tired, would you like to play some games? I'm not very skilled, but if you need me to keep you company, I can learn, Su Li declared. Patting her small chest confidently, I picked things up quickly. Chen Qingci picked up a game controller from the sofa and handed it to Su Li. She indeed had little experience with games and had hardly touched a computer, let alone a controller. However, as she claimed, she was intelligent and a quick learner. After a brief tutorial from Chen Qingci on the controls, complemented by the game's introductory guidance, she soon grasped the gameplay. The two of them were playing It Takes Two, a newly released game called Shadow Realm. As Su Li's gameplay improved, they quickly completed the relatively easy first chapter. Immersed in the gaming world, Su Li had entirely shed her earlier melancholy. If it weren't for her still red eyes, one would hardly suspect she had just been in such a distressed state. Brother, hurry and push this. I'm about to fall. Where should I go? Here. I see it. Ugh, how can I not make that jump? I refuse to believe it. After failing a level over a dozen times, Su Li slid off the sofa and sat cross-legged on the carpet, her eyes glued to the screen, utterly engrossed. However, since she was wearing Chen Qingci's oversized sleep t-shirt instead of a dress, he caught a glimpse of her underwear as she settled down. His gaze lingered on her as she focused intently on the game, and a smile began to form at the corners of Chen Qingci's mouth. Welcoming this little girl into his home turned out to be a delightful decision. I did it. I finally passed. Su Li endeavored 20 or 30 times before finally overcoming this challenge. As Chen Qingci observed her joyfully raising her hands in triumph, she was suddenly reminded of their last encounter, during which Su Li had confided in her about the years of relentless toil that yielded no rewards. She had declared that she would no longer play the role of the obedient daughter. What did it mean to toil without recompense? Chen Qingci replied, Heaven does not forsake the diligent. While effort may not always yield results, in most instances, it does. Su Li retracted her neck slightly, her excitement waning. Yet she did not exhibit any significant emotional upheaval. She understood Chen Qingci's words and did not shy away from the conversation. With her lips pressed together, she continued to manipulate the character with the joystick, softly murmuring, Indeed, but in my case, I am one of the few exceptions. Chen Qingci's gaze remained fixed on her, and her actions came to a halt. Su Li noticed that the character controlled by Chen Qingci had ceased to move, and she glanced back, meeting Chen Qingci's eyes. She placed the game controller on the wool blanket, reclined backward against the cushions of the sofa, maintaining her cross-legged position, and stared blankly at the ceiling. My mother passed away long ago, when I was just 3 years old. It is said that she fell gravely ill while pregnant with me. My father did not take her to the hospital, insisting she endure it, which left her with lasting health issues. Shortly after her death, my father remarried and had a son. Throughout my childhood, I was exceptionally obedient, never defying their wishes. I excelled academically from elementary school through university, consistently bringing home awards. Although I did not share the closeness typically found between parents and children, at least I managed to navigate life without major issues. I performed well on my college entrance exams, chose my desired major, and upon receiving my acceptance letter, I sensed their reluctance to cover my tuition. I researched and discovered that universities offer financial aid for students from impoverished backgrounds, particularly for those from rural households, which includes tuition and textbook fee reductions. Thus, I secured a job, planning to work 2 months over the summer to save for my college expenses. However, just a few days ago, they abruptly informed me that I could not attend university and that they had promised me to a divorced man, having already taken the bride price to help my brother with a down payment on a house. Essentially, the money had been spent, and I was compelled to comply. At this point, while gazing upward, tears welled in her eyes and fell like heavy raindrops. She paused, seemingly lost in thought, before softly murmuring the last part of her sentence. How tragic. Just 3 words, yet they encapsulated the profound sorrow that words alone could scarcely convey. How could it not be tragic? Years of obedient compliance, 12 years of arduous study culminating in successful exams, and yet this was the outcome. Suddenly, Suli straightened up, wiped her tears with the fabric of her clothing, and with a defiant tilt of her chin declared, "Therefore, I have resolved to be disobedient, to no longer play the role of the good girl, and to live for myself." But just as quickly, her spirit sank again. I never anticipated that my freedom would lead me to nearly being deceived into becoming a courtesan. That is of no consequence, Chen Qingci gently replied. Your life is just beginning. Suli pressed her lips together. Let us hope so. After uttering this, she sprang up from the floor and knelt on the sofa beside Chen Qingci. Biting her lower lip, she adopted a tone reminiscent of an anime character, tinged with shyness and hope. Brother, could you please take care of my meals for a few days? I can eat anything as long as it's food. Once I earn money from my job, I will surely repay you. For reasons unknown. Chen Qingci could not help but think of certain anime characters when she looked at Suli, especially as she bit her lip and tilted her head, mirroring the moment when a tsundere character concedes. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What was most pivotal was that, in her current kneeling posture, her clothing had shifted in such a way that a glimpse of pure white fabric caught Chen Qingci's eye, adorned with a design that was either a kitten or a small tiger. Brother, please. Suli's cheeks flushed deeply. She had never acted coy before, yet it seemed her imitation was quite adept. Noticing Chen Qingci's silence, she hesitated, contemplating whether to embrace his arm, only to catch a glimpse of his peculiar gaze and instinctively lowered her head to check. Upon realizing her clothing had ridden up, exposing her legs adorned with a playful tiger design, Suli gasped, snatched a cushion from the sofa, and pressed it against Chen Qingci's face before plopping back onto the wool carpet, wrapping her legs in her clothing, her knees puffed up, her face retreating into the collar, leaving only her arms visible. Cough. Chen Qingci removed the cushion that had slipped to his lap and stood up. It is getting late. You should go to bed. Your room is right next door. I will take you there. As she heard Chen Qingci's footsteps recede, Suli peeked out from her collar, her face as flushed as if she had imbibed too much wine. Biting her lip, she hastily got to her feet and padded barefoot after him, her steps echoing softly. The guest room was, of course, smaller than the master bedroom, with slightly less lavish decor, yet it was spacious and exquisitely designed. After leading Suli to her room and assessing whether she needed anything, Chen Qingci quickly departed, sensing she had all she required. Suli, still blushing, remained silent. Once back in his own room, he lay down, closed his eyes, and soon succumbed to sleep, his youthful vigor quickly overtaken by drowsiness. The following day, Chen Qingci rose early and set out. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a message from his mother, indicating her return to Shanghai around 10 in the morning. After washing up and having breakfast, it was already 9:30. Before departing, he noticed the guest room was quiet and sent Suli a message. The car soon arrived near the Pudong CBD. On the outskirts of the CBD stood a towering building, second only to the Shanghai Tower, with the name Qinglan Group prominently displayed. According to the narrative, Qinglan was a preeminent industrial conglomerate on a global scale. Beyond its headquarters, it owned over a dozen buildings throughout Shanghai. In major cities such as Beijing, Shenzhen, Hong Kong, New York, London, and Seoul, it established branches, each occupying an entire skyscraper, with a scale comparable to that of the headquarters itself. The conglomerate spanned over 100 industries, half of which were industry leaders, including real estate, energy, chemical raw materials development, metallurgy, pharmaceuticals, and renewable energy research and manufacturing. It could be said that every aspect of life could be associated with the Qinglan Group. As the narrative described, Qinglan operated in a semi-hidden state, never appearing on any Forbes lists. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly have dominated the rankings. To be honest, Chen Qingci found it somewhat amusing at the time. The mere presence of such a colossal entity would significantly elevate the GDP of Shanghai. Without even discussing the Chen family's background, the moment this formidable force sensed something amiss, the female protagonist would be expected to emerge from the depths, providing a reasonable explanation for her disappearance. even if Yilan chose not to pursue certain actions for her son's sake. It is utterly inconceivable that the entire family fortune could be relinquished to the female protagonist. Moreover, there looms the vast Chen family empire. The chasm that separates commerce from politics is an insurmountable gulf. Nevertheless, a novel is merely a novel, much like how such a colossal conglomerate could not possibly exist in reality. The purpose behind such a grandiose setup is undoubtedly to bequeath an empire to the female protagonist. Regardless of its implausibility, one must devise ways to forcefully justify and propel the narrative forward. Chapter 26. Unfettered Elegance. Standing beneath the towering skyscraper, Chen Qingci couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, contemplating that his family owned an astonishing 40 to 50 such edifices. He marveled in awe. "Young master, the madam has requested you to proceed directly to her office upon your arrival. Please follow me." Manager Zhao Qingqiao of the reception department had been informed of Chen Qingci's impending arrival and had been dispatched to greet him. As she stepped outside, she found Chen Qingci already present, gazing in rapture at the building, prompting her to quickly stride over. With a respectful bow, she walked alongside Chen Qingci, her demeanor noticeably cautious as they ventured into the heart of the corporation. As they traversed, countless gazes in the hall scrutinized Chen Qingci. While not everyone knew his identity, many had just witnessed Zhao Qingqiao bowing to him through the expansive glass windows. Furthermore, Chen Qingci's striking appearance naturally drew attention, unfazed by the curious glances directed at him. Chen Qingci followed Zhao Qingqiao into the elevator designated for vice presidents and above. After she entered the access code, the elevator ascended at an astonishing speed, rivaling that of the neighboring Magic City Tower. In the blink of an eye, they reached the 100+ floors. "Manager Zhao, you need not accompany me further. I am familiar with the way." Chen Qingci declined Zhao Qingcao's continued escort. Upon hearing this, she paused her steps outside the elevator, bowing deeply before the doors closed. "Goodbye, young master. Wishing you a pleasant day." Chen Qingci turned back, waving and smiling radiantly. "Wishing you a delightful day as well." As the elevator door sealed shut, the occasional sound of high heels echoed, rendering the entire floor even more tranquil. This entire level constituted his mother's office area, with her private office and a portion of the living space, while the remainder was occupied by assistants and secretaries. Yi Xingran served as his mother's primary secretary, a position of significant responsibility. In addition to her, the total number of secretarial assistants exceeded 50. These individuals not only communicated work-related matters, but also constituted a think tank. In the subsequent course of events, once his mother firmly acknowledged the fading tide, she would meticulously arrange the futures of each one of them. According to the original narrative, any one of these individuals, when assigned elsewhere, could easily ascend to the roles of director or vice president in publicly listed companies, each graduated from prestigious institutions, boasting exceptional intellects, thereby underscoring the formidable challenges the female protagonist faced and the magnitude of her triumph. Navigating the corridor with ease, he arrived promptly at the entrance of the chairman's office. The office was a spacious suite. The first door stood ajar, revealing Yi Xingran's small workspace. Hearing the commotion, she was diligently attending to her tasks, her hair impeccably styled, dressed in a crisp white shirt, pen in hand. When she raised her head and saw Chen Qingci entering, she promptly stood, eager to maneuver around her desk, but Chen Qingci gestured for her to remain quiet. As he walked toward the inner door, he smiled and whispered, "I can go in by myself, Sister Xingran. It's only been a few days, and you've become even more radiant." Yi Xingran's eyes widened slightly, her lips parting in surprise. At that moment, Chen Qingci knocked on the office door, and within, Yi Lan's voice faintly beckoned, "Come in." Pointing toward the office door, Chen Qingci signaled to Yi Xingran that he would enter, turning the doorknob and stepping inside. Yi Xingran's gaze lingered on the now-closed door for a moment before she resumed her seat. The office was expansive, featuring a semicircular design with a massive floor-to-ceiling window that, on a clear day, offered a breathtaking view of the horizon stretching for dozens, if not hundreds, of kilometers. Behind a substantial solid-wood desk, a middle-aged woman with chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders was engrossed in her work. Her facial features, including her brows and eyes, bore a striking resemblance to Chen Qingci. Her expression impassive as her head turned slightly with each document she reviewed, emanating an aura of formidable authority that commanded silence. "Ran, please take this document back to the planning department and inform them that the proposal is unsatisfactory. I want them to convene a meeting in an hour to reconsider. I will attend as an observer." Yilan snapped the file shut and set it aside, reaching for the next one. Chen Qingci stepped forward to retrieve the document. "Certainly." Yilan suddenly turned to look at him, her previously imposing aura dissipating, replaced by a warm tenderness. "How did you arrive so quickly? I thought you wouldn't be here until noon at the earliest." Chen Qingci beamed brightly. Mom. The intertwined memories of 2 lifetimes flooded his mind. Having been an orphan and foreseeing the calamities yet to unfold, he felt a wave of emotion as he recalled how his mother had tirelessly cleaned up after him, still shielding him in the end. The moment he uttered this word, his eyes brimmed with tears, almost spilling over. What's the matter? Do you need something from Mom? Yilan's smile remained unchanged, yet she astutely articulated the peculiar emotions swirling within Chen Qingci, an insight born of profound maternal intuition and an unbreakable blood bond. It's nothing. Chen Qingci shook his head, smiling. I just missed you a bit after a few days apart. Yilan's smile widened as she stood, stepping out of her office to hand the document to Yixingran before returning to the sofa. Your new hairstyle looks lovely. Don't just stand there. Help yourself to a drink. Chen Qingci had initially intended to decline any beverage, but recalling how he had ground his mother's exquisite coffee beans during previous visits, he realized that altering the routine might seem odd to her. He was also eager to experience the taste of coffee that cost over 1,000 for a small cup. The method for operating the coffee machine was vividly clear in his memory, and he approached it with great skill. What are your plans for the company you're establishing? Upon hearing the question, Chen Qingci turned to glance at his mother, who was now seated on the sofa, her legs crossed. I plan to start with network software and explore other avenues later. Any intriguing ideas? Yilan inquired. Yes, I have quite a few concepts, Chen Qingci replied straightforwardly. Then pursue those ideas, but remember to think thrice before acting. When you believe something is feasible, do not hesitate. Yilan's eyes, mirroring Chen Qingci's, curved like crescent moons as she spoke softly. Chen Qingci was taken aback. This approach to education was entirely different from his previous understanding. It was neither a reassurance of don't worry, I'll support you if you fail, nor a caution of be careful, don't get deceived. Yilan continued. The individuals I assign to you are all my trusted aides. They are capable and can be relied upon. I have also looked into your friend's background. Their family business is modest, but they maintain a good reputation in the business world. While this person may have been somewhat aimless before, whether they can be relied upon and possess the necessary skills ultimately depends on how you choose to utilize and assess them. Once again, his mother provided Chen Qingci with profound insights. Chen Qingci smiled and nodded emphatically, saying, I understand, Mom. In the midst of their conversation, Chen Qingci had already brewed 2 cups of coffee, placing one before his mother. As he did so, he sensed his mother's scrutinizing gaze upon him and grinned, asking, What's wrong? Yilan shook her head, lifted the steaming cup, and remarked, It's nothing. Just feels like you've grown up a bit. Chen Qingci noncommittally replied, Haven't you seen that viral post online? The growth of boys often happens overnight. In the language of martial arts novels, it's akin to enlightenment. When one awakens from a dream, clarity ensues. With a sudden realization, all becomes light. Shedding the shackles of the past, one finally understands oneself. Yilan chuckled. Are you trying to be like Lu Zhishan? Chen Qingci said nothing further, sharing a laugh that radiated pure joy. After an hour of delightful conversation with his mother, Chen Qingci felt an unparalleled happiness. For him, this mother was a divine salvation from the solitude he had endured in his previous life for over 20 years. However, as she had a meeting and a lunch appointment with clients, Chen Qingci refrained from disturbing her further, suggesting they dine together in the evening. His mother shrugged with a smile. Not possible tonight either. Your father has made plans. I need to head to the capital tomorrow to handle some affairs. He has called me 7 times asking when I'll return, so I promised him this afternoon's flight. Don't blame me, blame your father. The bittersweetness of their brief encounter lingered as they parted once more. Chen Qingci felt a twinge of reluctance, but did not jest with his mother about blaming his father. There was no need to rush things. As he waved goodbye and left, Yilan arched an eyebrow. Before Chen Qingci's arrival, she had intended to impart some wisdom regarding matters of women, urging him to remain clear-headed. Yet, witnessing his transformation, she chose not to broach the subject. Sensing that her son understood this truth and could navigate it well, it seemed her initial calculations might not be in vain after all. Tidying up, Yilan exited her office, where Yixingran was already waiting outside, observing her daughter, poised in high heels and a chic suit. A tender smile graced Yilan's features as she inquired, Did Qingci speak with you just now? Yixingran nodded. Yes, he did. Yilan asked, What did he say? After a moment's hesitation, Yixingran replied honestly, He said that I looked more beautiful after not seeing me for a few days. Yilan nodded approvingly. That's wonderful. And the name of the company, Qingci, is quite fitting. Before Yixingran could respond, Yilan continued, Darling, don't you feel that Qingci seems a bit different? Yixingran paused, responding, He does seem somewhat changed. He appears much more mature. Yilan interjected, Indeed, he has matured considerably, but more importantly, don't you sense a certain quality about him? Quality? Yixingran queried, puzzled. Yilan pondered briefly before stating, He exudes a newfound sense of freedom. Yi Xingran appeared momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether this was a positive or negative observation. Yi Lan, gazing down the corridor, softened her smile. This is indeed a good thing. From the moment he was born, he was never meant to conform to societal norms, even if he adhered strictly to them. There remains an inherent stubbornness within him. If he does not amend this, it may lead to significant challenges in the future. Yi Xingran fell silent. After departing from the headquarters of Qinglan Group, Chen Qingci called Lu Zhengchun to inquire about the current progress. Upon learning that Lu had coordinated with the individuals assigned by his mother and was organizing recruitment, Chen Qingci instructed him to refrain from establishing too many managerial positions for the time being, planning to do so once the company reached an appropriate scale. Lu Zhengchun acknowledged his directives. There was little need for Chen Qingci to be present, so after adjusting the air conditioning in his car, he dialed Tong Yan's number. "Hello, my dear." The call connected swiftly, and Tong Yan's voice came through, laced with a strong nasal tone and a lazy timbre, clearly having just awoken. "Did I wake you?" Chen Qingci asked. "No, it's time I was up," she replied. After a few exhausting days and a restless night, Tong Yin and Han Man had each posted on their social media, with Han Man sharing a selfie in a Bentley alongside Tong Yin. Following that, Tong Yin posted a 9-square grid, and the two spent the night engrossed in their social media comments and their school's forum, with numerous classmates added to their WeChat. Their posts quickly gained traction, leading to widespread discussion on the forum. As the school belle, Tong Yin had become a figure of intrigue, and with the addition of photographs, the buzz only intensified. Previous criticisms of her alleged pretentiousness and claims of being supported by a benefactor quickly turned into a complete reversal. The image of Chen Qingci, effortlessly driving a Lamborghini, served as irrefutable evidence against such rumors. Most people simply followed the trend, readily believing in the truth that accompanied the visuals. Of course, a small faction remained resentful of Tong Yin. Seeing her thrive with a young, wealthy boyfriend who provided her with a Bentley was difficult for them to accept. Consequently, negative comments persisted on the forum, which angered Han Man. She had been eager to argue with the naysayers the previous night, but was restrained by Tong Yin, who felt that the truth was already evident. Those unwilling to believe it, resorting to insults, could only be deemed envious to the point of distortion. Han Man found this reasoning sound and chose not to dwell further on the forum's discussions. "Shall we go out for lunch?" Chen Qingci suggested. "Your friends are still around, right? They can join us." "Sure, I'll get up now." "Is it okay if Man comes?" Tong Yin asked. "Why not?" Chen Qingci replied softly. "Let me check with her." Man, Tong Yin called out, but received no response. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated through the receiver, followed by Han Man's sleepy voice. "What is it? Why are you hitting me so hard? You'll bruise my behind." Listening to this exchange, Chen Qingci couldn't help but imagine the scene, even conjuring an image of Han Man's ample posterior, reasoning that such a sound could only come from a generous form. He shook his head, dismissing the bizarre thoughts from his mind as the two continued their banter. "Get up, Qingci wants us to join him for lunch. Are you coming?" "Huh, right now?" "Yes. It's already 11, but I still need to do my makeup and get ready." "No need for makeup. You're naturally beautiful. Hurry up." "Oh, stop hitting me, or I really will bruise." Just evening things out. After a flurry of rustling sounds, Tong Yin leaned closer and asked, "Where are we eating?" "Let us go to the Ritz-Carlton. Didn't I promise to take you there?" Chen Qingci replied. "All right, should we meet there?" "Let us meet." "Okay, bye my dear." After hanging up the phone, Tong Yin sprang up with remarkable speed, retrieving the handbag that Chen Qingci had purchased for her. She promptly emptied its contents of cosmetics onto the table and began to apply her makeup at lightning speed. Han Man had just risen to head to the restroom and, upon her return, was greeted by the sight of Tong Yin already engrossed in her makeup routine. She immediately teased. "Didn't you say that you were naturally beautiful and didn't need makeup?" While applying her contact lenses, Tong Yin retorted, "I was referring to you." "Nonsense. You are far more beautiful than I am, all right?" Han Man pouted and shrugged. "Well, it doesn't really matter to me. After all, I'm just going to meet your boyfriend." As she spoke, she had already donned her contact lenses and spritzed on some setting spray. Within 5 minutes, Tong Yin had completed her rapid makeup application and stood to head towards the restroom. As she passed by Han Man, she playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "You're also quite lovely. Just look at that cherubic face, plump with youthful collagen, and not to mention your ample bosom." Han Man swatted her hand away, exclaiming, "Oh, come on, will you never stop?" Meanwhile, in a quaint garden courtyard, Su Li had just awakened. She had suffered from insomnia the previous night, her mind burdened with an overwhelming array of thoughts. Upon closing her eyes, she was plagued by visions of childhood friends deceiving her, of parents preparing to sell her off for a bride price, of her unfulfilled desire to attend university, and the accompanying regret of not being able to pursue her studies. Gradually, Her thoughts shifted to Chen Qingci, and the contemplation of him eclipsed all other musings. She recalled their first meeting. The way he had come to pick her up without hesitation, prepared porridge for her, and offered her a place to stay. She even remembered how he had gazed at her as she adjusted her clothing, appearing momentarily entranced. Unlike her other troubling thoughts, which only served to agitate her further, her reflections on Chen Qingci brought her a sense of calm. Before she knew it, she had drifted back into slumber. Upon reopening her eyes, she was met with the present moment. Su Li had slept soundly, an unusual occurrence since learning of her parents' intentions to sell her. This was the first night she had not been tormented by nightmares. However, upon awakening, she realized she had likely slept for an extended period, and it was surely late. She mumbled to herself in panic, quickly leaping from her bed. Checking her phone, she confirmed it was indeed past noon. Had the curtains not blocked the light, she would have seen the sun high in the sky. A wave of anxiety surged through her, prompting her to hastily dress. Just as she was about to set her phone down, she noticed a multitude of unread WeChat messages. Upon swiping the screen, her expression darkened considerably. Her friends had bombarded her with messages, initially inquiring about her whereabouts, sent around 10 o'clock the previous night. An hour later, they questioned whether she had run away. By 3 in the morning, they had sent a barrage of messages urging her to return, citing the dangers of a girl being alone outside. They claimed to care for her well-being, insisting that if she was unwilling to heed their advice, she could at least return and work as a waitress, earning a modest salary of 8,000 yuan a month. At this point, it seemed everything was a misunderstanding. Yet, as she scrolled further, her heart sank upon reading the messages sent just an hour ago, filled with harsh insults and threats, warning her not to let them see her, lest they harm her. Even without those latter messages, Su Li could never trust them again. The vitriol and menacing tones were unmistakable, revealing their true intentions. Her face paled, filled with indignation. She longed to retaliate with words of her own, but the final threat instilled a profound fear, preventing her from acting on her impulse. Silently, she navigated to her recent contacts, intending to hide their chat windows. In that moment, she noticed another unread message beneath her friend's threads. It was from Chen Qingci. Sent at 9:30. The sight of his name sent a jolt through her heart. Cautiously, she opened the message, only to find it contained none of the troubling content she had feared. Chen Qingci wrote, "I've left the house. The nanny prepared breakfast and placed it in the thermos. If you wake up late, don't worry about eating. I've arranged for someone to bring you lunch around 11:30. If you need to go out to look for a job, you can find the person delivering your meal as you leave. I've discarded the work clothes you wore yesterday. In the box at the entrance, you'll find the clothes I had someone buy and wash for you. I don't know your size, but I purchased athletic wear that should fit, whether it's a bit large or small." Although the message was not what she had dreaded, as she read on, Su Li felt her lips quiver. She dashed out barefoot to retrieve the box, shutting the door behind her, and plopped down on the floor to examine its contents. Inside, she discovered a t-shirt, shorts, and a highly elastic sports bra, designed to fit multiple cup sizes, all exuding a faint fragrance. Clutching the garments, Su Li, kneeling on the floor, felt tears welling up in her reddened eyes. From childhood, she had always lived in trepidation, acutely aware of her expendable status within her family. She feared abandonment, which compelled her to adhere to strict routines, rising first to prepare breakfast, incessantly studying, and eagerly taking on chores. Terrified of inciting her parents' disdain for sleeping in or failing to notice tasks. This was the first time she had slept past noon without the dread of her parents' reproach for missing breakfast, and upon realizing the time, she panicked, wondering if Chen Qingci would be upset for not waiting for her to eat, or if he would scold her for her delayed job search. But to her surprise, none of that happened. Chen Qingci had not only refrained from reprimanding her, but had also prepared breakfast and even arranged for lunch, anticipating her late awakening, and provided her with clean clothes. Overwhelmed, she buried her face into the box of clothes and began to sob uncontrollably. After a moment, she lifted her head, realizing her tears and snot had marred the clothing. Quickly, she scrambled to find a tissue. After washing up and tidying herself, Su Li, with her eyes still slightly red, changed into the clothes. Although they were a bit loose, they were wearable and looked decent. She descended the stairs and opened the door leading to the courtyard, peeking outside. Soon, she spotted a woman approaching, who had also noticed her peeking curiously from behind the door. "Miss, the young master has arranged lunch for you, and it has just arrived. Would you like me to set the table?" Yes." Su Li, still somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zifan returned, carrying a thermal box, and followed Su Li into the house. They walked through the living room to the dining table, where Lu Zifan began to unpack the dishes, introducing each one as she laid them out. "This dish is a delicately prepared braised yellow croaker, crafted from 20 exquisite specimens of large yellow croaker, selecting only the most tender portions of the fish. This is a premium caviar. Accompanying it is a gently seared foie gras, complemented by a secret cherry sauce. This is the hotel's signature dish, shrouded in mystery. Seated at the dining table, Su Li's rosy lips parted slightly, occasionally glancing at the middle-aged woman who was arranging the dishes for her, struggling to suppress the words, "Is this for me?" There must be some mistake. That almost escaped her lips. She feared that voicing her astonishment might make her appear unsophisticated in front of Chen Qingci, and judging by the woman's demeanor, it was clear that no mistake had been made. Soon, all the dishes were presented and introduced. Lu Zifan bowed, and, as she carried the warming box away, she remarked, "The vehicle prepared for your journey is waiting at the entrance. Enjoy your meal." After Lu Zifan departed, the vast house was left with only Su Li, who gazed at the exquisite spread before her, convinced that each dish was of considerable value. All she truly wished for was to be satiated. Gradually, she began to bite her lip, lost in thought for some time, before finally picking up her chopsticks to take a bite. A marvelous flavor, unlike anything she had ever tasted, burst upon her tongue, invigorating her senses. She sampled each dish, inhaling sharply, then covered them up and placed them in the refrigerator. Next, she located the warming box and retrieved her untouched breakfast, which consisted of 2 sandwiches encasing tender steak. The warming box remained open, still retaining warmth, and she devoured both sandwiches entirely. Initially intending to fetch a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, she hesitated upon seeing the elegant packaging, opting instead to approach the water station. From a small faucet, presumably the output of a water purifier, she filled a cup and drank deeply, quenching the sensation of constriction in her throat. After satisfying her hunger, she donned the shoes she had worn the previous day and stepped out into the courtyard. Lu Zifan was still waiting in the same pavilion, and upon seeing her emerge, she quickly approached and guided her toward the entrance. As they traversed the courtyard, Su Li's eyes flitted from side to side, captivated by the picturesque landscape. She yearned to inquire of Lu Zifan whether this place had once been a scenic spot, but she restrained herself, fearing she might come across as a country bumpkin. After stealing several glances at the enormous welcoming pine at the entrance, Su Li followed Lu Zifan out through the gate. Outside, a sleek black Mercedes awaited them. Lu Zifan approached the rear door and opened it, gesturing for her to enter. Su Li was taken aback, pointing to herself with her index finger. "Me? Is this vehicle prepared for my departure?" Lu Zifan smiled politely. "Indeed, madam." No. Su Li shook her head fervently. "I can manage on my own. Please don't concern yourself with me." "Thank you." Setting aside the fact that she was seeking employment, she mused that even if she had secured a job, the day's wages would hardly cover the fuel expenses. Although Su Li was uncertain about the car's true value and could not distinguish a Mercedes S-Class Maybach, she knew it must be costly and consume considerable fuel. Lu Zifan replied, "Madam, the young master has instructed us to ensure your travel safety. If you choose not to take the car, we will still have personnel accompanying you to prevent any potential dangers." Su Li was momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, she glanced at the emblem on the car's side and the faint letters spelling Maybach on the rear. Suddenly, she declared, "Then I won't go out. There's no need for you to trouble yourselves. Thank you." With that, she turned and re-entered the courtyard. Lu Zifan bowed slightly. Back inside, she did not linger in the living room but ascended directly to the guest room where she had slept the previous night. Lying back on the bed, she stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, then rose to draw open the curtains. Kneeling at the bedside, she gazed at the foam mountains and waters outside the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to her, her lips curled upwards several times, each smile increasingly pronounced. Chapter 28. Is this really Yin Yan's boyfriend? Outside the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, a Ferrari F80 roared in like a blazing crimson arrow. The reception staff promptly approached to guide it into a parking space devoid of any ramps or obstacles. Numerous cars passed by, but the attendant remained unfazed, not merely favoring the Ferrari, but rather waiting specifically for this vehicle. Almost simultaneously, a white Bentley rolled up. Through the windshield, Han Man caught sight of the fiery Ferrari and leaned forward, exclaiming, "Yin Yan, that's a Ferrari. What model is it? I haven't seen it before." "I have no idea." Tong Yin was entirely focused on whether the person emerging from the car would be Chen Qingci, recalling having seen this car in his garage, though she was not well versed in automobiles and found it hard to recognize. However, given the timing and location, the likelihood of it being Chen Qingci was substantial. As the F80's door swung open, Chen Qingci stepped out. Today, he had dressed slightly more formally to meet his mother, sporting a plain white t-shirt and black trousers. Initially, he had chosen a lighter pair, but upon wearing them, he realized they did not suit him well. The Patek Philippe 5304301R001 on his wrist glittered in the sunlight, and his hair, tousled casually from a quick blow-dry, added to his youthful charm. From a distance, his tall and proportionate figure exuded an effortless grace. Complemented by his flawless features, every inch of him was perfection. As the car drew closer, Han Man felt a rush of excitement and apprehension, instinctively glancing at his fingers. They were long and slender, devoid of prominent knuckles, truly a dream for any admirer of hands. She swallowed hard, poised to tell Tong Yin how handsome he was. But before she could speak, their vehicle slowed to a stop beside him. Not only did they halt, but the window on their side also rolled down. Han Man felt flustered and was about to ask Tong Yin what was happening. However, just before she could voice her question, a realization struck her, and she turned abruptly to gaze at the young man outside. Having only seen a photograph once, which hardly captured his striking appearance, she had not considered the possibility before. But now, with the car parked beside him, how could she not recognize him? Is this really Yin Yan's boyfriend? Darling. Tong Yin leaned toward Han Man, calling out to the window. Hold on a moment. I'm going to park. Go ahead. Chen Qingci waved his hand. As their brief exchange concluded, the attendant who had greeted Chen Qingci swiftly approached the front of the car and drove it into a nearby parking space. After securing the vehicle, both doors opened, and the two women stepped out. Han Man, a slightly plump girl, though only mildly so, had a charmingly round face, her weight not excessive, with curves in all the right places. While she could not compete with Tong Yan's slenderness, her figure was quite appealing in its own right. Tong Yan, adorned in a pair of petite heels and a long dress gifted by Chen Qingci, exuded an enchanting aura that accentuated her slender waist and elongated legs. She stood gracefully, embodying an exquisite blend of purity and pride, reminiscent of the resplendent white moon hanging in the sky, an ethereal beauty that seemed almost unattainable. Yet, at this moment, this radiant figure was hastily approaching Chen Qingci. With her gaze solely fixed on him, she leapt into his embrace, whispering, "Darling." This boy was the very moonlight that illuminated her existence. Chen Qingci wrapped his arms around her waist, chuckling softly. "Did you miss me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tong Yin nodded affirmatively. I did. All right, your friend is still waiting," he gently reminded her, patting her lightly on the rear. Tong Yin extricated herself from Chen Qingci's embrace and turned to wrap her arms around Han Man. "Qingci, this is Man, the one I sent you photos of," Han Man. With Man meaning graceful. "She's my college roommate and, without a doubt, my best friend." As Tong Yin mentioned her boyfriend, she paused momentarily, feeling a twinge of insecurity while referring to Chen Qingci in such terms, even though it was his suggestion. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed his expression remained unchanged, which eased her apprehension. Han Man, still somewhat dazed, was not envious of Tong Yin. Rather, she found the whole situation surreal. How could such a flawless man exist? No wonder Tong Yin claimed that being with him was not a disadvantage for her. When viewing the photos, she hadn't felt quite so assured. Regaining her composure as Tong Yin introduced her, Han Man confidently extended her hand to Chen Qingci, saying, "Hello, Qingci." He reciprocated with a gentle handshake. The sensation markedly different from his embrace with Tong Yin. While hers was soft and delicate, Han Man's had a robust and fleshy quality, mirroring her slightly plump figure. Their hands clasped briefly before parting. "Let us not linger here. Let us head inside and chat comfortably," Chen Qingci suggested. "Mr. Chen, welcome. I am the lobby manager of the hotel," greeted the lobby manager, who had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing the trio conclude their conversation, he promptly approached them with utmost respect, guiding them through the hotel lobby and into the elevator that ascended to the dining level. As the elevator doors opened, all the waitstaff stood on either side, bowing in unison, "Welcome." Since Chen Qingci's arrival in Shanghai, he had frequently ordered from this establishment. The hotel was well aware of his status as a distinguished VIP from Qinglan Group. Even if they weren't fully aware that he was the heir to a colossal empire, they dared not treat him with anything less than the utmost deference. When Chen Qingci called Lu Zifan to reserve a table, the hotel staff immediately recognized the honor of hosting him, with both the lobby and restaurant managers coming forth to greet him, orchestrating an elaborate welcome. Had it not been for the general manager and other executives attending a meeting, the reception would have been even grander. "Mr. Chen, this way, please." The restaurant manager guided them to the most serene and delightful corner of the restaurant. Chen Qingci presented the menu to Han Man, inviting her to order first. Only then did she snap back to reality, repeatedly shaking her head and passing the menu back to Tong Yin, insisting that she and Chen Qingci should decide what to have, as she would be content with anything. Tong Yin then returned the menu to Chen Qingci, urging him to order whatever he preferred. With both women expressing similar sentiments, Chen Qingci proceeded to peruse the menu without further ado. Just then, Han Man stood up and inquired of a nearby waiter, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the restroom? Just at the end of this corridor, to the right." "Allow me to show you," the waiter offered a guiding gesture. Han Man declined politely. No need. I can find it myself. Tong Yin rose as well, saying, Man, I'll accompany you. All right. Han Man had intended to invite Tong Yin to join her, but hesitated, fearing it might seem too deliberate. As if she had something to whisper about Chen Qingci. Fortunately, their long-standing rapport allowed Tong Yin to instinctively understand her desire. Where on earth did you find such a celestial being? Han Man exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. This is simply incredible. What is his background? A five-star hotel restaurant welcoming him like this. Such treatment is not merely a matter of wealth. Once inside the restroom, Han Man gradually lost her composure. She had no intention of using the facilities. Instead, she launched into a torrent of excited chatter with Tong Yin, even letting slip a curse word. Han Man recognized her role as a supporting character, while her best friend stood in the spotlight. To claim she wasn't envious would be disingenuous. However, her envy was overshadowed by genuine happiness for Tong Yin, coupled with an uncontrollable sense of uncertainty about her own future. Tong Yin shook her head, responding, I don't know his exact status, but that is not important. Just yesterday, I discovered that the suite he is staying in costs at least 50 million. His car is brand new, worth over 400,000 upon purchase. He even handed me 6 million in cash. My demands have always been modest. This is already several dozens of times beyond what I initially asked for. Why should I concern myself with anything else? At this moment, Tong Yin's primary mission in life was to be Chen Qingci's treasured companion. Everything else paled in significance. Upon hearing Tong Yin's words, Han Man pondered for a moment before choosing to remain silent. Returning to the dining table, they found that Chen Qingci had already placed their orders. The first dish served was 3 exquisite ice cream balls, presented as a pre-meal dessert. Following the icy treat, the waitstaff brought 3 small cups of room-temperature lemonade to temper the chill in their mouths and stomachs. Subsequently, a series of exquisitely crafted dishes was served. Several of the offerings were familiar to Tong Yin from her previous visit to the courtyard, and indeed, as Chen Qingci had asserted, the flavors were markedly superior when enjoyed at the restaurant. Throughout the meal, Han Man was in awe of the culinary delights. It was her first experience dining at such a high-end establishment. She longed to capture the moment on her phone, but felt too shy to do so, suppressing any outward display of her naivety to avoid embarrassing Tong Yin. Nevertheless, their conversation flowed effortlessly, shifting away from the meal itself. They initially discussed their university life before delving into their experiences at Fudan University. Tong Yin had mentioned that Chen Qingci was a student there, but she was utterly taken aback to learn that he was a freshman this year. When she discovered that he was over a year younger than both of them, her jaw dropped in astonishment. Although Han Man had sensed Chen Qingci's youthfulness, she had not anticipated him to be so young, especially during their conversation. His eloquence made her feel incredibly at ease. She recalled a saying she had encountered online. When you feel comfortable around someone, it's often because they are accommodating you. In that moment, Chen Qingci embodied that sentiment, and learning that he was younger than them only intensified the surreal quality of his presence. It is precisely due to Chen Qingci's accommodating nature that Han Man, who met him for the first time, quickly shed her initial awkwardness during the meal. Han Man possesses a lively personality, at least from Chen Qingci's brief interaction with her. The bond she shares with Tong Yin appears to be genuinely strong, imbued with sincerity rather than pretense. The trio swiftly completed their exquisite lunch. With ample time remaining, Chen Qingci inquired whether they wished to explore the hotel's other recreational facilities or perhaps catch a film. Tong Yin expressed her approval for the latter. Sensing that a movie outing was imminent, Han Man interjected, You two go ahead. I won't join. You both are on a date, and having shared this meal, I feel I have already played the role of a third wheel. Accompanying you to the cinema would make me an even larger distraction. Chen Qingci was indifferent, leaving the decision to Tong Yin. She, in turn, glanced at Chen Qingci. Noting his lack of opinion, she contemplated briefly before wrapping her arms around Han Man's waist, exclaiming, Oh, don't be silly. There's no harm in watching a movie together. It's the middle of the day, and with this heat, if you don't come along, you'll have to take a taxi back on your own. Besides, there's not much to do in a cinema anyway. After all, the surveillance cameras capture everything so clearly. Han Man hesitated. Come on, let us go? Tong Yin urged, pulling her towards the car. I'll walk on my own. If you're not careful, you might trip me. Since the three had arrived in 2 cars, they departed separately, the shopping mall not too far away. With a swift acceleration, Chen Qingci arrived at the destination, opting to park in a shaded spot that wouldn't obstruct traffic. The streets were relatively quiet on this hot day, but the mall was bustling with patrons. It is understandable. Many people, worn out from their laborious jobs, often seek refuge in shopping malls for a respite from the heat. Chen Qingci could relate to this sentiment. As they parted ways, Chen Qingci instructed Tong Yin and Han Man to meet him directly at the cinema entrance. Upon his arrival, he found no sign of the two women. He exchanged messages with Tong Yin, who was still searching for a parking spot. They were merely going to watch a movie, not specifically to see any particular film. So after confirming that Tong Yin had no objections, he purchased tickets for the next screening. Despite it being summer, the theater was not overly crowded. And Chen Qingci selected seats in the middle row via the self-service kiosk. Chapter 30, Shun Zhaoxue, a surprise encounter. The cinema was filled with numerous young boys and girls, and Chen Qingci's presence undoubtedly drew everyone's attention, particularly that of the young girls, many of whom were eager to engage. They donned an array of unique outfits, elephant socks, Lolita fashion, and cosplay, exhibiting a quirky charm. Though they were not yet fully developed and could not be considered conventionally attractive. Soon, the arrival of Tong Yin again turned heads. As she trotted over to Chen Qingci's side, affectionately calling him dear, shattering the hearts of countless adolescent admirers. I've secured the tickets for the next showing, which starts in 5 minutes, in Hall 5. Let us head in, Chen Qingci remarked, wrapping an arm around Tong Yin's slender waist while glancing at the ticket. They quickly located their seats, and the screening room was relatively quiet. As the film commenced, an unsettling suspense permeated the air, accompanied by a series of increasingly intense background sounds. The first scene unfolded from a first-person perspective, depicting a character leaping from a height, resulting in a fatal fall. Han Man shivered in fright, turning to Tong Yin, who in turn glanced at Chen Qingci. Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow and checked the ticket. Discovering the film was titled Love Died Yesterday. Unsure of what to expect, he had assumed it was a romantic film, having chosen it based on the earliest screening time without much thought. Now, it was evident that this was a horror film. Tong Yin seemed unfazed, whenever frightened. She nestled closer to Chen Qingci. However, Han Man was visibly distressed. She had always been apprehensive towards such startling content, and now, as she glanced back at Tong Yin, who was nestled in Chen Qingci's embrace, she found herself lost in thought, her lips pouting in discontent. Meanwhile, Tong Yin, resting in Chen Qingci's arms, found her mind drifting away from the movie. Upon entering, she had contemplated the possibility of being somewhere other than the screening room, perhaps in the restroom. The mere thought had sent her heart racing, and now, recalling it, her pulse quickened once more. She could not discern whether her feelings were rooted in fear or something else entirely. As the film progressed, nothing of significance transpired. Chen Qingci's suggestion to watch a movie was merely a straightforward desire to enjoy the experience. In this world, amidst his privileged background and exquisite appearance, every activity, even the mundane, felt like a form of indulgence to him. Perhaps due to not fully engaging with the film, both he and Tong Yin found it somewhat tedious. Chen Qingci, preoccupied with some matters, had sent numerous messages on his phone, watching the film in a fragmented manner. However, Han Man had a different experience. Upon exiting the cinema, her complexion was still pale, having been genuinely startled by the final scene, almost jumping from her seat, covering her eyes in fear, yet unable to resist peeking through her fingers. Should I consider purchasing a tablet or something for convenience? Chen Qingci queried as they traversed the merchandise section, having noticed Tong Yin glance at the Apple display. Tong Yin, clinging to Chen Qingci's arm, smiled and replied, "Thank you, dear, but that won't be necessary. You don't need to worry about me. If I truly need one, I'll buy it myself." "All right," Chen Qingci nodded. Behind them, Han Man also cast a glance back at the Apple display. "You two can head home. I'll just go back on my own. My car is parked outside." As their vehicles were not parked together, after taking the escalator down to the first floor, Chen Qingci instructed Tong Yin and Han Man to continue down to the underground parking, while he exited through the first floor exit. "Okay, goodbye, dear." Tong Yin responded with a nod, and she and Han Man proceeded to the parking garage. After searching for a bit, they finally located Han Man's car. Once inside, the previously quiet Han Man suddenly expressed concern, saying, Yin, I think I'll take a taxi back to school." Why?" Tong Yin asked in surprise. "Is there something you need to do at school? Or do you need to pick something up? I can accompany you back. Why take a taxi?" She shifted in her seat, turning to face Han Man earnestly. Man, is something bothering you? Please tell me." With a resigned smile, Han Man replied, "I'm not unhappy. I'm genuinely happy for you. I just thought, perhaps Qingci initially intended to accompany you back, but my presence changed that." Tong Yin raised an eyebrow and shook her head with a smile. "That's not the case. Based on my understanding of him, he is a person who speaks his mind candidly, unlike those petty men portrayed in television dramas who are often ambiguous and sardonic." How long has Tong Yin been acquainted with Chen Qingci? Merely a few days. Yet, in that brief span, she is utterly certain. Beyond his impeccable appearance, physique, and family background, every facet of Chen Qingci's character captivates her, his straightforwardness being one of those alluring traits. Attraction is merely a physiological response to external beauty. In such a short time, Tong Yin is convinced she has fallen for Chen Qingci, with his inner qualities being paramount. The unique charm of his personality is something she has never encountered in anyone else throughout her life. That essay relief. I was genuinely worried it might be my fault. After all, a boyfriend of his caliber is exceedingly rare to find. And I must ensure I do not bring you even the slightest inconvenience. Han Man exhaled in relief, pinching a minuscule gap between her thumb and index finger as she spoke, eliciting a peal of laughter from Tong Yin. Indeed, Chen Qingci does not indulge in circumlocution, for he sees no need for it. As they traversed the mall on the first floor, Chen Qingci passed by the Balenciaga counter and noticed a pair of high-heeled shoes in the display. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had arranged for someone to send clothes, but had neglected to purchase shoes for the little girl. Yesterday, she had returned wearing those tattered shoes issued with her work uniform, which appeared ill-fitting. Chen Qingci retrieved his phone from his pocket and messaged Su Li, "What is your shoe size?" Su Li replied almost instantaneously, her response tinged with confusion, followed shortly by another message, "Size 34. 34? So small?" Chen Qingci was taken aback by this size. He glanced back at the counter and inquired with the sales assistant standing at the entrance, "Do you have shoes in size 34? The assistant paused, shaking her head as she replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but our women's shoes start at size 35. Seeing that they did not have what he sought, Chen Qingci thanked her and continued toward the mall's exit. After walking a short distance, his attention was drawn to a shop called Black Swan, and he sent a message to Lu Zifan, requesting her to order 2 servings of cake. The evening sun blazed with intensity, yet the Ferrari parked by the roadside still attracted onlookers, including several young girls dressed in peculiar outfits, posing for photographs in front of the car. Chen Qingci waited for them for a while, and upon noticing they had begun to check their phones instead of continuing to take pictures, he asked if they were done. Once inside the car, Chen Qingci set off toward a nearby office building named Chuangyu Tower. He was scheduled to meet someone, the president of Mingyu Entertainment, Shen Zhaoxue, who was now presumably the former president. A few days prior, he had instructed his associates to keep tabs on Shen Zhaoxue's situation with Mingyu. This morning, he received word that Shen Zhaoxue had been unceremoniously ousted from her position at the board meeting, subjected to what could only be described as humiliation by a group of shareholders. This woman, who had played a pivotal role in transforming Mingyu from a fledgling enterprise into a company on the brink of going public, was cruelly eliminated just as they were about to reap the rewards of their labor, deprived even of a dignified exit. According to the original narrative, Shen Zhaoxue was one of the earliest and most loyal aides to the female protagonist, Lin Yuxi. During that time, Lin Yuxi had been experiencing a series of prophetic dreams about promising scripts, engaging variety shows, and captivating lyrics and melodies. Consequently, she established an entertainment company. Shortly after founding the company, she dreamt of a restaurant, prompting her to dine there, where she overheard Shen Zhaoxue conversing with the restaurant owner, who happened to be her father. Unaware of the situation, Shen's father lamented, "It has been months. Working in the family restaurant is not a viable option. You were once a president. Surely, you can find a better job?" After returning home, Lin Yuxi researched Shen Zhaoxue's background. Following her findings, she made several visits to successfully recruit Shen Zhaoxue, who did not disappoint, propelling Lin Yuxi's company to industry leadership. This remarkable woman, described in the original text as exceptionally capable, was fiercely loyal to the female lead, even sacrificing her personal life to avoid any repercussions from her family circumstances on the company. Ironically, Lin Yuxi did nothing to earn this loyalty. Her persistent recruitment efforts were driven solely by her inability to find a suitable candidate. At that time, her pursuit was merely to win Shen Zhaoxue's favor, not to fulfill any needs. Lin Yuxi had even begrudgingly accepted Shen Zhaoxue's contributions, yet her character only grew more endearing to her. The shares given to Shen Zhaoxue were not merely to prevent her from suffering a fate similar to that of Mingyu, but stemmed from a reluctance to lose a valuable asset. Lin Yuxi believed that their fortunes were intertwined, and only through mutual success would Shen Zhaoxue be compelled to invest her heart and soul into the company's growth. Meanwhile, Lin Yuxi was also subjectively exploiting Shen Zhaoxue's deep-seated resentment toward Mingyu's humiliating dismissal. What Chen Qingci found most absurd was that after Lin Yuxi became a billionaire, she failed to help the very person who had been instrumental in her early success, without whom her entertainment company would hardly exist. Instead, she orchestrated a gathering, inviting Shen Zhaoxue and Mingyu's staff to dine together, attempting to foster reconciliation. What could Shen Zhaoxue possibly say? Naturally, she obliged, refraining from openly tearing at the wounds. Given the timeline and plot, it was evident that Lin Yuxi had yet to encounter Shen Zhaoxue, prompting Chen Qingci to initiate an investigation. Upon learning that Chen Xiaoxue was still with Mingyu, he instructed his associates to keep an eye on her situation. To his surprise, just a few days later, he received the information he sought. After watching a film, he promptly arranged a meeting with her. Unlike the female protagonist, who would dine at Chen Xiaoxue's family restaurant, Chen Qingci saw no need for such pretense, as it would appear overly deliberate. Unlike the original plot, where several months passed, Chen Xiaoxue's feelings of injustice must be at their peak now. Chen Qingci was confident he could seize this opportunity, ensuring her unwavering loyalty to him with little chance of failure. For the meeting, he did not choose a cafe or a Western restaurant. Prior to finalizing the location, he first messaged Yi Xingran to assist him in selecting a suitable office space. Upon learning that Chen Qingci intended to establish an entertainment company, Yi Xingran quickly provided an address she deemed most suitable, arranging for the building staff to be on hand to greet Chen Qingci and hand over the keys and elevator card. This address was Chuanyu Tower. On this sunny day, the vibrant red of the Ferrari's paint shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. The car did not occupy any parking space, but was parked directly beside the entrance of the building. A short-haired woman clad in professional attire observed the scene before her, a slight furrow appearing on her brow. To her surprise, the man in a suit standing not far from her, whose name tag proclaimed him the building manager, did not ask the driver to move the vehicle. Instead, he hastened towards the individual. "Young master, it is an honor to meet you. Here are the badge and keys you requested. No need to worry about the car being parked here. Even if it were in the lobby, it would be perfectly fine. Shall I take care of parking it? I have yet to drive a Ferrari, and I wouldn't want to risk any scratches or dents. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on it without any issues." The manager, despite his reluctance to be so obsequious, found himself unable to restrain his enthusiasm. The caller had been the chief secretary to Chairman Yi, and now the person before him was the heir apparent of the entire conglomerate. He felt akin to a mere constable welcoming royalty. "Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all, not at all." Chen Qingci did not engage further with the manager and directly approached the short-haired woman, extending his hand as he reached her. "Ms. Chen, I trust you haven't been kept waiting? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Qingci." Chen Xiaoxue's gaze lingered on Chen Qingci's face for a moment, lost in thought before snapping back to reality. Having witnessed the recent exchange between Chen Qingci and the manager, her earlier furrowed brow had vanished, replaced by a mixture of intrigue and perplexity. She extended her hand in response, their fingertips brushing lightly as she inquired, "I am Chen Xiaoxue. May I ask why Mr. Chen has gone to such lengths to arrange this meeting?" Chen Qingci smiled gently and suggested, "Perhaps we should ascend before delving into the details?" Chapter 31. I have offended Mingyu. It is he who should be apprehensive. Chen Xiaoxue hesitated momentarily, but ultimately did not refuse. Following Chen Qingci through the lobby and into the elevator, the individual who had invited her appeared genuinely earnest, assisting her with her belongings and even arranging for a Maybach to take her. This alone warranted her curiosity regarding the purpose of this meeting. Moreover, she was filled with numerous questions and a sense of intrigue. Chen Qingci swiped his card, and the elevator ascended to the 5th floor. Upon the doors opening, a well-equipped office space revealed itself, impeccably designed for the operations of an entertainment company. Chen Xiaoxue surveyed her surroundings before shifting her attention back to Chen Qingci. Once again, he extended his hand, proclaiming, "Ms. Chen, allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Chen Qingci, and I am in the process of establishing an entertainment company. With this office as our headquarters, I sincerely invite you to join as our first employee and to assume the role of CEO." This time, Chen Xiaoxue refrained from accepting his hand. Her brow furrowed deeply, betraying her struggle to maintain composure, as a look of intense skepticism crossed her refined features. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Chen, but may I inquire if we have met previously?" Chen Qingci shook his head. "We have not." Chen Xiaoxue pressed, "Then why the invitation?" "Because I have heard of you," Chen Qingci replied with a smile. "Your reputation precedes you, Ms. Chen, a formidable woman and a legend in the industry. I recently learned of the discord between you and the board, their intention to oust you, the company's most vital asset, simply because you obstructed their ambitions. As I was contemplating the establishment of an entertainment company, I became quite interested in your capabilities and thus kept a close watch. Little did I expect to find you so soon." Chen Xiaoxue's eyes widened in astonishment. The matter of obstructing the board's ambitions was not a closely guarded secret, and it was hardly surprising that it could be uncovered. Yet, the fact that someone had been waiting to invite her for a meeting immediately after her departure from the company was indeed shocking. With this revelation, some of her initial doubts began to dissipate. Having labored for 4 years to elevate the company to its current status, it was not uncommon for her to be known. Chen Xiaoxue glanced around, taking a deep breath, her gaze clearly filled with hesitation. Having brought a company to the brink of going public, only to face such an outcome had left her somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, the burdens of mortgage, car loans, and daily expenses compelled her to seek a new position swiftly. Formerly the president of a company on the verge of an IPO, with a salary that was not insignificant, she had made her home purchase based on the company's promising future and the assumption of increasingly stable income. Little did she anticipate such a turn of events. Chen Qingci observed her delicate features framed by her neat short hair, patiently waiting in silence. After a prolonged pause, Chen Zhaoxue finally spoke. Before I can respond, I believe it is prudent to first understand the situation. Chen Qingci nodded. Of course, I am Chen Qingci. This year, wait. Chen Zhaoxue interjected. Her brows knitted as she raised her fair hand towards him. I meant to inquire about the company details, not about you, Mr. Chen. There is little to elucidate regarding the company, Chen Qingci replied, pressing his lips together. Prior to learning of your departure, the company was still in its preparatory phase, and this office was only recently arranged before our meeting. I have not even settled on a name for the company. Chen Zhaoxue's brow furrowed deeper, and her tone sharpened slightly. Are you suggesting that this company was specifically established in anticipation of my arrival? That is one way to interpret it, Chen Qingci chuckled lightly, then grew serious. I intend to invest 50 million as initial capital for the company, and your annual salary is tentatively set at 1 million. An investment of 50 million? A tentative annual salary of 1 million? Chen Zhaoxue echoed incredulously. Chen Qingci affirmed, once the company begins to flourish, we can further discuss the terms. In addition to a fixed salary, I also plan to offer you a 10% equity stake. This way, regardless of what transpires in the future, your shares will remain substantial, relieving you of concerns about experiencing a repeat of today's circumstances. Chen Zhaoxue was left utterly astonished, rendered speechless. She regarded Chen Qingci with a gaze of disbelief for a prolonged moment before finally managing to articulate her thoughts. Given that you have conducted such thorough research, I assume you are aware of the contributions I made to Mingyu. My annual salary before my departure was merely 950,000. You are proposing a salary of 1 million and a 10% equity stake? What is your reasoning behind this? This marked the second occasion Chen Zhaoxue had posed the question of why to Chen Qingci. He met her gaze, smiling as he replied, because you, Ms. Shun, are deserving. Your previous compensation was inadequate due to Mingyu's shortcomings, not your own. As her lips slowly parted, Chen Qingci distinctly noted the contraction of her pupils, a moment reminiscent of the dramatic depictions often found in romantic novels. Not merely a contraction of pupils, but upon hearing Chen Qingci's words, Chen Zhaoxue felt her heart tremble. Her expression became increasingly earnest, and after a deep breath, she stated, I am inclined to accept your offer, but this must be reciprocal. Mr. Chen, you have introduced yourself. I should properly introduce myself in turn. Although you may have uncovered much about me, I am Chen Zhaoxue, soon to be 29 in 2 months, a graduate of Central South University with a bachelor's degree, and currently pursuing my master's at Shanghai Jiaotong University. During my studies, I fortuitously met several entrepreneurial partners from Mingyu, and upon joining the company, my capabilities led to my appointment as president. Today marks nearly 4 years since I stepped into that role. Over the course of 4 years, I single-handedly transformed Mingyu from a modest entertainment workshop with merely 1 million in initial capital into a company on the cusp of a 10-figure market valuation, boasting several high-quality artists and copyright resources, thereby establishing a notable influence within the industry. The fact that the other party could delve so deeply into these fundamental matters clearly indicates that they possess a more comprehensive understanding than I could express. Yet, as I recounted this narrative, the boy before me exhibited no trace of impatience. An unusual feeling stirred within Chen Zhaoxue. During her tenure at Mingyu, she had scarcely experienced what it meant to be respected, yet at this moment, the regard bestowed upon her was profoundly palpable. Would this situation mirror her past experiences with Mingyu, repeating the same missteps? However, the 10 equity stake was tangible, with an initial capital of 50 million, which already amounted to 5 million. Most crucially, the other party had initially presented her with the most favorable assurances, effectively eliminating the possibility of history repeating itself. Chen Zhaoxue had never lacked the courage to start anew, especially since she harbored a significant desire to witness Mingyu's team regret their choices. She felt compelled to ponder whether this might be her singular opportunity in life. Despite her inclination to accept, given the profound respect shown to her, she recognized the necessity of reciprocating in kind. There was one matter she had to clarify. With her lips slightly parted, Chen Zhaoxue, having completed her self-introduction, fell silent for a moment before stating, my situation is as follows. I do not wish to impress you with my illustrious and extensive resume, but rather to convey that hiring me may provoke Mingyu's ire, and I fear that your appreciation for me might ultimately lead to your detriment. Chen Qingci chuckled. If I were to offend Mingyu, It is he who should be apprehensive. If that is your concern, you may rest assured. Chen Xiaoshui's expression momentarily reflected confusion. In the brief time spent with Chen Qingci, the number of astonishments she experienced far surpassed those accumulated over the past year. Yet, she found little reason to doubt Chen Qingci's words. In such a short span, having secured such a vast and appropriate office space, driving a Ferrari, and investing tens of millions, coupled with the respectful demeanor of the building's management who addressed him as young master, a term that carries less than favorable connotations in contemporary times, indicated that Chen Qingci's family background likely rendered him unconcerned about Mingyu. However, Chen Xiaoshui's understanding was significantly misguided. Chen Qingci's assertion was a straightforward presentation of facts, devoid of any pretentiousness. Unaware of Chen Xiaoshui's thoughts, Chen Qingci extended his hand once more, glancing down at his elongated palm. This time, Chen Xiaoshui did not hesitate to reach out, their hands clasping for the second time. Chen Qingci beamed. "I shall trouble you henceforth, General Manager Chen." Chen Xiaoshui replied with conviction. "Mr. Chen should now be addressed as boss. Rest assured, despite the dire circumstances I once faced, I have managed to bring Mingyu to its current standing. With 50 million in initial capital, I have never engaged in such prosperous ventures." With a firm handshake, a consensus was reached. Chen Qingci and Chen Xiaoshui then toured the office together. After all, it was Chen Qingci's first visit, and the scale exceeded Chen Xiaoshui's imagination. Peering out the window, she calculated in astonishment that this was an entire floor dedicated to offices. Furthermore, it was situated within the prestigious Chuangyu building, a locale where every inch of space is invaluable. The office of Mingyu Group was merely this size. Fearing that Chen Qingci, being a second-generation rich entrepreneur, might be unaware of the costs of basic necessities, Chen Xiaoshui cautiously inquired about the rent for this space, only to be taken aback when Chen Qingci replied that there was no rent to be paid. Chen Qingci messaged Yi Xingran to arrange for the registration of the company. After discussing the name, they settled on Xingyao, which aptly aligned with the essence of the entertainment industry. Subsequently, Chen Qingci handed the keys and signed to Chen Xiaoshui, requested her bank account number, and transferred $1 million directly into her account as an advance on her salary. With a smile, Chen Qingci informed her that this was a tax-exempt version, a one-time exception. Once the company was registered and she assumed her post, they would need to operate through a corporate account for tax purposes. Staring at the million in her account, Chen Xiaoshui felt somewhat dazed. As a soon-to-be president of a publicly listed company, having such a sum in her personal account was not unprecedented. However, since purchasing her home, she had not encountered such a substantial amount for quite some time. Her gaze shifted from her phone screen to Chen Qingci's face, and she asked, "Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the money?" Chen Qingci grinned and simply replied with 4 words, "I believe in you." Would Chen Xiaoshui ever run away? Undoubtedly. She would not. The choice between a feast and mere sustenance was clear to anyone with sense, and moreover, the resentment and indignation she harbored could only find resolution in this setting. How could she possibly flee? Chen Qingci saw no need to elaborate further, for words sufficed. Chen Xiaoshui regarded Chen Qingci for a long moment before suddenly smiling. This was the first smile she had offered since their meeting, her short hair framing her lips in a uniquely captivating manner. By the time Chen Qingci exited the Chuangyu building, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Chen Xiaoshui did not accompany him out. He had arranged for the Maybach that had brought her over to wait downstairs and take her home after she emerged. "Young master, your keys." No one had approached the vehicle. The manager remained at the entrance, and upon Chen Qingci's exit, he presented the keys with both hands. Chen Qingci accepted the keys, patted the manager's shoulder, observing his astonished expression, and added, "Work hard. I see great potential in you." "Thank you, young master. Rest assured, if anything arises in the 6th-floor office, we will address it promptly." Chen Qingci waved goodbye with a smile as he drove away. The manager watching the Ferrari vanish before him, clenching his fists and exclaiming several times, "Yes, yes." He understood that this incident would not immediately lead to a promotion, yet he was acutely aware that he had been afforded a tremendous opportunity. As the Ferrari turned onto the main road, it soon encountered a traffic light. While waiting for the red light, Chen Qingci picked up his phone to play music, only to receive a sudden notification. It was a photo from Tong Yin, showcasing a 4 or 5-inch cake resembling a black swan, remarkably lifelike. "Thank you, darling." Chen Qingci texted back, "Is it delicious?" Tong Yin replied with a cute emoji. "Haven't tasted it yet. Just taking pictures for social media. Planning to post it first." "Go ahead and post. I'm driving. Be safe, don't reply." The cake that Tong Yin had received was one of those ordered by Chen Qingci. The property manager's dedicated phone call inquired whether to deliver a cake, and Tong Yin immediately recognized it as a gift from Chen Qingci. Upon opening the box and discovering it was from Black Swan, She and Han Man gasped in unison at the sight of the proud swan with its neck arched. Chapter 32. I believe you are worthy, hence you are worthy. Ah, Black Swan. I've only seen it on Weibo. It's so beautiful. I heard a small piece costs over 1,000. Han Man exclaimed in awe, her mouth agape. Before asking Tong Yin if she could take a photo to share on social media, Tong Yin responded affirmatively, picking up her phone to begin capturing photographs. Though her initial images were sent exclusively to Chen Qingci, after exiting the chat interface, she prepared to share a post on her moments. Beside her, Han Man had already published her own post, devoid of any accompanying text, as she was uncertain what to write. Tong Yin found herself in a similar quandary, pondering for a moment before settling on a small red heart emoji. Once her post was completed, the two of them sat down at the dining table, each holding a cake. Han Man cut a small piece, declaring it a gift from Chen Qingci to Tong Yin, suggesting that she merely sample its flavor. Tong Yin playfully chided, "What are you saying, Man? There's so much here. Let us enjoy it together without worrying about whose is whose." Han Man pouted slightly, wrapping her arms around Tong Yin, exclaiming, Yin, why are you so good to me? Remember, we promised not to forget each other in times of prosperity. And that must never change. If we were to switch roles, you would undoubtedly treat me just as kindly. Tong Yin reciprocated the embrace. Han Man slumped her shoulders in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. Although the situation of role reversal was non-existent, she believed she would behave similarly. Yet, it often fell upon the recipient of kindness to feel a sense of unease when gratitude weighed heavily on their conscience. Tong Yin generously cut a sizable piece of cake for Han Man and then served herself as well. They sat opposite each other, both taking large bites and bursting into joyous laughter. At that moment, a buzzing vibration interrupted the merriment. Han Man fished into her pocket, turning to Tong Yin and saying, Yin, it's your phone. Tong Yin was taken aback. She and silenced it. Upon checking her device, she discovered a group video call initiated in her family chat. Confused, she clicked to join and saw 4 participants in the chat. 3 were on the video call, while she was the only one absent. Her brother had repeatedly tagged her, urging her to join the video chat. She clicked to enter, and with a chime, a 4-part screen appeared, showcasing her parents and her elder brother in the respective windows. The purpose of this video call was evidently to locate her. Her mother, speaking Mandarin with a distinct Jiangnan accent, inquired, Yin, is there something going on with your moments? I wouldn't have noticed if your brother hadn't mentioned it. Please clarify the situation for me. Her tone was devoid of reprimand and heavy with concern and anxiety. Mom, it's my boyfriend. Tong Yin inhaled deeply before responding. Framing it this way for her family felt somewhat different, yet she wished to spare them any worry. Smiling at the screen, she continued, P.S. even a year younger than me, and his family is quite well off. Both his car and house belong to him. You saw my post. Didn't you notice how handsome he is? Man is here with me. Let her vouch for it. Han Man, upon hearing this, moved beside Tong Yin, waving at the camera, Uncle, Auntie, Brother Tong, long time no see. What I'm saying is true. I just had dinner with them. He is not only handsome and wealthy, but he is also exceptionally kind and adores Yin. A house worth 50 million and a car over 4 million. He is even willing to transfer ownership to Yin. She refused. So he directly transferred $1 million to her account and gave her a card with 5 million on it. There is no way he is a fraud. Both the car and house are in his name, and the money is genuinely in Yin's hands. Han Man knew Tong Yin might struggle to articulate everything, so she took it upon herself to convey the details. On the other end of the call, Tong Yin's parents and elder brother were left in a state of stunned disbelief, mirroring Han Man's initial reaction. Upon learning it was his daughter's boyfriend, her father exhaled a sigh of relief. He had intended to advise Tong Yin against spending her boyfriend's money, believing they should engage in a normal relationship without such financial entanglements. Over time, he worried that their bond might become distorted. He had also planned to tell Tong Yin that if she needed money, she could just ask him, and he would find a way to help. However, Han Man's revelations left him utterly speechless. He could not discern much from the social media post, only that his eldest son had mentioned the car was expensive and the house was surely not cheap, and the cake they were eating was quite costly. Yet, he could never have imagined such astronomical figures, let alone the prospect of direct transfer of ownership to his daughter, even if she had not agreed. She shouldn't have to, but the 6 million was indeed tangible. Just as clearly stated, it was right there in his daughter's account. What more could he say? He and Tong Yin's mother understood that they should not interfere further. Their concern, steeped in traditional values and restrictions, was more likely to hinder their daughter's happiness. Brother, I was just about to contact you. Please send me your account number. I'll transfer 30,000 over to you. Isn't the sister-in-law insisting that a car is a must for marriage? And Mom and Dad, I'll send you 20,000 as well. After all, You've worked tirelessly your entire lives. It's time to enjoy life a little more. In the lower left corner of the screen, Tong Yin's elder brother, Tong Shui, pinched the bridge of his nose, a gesture Tong Yin recognized as a sign he was on the verge of tears. She signaled to Han Man and then rose, heading toward her bedroom, closing the door behind her before asking, "I?" Hearing his sister's question, this resolute man in his mid-20s opened his mouth, but his lips trembled, and he could no longer suppress his emotions, tears streaming down his face as he choked out. "I just feel I've let my parents down. It's my duty as the elder brother to ensure they don't have to worry." "What are you saying?" Tong Yin replied, "They're still my parents. From a young age, I've made them work hard with all my singing and dancing lessons." "Mom, why are you crying too?" "It's nothing, dear. I just feel that you've all grown up." Her mother wiped her tears, smiling. Yin, you don't need to send me any money. How could a brother take money from his sister? Furthermore, I've already broken up with Lu Kai. I've come to realize her family situation. After 7 years, I couldn't bear to part with her. But I finally understood yesterday that she has no feelings for me. The house is bought, and the betrothal gift was 28,000, which has already drained our parents' savings. Now she wants a 30,000 car? I should have broken up with her when she first made that demand, and we wouldn't have caused our parents so much worry. "Mom and Dad, I'm sorry," Tong Yin interjected. "Breaking up is for the best. We can find someone better." After a moment of hesitation, her mother nodded. Yin is right. We can find someone better. Just don't be sad. I'm glad you've come to terms with it." Throughout this exchange, Tong Yin's father remained silent, withholding his opinions. "Then I will transfer all the money to you, Mom and Dad. Please take a good rest for a while. Don't work so hard." "No need to transfer." Her father finally spoke up for the first time, his voice slightly hoarse yet imbued with warmth. "As long as you're doing well out there. But if you don't transfer it, I'll feel upset and won't be able to enjoy myself." Tong Yin leaned against the door, smiling at the camera. "All right, Dad. No more talking about that. You don't need to send me your account number. I have the transfer information you used to send me living expenses, so I'll just return it to that account." During her first half year at university, her living expenses were indeed transferred to her account, but later, she took on a part-time job, earning some money to at least cover her own expenses, no longer requiring her parents to send her funds. However, her father would still periodically send her money to support her. Flipping through the previous money transfer receipts from her father, each amounting to 3,000 yuan, Tong Yin promptly transferred 500,000 into that card. After completing the transaction, she absent-mindedly touched her cheek, realizing that her face was adorned with tears, though she was unsure when they had appeared. Upon noticing her tears, she burst into laughter. Radiant and joyous, and opened WeChat to send a message to Chen Qingci. "Darling, I love you." Having returned to the courtyard, Chen Qingci received Tong Yin's message. Feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he responded with a heart emoji. After parking the car in the garage and changing his shoes in the living room, he noticed a pair of cheap pigskin shoes in the shoe cabinet, raising an eyebrow in mild disapproval. Once he changed into his slippers, he ascended the stairs to the room adjacent to the master bedroom and knocked on the door. "Are you home?" "Ah, yes. Come in," came the voice of Su Li from inside. Chen Qingci opened the door to find the little girl kneeling on the floor, rising to her feet. Before her lay a large assortment of Lego bricks, comprising components for a miniature Hulkbuster armor set that he had impulsively purchased during a previous mall visit but had yet to assemble. And now he felt even less inclined to do so. Noticing Chen Qingci glance at the scattered pieces, Su Li awkwardly confessed, "I was a bit bored and found a box of these in the room, so I thought I'd take them out and assemble them." "I'm sorry for using your things without your permission." With no data on her phone and unaware of the Wi-Fi password, she had been aimlessly wandering about the room and stumbled upon the box of bricks. As a child, she never had such toys. Her father deemed them a waste of money, yet her brother had numerous toys brought home, and she was never allowed to touch them. She understood and never pushed for them, but to say she wasn't envious would be a lie, and these memories had sown deep seeds in her heart. Seeing her resemble a child caught in wrongdoing, Chen Qingci gently stroked her head, saying, "There's no need to apologize. Didn't I tell you last night? Feel free to use whatever you need. In fact, if you help me assemble this, I should thank you." Su Li looked up at the boy towering over her, his tender expression making her bite her lip in shyness. As Chen Qingci's gaze fell upon her, she instinctively looked away, plopping back down on the floor to fiddle with the scattered bricks, murmuring softly in response. Chen Qingci settled down cross-legged beside her, perplexed by her preference for sitting on the hard floor. He joined her in assembling the pieces and asked, "You returned quite early. How did the job hunt go?" "I didn't go out," Su Li replied, lifting her head to reveal a shy smile. "You don't need to arrange a car for me or have anyone follow me. I can find my way out on my own." As she spoke, her thoughts drifted to some threatening messages from her childhood friends, causing her voice to falter slightly. "That won't do," Chen Qingci countered. attaching 2 bricks to the forming legs of their creation, chuckling lightly. Having taken you in, I must ensure your safety. What if you encounter danger while looking for work? I would feel quite guilty. If you're worried about transportation costs, I can arrange for an electric vehicle for you tomorrow, which won't require fuel. But having someone drive me around is still an expense. Suli protested softly. And who knows if I'll even find a job, let alone how much I might earn. It's not worth their time to waste on me. Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow and shook his head. There's no waste of time here. For them, protecting you is part of their job from the moment I informed them. I believe you are worth it. You are indeed deserving. Suli froze, staring at Chen Qingci with wide eyes that glimmered with unshed tears. She quickly lowered her gaze and resumed playing with the blocks. It was the first time someone had so firmly affirmed her worth. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she looked at her little feet, wiggled her big toe, and then lifted her gaze again, filled with newfound determination. Chen Qingci noticed the resolute spark in her eyes, sensing that she was contemplating something significant. At that moment, Suli bit her lip and smiled mischievously, asking, "Brother, have you eaten?" Shaking his head, Chen Qingci replied, "I haven't had dinner yet. I'll go heat up some food for you," she declared, springing to her feet and darting out of the room barefoot. Perplexed by her enthusiasm for heating up food, Chen Qingci followed her downstairs. As they descended, he sent a message to Lu Zifan, requesting a few pairs of size 34 women's slippers. Upon reaching the kitchen, Chen Qingci watched as Suli opened the refrigerator, retrieving container after container of food. "Wait, you didn't have lunch?" Chen Qingci asked, frowning slightly. With a giggle, Suli placed several boxes of food on the marble countertop. "I did. I slept until noon, so I had breakfast then. I just wanted to wait for you to have lunch together. I even tried a bite. It was so delicious I couldn't resist." Was it truly so delicious that she deemed it a waste to eat alone, or was she merely speculating that it might be expensive? Chen Qingci observed her busy little form, but chose not to comment. Soon, Suli had heated the food in the microwave and set the table, placing 2 sets of chopsticks and beaming with satisfaction at her accomplishment. However, upon tasting a bite, her expression soured. It doesn't taste as good as it did at lunch. It's my fault. I should have put it in the warming box. I was worried you'd be home late, and the temperature might spoil it. Indeed, keeping food at a high temperature for too long can alter its flavor. Next time, if he gives her some food, she should simply eat it right away without saving any for him. Chen Qingci picked up a piece of steak with his chopsticks and took a bite, speaking to the little girl across the table. Suli fidgeted with her fingers under the table, murmuring, "But this dish looks so expensive. I'll stop ordering food for you. How about you buy some instant noodles tomorrow?" Chen Qingci interjected, interpreting her hesitation. Suli looked up in surprise. "How did you know?" With a mouthful of steak, Chen Qingci replied, "I can read minds." Suli gaped, then quickly closed her mouth. "I don't believe that." Chen Qingci chuckled, saying, "As long as you're here, you'll have meals every day. What you eat is not your concern. Just enjoy." Stealing a glance at him, Suli lowered her head, softly responding with a gentle "oh." Although the taste didn't quite match that of lunchtime, it was still quite delicious overall. This was a dinner prepared for him, simply with a bit extra, so he felt sufficiently satisfied. After finishing their meal, Suli sprang up to tidy up, her movements swift and efficient, indicative of someone accustomed to chores. She quickly cleared away the remnants of their dining without leaving a trace. Lu Zifan has already brought the slippers, but given her usual pace, this delay is quite unusual. However, finding women's size 34 slippers is no easy task. Children's slippers are readily available, but Chen Qingci specifically requested women's. Thus, Lu Zifan must indeed search for women's slippers rather than children's. Chen Qingci retrieved the shoes at the door, and as Suli emerged from the kitchen after washing her hands, Chen Qingci placed the slippers on the shoe cabinet and handed a pair to her, saying, "Put them on. The air conditioning is running, and the floor is cold. Walking around barefoot is not good for your health." "Okay," Suli replied, accepting the slippers and testing them with a step. They fit perfectly. Chen Qingci gazed at her delicate, porcelain-white feet, which were considerably smaller than his own hands, and he couldn't help but marvel at their exquisite charm. Raising his eyes, he noticed Suli blushing as she looked at him and asked, "Are we still going to play games?" "There's plenty of time left. Let's play." Chen Qingci nodded in agreement. "Then I'll go wash my feet first." With that, Suli dashed upstairs, her footsteps echoing in haste. Chen Qingci furrowed his brow in confusion. What connection could there possibly be between playing games and washing her feet first? Perhaps it was simply due to her newly acquired slippers, he mused, not thinking much more of it. After some time had passed without Suli returning, Chen Qingci pondered how long it could take to wash one's feet. Was she perhaps referring to a bath? He decided not to dwell on it. With the bedroom door left ajar, he entered the bathroom for a quick shower and emerged wrapped in a bathrobe. To his surprise, He found the little girl seated cross-legged on the carpet in front of the sofa. Just a moment. Oh, all right. Chen Qingci greeted her before heading to the walk-in closet to change into a cotton pajama set. After turning on the television and game console, he settled onto the carpet, which felt surprisingly hard. It was peculiar to sit on the floor when there was a perfectly good sofa. Nevertheless, he remained seated, handing a controller to Su Li. Resuming their previous progress, they began navigating through the game once more. Brother, there's a path here. It's a hidden level. Did we miss a hidden level before? Surely not. But let me check. We indeed overlooked one. Should we replay it to find it? Absolutely. The curtains were not fully drawn, and the outside world darkened at an unusual pace, soon giving way to a gentle drizzle, which quickly escalated into a torrential downpour. In the midst of the storm, playing video games with Chen Qingci gave Su Li an unfamiliar yet delightful sensation, stirring a wave of excitement within her. She glanced at him, shifted her position from cross-legged to kneeling, and Chen Qingci contemplated whether to remind her that sitting like that for too long could deform her legs. Her slender limbs, so perfectly proportioned to her height, would be a tragedy to alter. Before he could voice his concerns, he suddenly felt something brush against the outer side of his thigh through his sleep pants. Looking down, he saw Su Li's delicate foot, its 5 dainty toes playfully swaying as they glided over his leg. Confused, he turned to her, only to find her completely engrossed in the television, as if her foot's antics were not her own. Wondering about her intentions, he felt discomfort from sitting on the floor and decided to move to the sofa. Su Li promptly followed, seating herself closely beside him. Brother, hurry and help me open this door. I'm going to die. This level is so hard. How did you get there? Wait for me. Finally, after struggling for what felt like ages, Su Li triumphantly raised her hands in victory. Leaning against the sofa with her elbows propped up, her slender legs curling onto the couch, her feet resting comfortably on Chen Qingci's lap. If the previous contact was accidental, this was undeniably intentional. What do you mean by use it? Chen Qingci inquired, glancing at Su Li. She maintained a facade of nonchalance, diligently pressing buttons on the controller, but the flush on her cheeks betrayed her true intentions. Chen Qingci shifted slightly, creating some distance between them. Unexpectedly, Su Li straightened her legs, placing her feet back on his lap. He looked at her again. This time, she did not avert her gaze, her eyes fixated on the screen. Yet, upon sensing his scrutiny, she bit her lip and murmured, "You can use it for a bit." Puzzled, Chen Qingci responded, "Use what?" "This," Su Li exclaimed, shaking her foot resting on his thigh. Then she straightened her posture, hands on her hips, eyebrows furrowing into a frown, her face flushed as her voice rose. "I've made it clear that you can use it. Do you really need me to say it outright?" Observing her adorable yet flustered demeanor, Chen Qingci felt a moment of confusion, but it soon dawned on him. She meant her foot? He cast a glance at her delicate foot. "No. When did I ever express a desire to use it?" Su Li paused, hands still on her hips, brows knitted in a slight frown. "You asked me about my shoe size, and I know you've been secretly looking at my feet. You fit the profile of a foot fetishist. I don't think you're weird at all. Why won't you just admit it?" Chen Qingci's lips twitched in amusement at her earnestness. "Asking you about your foot size was merely a passing thought when I was at the mall and realized I forgot to have someone bring you shoes along with your clothes," he explained, gesturing towards the slippers on the floor. Su Li's eyes widened slightly as she followed his gaze. Chen Qingci continued, "Looking at your feet was merely because they are exceptionally small. I noticed your hands first, and only later did I realize your feet were as dainty as your hands, which struck me as quite curious. Do you really think that makes me a foot fetishist?" Su Li's cheeks turned a deep shade of crimson, and she lowered her head, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her shorts as if she wished to vanish into thin air. I thought you were just being too nice to me. I don't understand what value I hold to deserve such kindness from you." Chen Qingci's expression softened as he grasped her underlying anxiety. She felt undeserving of his goodwill, leading her to seek ways to alleviate her perceived indebtedness. Suddenly, Chen Qingci reached out, gently nudging her lip with his thumb, coaxing her to release the tight grip on her lower lip. "All right, stop biting it. You'll end up hurting yourself." Su Li slowly opened her mouth, freeing her lip from the pressure of her teeth. Her gaze lifted, meeting Chen Qingci's face, which was now mere inches away. Chen Qingci spoke softly, "As long as I wish, nothing is unworthy. Taking you in here embodies that sentiment. You need not overthink or bear burdens. Simply reside here in peace." Su Li's delicate brows furrowed momentarily, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. For reasons unknown, a wave of profound melancholy surged within her mind. "It's your turn to play. I've reached the entrance of the next level. When did you sneak ahead?" Upon hearing Chen Qingci's words, Su Li glanced at the television screen, composed herself, and picked up the controller to begin playing. At that moment, she suddenly felt a pair of warm hands grasping her ankles, which were casually draped over the sofa. She whipped around, exclaiming, What are you doing? That tickles. Didn't you just say you weren't like that? Chen Qingci placed her feet back on his lap, his fingertips gently gliding across her delicate toes as he replied nonchalantly, I assure you, I am not a pervert. I merely appreciate beautiful things. Suli squirmed a few times, but could not break free. Upon hearing Chen Qingci's words, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she let out a soft huff. Unbeknownst to her, the wave of sorrow in her heart had dissipated without her noticing. Completing an entire level while blushing profusely, Suli remarked, I'm a bit tired. Let us play again tomorrow. I need to go to sleep now. Chen Qingci did not respond verbally. Instead, he grasped her wrist and effortlessly lifted her, her slight frame weighing no more than 70 to 80 pounds, and tossed her onto the bed. Suli gasped in surprise as Chen Qingci laid her down. She curled up with her arms crossed over her chest, shivering as she looked at him. What are you planning? Chen Qingci's eyes sparkled with a gentle light, brimming with affection as he whispered something to Suli. Instantly, her face turned an even deeper shade of red, her brows knitting into a delicate frown. Time seemed to stretch endlessly for Suli, and indeed, it had been quite a while. She lost count of how many times she exclaimed pervert in her mind. Daring not to look, tilting her head to the side, her neck nearly strained. Her thighs ached, trembling from exhaustion, as lifting her arms felt almost impossible. It was far more tiring than running 10 kilometers. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Qingci awoke to find it was just past 8 o'clock. He felt an unfamiliar warmth beside him, and upon lifting the blanket, he discovered Suli, fully clothed, sleeping in his embrace. Last night, she had attempted to escape, but her feet had slipped, and her legs lacked any strength, causing her to kneel on the ground and scrape her knees. In pain, she had cried, prompting Chen Qingci to carry her to wash her feet and apply medicine. In the midst of this, she had fallen asleep on the bed. Chen Qingci wiped the floor and then lay down to rest, and although they had initially been at a distance, they awoke entwined in this manner. One could not deny, the little one was quite pleasant to hold. Though petite and slender, she felt as fragile as a delicate flower, her form matching the softness of her tiny hands and feet. Chapter 35. The Country Bumpkin's First Visit to the Magic City. Do you know the extent of our influence? Chen Qingci observed the slumbering little girl for a moment, placing his hand beside hers for comparison. Her hand was nearly half the size of his. Her feet were slightly larger, but not by much. Indeed, she was exquisitely crafted, petite and refined. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a vibration echoed. Chen Qingci retrieved his phone to check. No messages were present. The source of the vibration was not from his bed. He raised his gaze and noticed the sound originated from the sofa. Stealthily, he approached the sofa and retrieved Suli's phone from the crevice, just in time to see it was about to hang up. Glancing at the locked screen, he noticed an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. As he contemplated whether to awaken Suli to answer the call, his phone buzzed again, this time with a flurry of WeChat messages. Suli's phone was an older Android model, lacking the privacy features of iPhones, allowing messages to be read without unlocking the screen. As he perused the messages, his brow furrowed deeper. He scrolled to the bottom of the notification, where a message indicated a data limit of less than 3 gigabytes, before reading through the messages in reverse order. The earliest message was sent 15 minutes prior. 3 contacts had sent over 40 messages in total, named Dou Xiaodi, Han Xia, and Wei Lu. From the very first message, the tone was hostile and laced with threats, escalating into outright intimidation and insults. Dou Xiaodi, Suli, don't turn down this opportunity. Hurry back, or we will truly come looking for you. Your return on your own terms is not the same as us finding you. Think it through. Han Xia, Suli, don't play dumb. You saw the messages and Haventy responded? We told you it's just a 2,000 lower salary for a waitress. We've already arranged everything for you. You must come back, or what do you expect us to do? Wei Lu, Suli, are you trying to sabotage us? Answer the phone. Dou Xiaodi, Suli, one last chance to return voluntarily. Don't make us go to your parents to drag you back. Han Xia, you better be waiting. We're sending people to look for you now. Do you know how powerful we are? Once we bring you back, we'll make sure you regret it. Here's your final chance. Don't waste it. Wei Lu, are you stupid? You think you can just earn money outside without consequences? Isn't this better than your parents forcing you to marry? Dou Xiaodi, you. The subsequent messages devolved into a barrage of insults. As Chen Qingci scrolled through, a dark cloud of anger began to fill his enchanting eyes. Just then, the phone rang again from the same unfamiliar number. He pressed the answer button, placing the phone to his ear. Instantly, several female voices conversed on the other end. She picked up. Then, a voice approached the receiver. Suli, where have you been staying these past few days? Didn't you say you were broke? You need to ensure your safety. What if you encounter danger? Here's the deal. If you don't want to come back to work, at least return to stay with us. We'll help you find a new job. Chen Qingci remained silent, waiting for only 5 seconds when the tone on the other end shifted from cordial to aggressive, speaking in dialect. What the hell? Are you deaf? I'm talking to you, and you better come back now, in half an hour, or we'll see you. Do you realize how many sleepless nights we've had because of you? After a tumultuous exchange, another voice took over, speaking too rapidly for Chen Qingci to fully comprehend. But it was clear that the sentiments were far from pleasant, accompanied by a third voice that incessantly chimed in with curses. At that moment, Chen Qingci noticed Su Li, who had been peacefully asleep, stirring. He turned to see her pale face, wide-eyed, as she stared at him, the phone call still ongoing. Chen Qingci then realized that her phone, due to its inferior quality, was capable of emitting sound even without being on speaker mode. In the tranquil atmosphere of the bedroom, while Su Li might not have been able to discern the conversation clearly, she could certainly catch the essence of it. Furthermore, upon noticing that Chen Qingci was using her phone, it was impossible for the astute Su Li not to draw some conclusions. Chen Qingci promptly ended the call and tossed the phone aside, moving to sit beside her on the bed, gently smoothing her tousled golden hair. How did you sleep last night? She inquired. Quite well, Su Li replied, looking up at Chen Qingci with a hint of melancholy. I reckon it was indeed quite good. Chen Qingci responded with a grin. You were burrowing into my arms the entire night, and the air conditioning wasn't even that cold. Chen Qingci's teasing remarks flooded Su Li's mind with memories of the previous night. After an exhausting hour of activity, she had stumbled and fallen, with Chen Qingci tending to her wounds. It seemed she had drifted into a haze of slumber thereafter. A blush crept across her pale face as she murmured, It's still your fault. How can it be my fault? Chen Qingci retorted, You were the one who told me to use it. I merely complied. Su Li countered, But you claimed you weren't. Chen Qingci smiled, Indeed, I am not. But who doesn't appreciate beautiful things? Besides, you did say so. I see no harm in it. Su Li pouted indignantly. Chen Qingci playfully pinched her lips. With that pout, you might as well be tying up a cow. Hey! Su Li flailed her arms, swatting Chen Qingci's hand away, her brows furrowed in mock annoyance, exuding an adorable charm. Chen Qingci's antics had brightened her spirits considerably. She picked up her phone and, after reviewing its contents, no longer felt as despondent. Chen Qingci encouraged her to move about and check if her knee from the previous day's fall still hurt. Upon hearing that it no longer pained her, Chen Qingci examined her leg closely. There were no visible bruises, only internal soreness, and now even the redness had faded. As long as it doesn't hurt, that's all that matters. Hurry and get ready. We're going out for a meal, Chen Qingci declared. Okay. Su Li hesitated briefly before nodding and dashing towards the bathroom. After a few steps, she slowed down, likely due to the fact that while moving cautiously was painless, running still caused some discomfort. Chapter 36 Brother. Please. Chen Qingci drove the large G-Class vehicle, which handled well enough that she didn't need to be overly cautious about road conditions. The little girl sat in the passenger seat, and as they turned a corner, she pointed out a breakfast shop, suggesting they stop there. Chen Qingci glanced at her. She flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of white, even teeth. With a twist of the steering wheel, Chen Qingci parked in front of the breakfast shop, ordering a variety of items: large pancakes, fried dough sticks, pan-fried buns, sticky rice rolls, and 2 bowls of sweet soy milk. All the portions were small, so they finished everything, both feeling pleasantly satisfied, having eaten just the right amount for breakfast. Afterward, as they resumed their journey, Su Li seemed hesitant, torn between thoughts. It was time for her to look for a job, yet Chen Qingci had promised to ensure her safety, insisting that she would need someone accompanying her. Additionally, the messages from Do Xiaodi and others had left her feeling anxious and unsure of how to voice her thoughts. Lost in her reverie, she suddenly noticed the surroundings darken. Upon regaining focus, she realized they had entered an underground parking garage. Unfamiliar with the location, she glanced at Chen Qingci but refrained from asking questions, continuing to drift in her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, in Chen Qingci's presence, she felt an unusual sense of security, devoid of the anxieties she typically experienced even with her family. Soon, the car came to a stop in a parking space. Chen Qingci unbuckled her seatbelt, turning to her. We're here, let us get out. Su Li hopped out of the car, following Chen Qingci to the elevator. When the elevator reached the first floor, the iron doors opened to reveal a bustling mall illuminated by bright lights. She glanced at Chen Qingci in astonishment, but he did not look back. As if sensing her presence, he reached out and took her small hand in his, leading her outside. Suddenly grasped by the hand in a mall setting, Su Li felt an involuntary stiffness overcome her. As Chen Qingci led her, her gaze remained fixed on his profile without registering their surroundings until a voice welcomed them. Finally snapping back to reality, she realized that she had been brought into a boutique. She scanned the area, instinctively searching for something familiar, and indeed, she spotted it. LV. Despite her limited experience in malls, the modern digital age had ensured that she recognized the brand. She paid little attention, standing silently behind Chen Qingci, instinctively assuming he was there to shop for himself, without entertaining any other notions. "Hello, please select a few suitable outfits and shoes for her," Chen Qingci instructed the sales associate. Su Li turned abruptly to Chen Qingci. "Me? Are you buying for me?" "Well, it's just the two of us. Who else could it be?" Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow. Su Li wanted to protest, but upon noticing the sales associate's gaze, she chose to remain silent for the moment. "Of course, sir. Please wait a moment." The sales associate, not from the same store, maintained her polite demeanor, exclusively directed at Chen Qingci. The young and attractive associate nodded and smiled, yet internally, jealousy simmered as she assessed Su Li's figure, preparing to find suitable clothes. She did not comprehend why this seemingly naive girl, with her unsophisticated appearance, was accompanied by such a handsome man to shop at LV. While she herself had been working at an LV store for 3 years, hoping to find a wealthy partner, yet had found nothing. Even though her years of work had instilled a sense of professionalism, emotions could not be easily suppressed. Jealousy distorted one's perception. As she selected clothes for Su Li, she deliberately chose low-cut styles that accentuated the bust. "You really don't need to buy me clothes. I think my outfit is perfectly fine," Su Li insisted, tugging at Chen Qingci to leave. However, Chen Qingci's grip on her hand was unyielding, and her feeble strength was no match for him. Chen Qingci chuckled softly, feeling a sense of déjà vu in this scene, reminiscent of past visits to LV, yet with a different girl. The reactions of Su Li and Tong Yan were entirely dissimilar. "You always flaunt yourself in front of me. Looking good lifts my spirits. So it's for my own sake." In a state of urgency, she pleaded, "Even if we must buy clothes, let us not do it here. Can't we look somewhere else?" "Brother, please. Are you worried it's too expensive?" Chen Qingci teased, squeezing her small hand and leaning closer to her ear. "If I'm buying it for you, you should accept it. To me, there's no distinction between here and elsewhere. Going outside would be more of a hassle." Su Li's cheeks visibly flushed a deep crimson. Chen Qingci's warm breath brushed against her ear, sending shivers down her spine, making her sit up straighter. At that moment, the sales associate approached, hands crossed over her abdomen, smiling politely. "Sir, have you decided? Would you like me to take this lady to the fitting room?" "Bring them over. I'll take a look first," Chen Qingci replied with a smile. "Certainly, sir." The sales associate gathered all the selected garments and presented them to Chen Qingci for inspection. "Sir, would you like this lady to try them on?" She inquired again after Chen Qingci had perused the items for a while. Upon turning to face the associate, the polite smile that had adorned Chen Qingci's face had vanished, replaced by a piercing gaze that rendered the associate's expression rigid, a palpable chill creeping up her spine. Attempting to maintain her composure, she feigned ignorance and asked, "Sir, is there something wrong?" "Call your manager," Chen Qingci replied, not even sparing her a glance, his expression impassive. "Sir, did my service make you uncomfortable?" The associate, now thoroughly flustered, wore a countenance of desperation, her face a mask of innocence and vulnerability, as though she were the victim of unwarranted oppression. While Chen Qingci appeared to be the villain in this scenario. With a wry smile, Chen Qingci retorted, "Miss, do you truly believe that everyone in this world, save for yourself, is a fool?" He preferred to avoid confrontations, yet he would not tolerate provocations directed at him. The garments presented were all designed for larger busts. While a couple might have been a mistake, the entire selection was unlikely to be a coincidence. This was a decision he had made to first observe and then allow Su Li to try on the clothes. Otherwise, wearing a succession of ill-fitting garments would undoubtedly be a blow to her confidence. Su Li was certainly not devoid of curves. After spending several days together, Chen Qingci hadn't seen her figure in its entirety, but he sensed she likely had a B-cup size. For her petite frame, this was not insignificant. Each body type had its advantages. Under Chen Qingci's scrutinizing gaze, beads of sweat began to trickle down the associate's forehead. Yet, confronted with the current predicament, her only option was to stubbornly deny any wrongdoing and hope it was merely a coincidence. Chen Qingci, perceiving her obstinacy, dismissed her with another glance. Pulling out his phone to send a message and snapping a picture of the ill-suited garments selected for Su Li before summoning another sales associate. "Sir, this lady has an exceptional figure. Selecting appropriate attire for her should not be overly difficult," she stated. After all, despite her petite stature, Su Li's physique was commendable, and her body proportions were quite pleasing. In a luxury boutique like LV, there were plenty of designs that were so minuscule that even an average woman would struggle to fit into them. Soon, a young girl in a pair of tiny denim hot pants and a delicate tank top emerged from the fitting room. It was her first time donning an outfit with such slender straps that left her shoulders bare. With her hands clasped behind her back, she appeared slightly bashful, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Chen Qingci. Upon noticing his unwavering gaze, she tilted her head in a show of pride, though her lips betrayed a hint of uncontainable joy. Simultaneously, the second sales associate returned with all the size 34 shoes available in the store. Chen Qingci had Su Li try them on, discarding a pair that was too large and another that was overly fashionable, leaving only a pair of flat shoes, which he insisted she wear instead of the ill-fitting ones, tossing the latter into the trash. After changing shoes, Su Li went back to try on another outfit. The first sales associate, having witnessed all of this, assumed that Chen Qingci would relent in his pursuit of her, only to feel a surge of jealousy and resentment. These sales would have been hers. Just as she was grappling with her own mistakes, a whirlwind of a figure burst into the store, a middle-aged woman. Upon her arrival, all the sales associates nodded in greeting, but she paid no one any mind, scanning the room as if searching for something. When her gaze landed on the young figure perusing the women's section, she strode over purposefully. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant shopping experience you had while I was in a meeting. May I inquire what transpired?" At this moment, the first sales associate's face drained of color. Coincidentally, Su Li emerged from the changing room clad in a snug t-shirt and slightly loose jeans. Chen Qingci showed the manager the photo he had taken, gesturing towards Su Li, and stated, "I asked your associate to assist her in selecting clothing. Yet all she provided were these options." The manager's expression darkened instantly, and she was about to erupt when Chen Qingci interjected. "I am not interested in how you handle this matter, nor do I wish to see it." "Understood, Mr. Chen. Please, you both continue trying on the garments." There are no unprovoked feelings of love or hate, yet it was evident that her own assumptions were indeed the cause. Chen Qingci could easily surmise the motives behind her actions, and the manager, with her 5 years of experience at the helm of this premier luxury boutique, was well aware of her staff's intentions, discerning who had ulterior motives and who was genuinely innocent. "Mr. Chen, the total comes to 88 for 100 yuan. To express our apologies for the earlier incident, we would like to offer you a 5 discount. No need for such gestures of contrition. Just process the payment," he replied curtly. "Of course. My sincerest apologies," the manager reiterated, bowing repeatedly as she sent off the esteemed customer. Once he departed, she exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to the first sales associate with an expression that could only be described as predatory. She did not know precisely who Chen Qingci was, but the call had not been directed to her. Rather, it had reached the phone of the district manager during a meeting, and even the manager had shown the utmost deference upon learning there was an issue at her store. Regarding how to address the situation, Chen Qingci was indifferent and had no desire to delve into the specifics, but it was certain that there would be no leniency shown. 88,000 yuan. Su Li stared at the receipt in disbelief, her mouth agape in shock. "All right, stop staring." Chen Qingci draped his arm around her shoulders and leaned in to whisper, "After last night's intense leg workout, what's wrong with buying a few outfits?" Su Li's cheeks flushed crimson, but her brows furrowed into a deep crease as she fixed her gaze on Chen Qingci, stating emphatically, "I don't want these clothes anymore. You should return them while you can. Whether you think I'm a gold digger or whatever, everything between us has nothing to do with money. What happened last night was the same. I just, observing her earnest expression as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Chen Qingci pulled her close, tucking her head under his arm. "Then my purchasing these clothes also has nothing to do with what transpired last night." As she was escorted away, Su Li found herself in a starkly different state of mind. She was dressed in the final outfit she had tried on, a fitted white t-shirt adorned with the LV logo, paired with loose, washed-out denim jeans and flat shoes. Her legs were not short at all. Her proportions were exceptionally appealing, comparable to Tong Yin, albeit in a smaller size. Draped in such attire, her golden locks no longer resembled those of a nonconformist youth, but had transformed her into a fashionable little loli. Chen Qingci purchased several hair ties for Su Li from a quaint handmade stall, allowing her to style her hair into playful twin tails, instantly enhancing her charm. Chapter 38, the financial hub of Magic City. As noon approached, having merely grazed on a light breakfast, Chen Qingci escorted Su Li to the Bun's Peace Hotel for lunch. Upon entering the Bund, Su Li was initially oblivious to her surroundings, but as soon as she caught sight of the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower, realization dawned upon her. Having only recently arrived in the bustling metropolis, she had yet to explore extensively, yet how could she not have heard of the Bund? One of the most vibrant locales in all of Magic City? Especially after their vehicle came to a halt before the Peace Hotel, Su Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only had she seen this place online, but she had also encountered its name in her textbooks. Turning to Chen Qingci, she was about to speak when he flashed her a grin, saying, "Just eat whatever I order, don't overthink it." The words she had intended to voice evaporated as her lips pursed in slight annoyance. Not this again. Chen Qingci unbuckled his seatbelt. "What else would I say? Let's get out." "Oh." With that, Suli unfastened her seatbelt and leaped from the car. Climbing into the vehicle had required an awkward scramble, and disembarking necessitated a jump. The height of the car was indeed a challenge. "Welcome, Mr. Chen." Upon entering the lobby, Chen Qingci produced a card adorned with a diamond pattern, prompting the receptionist to bow deeply in respect and usher them toward the most exclusive VIP room. Here, authentic national cuisine reigned supreme, showcasing a myriad of culinary styles. A veritable cornucopia of gastronomic excellence. Chen Qingci, preferring this fare over Western cuisine, assumed Suli shared a similar sentiment. It wasn't that he dismissed Western food. Rather, it was a matter of personal preference. After their meal, they emerged into the afternoon sun, the clock striking 1. Chen Qingci had preemptively activated the car via a mobile app, ensuring the air conditioning had cooled the interior to a comfortable temperature. As time slipped away, Suli hesitated, contemplating broaching the subject of her need to seek employment. Yet, as the words hovered on the brink of her lips, a torrent of thoughts surged through her mind. The purpose of finding a job was to sustain her existence in this city, to avoid starvation, and to prevent the grim fate of returning home only to end up being sold off, all while repaying Chen Qingci for his hospitality over the past few days. However, what kind of employment could enable her to repay the debts of food, lodging, and the extravagant attire she currently wore? She had searched online and realized that the city was not the haven of opportunity she had envisioned. Jobs were scarce and expenses exorbitant. By the time she secured employment, she feared she might not even be able to support herself, let alone repay Chen Qingci. Moreover, there were some debts that money could not settle. Most importantly, the thought that halted her mid-sentence was the realization that finding a job would mean leaving Chen Qingci's home. Would they still have the chance to meet thereafter? This notion struck her heart like a sudden squeeze, reminiscent of the moment she learned of her parents' intention to sell her for a bride price. Yet, if she continued to linger by Chen Qingci's side, residing in his home, enjoying his lavish meals, and donning his expensive clothes, what would that make her? Suli found herself recalling the jobs of her childhood friends, the staggering sum of 10,000 for a single night as a supervisor, and the events of the previous evening flooded her mind. Then, she remembered Chen Qingci's remark, "I feel the same way." In that instant, her heart was a whirlwind of confusion. Suddenly, Suli felt her face being pinched, and Chen Qingci's voice broke through her reverie. "What are you daydreaming about?" Frustrated, she swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know that pinching someone can make them drool uncontrollably?" As soon as her words fell, his hand returned to her cheek, pinching the same spot. "Let me see where you might be drooling." Suli, fuming, placed her hands on her hips and turned her head away, pouting. The sight of her in this pose elicited a chuckle from Chen Qingci. He took a deep breath, swiping a finger across the touch-sensitive controls, amplifying the music volume. The high-end Berlin sound system, worth 80,000, filled the car with melodious sounds as he began to hum along. "Fallen leaves have no return. Where are we headed?" In less than 3 minutes, Suli, who had been sulking, returned to her usual self and turned to Chen Qingci with a question. Chen Qingci, with one hand on the steering wheel, cast a sidelong glance. "Just a little drive to digest, then we'll find a place to play ball. You'll accompany me." With a robust physique and a mastery of various sports, coupled with memories from 2 lifetimes intertwined, he naturally harbored a penchant for physical activity. This was a delightful way to maintain his physical condition while uplifting his spirits. Not to mention the added thrill of taking a pretty girl along to play basketball. The thought of triumphing over opponents and then having the girl approach him with sparkling eyes to offer water was exhilarating. Having frequently driven this vehicle to exercise, the trunk was fully equipped with sports gear, basketball and tennis attire, and although he had once stored a massive golf bag with several clubs in the back seat, he deemed it too cumbersome and had left it in the garage on his first drive. Suli, unable to grasp Chen Qingci's source of delight, remained silent upon hearing him invite her along. She simply nodded, sitting with her legs neatly together, exuding an air of obedience. Though her twin-tailed hairstyle seemed somewhat discordant, yet strikingly visual. Since arriving in Magic City, Chen Qingci had not played sports, nor had he sought any particular destination. A leisurely drive to digest seemed fitting. Not long after they set off, Suli, spotting something outside, leaned eagerly against the passenger window, and Chen Qingci turned to follow her gaze, discovering she was staring at the Financial University of Magic City. Without hesitation, he made a left turn and drove through the entrance, bypassing the security barricade. Suli was taken aback, glancing at Chen Qingci and noticing his focused gaze ahead. "We're just taking a detour around the campus, checking if there are any games in the gym. Keep an eye out for me, and when we see a supermarket, you can hop out and grab a couple of bottles of water." Chapter 39. Each refusal felt undeniably cruel. "By water?" Suli nodded, assuming it was Chen Qingci who needed hydration. She turned back to the window, her large eyes blinking with curiosity, reminiscent of a child in a museum. eager to imprint every detail into her memory. The campus was expansive. Though they traveled by car, the pace was leisurely, often idling. Their circuit took a full hour. And although it was still vacation time, the campus was bustling with activity. As they traversed the dormitory area, a multitude of students flitted about on either side, casting curious glances at the vehicle as it edged past. Upon catching sight of the words girls' dormitory, Su Li, seated in the passenger seat, craned her neck with heightened interest. Spotting a girl descending the stairs to retrieve a takeaway order, her pink hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a notably breezy outfit. Su Li's gaze lingered for a few seconds before Chen Qingci's voice wafted in. You can get down now. You two standing together would be the epitome of a pink and yellow duo. Su Li flashed a grin at Chen Qingci. The car soon came to a halt at the entrance of the gymnasium. Su Li, clutching 2 bottles of chilled Waha mineral water she had just purchased from the supermarket, alighted alongside Chen Qingci. Upon entering the gym, the sharp sound of sneakers skidding against the floor greeted them. The court was lively with a fair number of spectators, predominantly girls. Su Li settled into a nearby seat, drawing numerous gazes, while Chen Qingci made his way to the edge of the court, attracting the attention of players engaged in a game. Just as he intended to call out, a chubby boy approached first, inquiring if Chen Qingci played basketball. As they were in need of an extra player, Chen Qingci gladly joined in, stepping out of the gym to change into a Michael Jordan No. 23 Bulls jersey and donning a pair of limited edition 5 Zambian Kwacha shoes in a cherry blossom hue, which alone were worth 2 debunio. Returning to his newly formed team, the chubby boy who had initially approached remarked in awe, "Dude, you're seriously cool. Look at those girls on the sidelines. They're all watching you. You're not from our school, are you?" Chen Qingci shook his head. "I figured as much. Otherwise, we would have heard of you." The tall chubby boy nodded in agreement. Another robust boy added, "Just pass me the ball later, and I'll take you on a scoring spree. Even though I'm new here, my shooting feels on point. I warmed up during the break and didn't miss a single shot." Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow with a smile, choosing not to comment. After a while of waiting, it was finally their turn to play. Although the 2 chubby boys displayed average skills, their larger physiques allowed them to effectively box out for rebounds. The sturdy black-skinned player was designated as the main scorer, yet his initial attempts fell short. After missing 3 shots, the ball ricocheted off the rim, and amidst the confusion, Chen Qingci leaped over the 2 chubby teammates as well as an opponent, executing a powerful putback dunk that sent the ball crashing through the hoop. The black-skinned players stood dumbfounded for a moment before exclaiming, "Holy crap." The 2 chubby boys, bewildered, asked, "What just happened?" The black-skinned player shouted, "He just dunked it." Holy crap. With that single dunk, Chen Qingci transformed from an unfamiliar face to the star player of the team. The 3 teammates catered to his every need, and Chen Qingci relished the game, leading them to a series of consecutive victories until the 2 chubby boys were too fatigued to continue. Panting heavily and signaling for a break, Chen Qingci, feeling similarly spent, voluntarily exited the game, concluding an exhilarating match. As he stepped off the court, a striking little girl with blonde twin tails darted over, offering him a bottle of mineral water. Sensing the envious glances around them, she squinted her eyes in realization and whispered, "I was wondering why you needed water. Now it all makes sense." Chen Qingci took a sip of the water and replied, "What do you mean? I was just worried that I might be too charming, attracting everyone's attention and requests for my contact information, which would be quite cruel to decline one by one." Had anyone else uttered such words, Su Li would have scoffed without hesitation, yet upon hearing Chen Qingci, she instinctively glanced back, noting the eager expressions of the other girls in the audience. After a brief pause, Su Li turned to Chen Qingci and asked, "Are you going to play again?" He shook his head, "Not anymore." Upon hearing his refusal, Su Li wrapped her arms around his and tugged him toward the exit of the gym. Chen Qingci observed her struggling to hold on to his arm as they exited together. Once in the car, Chen Qingci drove back to the courtyard, took a shower, and changed into a high-fashion ensemble by Hermes that accentuated his striking looks. He adorned himself with a Patek Philippe watch worth millions and ventured into the living room, only to find that Su Li was nowhere in sight. The small door leading to the garage was ajar, and upon closer inspection, he discovered Su Li busily wiping down the driver's seat of the G-Class with a wet wipe, likely due to the sweat left behind after his earlier exertions. Chen Qingci chuckled softly, retrieving a red and yellow lacquered key resembling a Zippo lighter from the drawer. He said, "No need to clean that. Let's take this car and head somewhere." "Huh?" Su Li, perched on the car's step, responded with a sense of confusion. Chen Qingci gestured toward the F-80, "Over here." "Oh, coming," Su Li exclaimed, hopping off the car, closing the door, and tossing the used wet wipes into the trash before dashing back to the small cabinet to place the keys inside, then returning with a quickened pace. Once inside the vehicle, she noticed Chen Qingci smiling at her, prompting her to furrow her brows slightly. What are you laughing at? I find you adorable, he replied. This was indeed true. Her charming demeanor had amused him, and in essence, it was simply her cuteness that elicited his laughter. Su Li mumbled something incomprehensible, yet her expression radiated joy. What would you like for dinner? Chen Qingci inquired with one hand on the wheel. How about noodles? Su Li suggested after a moment's contemplation. Sounds good, he nodded. Su Li thought that noodles couldn't possibly come with any surprises, but soon she realized how mistaken she was. She had underestimated this sprawling metropolis known for offering an array of peculiar delicacies. Chen Qingci brought her to a food street behind a shopping mall, parking the car at the entrance. After walking a short distance, a noodle shop named Crab Emperor caught their attention, where a bowl of noodles was priced at an astonishing 398 yuan. The transparent kitchen showcased 5 large hairy crabs being steamed for their meat, which was then combined with handmade noodles. This tastes incredible, but it's so expensive, Su Li remarked. Had she been unaware of the price, she would have relished the meal wholeheartedly, but now the thought of an additional 8 yuan on top of 39 felt exorbitant for just a bowl of noodles. These crabs, if served in a restaurant, would cost at least 100 yuan each, and here they didn't even have to shell them themselves. Accompanied by a bowl of noodles, quite the bargain. Chen Qingci slurped up a mouthful of noodles and softly said, besides, the money is already spent. We might as well enjoy it, or else it would be a waste. His words resonated with Su Li, prompting her to take a deep breath and accept the situation. As she lifted a pair of noodles to her mouth, she found the flavor even more delightful than the first bite. Su Li had presumed that Chen Qingci had taken her out merely for dinner. After finishing the noodles, she ambled through the pedestrian street, tilting her head to inquire if they would play games upon their return. Upon hearing Chen Qingci's affirmative response, she asked when he thought they might complete the game together. Her steps were light, clearly indicative of her buoyant mood. As they settled into the car, Chen Qingci fastened his seatbelt and chuckled softly. Just take your time with it. There's no rush. Indeed, once the game was finished, there would be no more playing. Su Li raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of melancholy creeping in. There were countless co-op games to play. Once one was done, they could always switch to another. There would never be an end, Chen Qingci remarked. Turning her gaze towards Chen Qingci's profile, Su Li pressed her lips together and tilted her head slightly, revealing a smile that she herself was unaware of. Her earlier melancholy stemmed from the thought of herself, just as there would eventually be an end to these gaming adventures. Would there come a day when she would leave that courtyard? Yet Chen Qingci had said, there's never an end. As Su Li's mind wandered, her phone buzzed incessantly, eliciting a sense of dread within her. The sound alone sent her heart racing. She pulled out her phone to find a barrage of unflattering messages from a few childhood friends, inundated with vitriolic insults, one after another. Clenching her phone tightly, her previously cheerful disposition evaporated instantly. They insult you. Why don't you insult them back? This doesn't seem like your character. Chen Qingci's voice chimed in from the side. It's better to avoid unnecessary conflicts, Su Li replied in a subdued tone. She had contemplated deleting those contacts and blocking their numbers, yet feared they might resort to contacting her family, leaving her isolated in the bustling metropolis. If not for Chen Qingci, she would truly feel adrift, her concerns overwhelming. Then let us confront them face to face later, Chen Qingci suggested. Su Li was momentarily taken aback. Turning her gaze forward, the Ferrari had come to a halt in front of a conspicuously gaudy 3-story establishment, adorned with garish lights and a tacky Phoenix sign. Was this not the same place where she had been deceived, the Phoenix nightclub? She turned to Chen Qingci, who had already unbuckled his seatbelt and was gesturing for her to exit the vehicle. At the entrance stood 2 impeccably dressed men. Upon spotting the car, they swiftly approached. These were not mere staff from the nightclub, but rather Chen Qingci's security team he had dispatched in advance. He eschewed the melodramatic trope of infiltrating the establishment alone. Instead, he sent his men to confront the owner directly in his own office, administering a beating first and asking questions later. Sir, the target is in the office. Following your instructions, we feigned a business meeting to gain access, and he has been subdued without arousing too much attention. The 3 hostesses you wish to interrogate have just arrived and are presently lined up in the main hall for identification, one of the men reported. Very well. Chen Qingci nodded, then turned to Su Li, extending his right hand. She stepped forward, placing her left hand into his palm, her obedient demeanor igniting a protective instinct within him. As he glanced back at the nightclub, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he observed rows of women in revealing attire standing in high heels, their alluring eyes narrowing slightly as he softly encouraged, let us go inside. The hall was thick with the overpowering scent of perfume, a concoction of cheap fragrances that would be a blessing for those with nasal sensitivities. In the crowd, Dou Xiaodi sneezed and discreetly checked her phone, whispering to her companion, Han Xia, whose tight-fitting dress left little to the imagination and whose heavily made-up face resembled a grotesque caricature. Have you heard back from her? Han Xia shook her head. No response. On the other side, Wei Lu, clad in a white dress, chimed in. Who are you asking about? Aren't you two usually inseparable? Han Xia agreed, exactly. Luring her here was your idea. I suggested you explain things clearly, but now look where we are, money spent and no sign of her. If we can't retrieve her, we'll have to reimburse the funds, and I'm broke. You'll have to cover it. Dou Xiaodi retorted, go to hell. Yes, it was my idea. But you two were all too eager to agree. You were complicit in the deception, so don't act like I'm solely to blame. And did you ever spend a dime of the shared funds? Why should I compensate you? As the three began to bicker, a voice suddenly resonated from the entrance. All the women in line turned in unison. Upon seeing who had arrived, Dou Xiaodi, Han Xia, and Wei Lu widened their eyes in disbelief. Among those in the crowd, a strikingly made-up female manager, adorned in flamboyant attire, also stared in astonishment. Had it not been for her conspicuous hair color and petite stature, she might not have recognized Su Li. People are often judged by their attire. She had always sensed that Su Li was a rare beauty, which was why she had repeatedly given Dou Xiaodi and her friends opportunities, allowing them to delay repayment in hopes of bringing Su Li back. Now, Su Li had transformed her appearance, her charm undeniable, easily eclipsing the other women present, thereby validating the manager's discerning eye. However, upon witnessing Su Li's return, she exhibited no inclination to approach. Having spent years in such environments, she could easily discern that Su Li was no longer the same person she had once known. The transformation was not merely in her attire. The young man accompanying Su Li exuded an aura of exceptional sophistication, and she recalled seeing the Ferrari that had brought them here. Moreover, the rose gold watch on his wrist bore a snowflake logo, likely a Patek Philippe, and trailing behind were two robust men in suits, unmistakably acting as bodyguards. Who was this young master? Yet it was evident that Dou Xiaodi, Wei Lu, and Han Xia could not perceive the extent of the change. Upon recognizing Su Li, their anger flared, and they stormed out of the line. Dou Xiaodi, strutting towards Su Li in her towering heels, pointed an accusatory finger, exclaiming, "What the hell? Are you toying with us? Do you realize we haven't slept well in 3 days? Even if you've returned, this isn't over. Who are those men? How did you find 3 random guys in just a few days? And a pretty boy to boot? Su Li, stop pretending to be some virtuous maiden." Slap. A sharp, clear sound echoed, silencing the entire hall as Dou Xiaodi clutched her face in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" Su Li's expression remained icy. "I hit you because you deserve it. You chose to sell yourself. Don't try to disguise it as being a waitress and then drag me here, expecting gratitude. Thank you for what? For your nonsense?" Standing behind her, Chen Qingci watched the fiery young woman radiating an undeniable boldness, his lips curling into a smile. She was never meant to be a victim. He had recognized this from their very first encounter. Su Li had never been a docile lamb. Yet, throughout the years, no one had ever been her source of strength. Thus, she often found herself enduring the storms of life in silence. But now, circumstances had shifted. Su Li was acutely aware that Chen Qingci stood resolutely behind her, and at this moment, she was brought here to exact vengeance on her behalf. "Su Li, are you looking to end your life? This is the Magic City, for heaven's sake." Han Xia's voice rang out, only to be met with a stinging slap. Su Li's gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Did I say anything about you? After all I have done for you, when you were having family troubles and I had to share my meager lunch with you, I was deceived into coming here as a mere escort? Just for your commission? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog?" Wei Lu swallowed hard, stepping back to create some distance from Su Li. She turned to the forewoman, shouting, "Hong Jia, she has come here to stir up trouble. Aren't you the one who told us to bring her back every day? Now that she has returned, say something." The woman, known as Hong Jia, furrowed her brow, sensing that this matter was beyond her jurisdiction. However, with Wei Lu's interjection, she could no longer remain an onlooker. Casting a fierce glare at Wei Lu, she stepped out from behind the crowd. At that moment, Chen Qingci placed a hand on Su Li's shoulder. Su Li glanced back, her pale lips pressing together in compliance as she positioned herself behind Chen Qingci. Chen Qingci directed a disdainful glance at Wei Lu and, without turning back, remarked, "She still owes a slap. Go assist her in settling the score." "Yes, sir." The 2 bodyguards responded in unison, striding towards Wei Lu. Terrified, she stumbled back, but one of the bodyguards swiftly seized her arm. "Hong Jia," she screamed as she opened her mouth to protest, only to be met with a resounding slap from the other bodyguard. The sound echoed throughout the hall, and she spun around, collapsing to the ground without even a cry, the impact leaving her on the brink of unconsciousness. "Sir, aren't you being a bit excessive?" The forewoman squinted, adopting a look of mock indignation, but Chen Qingci ignored her, inquiring of Su Li, what was her role. "She said she could make me 10,000 in a night. When I refused, she even said she would have someone watch over me," replied Su Li. then she deserves to be penalized further. Chen Qingci instructed the bodyguards, give her 2 more. You dare, Lugo? Are you here to smash the place up? Are you going to hit me? The audacity of her challenge was pitifully ineffective in altering her fate, as 2 burly men advanced towards her. The woman who had been discreetly messaging the boss and the security captain in a bid to maintain order panicked and pressed the button on her walkie-talkie. Yet, the silence on the other end spoke volumes, as if her previous messages had vanished into the void. However, it was painfully evident that whether the walkie-talkie emitted sound or not, it could not stave off the forceful slap that landed on her face. The bodyguard's blow was far heavier than Su Li's. Wei Lu's face was left swollen from the assault, while the forewoman, Hong Jie, was left a mess, collapsing to the ground with her dress hiked up to her waist, exposing her sheer red lace undergarment. Her hair was disheveled, tears and snot streaming down her face. Though consumed by rage and humiliation, she refrained from uttering any harsh words, nor did she cast a resentful glance at Chen Qingci. After all these years, what humiliation had she not endured? She could withstand it. She understood all too well that in such a precarious situation, uttering futile threats would only lead to further consequences. She was waiting. Regardless of who might come, she was certain that once her boss arrived, he would never allow her to swallow this insult in silence. As she contemplated this, 3 or 4 men in suits approached, flanked by 2 middle-aged men, a rotund fellow and a burly, bald man. Upon seeing them, Hong Jie could no longer contain her humiliation. She disregarded her disheveled appearance and rushed towards the 2 men. Boss Lugo, but just as she called out, her voice faltered as the 2 men she believed could turn the tide of the situation approached the young man with ingratiating smiles and deep bows. It was then she realized that the men in suits were not the security from their establishment, but rather identical in attire to the very bodyguards who had just struck her. She sank back down to the ground, her face pale as a ghost, and stealthily took out her phone, preparing to call the police. Normally, they would avoid involving the authorities, considering the nature of their establishment, even if they had connections. Calling the police could lead to unforeseen complications. Yet, given the current circumstances, if the opposition desired, they could obliterate them without mercy. What else could she do but call for help? Chapter 42. Brother, thank you. Tuale had no knowledge of who Chen Qingci was, but he recognized that this was a formidable player. Without delving into specifics, the professional manner in which the assailants executed their actions spoke volumes. He had endured a thorough beating for half an hour, with minimal marks left on his skin, when a few of them mentioned discussing business and entered the office. He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of a hefty dictionary being pulled out. However, mere minutes later, that laughter was silenced as the weighty tome transformed into a nightmare. As for Lu Gu, he found himself in unfortunate circumstances, having entered seeking a cigarette from the boss, only to be subdued and receive a thorough thrashing. Now, he sat in a state of despair. I don't know which young master you belong to, but perhaps we have some connections. Don't let the floodwaters rush into the Dragon King Temple. Tuale pleaded humbly to Chen Qingci. Chen Qingci ignored him, turning to one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard stepped forward, addressing Chen Qingci. We have uncovered 39 terabytes of videos on this person's computer, indicating they have been profiting from selling these videos over a long period. Additionally, we have gathered evidence of violent coercion led by these 3 individuals, including threats against the waitresses, chat records, and more, which have been submitted to Sister Lu. She has combined this with testimonies from various victims forced into prostitution and evidence of involvement with organized crime, all of which has been forwarded to the judicial authorities. After receiving that phone call earlier this morning, Chen Qingci instructed Lu Zifan to conduct an investigation. Remarkably, by evening, they had amassed this substantial evidence of criminal activity. The cumulative weight of these charges meant that the 2 rotund men were undoubtedly headed for prison to shed the excess weight they carried. The forewoman, Hong Jie, with her swollen face, would not escape either. Upon hearing the bodyguard's words, the pudgy boss turned as pale as a ghost. He had been so preoccupied with the beating he received that he hadn't even realized their computer had been seized. Hastily, he implored, young brother, you are my elder. Please give me a chance. I will give you money, all the money I have. Chen Qingci still did not cast a glance in her direction, and turned to the bodyguard, stating, investigate how many among them have ever lured someone here. Leave no stone unturned. Upon hearing these words, Do Xiaodi, Wei Lu, and Han Xia instantly drained of color. Many others in the crowd bore a similar expression, with some discreetly slipping off their high heels in preparation to flee. However, several bodyguards swiftly detected their unusual behavior, standing like hawks, providing no opportunity for escape. Chen Qingci turned to Su Li and inquired, is there anything else you wish to say? Su Li shook her head, replying, there is nothing left to say. Chen Qingci slightly raised his arm, then let us depart. Su Li grasped his arm, and together they turned to leave. At that moment, Dou Xiaodi suddenly shouted at Su Li, pleading that they had realized their mistakes and requested leniency due to their long-standing friendship. Han Xia and Wei Lu chimed in as well. Su Li paused for a brief moment, but did not halt. Chen Qingci glanced at her. She inhaled deeply and remarked, "Every action has its consequence. Everyone must be accountable for their deeds." With that, she tightened her grip on Chen Qingci's arm, and they exited through the golden glass doors of the nightclub. Subsequently, the 8 or 9 bodyguards also made their departure. Once they left, a throng of hostesses scattered in panic, all trying to escape. Yet, as they reached the back door, police cars blared, blocking their exit. Not only was the entrance sealed, but the entire nightclub was surrounded, rendering escape impossible. "Damn it! Who the hell did you provoke, you filthy wench?" The rotund owner, Tuale, hastily dialed his phone. But after several attempts, all met with failure. Realizing that some formidable force was at play, and that such adept bodyguards could not possibly be ordinary men, he understood he was trapped. In a fit of desperation, he lunged at Hong Jia, seizing her by the throat. Her face quickly turned a deep crimson, veins bulging as she pointed at Dou Xiaodi and her companions. The burly head of security, Lu Gu, charged at the trio with a flurry of slaps and kicks. Other hostesses, realizing their own predicament, joined in, tearing at the hair and clothing of the three. The entire hall erupted in screams, and only when the police burst into the chaos began to subside. Yet Lu Gu did not relent, relentlessly striking Wei Lu until several officers forcibly subdued him, pinning him to the ground, and only after losing a tooth did he finally cease. To be honest, Chen Qingci initially struggled to comprehend how a nightclub of such outdated semblance could exist in a place like Magic City. He had thought it was due to his existence in a parallel world akin to a novel, but upon reflection, he realized it might not be so. The greater likelihood was that even with the intertwining memories of 2 lifetimes, he had merely scratched the surface of the darkness hidden beneath the glamorous facade. After getting into the car, Chen Qingci did not rush to drive Su Li away. He waited until he saw the police escorting individuals, heads covered in clothing and handcuffed, to the police vehicles, before finally shifting gears and starting the engine. Su Li's gaze fell upon a few of those figures. Despite their heads being covered and showing signs of bruising on their limbs, she still recognized her childhood friends among them. As the car turned around and everything vanished from sight, Su Li turned to Chen Qingci, who was driving the Ferrari with one hand, took a deep breath, and in her sweet, childlike voice, expressed, "Brother, thank you." Chen Qingci kept his eyes on the road, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Let us head back and play some games." Su Li beamed, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth, her smile radiant. "All right. Let us go back and play." Chapter 43, Eat What I Give You. "Brother, over here. This is a hidden level. These fat monsters are so ugly. Why can't I fly over?" The joystick is reversed. Up is down, down is up. Upon returning to the courtyard, it was already around 8 or 9 in the evening. After both Chen Qingci and Su Li had showered and changed into their pajamas, they settled on the sofa in front of the 100-inch television. Su Li, lacking her own sleepwear, had borrowed a large t-shirt from Chen Qingci. When she excitedly raised her arms, her petite, rounded figure almost revealed more than intended, prompting Chen Qingci to ponder a pressing question. Clothes had been bought, shoes too. But what about undergarments? Had she been wearing the same ones all this time? How did she manage to wash them? As Su Li continued to play, she noticed Chen Qingci had suddenly gone still. Turning back, she saw him staring intently at her midsection, causing her brows to furrow in annoyance. "What are you doing? Are we playing or not? Pervert." Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow, responding with righteous indignation. "I was merely contemplating that I forgot to buy you some intimate garments. How do you manage to keep clean in just one outfit?" Su Li's face flushed crimson, and she retorted, "Pervert, pervert, pervert, pervert. I'm just concerned about you. How is that perverse?" Chen Qingci observed her with curiosity. "You haven't gone without washing, have you? Shut up. Are we still playing or not?" Su Li transformed into a prickly little hedgehog, her cheeks painted a vivid hue, as she vehemently denied any lack of cleanliness. She had, in fact, worn the outfit only a day before and had washed it the night prior, but had missed the opportunity to do so yesterday. Chen Qingci resumed manipulating the controller, then inquired, "Your luggage should be over there, right? Should I send someone to retrieve it for you?" "There's no need." Su Li shook her head. "I didn't bring much, just clothes and 2 pairs of shoes, which they tossed in the trash. They even took pictures of it." Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow, placing the controller down. "The mall hasn't closed yet. Let me take you to buy some new outfits. It's too much hassle to change clothes." "I'm fine. Let us play a little longer and then rest early," Su Li replied, shaking her head. "Then you can borrow one of mine and make do," Chen Qingci suggested. "Huh." Su Li bit her lip. "Maybe not. I'll just go home later." She trailed off, her face deepening in color, unable to finish her thought. The notion of discussing such personal matters made her feel as though she stood before Chen Qingci entirely exposed. Blushing fiercely, she focused on controlling the game character, not uttering another word. Rising from where he sat cross-legged on the sofa, Chen Qingci went to the wardrobe and retrieved a pair of elastic shorts, placing them on Su Li's delicate, slender legs. Her face was so red it seemed it might bleed, and she couldn't bear to glance at the fabric resting on her legs. Yet, mere moments later, she seized the shorts and dashed into the bathroom with astonishing speed. After what felt like an eternity, she emerged, appearing as if she had just showered again, now clad in Chen Qingci's shorts. Her own had been hand-washed and hung to dry. Despite being the largest pair Chen Qingci owned, they were still somewhat loose on her. She tied her hair up with a scrunchie to keep them from slipping down, but they hung low enough that they peeked out from beneath her t-shirt, leaving behind a hint of her form that had previously been concealed. Upon her return, Su Li did not remain seated on the floor. Instead, she perched herself once more upon the sofa, that expansive piece of furniture unceremoniously positioned next to Chen Qingci. The scene felt oddly reminiscent. Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow, maintaining an air of composure. As anticipated, it wasn't long before the petite girl placed her delicate feet upon his lap. Chen Qingci swiftly grasped her feet, a wave of intense ticklishness and embarrassment compelling Su Li to retract them. Despite her initial boldness, the notion of retreat was not so easily entertained. Realizing escape was futile, Su Li suddenly lifted her feet, aiming to plant them squarely upon Chen Qingci's face. He deftly restrained her, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I have no penchant for pig's trotters." "You are the pig's trotter," Su Li retorted, her small, pearly teeth gritted in defiance. A sudden spark of mischief ignited within her voice as she continued, "If I offer them to you, will you consume them?" Chen Qingci arched an eyebrow, the familiarity of her words striking a chord. Was this not a phrase he had uttered to her? All right, he declared, hoisting Su Li into his arms. "What are you doing? Put me down. Let go." Su Li protested vigorously, though her struggles lacked genuine resistance. Perhaps, the moment she decided to wear Chen Qingci's shorts, she had already resolved to spend the night in his bedroom. "Chen Qingci, I'm utterly exhausted. I can hardly move," Su Li lamented, her legs aching as if she had just scaled Mount Tai. "Exhausted?" Chen Qingci leaned closer, whispering something in her ear. Su Li's cheeks flushed crimson, nearly causing her to leap from the bed. "You pervert. I absolutely refuse." Chen Qingci chuckled, ruffling her hair as he repeated her earlier words, uttered while she had her feet propped up. Chapter 44, Business Opportunities. The following day, Su Li awoke to find herself entwined around Chen Qingci like an octopus. The memories of the previous night flooded back, prompting her to emit a soft exclamation. Gazing upon Chen Qingci's handsome visage, his eyes closed in repose, she found herself momentarily entranced, only to snap back to reality when his lashes fluttered. Stealthily, she began to retract her limbs, but Chen Qingci's voice broke the silence. "After embracing all night, is it not too late to move now?" A wave of guilt washed over Su Li, causing her to tremble, her cheeks aflame. "Well, that's your fault," she retorted, her brows furrowing. "It's your fault for making me put my feet on you first," Chen Qingci countered, deftly avoiding blame. Yet, as Su Li reflected on the sequence of events, it seemed she had indeed initiated the foot placement. Regardless, it was clear that Chen Qingci was not the one at a disadvantage. Pouting, she prepared to turn away. But Chen Qingci ensnared her once more with his long arms and legs, rendering her immobile. "It's still early, barely past 8. Let us sleep a little longer," Chen Qingci suggested. Su Li, nestled in his embrace, relented, her voice barely above a whisper, "But I really should start looking for a job." Last night, as she exited the nightclub, she had resolved that no matter what transpired, she was determined to seek employment today. Perhaps securing a job would allow her to become self-sufficient and facilitate her departure. However, she was also resolute in her desire not to continue living off others without purpose. She aspired to live for herself and to discover her own worth. "What, are you planning to support me?" Su Li tilted her head, but before Chen Qingci could respond, she quickly added, "I refuse to be dependent." Chen Qingci chose not to engage with her remarks, instead posing a question. "The university you were accepted into, is it Modi University of Finance?" Su Li paused, astonished. "How did you know?" Chen Qingci chuckled softly. "From the moment you laid eyes on the school gates. Your expression clearly conveyed your reluctance to attend. You wandered around as if in a museum. It was impossible not to deduce your feelings." Su Li recoiled slightly. "Oh?" Modi University of Finance was indeed a prestigious institution, and being accepted there was a testament to her dedication to her studies throughout her life. Chen Qingci's calm, resonant voice articulated this sentiment, causing Su Li's eyes to well with tears. "But what does that matter?" she longed to say, yet no words escaped her lips. "Therefore, after such effort to gain admission, why not attend?" Chen Qingci leaned down, brushing aside the loose strands of golden hair that fell across her forehead. Forget about job hunting. Go to university instead. I'll cover your tuition and living expenses. This isn't what you referred to as me supporting you. Once you graduate, you can work for me. That is a long-term investment. What can you accomplish by seeking employment now? Without qualifications or adequate knowledge, you cannot pursue higher learning. Securing what is rightfully yours, gaining the honors that belong to you, and bettering yourself is the most effective, expedient, and direct means to prove your worth. Su Li's lips pursed, and as Chen Qingci finished speaking, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She buried her face in his chest, trembling as she cried. It was not the thought of missing school that overwhelmed her. Rather, it was Chen Qingci's gentle, heartfelt words that pierced her soul. Throughout her life, no one had truly understood her. After her tears subsided, Su Li shook her head, sniffling as she struggled to articulate, "Thank you, but it's not possible. My admission letter, examination permit, everything that could serve as proof of enrollment was torn up and discarded. All I have is my ID card. I cannot enroll." "That's easily solved. We can request a replacement admission letter from the school. I'll have someone accompany you. Just bring your ID and don't worry about anything else," Chen Qingci assured her. Su Li stared blankly at him, suddenly springing forward. Their lips met unexpectedly, resulting in a clumsy collision. Yet, no one paid heed to such trivialities. Chen Qingci cradled her petite form, swiftly maneuvering her onto his lap. Su Li's kiss was painfully awkward, except for the accidental bump of their teeth. The rest was entirely passive, adorably clumsy. Abruptly, she stiffened and sat upright, while Chen Qingci cleared his throat, remarking, "It's a reflex. There's no helping it." Ugh. Su Li pulled down her t-shirt to cover her modesty, baring her teeth at Chen Qingci as she mumbled, "This has nothing to do with you helping me attend school. It's just..." Chen Qingci nodded with a smile. "I feel the same way." Blushing fiercely, Su Li hopped out of bed, stuck out her tongue playfully at Chen Qingci, and darted into the bathroom. After a shower and getting dressed, she styled her long golden hair into a ponytail, donning a cap that belonged to Chen Qingci. It was slightly oversized, as her head was rather small, yet it appeared quite charming. Clad in a pristine white dress she had purchased the previous day, she looked exceptionally delightful. Butler Lin had returned home after a few days of leave, and he was entrusted with the task of accompanying Su Li to the school to retrieve her admission letter. For an ordinary person, this would be no small feat, yet for Chen Qingci, it was a mere trifle. "My phone's out of data. If you need to reach me, just call." Su Li gestured a sign by her ear before stepping out. Out of data? Chen Qingci suddenly comprehended the reason why the girl had been assembling Lego at home that day. It was because she was unaware of the Wi-Fi password. The home Wi-Fi password was 1233210. OK. "I'll activate a data package before heading out," she mused, planning to take a stroll at the mall later and purchase a few sets of fresh undergarments. I got it." Su Li interrupted Chen Qingci, waving her hand and darting away in a flash. After her departure, Chen Qingci also drove out, first heading to Jianya Building. Over the past few days, Lu Jingchun had been diligently reporting progress to her. Recruitment had been underway for 2 days, and the office was no longer a desolate expanse of empty desks. The personnel dispatched were all formidable talents. Although the company was not yet fully operational, it had already entered a mode of functionality. Chen Qingci had yet to finalize her specific job responsibilities, development direction, or project plans, so everyone's tasks revolved around the comprehensive preparation of the new company. According to the document Chen Qingci had previously provided to Lu Zhangchun, the first department to be established was the development department, focusing on web application development. Lu Zhangchun and several other executives followed suit, and the development department now boasted 8 employees, all seasoned programmers, including a retired professor from a 211 university's computer science department as an advisor, thus fully equipped to undertake application software development. Chen Qingci convened a brief meeting, presenting the first project proposal to Lu Zhangchun and several executives. This project encompassed 2 products, one named Kuaishou and the other Douyin, both of which were short video applications. Indeed, it was 2025, yet no short video social media application existed. The original plot had established such a premise, followed by the female protagonist dreaming of the business opportunity presented by short video applications. Chapter 45, Shock. The narrative stripped away elements that had been validated in the protagonist's past life, repurposing them as the foundation for her entrepreneurial ventures. How could readers, who were aware of the inevitable success of such a short video application, not find the protagonist's sudden rise to prominence reasonable? Yet, it was indeed 2025. Was it plausible that no short video social application had emerged? The protagonist's dream merely encompassed the broad characteristics and models of short video applications. Although it lacked detail, it paled in comparison to Chen Qingci's extensive experience as a user of short video applications for a decade. In 2015, she began using Kuaishou. With its vibrant red cover and catchy titles, it showcased an array of energetic young men and women, featuring everything from rap culture to various quirky videos. Later, when Douyin launched, it initially focused on sharing everyday life, dazzling viewers with breathtaking scenery and dynamic video editing, attracting countless users, and eventually evolving into a comprehensive platform for news, social interaction, and entertainment, profoundly influencing daily life. Compared to a mere dream conjured by the female protagonist, Chen Qingci, who had personally experienced and utilized these applications, undoubtedly possessed greater insight into how to create a popular national software platform. After thorough contemplation, Chen Qingci resolved to execute a one-to-one replica. While the timeline could not be replicated, the product line could. How immensely popular was Kuaishou in its heyday? After the emergence of Douyin, its market share began to plummet daily. They wisely recognized that feudal resistance would lead to greater losses. So they quickly refined and repositioned their product. By analyzing the remaining user demographics, they adjusted their data ports to cater more effectively to middle-aged and elderly users within the same city, village, or community, while also appealing to the youthful generation's social vernacular. The product lines Chen Qingci envisioned reflected this strategy. Two products, each with distinct positioning, aimed to attract users from different age groups and demographics, thereby enhancing each other's unique characteristics. As the saying goes, it is difficult to please everyone. What one may deem unfavorable here, another might find appealing there. Undoubtedly, Douyin would remain the prominent flower of the market, but it would shine even more brilliantly when complemented by the green leaves of its competitors. Moreover, Chen Qingci contemplated the significant role of these leaves in constricting market space, regardless of whether the protagonist entered the fray or if capital chose to engage. All tiers of society would be at Chen Qingci's disposal. She could easily suppress them one by one. The central tenet of her proposal was singular: speed. Chen Qingci had nearly outlined all the software's functionalities and elements, negating the need for design. Only development and debugging were required. These phases did not necessitate haste, but rather steadiness. The speed she referred to pertained to the moment of the software's release, at which point a widespread promotional campaign would commence, expanding the market with breathtaking swiftness. Undoubtedly, Chen Qingci was not concerned about being overshadowed by the protagonist. According to the narrative, her software took several months merely for development, and the subsequent promotional funds were quickly depleted. Moreover, she had lent the protagonist 2 million, which remained unmentioned until her need for sustenance arose. What if she hadn't lent her that money? Chen Qingci's intentions were also to guard against the entrance of other capital. In the original plot, the protagonist's software faced no competition from any capital. However, whether due to the protagonist's halo or the author's lack of understanding regarding the instincts of a businessperson, this scenario seemed implausible in a realistic context. In contemporary society, individuals possess numerous fragmented moments of time. Once these intervals are precisely utilized, user engagement can become astonishingly high. Short video applications epitomize this phenomenon. The moment a hint of opportunity arises, there will undoubtedly be individuals ready to seize it. If one fails to expand the market with lightning speed and instead moves sluggishly, it could potentially incite a fierce competition reminiscent of the historic group buying platform wars. By preemptively capturing a significant portion of the market, any subsequent attempts to share in the spoils would demand an exorbitant price, and against the backdrop of two established software applications, the chances of seizing market share would be slim, rendering the risks disproportionately high, thereby dissuading potential competitors. Upon receiving the project proposal, Lu Jingchun initially felt a moderate sense of astonishment, merely perceiving it as a commendable project. However, observing the expressions of awe and astonishment on the faces of his colleagues, he once again scrutinized the proposal, gradually realizing its immense value and the groundbreaking creation it promised. Becoming increasingly aware of the heights to which Chen Qingci would elevate him in this venture. Enough staring, Chen Qingci gently rapped on the table, commenting, "Your gaze is making me question your orientation. Hurry and prepare. My orientation is perfectly normal. If it were abnormal even slightly, I'd drop dead on the spot." Lu Zhengchun replied, his words spilling out in a flurry of fervent declarations. Realizing the overly flattering tone of his statements, he hastily grabbed the folder from the table and made his exit. As the crowd dispersed, Chen Qingci returned to the office that had been prepared for him, diligently immersed in work until noon. Lu Zhengchun sent a message to inquire about his lunch preferences, just as Shen Zhaoxua also messaged him to see if he was available. She had developed a plan for the company's inaugural venture and wished to discuss it in detail with Chen Qingci. He replied, "Have you eaten?" To which Shen Zhaoxua responded with a question mark, followed by, "Not yet." Chen Qingci then stated, "All right, I'll be there shortly." He informed Lu Zhengchun that there was no need to prepare a meal for him and departed from Jianya Building, heading towards his newly established company, Xingyao Entertainment, located in Chuanyu Building. Upon exiting the elevator, he was greeted by the sight of the once bare storefront now adorned with a metallic sign. The wall behind the reception desk, previously devoid of any decoration, was now embellished with a professionally designed logo and the company name. The logo, a dazzling star encircling the letter C, was a creation of Chen Qingci himself, with representing both his surname, Chen, and the character for farewell, CI. Chapter 46, Only Consuming One Boss. Good day, sir. Welcome to Xingyao Entertainment. How may I assist you? The two young receptionists, hands gracefully clasped at their waists, offered a slight bow. Their faces brightened with sweet smiles as they addressed Chen Qingci, not only at the reception, but also to the left and right. The previously vacant workstations were now filled with industrious figures, the facilities having been impeccably arranged. Compared to the many days of delay experienced at Qingci Network, Shen Zhaoshua's efficiency was indeed astonishing. As their words faded, the sound of high heels echoed from the direction of the upper-level offices and conference rooms. Shen Zhaoshua approached, her short hair and subtle makeup complemented by a crisp white office uniform, exuding an air of competence. Good afternoon, General Manager, greeted the receptionists, bowing slightly. Shen Zhaoshua nodded to them and turned to Chen Qingci, addressing him as boss. Once they left the reception area, the two girls exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. Good afternoon, General Manager. Hello, General Manager. General Manager. As Shen Zhaoshua guided Chen Qingci through the office, everyone greeted her, casting curious glances at Chen Qingci. Shen Zhaoshua acknowledged each greeting, then explained to Chen Qingci, "These are my former colleagues. 3 of them resigned recently due to the oppressive atmosphere at the company. I reached out to them, and since they hadn't secured new positions, I brought them on board. The rest followed me after hearing about my arrival here. They are all familiar subordinates, some of whom are quite capable. The 2 receptionists are girls I met at the Drama Academy. They were originally set to intern at Mingyu, but I invited them to join me here, along with my previous secretary." Chen Qingci nodded and replied, "You may make decisions regarding the staff as you see fit. If you find it convenient, feel free to recruit your former deputy as well." Shen Zhaoshua indeed had such intentions. Her former assistant had expressed a desire to follow her as soon as she resigned, but she had dissuaded him. At the time, she was uncertain whether she could secure new employment and was shrouded in the pressure of potential unemployment. How could she encourage others to descend into the same predicament? Mingyu Entertainment was not a sustainable workplace, yet it provided a day's wage for a day's work. Subsequently, she seamlessly transitioned here. While she was filled with enthusiasm, she also recognized that relying solely on herself would not suffice. Thus, her first step was recruitment. The first call she intended to make was to her former deputy, Lu Mei, but ultimately, she hesitated, realizing that such an action would immediately draw all of Mingyu's resources to her new company. She felt it prudent to focus on gradual development and not jeopardize the trust Chen Qingci had placed in her by allowing her personal ambitions to disrupt the overall strategy. So, her first call went to her secretary, who would surely be the second to leave the company after her departure. To Shen Zhaoshua's surprise, while she aimed for a cautious approach to ensure the company's stability, Chen Qingci, her boss, was poised to thrust her directly into the spotlight. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shen Zhaoshua chose not to respond to Chen Qingci's suggestion and led him to the office, ready to explain her plans for swiftly establishing the company's reputation and expanding its scale. Just as they settled onto the sofas in the office, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." As Shen Zhaoshua spoke, the door opened to reveal an unfamiliar face, a woman in her 30s. Presumably the secretary Shen had mentioned earlier. "General Manager, your lunch has arrived," she announced, carrying a thermal box. "Lunch?" Shen Zhaoshua turned in surprise to Chen Qingci. She hadn't ordered any meals. It could only mean that Chen Qingci had arranged it. "Didn't you say you hadn't eaten?" Chen Qingci remarked softly. "I hadn't eaten either, so I had it sent over. Let us eat while we talk." "Thank you." Shen Zhaoshua suddenly recognized a stark contrast. During her early days at Mingyu, no one had ever inquired about her meals, despite her relentless dedication while earning a modest salary. Such gestures had never occurred. It became evident that the disparities between individuals need not take long to unveil. The signs of difference often manifest at the outset, though one must weather numerous experiences to fully comprehend them. Shen Zhaoshua's secretary, Hu Hui, had been with her long enough to possess some insight. After a few days at this new establishment, she hadn't heard Shen Zhaoshua discuss any management matters. Yet she sensed that this handsome young man might indeed be a figure of authority. Upon opening the thermal box, Hu Hui laid out a sumptuous array of dishes on the coffee table before exiting the office. As Chen Qingci encouraged Shen Zhaoshua to start eating, he began to discuss her development plan. "My proposal requires your cooperation, boss. I have acquaintances among instructors at various art schools, and I plan to visit a few to scout for promising talent. Then, we can leverage your image for promotion. As Chen Xiaoxue elaborated. Chen Qingci raised a hand to pause her. Using me? Yes, Chen Xiaoxue affirmed, nodding. With your looks and charisma, combined with other elements, we can formulate a reasonable plan to generate significant buzz, potentially trending on major search engines and social media. Based on this, we can devise an expansion strategy that would ordinarily require a substantial investment to achieve similar results. Chen Qingci quickly processed this information. The phenomenon of popularity is often unpredictable. Sometimes, one may diligently sow seeds yet yield no flowers, while at other times, one may inadvertently cultivate a flourishing growth. Undoubtedly, Chen Xiaoxue's proposal was perfect for a new company, cost-effective and requiring only the input of a single boss. Yet, it was equally clear that this was Chen Qingci's new company, and there was no need for convoluted schemes. Chen Qingci took a sip of soup and shook his head, saying, "This proposal is quite commendable for a nascent company. It is indeed the most suitable option. However, it need not be so convoluted." Chapter 47. More than just good. Chen Xiaoxue gazed at Chen Qingci, remaining silent as she awaited his subsequent words. Chen Qingci paused his chopsticks, took out his phone, and forwarded a document to Chen Xiaoxue. After downloading it, she perused the text, her eyes gradually narrowing in concentration. After studying it for several minutes, her expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. The document contained numerous songs, complete with lyrics and melodies. Having successfully nurtured an entertainment company from inception to near listing, her discerning eye for talent was unparalleled. The 20-plus songs within were each capable of becoming timeless classics. The styles of composition and lyrics bore no resemblance to anything familiar in today's music industry. It seemed implausible for anyone to produce such a plethora of high-quality works in one go. A fantastical notion crossed her mind, prompting her to inquire of Chen Qingci. Where did this come from? I experienced a sudden surge of inspiration over the past few days and wrote these during my leisure. They should be quite good. Chen Qingci replied. Though claiming it was mere inspiration, he knew the truth was far from it. Ultimately, it mattered not how he phrased it, as no one would ever uncover the real reason behind it. Chen Xiaoxue's mouth fell slightly agape, revealing her vibrant red tongue, a reflexive response to her overwhelming shock. She remained in stunned silence for several seconds before gradually regaining her composure. More than just good. Each of these songs could catapult a singer to fame. Yes, but none of them are copyright registered. You can handle that later, Chen Qingci suggested. Chen Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. Chen Qingci continued, now, take a look at the second document I sent you. Second, Chen Xiaoxue returned to the interface, only to discover another file. Upon opening it, she found an overall plan for a talent show program titled Great Xia's Good Voice. After reviewing this document, her expression became even more unrestrained than before. I believe with these, you should be able to devise a new strategy, General Manager Shun. Chen Qingci remarked, leaning against the armrest of the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping. Indeed, this proposal is remarkable. Participants in the Good Voice program should be prioritized for contracts with our company. Our artists can leverage the show to enhance their visibility and possibly achieve sudden fame, resonating throughout the land. Furthermore, the lyrics and melodies you've provided will require substantial investment to bring such a large-scale production to fruition. We must collaborate with major television networks and high-profile streaming services to ensure high viewership. Otherwise, even the best content is futile. As for funding, I estimate we can manage a single episode with our current finances, but discussions with the streaming platforms can wait until the program is produced. However, regarding the television networks, Chen Xiaoxue sighed softly. Mingyu has deep-rooted connections with several popular television networks, and as someone ousted by them, my attempts to negotiate may yield counterproductive results. There's a significant risk that our proposal could reach Mingyu's ears, and even if we register copyrights, they might still resort to derivative adaptations upon noticing the business potential. If their program launches first, we risk being labeled as copycats. Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow. Is Mingyu, a company valued at merely a few billion, capable of such maneuvering? Chen Xiaoxue pressed her lips together. Perhaps not in the past, but now it's quite likely. This could be why I departed from Mingyu. Chen Qingci quietly observed Chen Xiaoxue, waiting for her to elaborate. Her voice dripped with disdain as she continued. Once the company began to expand, certain individuals began preying on the female employees. However, it was a case of mutual consent, one willing to exploit, the other willing to be exploited. I chose not to intervene. If those who traded favors truly possessed talent, I would have no qualms about elevating them. But those lacking ability squandered their chances. I managed to navigate this for over 2 years, but about a year ago, they began using those willing to offer themselves as social tools, euphemistically claiming it was for the company's benefit. While other companies employed such tactics, I found it utterly repugnant. I summoned several girls who had been sent out to discuss how to put an end to this, but to my surprise, they saw nothing wrong with it and even felt proud of their connections. It struck me as absurd, yet I let it go. If the parties involved were unbothered, why should I meddle? Nonetheless, I repeatedly cautioned the shareholders that such practices were unnecessary. Achievements can be attained without resorting to these means, and those that cannot be achieved will not change simply by sending a woman to bed with someone. Yet they remained oblivious, believing the company's success was solely due to their machinations, further underestimating me. The real conflict erupted when they grew dissatisfied with the status quo and began coercing those unwilling to comply. I protected one person after another. Even when many later betrayed me, I persisted, but the cost was a gradual severing of ties, leading to my departure from the company, leaving like a stray dog with nothing but a box in hand. Yet even now, I do not regret my actions. Chen Qingci paused, redirecting the conversation back to the present situation. While Mingyu's entanglements in these power for sex transactions may not directly impact matters tied to interests, the likelihood of them undermining our proposal is significant. They may even take our ideas and present them to Mingyu as their own. The influence I wield is personal. Many of the necessary procedures remain uncompleted, and I could resign. Why would you resign? Chen Qingci replied calmly. If everything is as chaotic as you suggest, then even in your absence, the proposal would likely be suppressed and appropriated by other capital interests. Your conduct at Mingyu was commendable, I assure you, under my leadership. Such a situation will never arise. Speaking of which, I owe a debt of gratitude to Mingyu. Had they not foolishly dismissed you, their greatest asset, we would not be sitting here together, discussing these matters. Therefore, do not dwell on these issues. Having entrusted the company to you signifies my unwavering trust. I would never allow you to leave, and this trust shall not waver. It is my promise to you. Chen Qingci gazed intently at Chen Qingci, her eyes swirling with a myriad of emotions. The affirmation and trust she felt were akin to a warm breeze amidst the biting cold, prompting her to part her lips. Yet the complexity of her emotions left her at a loss for words. Chapter 48. May I ask about your relationship with Ms. Yilan? As for the matters concerning the television networks, you need not worry, Chen Qingci continued. Since fairness is out of the question, we shall not concern ourselves with fair means. With that, Chen Qingci produced his phone, performed a few operations, and sent a WeChat contact to Chen Qingci. She glanced at her phone, a look of confusion crossing her face. Who is this? Chen Qingci replied. This is Hao Can, the second administrative secretary to the president of Qinglan Group. For any matters regarding the television network or other company needs, feel free to reach out to her directly. There was no need for a greeting. Hao Can would see that it was Chen Qingci who had sent the WeChat message. President Qinglan. A vision of the woman she had idolized for years surfaced in Chen Xiaoxue's mind, the actual controller of the Qinglan Group, its chairman and president. The hidden female tycoon of the great Xia. Qinglan Group. A thunderous thought struck Chen Xiaoxue, and she could not suppress her curiosity as she turned to Chen Qingci and inquired, May I ask about your relationship with Ms. Yilan? There's nothing presumptuous about it. We are mother and son, Chen Qingci replied nonchalantly. However, to Chen Xiaoxue's ears, it was nothing short of a thunderclap, nearly knocking the wind out of her. Mother and son? Her face flushed crimson, not from radiance but from a tumult of emotions. She was both excited and profoundly embarrassed. She recalled how, during their first encounter, Chen Qingci had praised her as a strong woman, to which she had seemingly remained noncommittal. In her heart, she had always considered herself a capable woman. Yet, in the presence of the business legend Yilan, she felt utterly unworthy. After the initial shame, her excitement surged even more. Having weathered many storms, she now experienced an overwhelming itch of anticipation, a sensation that could have sent her racing around in circles a few years prior. She suddenly remembered Chen Qingci's earlier words, if I offend Mingyu, it should be him who fears. For a new company, it was indeed the best strategy, though it need not be so convoluted. If she found it convenient, poaching your former vice president would be no issue. At first, those words seemed audacious, but upon reflection, they appeared anything but. Indeed, they were far too conservative. Only after finishing her meal did Chen Xiaoxue's emotions finally settle down. As Chen Qingci took his leave, he remarked, Do not think that the animosity stemming from Mingyu is due to your presence, since we have decided to invite you to assume the role of company president. Seeking vengeance on your behalf is an integral part of that decision. After hearing these words, Chen Xiaoxue remained in a daze at her desk long after Chen Qingci had departed. It wasn't until someone knocked at the door, her secretary bringing her water, that she snapped back to reality, realizing an hour had passed. She took out her phone, intending to call Vice President Liu Mei and persuade her to jump ship to her side, planning to recruit those unwilling to be coerced and who had been sidelined. Their years of hard work wasted. Yet, just as she was about to press the call button, hesitation gripped her, and she ultimately placed her phone back on the table. Instructing her secretary, "Please notify everyone that we will hold a brief meeting in half an hour." She was exhilarated, elated, and brimming with energy. Her spirit felt as if it had found an endless source of confidence, and her grievances appeared to have an outlet for release. However, she stifled all her thoughts. She yearned to repay Mingyu for every ounce of humiliation she had endured, yet she knew she could not rely solely on Chen Qingci's protection. She must first ensure that she fulfilled her responsibilities diligently. The more Chen Qingci clarified her resolve for revenge, the more she felt compelled to prove herself worthy. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Qingci, with leisure time on his hands, settled into a pavilion to sip tea, enjoying the evening sun. Observing the artificial hills and verdant shade in the courtyard, listening to the gentle sound of flowing water while savoring the specially sourced Wui Mountain Dahong Pao, he found himself in a state of serene relaxation. No wonder the saying goes, the greatest concealment lies in plain sight. Outside, the streets bustled with life. Yet he reveled in this tranquility amidst the chaos, a feeling truly ineffable. "Goodbye, Grandpa Lin. Just call me Old Lin. Goodbye, Miss Sue." From the direction of the entrance came a commotion, and Chen Qingci turned to see a little girl bounding in with a paper bag from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Spotting Chen Qingci seated in the courtyard, her excitement could no longer be contained. She sprinted toward him like a 100-meter dash, leaping onto his lap. Had it not been for Chen Qingci's quick reflexes and strength to catch her, she might have toppled him over. "All set?" Chen Qingci asked, giving a couple of gentle pats. Realizing their position was a bit awkward, the little girl blushed and quickly stood up. She retrieved several items from the bag and placed them on the tea table. "Everything has been reissued. This is the notice. And this is the enrollment certificate I will need." She recounted each item to Chen Qingci, then giggled. "I know these are usually not reissued. You must have pulled some strings. Thank you, big brother." Her talent for charmingly pleading was undeniable, her lips biting in a coy manner, radiating an intense visual appeal. Chen Qingci took a sip of his tea, a playful glint in his eye as he asked, "Is a simple thank you sufficient?" "Well." The little girl leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. "Is that okay?" Chen Qingci did not respond, but beckoned her closer. Leaning down, he whispered something into her ear. As she listened, her delicate brows knitted into a frown, and a blush crept across her cheeks, reaching a rosy hue by her eyebrows. After a moment, she turned to face him, managing to stammer out 2 words, "Pervert." Chapter 49. A different feeling. The little girl, who had just returned, was taken out again by Chen Qingci, their G63 parked outside a high-end lingerie store. Shy to let butler Lin accompany her inside, she had asked Chen Qingci to do so instead. However, she blushed and insisted on entering alone, almost shouting her refusal. After emerging with a large paper bag, she placed it in the trunk, then opened the passenger door and got in. Once back at the courtyard and parked, she leapt from the car, snatched the bag, and dashed upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, almost as if in flight, Chen Qingci couldn't help but smile. After a considerable time, just as dinner was served, the little girl finally emerged from her room, having washed all the lingerie she had just purchased. Most importantly, she had also washed the other items she had bought, concerned they might not dry properly, and had even used a hairdryer on them. When she came downstairs, she held them up to smell, enjoying their delightful fragrance. After inhaling, she murmured a soft expletive, unsure whether to scold herself or the person responsible for her first foray into such purchases. Dinner finished, they resumed their customary gaming session. Unlike the comments in the game's chat, where many lamented about their ex-girlfriends being foolish, Suli proved to be quite astute. As she became familiar with the game, her coordination with Chen Qingci grew increasingly seamless. Their progress quickened, and they were soon halfway to completion, with victory on the horizon. As they played, Chen Qingci's phone buzzed. Suli instinctively reached for her own phone, only to realize it wasn't the same notification tone, her reflexes still lingering. She recalled that Dou Xiaodi and her friends had all entered the game, but the troubling matters of her family, who had sold her off for a dowry to buy a house for her brother, loomed large in her mind. In a challenging obstacle course, Chen Qingci had already leaped to the finish line, awaiting Suli. He glanced at his phone, noticing an image sent by Tong Yan. Upon opening it, he saw several pairs of Balenciaga stockings, black, nude, and adorned with various patterns, hanging on a drying rack on the balcony. "I also brought my dance outfit, which is already washed." Another image revealed a pink dance costume, similarly hanging on the rack. After observing for a moment, Chen Qingci replied, "I think you shouldn't be getting such things." Tong Yan responded, Why not?" Chen Qingci replied, "I'll tell you why when I come over tomorrow." Tong Yan inquired, "Are you really coming over tomorrow?" Chen Qingci confirmed, "Yes." Upon receiving his affirmative message, Tong Yan sprang from her bed, rousing the drowsy Han Man, and quickly changed her clothes. making a beeline for the beauty salon. By the time she returned to the community, she had already dropped Han Man back at school, alone in the spacious house. She replaced all the bed linens in her bedroom with fresh ones and filled a bathtub with water, adding fragrant bubbles. She indulged herself in this aromatic bath for half the night, thoroughly enjoying the process. Unbeknownst to Chen Qingci, Tong Yin had proven to be quite the capable little lover, for his mere promise of visiting the next day had inspired her to such lengths. After navigating yet another hidden level, the petite girl, as usual, sat beside Chen Qingci. However, she leapt up almost immediately, darting out of the room. After a good 5 or 6 minutes, she peeked her head back in, only to find Chen Qingci gazing at her. Instantly, she adopted an air of nonchalance as she entered, yet her attire was now strikingly different. Wearing one of Chen Qingci's short-sleeved shirts that resembled a dress, her legs, now elegantly slender and pure white, were accentuated by her newly styled high ponytails. It was as if nothing had transpired, merely a brief excursion to the restroom. Yet the deep crimson blush on her cheeks betrayed all her hidden emotions. Even her earlobes tinged a matching hue. She resumed playing her game, clicking away at the controller, avoiding the leg splay she had previously adopted. Chen Qingci, aware of her internal conflict, decided to assist her, gently grasping her ankle and placing her legs across his lap. Su Li gasped in surprise but offered no resistance, only muttering softly under her breath. Earlier, Tong Yan's photos had led Chen Qingci to realize that observing such items was one thing, but having them within reach was another entirely. The varying colors and styles worn by different individuals presented an entirely different allure. How trendy, he mused. Trendy? I just washed them. After all, I had to make sure they were clean, and I used a hairdryer, but they still aren't entirely dry. Chen Qingci sniffed his fingertips, the delightful fragrance pleasantly surprising him. Quite lovely. The following day, upon waking, Chen Qingci found the little girl no longer nestled in bed. Hearing sounds from the bathroom, he peeked through the slightly ajar glass door to see her washing the white socks she had dirted the day before, mumbling to herself. It took her quite a while to notice him watching, causing her to jump in fright. With arched brows and a teasing grin, she exclaimed, "Why are you scaring me?" With a playful sway of her shirt and her smooth legs moving quickly, she dashed out of the bathroom, her adorable demeanor utterly charming. Yet as she walked, Chen Qingci noticed that she had changed from the previous day's attire, and the bundle of socks she had been holding seemed to conceal something. During breakfast, Chen Qingci informed Su Li that Lin, the housekeeper, would take her to learn driving soon. Although she held little interest in driving, she obediently agreed when Chen Qingci insisted. As he departed, the little girl transformed into a sweet version of herself, tiptoeing to wave goodbye. "Bye-bye, brother." In the garage, several cars gleamed under the light. Lin regularly arranged for the vehicles to be washed and maintained. As Chen Qingci retrieved the keys to the F80, the majestic car glided through the streets. Now free of the morning rush, with the driver's window open, he held the steering wheel with one hand, his elegant fingers clutching a premium cigarette. From the side, he appeared strikingly handsome. In a nearby car, a driver was engaged in a discussion with his girlfriend about lunch plans. However, her attention waned as she gazed out the window, only snapping back to reality when the light turned green. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the underground garage of Huya Courtyard, parking beside a Bentley. Upon entering the elevator, he swiped his card, and the button for the 8th floor illuminated automatically. As the elevator doors opened, Chen Qingci changed his shoes and made his way through the expansive living room to the bedroom door. Gently turning the doorknob, he discovered that Tong Yin was still fast asleep, curled up under the covers in a side-lying position. The delicate fabric of her nightgown accentuated her alluring figure. Suppressing the urge to take her in his arms, he quickly understood why she was still slumbering so soundly. The fragrant rose petal bath, the lingering scent in the air, and the beauty salon receipts on the coffee table all hinted at the preparations she had made for his visit. Feeling a pang of affection for his little lover, Chen Qingci opted not to wake her. Instead, he messaged for a single serving of breakfast to be delivered and proceeded to make work calls from the sofa. An hour later, Tong Yin finally stirred, unaware that Chen Qingci had arrived. She replied to his earlier message asking if she was awake with an animated sticker of a bear jumping out of the screen. "Wake up and come out for breakfast." "It's just arrived," Chen Qingci texted. Tong Yin, having sent her message, dashed barefoot from her bedroom, her expression a mix of urgency and remorse upon seeing Chen Qingci lounging on the sofa. "Darling, have you been waiting long? Why didn't you wake me? You looked so peaceful, and I figured you must have been up late preparing yesterday, so I didn't have the heart to disturb you," Chen Qingci replied softly. Locking his phone and smiling gently, Tong Yin rushed over, throwing herself into Chen Qingci's embrace, her arms wrapping tightly around him. He reciprocated, tenderly caressing her smooth back. "Why are you crying?" Chen Qingci asked as she lifted her face, her eyes already brimming with tears. I'm just a bit touched, she responded. Sitting on his lap, her voice sweetly trembling. She wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a quick kiss on his lips. Yet, as soon as their lips parted, Chen Qingci gently pulled her back for another kiss. No, I haven't brushed my teeth. I still taste a mint. That was from last night. Then that means I haven't tasted anything since waking, having not seen each other for a few days. Their kiss ignited a spark akin to a match thrown into a pile of dry tinder, instantly flaring into flames. Chapter 51. No longer wishing to be a star. At noon, Tong Yin emerged from the restroom, feeling her legs weaken considerably. Everything had commenced in a hurried manner, merely a natural progression fueled by surging affection, rendering her previous preparations entirely redundant. Moreover, there was another aspect that remained unutilized. It was not that Chen Qingci had hastily omitted this step out of inconvenience, nor was it akin to a phone case, where one might overlook the risk of a shattered device for the sake of enjoying the bare aesthetic. Rather, Tong Yin had informed Chen Qingci that she had recently visited the hospital, securing an appointment with the finest specialist. She had commenced a regimen of a long-term, slow-acting medication that posed no harm to her body and would aid in regulating her irregular menstrual cycle. Undoubtedly, Tong Yin had fully embraced her role as a lover, especially after their tender moments together, nearly incapacitated yet still managing to retrieve a cigarette from Chen Qingci's pocket. She placed it gently between his lips and, using the Zippo she always carried, ignited it, feeling an ineffable delight in the act. The meal that had been delivered had already cooled, and although Tong Yin insisted it was fine to eat it as is, Chen Qingci refuted her claim, leading her to the Yunhu Club. After lunch, they did not linger outside for long and promptly returned to Huya Courtyard. Upon their return, Chen Qingci settled on the sofa, turning on the large 110-inch plasma television. Witnessing this scene, Tong Yin found herself nearly biting her lips in contemplation. She pondered the likelihood of Chen Qingci actually watching television. Lost in thought, she stood up, her legs still trembling slightly. After a brief period of activity in her room, she emerged before Chen Qingci, transformed in appearance. Dressed in a delicate pink dance outfit, which was typically paired with tights, Tong Yin had instead chosen to wear a pair of flesh-toned Balenciaga-patterned socks. Chen Qingci regarded her with an appreciative gaze. Indeed, the finest form of admiration is to give one's all. Tong Yin lost track of time. It felt as though an entire afternoon had slipped away. With her fingers too weary to move, she suddenly comprehended the implications of Chen Qingci's words. She realized she was the one who could not withstand the pressure. Engaging in such antics was clearly pushing her to her limits. When does school start for you? I return to classes on September 5th. Tong Yin, feeling utterly exhausted, leaned into Chen Qingci's embrace and replied softly, I was originally supposed to go back on August 25th for a significant supporting role audition in our class, but I no longer wish to attend. Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow, stating, a few days ago, I established an entertainment company. I will send you a WeChat invitation shortly. You can directly sign an open contract with the company, and all suitable resources will be at your disposal. Tong Yin was taken aback, gazing at Chen Qingci for an extended moment before shaking her head in denial. Resting her cheek against Chen Qingci's shoulder, she murmured, No, I don't want to act right now. I don't want to be a star. Why not? Chen Qingci inquired, studying her. Tong Yin lifted her gaze, her exquisite, moonlight-like visage mere centimeters from Chen Qingci's face. They exchanged breaths, and she confessed, because once I become famous, many will be watching me. Our relationship will become inconvenient. And there's the risk of paparazzi capturing me as your mistress. I wouldn't mind, but I don't want to affect you. Thus, I believe it's better if few people recognize me. Chapter 52. What does it mean to carve? Chen Qingci's gaze softened as he shook his head, saying, You need not worry about such matters, for they are simply impossible. The influence of capital stands in stark contrast to that of celebrity. As long as Chen Qingci desires it, the likelihood of such a scenario occurring is absolutely zero. It is akin to a certain executive, whose downfall revealed a plethora of scandals. Yet, who had ever heard a whisper of those events prior? Had he not fallen from grace, even after a decade or two? No one would have known a thing, regardless of the involvement of a celebrity. Chen Qingci locked his eyes with hers, his tone gentle as he repeated his question. Do not consider any external factors. Think carefully. Do you truly wish for this? Tong Yin bit her crimson lips and blinked her charming eyes, also gazing into Chen Qingci's dark orbs. If I agree, will it benefit you? Chen Qingci was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps. Without hesitation, Tong Yin replied, Then I agree. A smile graced her lips as she added, I shall remain within the confines of the house, and aside from providing you with my presence, I have little else to offer. Since it could potentially assist you and aligns with my long-standing aspirations, without the need to consider external factors, I am indeed willing and happy to do so. With that, She nestled her cheek against Chen Qingci's shoulder, whispering, I have always been on the receiving end of unfairness. Now, it is my turn to savor the taste of resources. The flavor is delightful. Chen Qingci affirmed without question. Tong Yin murmured softly, but if it weren't for you, I would rather never experience this flavor. In this world, there are no ifs. Chen Qingci's starry eyes narrowed, and after speaking, a playful smile crossed his face as he leaned in to whisper something faintly audible, suggesting she truly savored the experience. This was not the same sentiment. Tong Yin bit her lip, brushing aside a few strands of hair that had fallen to her temple, that fleeting moment of allure akin to a surge of adrenaline. I passed the small driving test in just 2 days. Am I impressive, brother? Haha, driving doesn't seem too difficult, though I'm a bit scared. Driving itself isn't hard, but practicing is quite challenging. My head is spinning. Chen Qingci remained there for several days, during which several pairs of expensive socks had been rendered completely unwearable. Tong Yin was also nearing her limit, and only after Chen Qingci finally departed did she find solace. For the past few days, the little girl had not inquired about Chen Qingci even once. Perhaps she wished to ask, but she understood her lack of identity and right to do so, merely inundating Chen Qingci with messages detailing her driving practice. A few hours after Chen Qingci left, Tong Yin finally mustered the strength to rise from her bed. These days had been a blend of pain and pleasure, yet in the days following his departure, she feared only pain remained. Her waist and knees ached, her whole body felt utterly drained, and every muscle throbbed intensely, particularly in her thighs, buttocks, and lower abdomen. Even a sneeze demanded caution, and sitting brought discomfort. Despite Chen Qingci's repeated inquiries about her well-being, she insisted she was fine. How could she possibly have issues? What kind of lover would admit to such matters? Even through gritted teeth, she was determined to present a cheerful facade to Chen Qingci, feigning that she was perfectly well. Tong Yin felt parched, struggling to sit up and prepare a glass of water. Yet, as she rose, she noticed her bedside water cup filled to the brim, adorned with a note in bold, vigorous handwriting, clearly demonstrating great skill. While she could not discern its deeper meanings, she recognized the beauty of the script. You have been quite dehydrated these days. Please drink more water. Blushing at the mention of her dehydration, Tong Yin seized the cup and gulped down a generous mouthful. Not wishing to linger in bed any longer, she slowly made her way out of the bedroom. After remaining in the living room for a while, her stomach began to rumble, and at that very moment, the housekeeper's phone call came through. The voice of the middle-aged housekeeper resonated from the receiver, and her first inquiry was whether the delivered meal had arrived and if she would like it brought to her. Stunned, she consented. And only when she saw the exquisite breakfast laid out on the dining table did she finally come to her senses. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she blinked incessantly as she took out her phone, her elegantly manicured fingers tapping on the screen. She snapped a photo and sent a message. Darling, the food has arrived. I love you. Chen Qingci replied promptly. Enjoy your meal. I'll have someone bring you lunch as well. Or I can send someone over to take care of you directly. No need for that. I can just call Man over. All right. Bye. After concluding her conversation with Chen Qingci, Tong Yin dialed Han Man's number to check if she was free. They discussed matters briefly and then contacted the property manager to arrange for a vehicle to fetch Han Man. Man, I miss you so much. Do you still have time to miss me? Han Man replied with a beaming smile as she embraced Tong Yin. However, it soon became apparent to Han Man that Tong Yin appeared somewhat unwell. A sudden thought struck her, but seeing Tong Yin's complexion looking reasonably well again plunged her back into doubt. After much hesitation, she could not resist and tentatively asked, Yin, you don't look like you might be in confinement, do you? Tong Yin's expression turned instantly perplexed. Sister, what on earth led you to that conclusion? Han Man sighed in relief. I noticed you seemed a bit unsteady on your feet, which struck me as odd, and I couldn't help but think of that. So, what happened? Did you fall? Han Man observed Tong Yin's timid demeanor as she averted her gaze, her mouth forming a na shape in disbelief. Is it really true that you've been carved into this state? Tong Yin's ears flushed a deep crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean carved? Come on, is there anything we can't discuss? Oh, just shut up, Tong Yin exclaimed, nearly covering Han Man's mouth. Han Man chuckled mischievously before asking, Yin, are you still going to the casting call in a few days? Tong Yin shook her head. No, Man. Qingci has opened an entertainment company and said he wants to sign me first. Really? Han Man's eyes widened in surprise. That is wonderful. You're so talented. With any resources, you'll surely soar to great heights. This way, my dear friend won't just be a wealthy lady, but a superstar as well, huh? Her laughter bordered on delirious, prompting Tong Yin to press her forehead playfully, urging her to calm down. Let us see if I can help you out too. Oh, no need. I wouldn't want you to stir up any trouble for me. Though it seems unlikely, what if it does happen? It's best to eliminate that possibility altogether. Otherwise, I'd be utterly responsible. Han Man shook her head resolutely. That won't happen. Tong Yin mimicked her earlier gesture, patting her shoulder gently. In prosperity, do not forget your friends. The most important thing is your potential is no less than mine. Once you sign, you'll undoubtedly bring profit to Qingci's company. Tong Yin was determined not to create any trouble for Chen Qingci. However, Han Man was her best friend in life, and she indeed possessed excellent qualities that could generate profit, which is why Tong Yin entertained such thoughts. Han Man wanted to say more, but Tong Yin interjected. I'll ask around. If it works out, great. If not, then so be it. All right. Chapter 53 with the king of Beijing sitting in the passenger seat. What do you have to fear? Young Master Chen, here is the installation package for the internal testing version of both software applications. The initial test has already passed. Please review and let us know if there are any areas that require improvement. The fluidity is inadequate, and the icon display is too crude. These modules. Miss Tong Yin possesses excellent physical attributes and vocal qualities, providing ample avenues for development. I will formulate a detailed plan to send to you later. The proposal for a good voice has already been approved by the television station, and we are currently making arrangements, expecting to commence auditions within a month. The prime broadcasting time has also been promised to us. However, we are currently facing a shortage of personnel, and I am in the process of recruiting. But the legal aspects are somewhat tricky. That can be resolved easily. The software development is progressing rapidly. In fact, for a new software to reach this level, it could have been launched long ago. However, it still does not meet Chen Qingci's expectations. He desires a launch with no flaws whatsoever, an effort that must be executed with lightning speed. Regarding Xingyao, the legal department's issues were also swiftly resolved when Chen Qingci directly brought in a reliable legal team from Qinglan, alleviating the entire company's legal concerns. Both of your companies are progressing swiftly. After school starts, if there is no time to manage things, I can pause Xingyao's work and send her to assist you. For now, that won't be necessary. Contact me when you need help. I won't be returning to the capital for a while. School starts tomorrow. So I'll wish you a happy new academic year over the phone, our new college student. I've already completed one undergraduate course at Qingda, so I'm not exactly new. No. Taking supplementary courses is different from attending school. Otherwise, why would your father say there's no need to spend another 4 years if he wants you to take the selection exam? I strongly oppose that. He insists you continue your studies. No one should go through life without the experience of attending university. It's a regret beyond just knowledge and credentials. But I won't bore you with that. Your dad is calling me for dinner. All right. After a 20-minute phone call with his mother, Chen Qingci had just hung up when the little girl returned, excitedly running up to him with a small black notebook in hand. I passed. I finally passed, ha ha ha. She had taken over half a month to obtain her driving license. If Chen Qingci wished, even in this age of advanced technology and transparent information, she could have acquired it in no more than 3 days. Yet her driving aptitude was somewhat lacking, so Chen Qingci had advised her to practice for a longer period. Impressive. Chen Qingci nodded, offering praise worthy of the king of Beijing. I'll be reporting to school tomorrow. Your school should also be starting tomorrow, right? This year, all universities in Magic City have extended military training to a month, so the start dates for freshmen are earlier, typically around the 26th, 27th, or 28th. Yes. Suli nodded, biting her lower lip. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed at Chen Qingci. Are you looking forward to military training? If not, I can have someone give you a heads up. You can arrive at school a little later after checking in, Chen Qingci inquired. No need. Military training is great. It's perfect for exercising. All right, just remember to protect your skin from the sun. You don't want to end up tanned. Or your hair color will make you look even darker. I want tea. Suli stuck out her tongue. Besides, I plan to dye my hair back to black later. Not later. Let us go now, Chen Qingci insisted. We'll go to the same shop as last time. Suli froze for a moment, her expression turning serious as she clenched her small fist. Exactly. Let us go to that shop. Chen Qingci chuckled, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Let us go? Arriving at the garage, Chen Qingci opened the passenger door and took a seat, leaving the little girl poised to enter the passenger seat momentarily bewildered. Caught in a state of confusion between you sit here, and I'll sit there. You drive. Huh. Suli waved her hands as if they were the wipers at full speed. I can't do it. I really can't. But you've already obtained your license. How can you say you can't? Chen Qingci responded in a tone filled with gentle encouragement. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Besides, with the king of Beijing in the passenger seat, what is there to fear? However, Suli truly doubted her own abilities, primarily because she was acutely aware of the exorbitant price of the vehicle. What would happen if she scratched or bumped it while driving? Suddenly, Chen Qingci pulled out his phone and scrolled through his album until he found a photo from when he was 16. Capturing the moment, he broke the world record during a private racing event in Beijing, a record he still held. As Su Li gazed at the image of him in a racing suit holding a trophy, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. She thought Chen Qingci was merely joking. After hesitating for a moment, Su Li finally took her place in the driver's seat. Although she remained unconvinced of her own capabilities, her faith in Chen Qingci was unwavering. He instructed her on how to shift gears and operate the vehicle, first advising her to press the right-hand gear lever, switch to drive, and refrain from pressing the accelerator. After idling for a moment, she slowly began to feel ready to press the gas. It wasn't rush hour, and there were not many cars on the road. Su Li cautiously navigated through 2 intersections, finally beginning to accelerate gently. Chen Qingci also showed her how to connect to CarPlay, but when her Android phone proved incompatible, he advised her to place her phone on the dashboard for navigation. Although Su Li didn't understand why she needed navigation with Chen Qingci directing her, she obediently followed his instructions, diligently learning. After a brief journey that took half an hour, they finally arrived at the hair salon. The shop was not crowded. As soon as Sister Hong spotted the familiar G63 pull up, she hurried out to greet them. However, it was Chen Qingci who exited from the passenger side. And upon glancing back, she was taken aback to see Su Li, the young girl who had almost been scammed at their shop last time. Getting out from the driver's seat, Sister Hong's warm smile instantly froze. "Dye my hair black, and while you're at it, give it a trim," Su Li instructed. "All right," Sister Hong replied, personally attending to the two. After applying the dye to the little girl's hair, she turned her attention to Chen Qingci for his haircut. And just as she finished, the dye was ready to be rinsed off. Compared to before, Sister Hong spoke far less. Her curiosity piqued about how the two had come together, yet she refrained from asking too many questions, her gaze almost permanently fixed on Su Li. She couldn't comprehend why she had lost out to such a naive girl who seemingly had nothing to offer. While it was true that Su Li was more attractive, Sister Hong had her own merits. Once the dye was washed out, it revealed Su Li's hair, which had transformed from golden locks to a deep black, damp and wrapped in a towel atop her head. After the dyeing process, they began nourishing her hair. As the strands were dried, they cascaded down like a waterfall, accentuating Su Li's fair complexion and exquisite features. Approaching the counter, Su Li spotted the same staff member who had attempted to deceive her last time. At that moment, Chen Qingci paused briefly and addressed Sister Hong, who had stepped inside the counter, saying, "For the dye and treatment, let's settle it all together." "All right," Sister Hong replied. Su Li placed her hands on her hips and turned to cast a deep glance at the female staff member. She felt an urge to roll her eyes dramatically, but ultimately decided against it. Despite her distaste for such a person, if it weren't for Chen Qingci, she would have surely fallen victim to their schemes. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to act with arrogance. If not for the unfortunate circumstances that led her to Chen Qingci, would she owe a debt of gratitude to Dou Xiaodi and her friends for trying to lure her into a life of vice? While she had indeed turned misfortune into fortune, the villains behind her troubles remained villains. The positive outcome did not warrant gratitude towards them. Once outside and after closing the car door, Su Li bit her lip and wrapped her arms around Chen Qingci, resting her cheek on his shoulder, her face radiating with joy and delight. The sense of having someone to rely on felt truly wonderful. However, this hair appointment had cost over 3,000 yuan. After graduating from university, would she truly be able to repay Chen Qingci for his kindness? She gently lifted her head, her gaze meeting his, but upon their eyes locking, she shyly buried her face again. Su Li then drove them to the restaurant where they had first met, ordering the same dishes. After a satisfying meal, they didn't linger outside, but set off for home. Compared to their journey there, Su Li had grown significantly more comfortable behind the wheel, cautiously parking the car with care. Chen Qingci remained silent, yet she successfully parked it in the garage. After returning to their respective rooms to freshen up, Chen Qingci emerged from the closet in his pajamas just as Su Li peeked her head around the door. "What are you sneaking around for?" "I just wanted to ask if you're going to play games today. It's been ages since I've played, and with school starting tomorrow, I don't know when I'll be able to clear my levels again," Su Li said, biting her lower lip, her small sharp teeth peeking out. "You could have just walked in without peeking. What privacy do you think I have that forbids you from entering? You, don't say such ridiculous things." Su Li's face flushed crimson as she bared her teeth at Chen Qingci, suddenly flinging the door open and rushing into the room. Plopping down on the carpet in front of the television, Chen Qingci couldn't help but chuckle as he fetched 2 elegantly packaged, pricey bottles of soda. Placing one beside Su Li, he took the 2 controllers resting on the charging stand, handed one to her, and turned on the TV and game console. The game progress was still stuck on a level from over 10 days ago. During this time, Su Li had been preoccupied with getting her driver's license, which had left her mentally exhausted, while Chen Qingci had often been out early and returning late, sometimes not returning at all. So it had been a while since they last played together. It had also been some time since they shared the same room. Chen Qingci had long arranged for Su Li to have pajamas, a pink and blue Chanel set, and a light yellow Hermes set. While these luxurious brands could be considered fashion items, to Chen Qingci, they were simply sleepwear. Today, Su Li donned the pink and blue ensemble, kneeling on the floor. And with the rhythm of the game, her little toes wiggled continuously. The light, almost silk-like fabric accentuated her figure, and her kneeling posture allowed Chen Qingci to catch a glimpse of the outline of her underwear. However, his attention was entirely focused on the game on the screen, these details merely passing through his awareness. As he maneuvered the controller, he asked, "Have you prepared everything for school?" "Yep," Su Li nodded. "Grandpa Lin helped me get everything ready these past few days." The topic seemed to touch upon something within Su Li, and suddenly she sprang up from the floor, sitting beside Chen Qingci. Unlike before, she didn't sit sideways with her feet in his lap. Instead, she sat cross-legged, facing him directly. Chen Qingci looked at her in surprise as she bit her lip, her head bowed like a quail, yet her eyes met his. Before she could speak, her face was already flushed as she asked, "Do you like the bigger ones?" Chen Qingci's expression momentarily reflected confusion, but soon he comprehended the meaning of having curves. He chuckled, "Well, it depends on the situation and the feeling. Not all larger ones are favored, nor are all smaller ones dismissed." Just as he finished speaking, he felt a pair of slightly cool hands resting on his own. Su Li grasped his wrist, lifting it gently, eventually settling it upon her own. Chen Qingci was utterly taken aback. At that instant, he suddenly realized why Su Li had dashed into the room and seated herself with her back to him. Su Li's earlobes appeared flushed, and she murmured, "What about this?" Chen Qingci snapped back to his senses, a broad smile spreading across his face. "I adore it." Chapter 55, Reporting in. How does one encapsulate the sensation of that moment? It seems nearly impossible to find the precise words. Delicate and exquisite? Indeed, it was exquisite, yet not overly diminutive. Especially considering Su Li's frame, perhaps a dimension of 30 at most. Chen Qingci could assert that witnessing it firsthand would elicit a slight visual shock. However, to claim it was not diminutive would be misleading. It was undeniably exquisite. Moreover, perhaps due to the nature of the moment, the dopamine surging through Chen Qingci's brain was unprecedentedly abundant. At that juncture, Su Li attempted to conclude the encounter, but before she could act, Chen Qingci's other hand also moved. Su Li felt a sudden weakness in her waist, nearly collapsing entirely. She scrambled off the sofa, attempting to flee, only to have Chen Qingci grip her wrist firmly. "I want to go back to sleep. Let me go?" Su Li's back was to Chen Qingci. Her entire face flushed crimson. "I want to sleep too. Let us do so together." Chen Qingci enveloped Su Li from behind, resting his chin upon the crown of her head, momentarily as if he had encapsulated her entirely. She yearned to break free, yet there lingered a reluctance to leave the warmth of his embrace. Biting her lip, she remained silent until Chen Qingci swept her off her feet, eliciting a startled gasp from her. Chen Qingci endured a flurry of playful punches to his chest, each one causing his muscles to throb. It was clear that just the previous time, she had initiated the kiss. Yet, upon his lips meeting hers, she transformed into a bashful creature. Upon waking the following day, Su Li's face retained a rosy hue, uncertain whether it was a remnant of last night's blush or a product of recalling the kiss from Chen Qingci, which felt as if it had spanned an entire year. Of course, it was not merely the kiss itself, but the myriad of simultaneous occurrences. According to Chen Qingci, such behaviors are instinctual, ingrained in one's DNA, akin to the inevitable chain reaction of eating, grasping chopsticks, consuming food, and so forth. She felt as though she had been rendered breathless by Chen Qingci's kiss, leaving her in a daze, leaning against his chest, oblivious to what transpired thereafter. When she finally regained consciousness, she found herself in the present moment. Clothed and feeling no peculiar sensations, she was assured that nothing untoward had transpired. However, that realization birthed an inexplicable sense of loss and self-doubt within her. Nevertheless, as she recalled countless instances of her clumsiness and the myriad snippets from the days gone by, that feeling dissipated entirely. With a soft huff, a smile blossomed on her face as she gazed at Chen Qingci's flawless visage. Her heart warmed by the respect she felt from him, something she had never experienced before. After a prolonged gaze, she stealthily leaned in, stealing a gentle kiss from his lips, then quickly buried her face in his chest, nestling closer, wrapping her arms around him tightly. When Su Li opened her eyes again, Chen Qingci had already departed. Glancing at her phone, she was startled to find it past noon. How could she have slept so long? She then noticed a message from Chen Qingci. "The food is in the warmer. After you finish eating, head to campus in the same car you drove yesterday. Whenever you wish to return, it's convenient both ways. I've arranged for someone to accompany you to report in. They'll wait for you in the yard to assist with your luggage." Let them know if you need anything. Su Li meticulously read Chen Qingci's message. She was to drive that car to school? She instinctively wanted to decline, but the latter part of the message rendered all her concerns moot. All right. At that moment, Chen Qingci, who was single-handedly maneuvering a Ferrari, received the message, glanced at his phone, and replied with a simple numeral, 1. The individual Chen Qingci arranged for Su Li was not merely tasked with transporting her to campus. After dropping her off, they would remain on campus, discreetly ensuring her safety. Such an all-female bodyguard team was abundant under his mother's command. Not only for Su Li, but arrangements were also made for Tong Yin and Xin Zhaoxue. Tong Yin was Chen Qingci's partner. Her safety was paramount, especially as she prepared to debut with her agency, necessitating the elimination of any potential threats. As for Xin Zhaoxue, given her entanglements with Mingyu, unless she explicitly stated her allegiance to the Qinglan group, there remained a risk of Mingyu acting recklessly. Working under Chen Qingci, he took it upon himself to ensure her security. While such matters might pose a hassle for an ordinary person, for Chen Qingci, a simple phone call sufficed to resolve them. Yilan held the safety of those around her in the highest regard, investing heavily in security each year. The original narrative depicted a level of danger that transcended ordinary comprehension. It was indeed terrifying, much like now, as Chen Qingci appeared to drive casually down the street. Unbeknownst to the number of bodyguards discreetly ensuring his safety, capable of withstanding even a direct collision with a bulldozer. Autumn had arrived. The temperatures significantly cooler than the sweltering summer. Nevertheless, under the midday sun, one could still feel its dizzying warmth. At that moment, the entrance of the university bustled with activity. A vibrant red banner stretched above the entrance proclaiming, "A warm welcome to the class of 2025. Numerous awnings adorned with various messages lined the area. New student registration for the History Department. Registration for the School of International Relations and Public Affairs. Philosophy Department registration. Outside each awning, a queue of students and their parents, pulling suitcases, awaited their turn. Senior students donned red volunteer vests, perspiring profusely yet diligently guiding the newcomers. Members of the student council darted back and forth, soaked with sweat yet unwavering in their dedication, not merely for the sake of accruing credits, but embodying the purity and clarity unique to university life. Of course, some lounged in the shade, poised to strike upon encountering attractive juniors. "Junior, let me help you with your registration. Are you from a minority group?" "No, I'm just a bit darker. My apologies." "Senior, let me help you with your luggage." "Thank you, senior, but it might be too heavy. I'll manage on my own, no need to trouble you." "Heavy? For a junior like you? I work out daily. It's just one piece of luggage." "Oh my gosh. Senior, are you all right?" "Of course, I'm fine. I just didn't expect your luggage to have some heft." Chapter 56. Dragon Brows, Phoenix Eyes, Celestial Beauty. As one drives into the school, they are instructed to scan a QR code for registration via a mini-program. During the enrollment period, external vehicles are strictly prohibited from entering the campus. 2 banners are hung at the entrance, and amidst the bustling traffic, numerous traffic police are diligently ensuring that no vehicles stop indiscriminately, thereby obstructing the flow. Among the throng of vehicles, a flamboyant crimson Ferrari glides in silently, deviating from the path of other cars in search of suitable parking, and instead veers directly towards the electric gate designated for vehicle entry and exit. A Ferrari? Which model is that? I've never seen one like it before. It seems reminiscent of the new king of the horses, the LaFerrari? But that doesn't look like it, does it? The new king of the horses, the F80, a hybrid, worth at least 30 to 40 million. Goodness, that's exorbitantly expensive. Does he think he can simply drive a luxury car into the school? Didn't he see the massive banner overhead? How on earth did he get in? A fixed vehicle? Welcome to the entrance. Like a specter, the king of the horses appeared, quietly capturing the attention of countless onlookers. As it passed, gazes converged upon it. Once the car came to a halt in a parking spot by the entrance, nearly everyone present turned to see what sort of individual would emerge from such a vehicle. The driver's door swung open, and Chen Qingci stepped out, adorned in LV sneakers, light-colored linen pants from Ralph Lauren, and a plain white t-shirt, actually Hermes. His wrist gleamed with a dazzling watch. Yet, at the moment Chen Qingci alighted, the vehicle and attire were mere trifles. The essence lay in his demeanor, physique, and appearance. Upon realizing he was male, the male peers momentarily lost interest, but upon witnessing his striking handsomeness, their gazes returned, captivated. Many fell silent for a considerable time, internally muttering, "He is only slightly more handsome than I am." Others glanced between the car and Chen Qingci, conjuring an odd thought that perhaps his gender was an enigma. "Wow, so handsome. Senior, what's his name? You all are too tight-lipped." With such a wonderful sight, and not a word. When I was choosing my major, I hesitated, but had I known someone like this would be here, I would have come straight away. I've never seen him before. He must be a new student. We're in the same class? Oh my god. May the Bodhisattva bless us. This is fantastic. It doesn't seem that great. He probably wouldn't look at us. As long as we can admire him. That's enough. Fair point. The girls' reactions were markedly more intense. Many gasped, their mouths agape in awe. Under such scrutiny, Chen Qingci maintained his composure, displaying no signs of agitation. Having been endowed with the attributes of a succubus since childhood, being the focal point of attention was routine for him. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Surely, this world wouldn't showcase exaggerated scenes akin to those in Let Us Watch the Sandstorm, right? The image of swooning girls collapsing at the sight of a mere smile flickered in his mind, causing Chen Qingci's brows to twitch involuntarily. Retrieving his enrollment materials from the passenger seat, he strolled towards the Business Administration College's registration area, which he had already spotted. Just as he disembarked, a middle-aged man, who had been seated under a canopy for quite some time, hastened forward. You must be Chen Qingci? I'm Liu Bei, the teacher in charge of welcoming new students. Just hand me your documents. All right. Chen Qingci handed over the folder. Liu Bei, sharing a name with the historical figure, took the documents to the registration area and returned in less than 3 minutes, having completed all the necessary procedures, including the issuance of a water card and meal card. Handing everything back to Chen Qingci, he said, "Let us go, Chen. I'll help you carry your luggage to the dormitory. I don't need it. I've already arranged everything in advance and can go by myself." Chen Qingci had no luggage. Butler Lin had already come to set up his bed. And although it was prepared, he likely wouldn't be staying in the dormitory. Hence he had no clothes or toiletries to bring. Do you know the way? Liu Bei pondered for a moment and pointed in a direction. Go this way, turn left at the end, and you'll see the dormitory building for the Business Administration Department. For recharging your meal and water cards, there's a QR code. Just scan it with WeChat. Input your card number, and you can top up. Chen Qingci glanced in the indicated direction and nodded. All right, thank you, Teacher Liu. Liu Bei waved his hand with a smile. No, we should be thanking you for donating a new library, allowing students to acquire more knowledge. The principal has repeatedly instructed me to ensure you are well received, yet it seems I haven't done much. Donated a library? When did that happen? Chen Qingci recalled that the principal was a junior of his grandfather, but he had no recollection of the library donation. Observing Chen Qingci's departing silhouette, Liu Bei furrowed his brow, stroking his stubbled chin, dragon brows and phoenix eyes, an ethereal presence. Which noble family does he hail from? I've never heard of him. Chen Qingci's entire appearance from alighting the vehicle to departing lasted no more than 10 minutes. Yet, in that brief span, the school forum erupted in excitement. A post titled Astonishingly Divine, a Ferrari god appears at new student registration. Come and gawk at his divine looks, was published, and within mere minutes, it garnered immense traction. Marked by a fiery red flame icon. In a fit of exasperation, the original poster lamented, "Image. This picture is too blurry. Was it taken with a low-end camera? The image must have been compressed due to the forum's upload limit, but despite the blurriness, he is undeniably handsome, though slightly less so than I. When I was registering, I happened to be at the welcome area. Not only is he handsome, he is simply stunning. If he beckons, I'd gladly rush over to bear his children. And can the insufferable otaku upstairs just vanish? Can the sycophant upstairs just disappear?" Chapter 57. Our school has a celestial being. Following Liu Bei's directions, Chen Qingci quickly located the dormitory building. Room 211 on the second floor. The number seemed a tad inauspicious. In other institutions, it might not be an issue, but here at AC9 University, what significance does a mere 211 hold? Chen Qingci glanced up before stepping through the dormitory entrance. Why prepare a bed here when he rarely stayed in dorms? Naturally, it was part of the university experience. Yet, a part is still just a part. He had no qualms about it. It was inconceivable that he would forsake his luxurious residence and the comforts of life to indulge in a so-called pure university existence. Of course, experiencing dorm life for a day or two would be acceptable. The multitude of gazes directed at him was overwhelming, yet he remained oblivious to 4 girls not far away, who were also new students and had arrived early for registration. After finishing their meal at the cafeteria, a suggestion arose to explore the campus, leading the 4 of them to wander through the institution where they would spend the next 4 years of their lives. However, after a brief excursion, the oppressive heat prompted them to return, planning to further familiarize themselves with the campus later in the evening when they would venture out again for dinner. Just as they reached a certain area, their attention was instantly captivated by a flamboyant, fire-engine red sports car. When the vehicle came to a halt and the driver's door swung open, a remarkably handsome young man stepped out, causing 3 of the girls to immediately nudge one another, exclaiming, "Look, he's so handsome, and he drives a Ferrari. That car must be incredibly expensive. Is he the epitome of the super rich and handsome characters we read about in novels?" Their excitement grew with each utterance. Yet, among them, the most striking girl with long, straight black hair merely crossed her arms, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. There's nothing that remarkable. He.s. just slightly above average. Despite her words, her gaze remained fixated on the dazzling red Ferrari. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, Chen Qingci glanced at the dormitory number on the left, which was a smaller one. She turned right and soon spotted the doorplate of dormitory 211. The door was closed, yet the lively sounds within indicated that her 3 roommates had already arrived. As she pushed the door open, all 3 turned to look at her, exclaiming in unison, "You're finally here. You were the first to arrive at school, but the last to show up. Should we call you the boss or the fourth? Stop with the hierarchy nonsense. You've read too many novels." The 3 seemed quite familiar with one another. The last of them, a bespectacled boy with a northeast accent, waved at Chen Qingci, saying, "Hey there, I'm Hao Renduo. Not to be mistaken with the good people of this world. My surname is Hao, like the character for benevolence, and Duo like the bell." The other boy, who possessed a rather handsome appearance and spoke with a hint of youthful bravado, added, "Hello, I'm Hu Yuqian, from Rongqing." "Hi, I'm Huang Wei. I hail from a county near Lanchang," chimed in the slightly plump boy with glasses. "Chen Qingci, from the capital. Nice to meet you all," she replied softly. "Wow, you're incredibly handsome." Hu Yuqian sighed. "Now that you're here, my looks will have to settle for second best." Hao Renduo remarked, "I arrived at school quite early. By the time I got here, your bed was already made." "When did you even arrive?" The bed by the window was impeccably arranged, complete with a mattress, sheets, and a comforter, although the sides were slightly lifted, revealing that it was unoccupied. "I've been living in Shanghai and came over a few days ago to set things up," Chen Qingci explained. Hao Renduo nodded in understanding. Noticing a faint scent of smoke in the dormitory, Chen Qingci retrieved a full box of 95 Respect cigarettes, also of the internal supply version, and offered, "Care for a smoke? What brand is this?" "I'll have one too," said both Hao Renduo and Hu Yuqian as they each took a cigarette. Chen Qingci handed the open box to Huang Wei, who was seated at the table. After scratching his head, he got up to take one, and once lit, he scrutinized it intently before asking, "What kind of cigarette is this from Jinling? I've never seen it before." "It's a series from 95 Respect," Chen Qingci replied with a light puff. 95 Respect? That must cost at least $5 a stick. The capital really is different, Hu Yuqian remarked, raising his thumb in praise. Chen Qingci was unfazed by the comment, yet he couldn't help but notice that Hu Yuqian seemed a bit effeminate, and his origin from Rongqing stirred a hint of suspicion within Chen Qingci. However, not residing on campus alleviated any significant concerns. Stepping onto the balcony, Chen Qingci surveyed the outside. Despite the midday heat, the breeze was insufficient to dissipate the stifling warmth. Yet, she found standing there rather pleasant. Just as she was enjoying the moment, an exclamation erupted from within the dormitory. "What the heck? Our school has a deity." "What deity? Where did that come from?" Both Hu Yuqian and Hao Renduo rushed towards him. "I saw it on the forum." "Look." Huang Wei turned his notebook around, directing the screen towards them. "I intended to see if there were any campus beauties, but when I got on the forum, I stumbled upon this post." Hao Renduo squinted his eyes. "The Ferrari god? Why is your image only half-loaded? It's like viewing a sketchy website." The screen displayed only the lower half of a photo, revealing a pair of pants and a wrist, while the upper body was still slowly emerging, reminiscent of childhood encounters with pirated websites. The car was visible, but the image failed to capture it in full. Huang Wei adjusted his glasses. "I'm connected to a mobile hotspot, and the signal is poor. Half the image is already revealing. It's not just a Ferrari. Look at those tail lights. Based on my years of experience, it must be the new flagship model, the Ferrari F80, which costs at least 40 million in the country. And that watch on his wrist seems to be a Patek Philippe super complex chronograph series. I can't identify the exact model, but I'm certain it's worth no less than 3 million. The comments are all raving about how incredibly handsome he is. He must be both stunning and wealthy to that degree. What else could he be but a deity?" Chapter 58. Wow. Hu Yuqian gasped, murmuring, "That's terrible. My brilliance will be overshadowed again. I can only settle for third place. Why must one exist alongside another?" Hao Renduo, visibly annoyed, interjected, "Stop with the nonsense." His brow furrowed as he continued, "Why do those pants and wrist look so familiar?" Upon Hao Renduo's remark, Huang Wei and Hu Yuqian turned their attention back to the image, which was still slowly loading, revealing only bits and pieces. Hu Yuqian squinted, pondering, "I feel like I've seen that somewhere before, but I just can't recall where." Huang Wei stroked his chin in agreement. "Same here. What are you looking at?" At that moment, Chen Qingci, having heard their discussion, stepped back into the dormitory. "We're checking out our school's forum," Hao Renduo replied, turning his head, but upon seeing Chen Qingci enter, he stammered, his voice faltering. Huang Wei and Hu Yuqian exchanged puzzled glances. following Hao Renduo's gaze to Chen Qingci. He. As if on cue, the image that had been loading finally completed. What the hell? A simultaneous, incredulous shout erupted from all three, an expression of sheer astonishment. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare this to be my future white moonlight, Huang Wei proclaimed. Not my white moonlight, as that implies unrequited love. I intend to launch a vigorous pursuit. I think it's better to just stick with being the white moonlight. Ferrari, with its exquisite physique, youthful exuberance, and striking good looks, stands as a testament to our university's elite. Could it be that heaven has discreetly descended to experience life among us? If only I could marry a man like him in this lifetime. I would have no regrets. Are you already married? The forum avatar, could it be your photograph? After such heavy beautification, yet you still bear a certain resemblance. I am not attacking your appearance, as it is indeed a gift from nature. However, using your photo as an avatar and indulging in such daydreams compels me to chastise you. What a gathering of sycophants. Ladies, the latest gossip reveals that this gentleman is named Chen Qingci. Such a delightful name. Huang Wei has graciously vacated his seat, standing alongside Hu Yuchuan and Hao Renduo at the back. Chen Qingci, seated before his laptop, scrolls through the thread's contents, appearing somewhat enlightened. He shows no signs of surprise. It is merely a normal occurrence. Setting down the mouse, Chen Qingci turns around to find the three of them gazing at him in awe, their expressions conveying a sense of reverence. Countless words converge into two simple ones. Incredible. Hu Yuchuan scratches his head and grins. If you two are the same person, then my brilliance must still rank second. Hao Renduo, adjusting his bangs, retorts, stop talking nonsense. I am still the second. Hu Yuchuan, crossing his arms, gives him a sidelong glance. Dare you open your eyes while speaking? Hao Renduo, taken aback, responds, why are you so fussy? Huang Wei, somewhat awkwardly, turns to Chen Qingci. Could you take me to see the new model of the Ferrari? I confess, I am a data enthusiast and have spent years studying car specifications. Yet I have never had the chance to touch one. Of course, it's right outside the dormitory. Just come and see, Chen Qingci replies, producing a key fob from his pocket, an elegantly designed, angular Ferrari key that resembles a lighter. Huang Wei's mouth drops open in astonishment as he reverently accepts the key. Observing this, Hao Renduo and Hu Yuchuan abandon their competition over who is more impressive, eager to accompany Huang Wei downstairs. Are you not coming with us? Huang Wei suddenly realizes, attempting to return the key to Chen Qingci. The other two understand the implication. After all, it is worth several million, not a mere few thousand. Even if Chen Qingci were to hand them the key directly, they could not simply prance off to admire it alone. Let us all go together. Have you had lunch? If not, we can grab a meal on the way. Yes, we haven't eaten yet. We are quite hungry. The four of them quickly agree. Since they were going down together, Huang Wei insists on returning the key to Chen Qingci. Only after Chen Qingci firmly takes the key back does Huang Wei withdraw his hand, and the trio rushes out, with Chen Qingci following closely behind, observing their exuberance with a smile. From the three of them, Chen Qingci feels the purity of youth, and he finds himself somewhat infected by their enthusiasm. In the original narrative, these three roommates never existed, as the protagonist never ventured into the dormitory, and daily life was scarcely depicted. The focus lay solely on perfection, familial wealth, and the eventual muddled descent into servitude for the female lead, delivering her resources. Upon descending, the trio encircles the car, inspecting it from every angle. They peer inside, hunched over, yet none dare to sit within, as if fearing they might tarnish its luster. Huang Wei, while observing, murmurs, "This is truly remarkable." The exterior is far more stunning than the pictures online, and the interior is not as simplistic as those images suggest. It possesses an extraordinary quality, akin to piloting a fighter jet. As the three continue their examination, Chen Qingci stands quietly beneath a tree's shade, not rushing them. He takes out his phone and messages Su Li, inquiring if she has completed her registration. She promptly replies, confirming her registration and stating she is now in the dormitory. Have you met your roommates? I've met 3. 2 are yet to arrive. Is it a 6-person room? Yes, isn't yours the same? We have a 4-person room. Oh. As expected, our university is indeed different. However, our arrangement is also bunk beds with desks below. Well, the 4-person and 6-person rooms are not vastly different. The 6-person room may have more happenings. With more people, conflicts are likely to arise. I understand. Don't worry, I'm not a sheltered flower with no understanding of the world. My journey to Shanghai has enlightened me on many matters. I will be vigilant. While chatting with Su Li, Chen Qingci also messages Tong Yin, asking what she is doing. Tong Yin almost instantly replies with a photograph of herself in a pristine white dress, looking exquisite. I am practicing singing. I thought I sang well, but my teacher pointed out many areas for improvement. Chapter 59, Ignored? It's not a big deal. The stardom plan devised for Tong Yin does not begin with participating in a singing competition. Otherwise, she would be forever labeled as a contestant. The first step is to take part in a television drama, portraying a relatively significant supporting role to establish familiarity with the audience. The second step involves creating a buzz, followed by a cameo as a young girl who loves singing. Success is inevitable, given both Tong Yan's inherent qualities and the resources Chen Qingci can mobilize. This is unquestionable. Therefore, there is no rush. The foundation of her character must be solidified first. Practice well. I am at school. Love you, dear. Putting away his phone, Chen Qingci turns his gaze back to the three who are still captivated by the car, surveying the surrounding campus. He feels an expansive sense of freedom, and his spirits lift considerably. After finishing lunch in the cafeteria, Chen Qingci pays a visit to Principal Ning Yuan, who beams widely throughout their conversation. Repeatedly patting Chen Qingci's shoulder, he mentions that his granddaughter often speaks of Chen Qingci and insists on inviting him home for a reunion. Chen Qingci perceives this as mere politeness, considering they have only met once, when they were both 7 or 8 years old. Hardly a reunion worth mentioning. As their conversation progresses, Principal Ning reminisces about the past, sharing that without Chen Qingci's grandfather, he would not have achieved his current stature. Chen Qingci listens intently, nodding earnestly and occasionally offering Ning Yuan a cigarette, though he secretly yearns to depart. This esteemed figure, whose mere presence commands respect, transforms into a loquacious elder in Chen Qingci's company. They engage in discourse for a full hour until a secretary knocks on the door, announcing that it is time for a meeting, finally bringing their lengthy conversation to a close. Do visit me at home. I will contact you on WeChat. Sure. Goodbye. Grandpa Ning. After waving farewell to Ning Yuan at the office door, Chen Qingci strides toward the exit of the administrative building. Though he had contemplated leaving earlier, he absorbed everything Ning Yuan had said. He is acutely aware of the formidable influence of the Chen family. However, it is only at this moment that he truly grasps the magnitude of their power. Without delving into specifics, the mere phrase peach and plum flourish across the land carries unparalleled weight. The subordinates once supported by his grandfather include countless individuals in high positions, too numerous to count. Not only his grandfather, but also his father and uncle have reached similar heights. The author of this peculiar narrative, as they ventured further into the tale, seemed to grasp the inevitable conclusion that, as long as the grandfather remained alive, any course of action would be deemed irrational. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the grandfather would find it embarrassing and would disincline to concern himself with his grandson, who was the sole heir of the Chen family's 3 generations. When the moment of life and death arrived, how could he possibly refrain from intervening? Thus unfolded the forced development wherein a venerable elder, having experienced countless events throughout his life, with a remarkably positive mindset and robust health, met his demise due to sheer frustration. This then led to the downfall of the uncle and father following the grandfather's passing, as their careers were obliterated by the negative public sentiment surrounding them at that time. This segment felt particularly contrived. Both the father and the uncle had already ascended to significant positions, and it was hardly plausible that everything would crumble upon the grandfather's departure. Moreover, with the grandfather recently deceased, many connections remained intact, perhaps even more advantageous during this period. The adverse public opinion stemmed from the grievances of those affected by the catastrophic fall of the Qinglan group, witnessing the high and mighty plummet from grace, and bore no relevance to political ramifications. It was unlikely, even from a moral standpoint, that such sentiments could lead to utter ruin of one's career. To suggest total devastation was absurd. Should the Chen family choose to retaliate, within a week, the situation would likely reverse, and within a month, the female protagonist would find herself in a psychiatric ward due to the emotional upheaval. Chen Qingci smirked and shook his head, contemplating as he approached the entrance of the office building. Just as he reached the corner of the exit, a girl entering collided with him, knocking her down onto the ground, scattering the A4 papers she held. Are you all right? I'm fine, I'm sorry. The girl scrambled to her feet, hastily gathering the scattered papers without even glancing at Chen Qingci. He crouched down to assist her, noticing among the papers several photocopies of household registration documents and an original proof of poverty issued by the village committee, leading him to deduce she was submitting an application for financial aid. Thank you. Chen Qingci handed the papers back to her. She accepted them without lifting her gaze and hurriedly walked away, her gait somewhat awkward, likely due to the recent tumble. Throughout this interaction, she had not once looked at him, not out of deliberate avoidance, but because her focus was entirely on the task at hand. Was he so effortlessly disregarded? Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow, only to realize he felt indifferent about it. Upon returning to the dormitory, the trio suggested going out for a meal to celebrate their encounter. Chen Qingci had no objections. None of them were from Shanghai. when he mentioned he resided in the city. They inquired if he knew of any good eateries near the school. Chen Qingci admitted he was unaware of any, but after a moment's thought, he devised a plan. He called for a nearby driver and, riding in a Maybach, took them to the Sichuan restaurant where he had dined with the little girl for the first time. Opting for a less upscale venue would prevent the trio from feeling overly constrained, preserving the essence of their gathering. After consuming 2 bottles of beer each, they were pleasantly tipsy, yet none reached the point of inebriation. After the meal, Chen Qingci arranged for the driver to take them back to school. Hao Renduo leaned out the window, asking, "Cousin, aren't you returning to the school?" Huang Wei was the first to address him as cousin, followed by the others. "I'm staying outside. No need to worry about me." Chen Qingci waved dismissively. As the car rolled forward, Hu Yuchuan called out, "Drive safely." Once the Maybach departed with the 3, Chen Qingci turned and entered another Maybach that had arrived with a different driver, making his way back home. After a shower, he emerged to find the television on, and upon glancing around, he spotted the little girl seated on the sofa. She turned to look at him, but as soon as their eyes met, she swiftly covered her eyes, exclaiming, "Oh no." Chapter 60, without a doubt, dressed in a bathrobe, yet lacking the belt. Chen Qingci presented quite the sight, one that Su Li took in fully. He glanced down briefly, tying the waist of the robe as he inquired, "What is the fuss? We're old friends now. Who has friends with you?" Su Li exclaimed, hands over her face in shock. "Well, not quite old friends, still new friends, I suppose." As he approached her, he whispered in her ear, "How about we deepen our friendship a little more?" Su Li clutched her face tightly, remaining motionless and silent. "All done. It's tied now." Chen Qingci ruffled her hair, stating seriously, "I had no idea you would be back, and this is my bedroom. If you wander in and see something you shouldn't see, can you really blame me?" Su Li cautiously peered through the gap between her fingers, confirming that Chen Qingci had indeed secured his robe before finally lowering her hands. Her face had turned a bright shade of pink, and she muttered something under her breath. Though Chen Qingci couldn't catch a word. "What was that?" "Nothing," she replied. "Why are you back?" he asked. "School hasn't officially started yet, and there's no need for me to stay there, so I came back," Su Li explained. Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "Is that the only reason?" Su Li bit her lip, looking away. I came back to play games with you." Chen Qingci sat down close to her on the sofa, lifting her into his lap and reiterating his question, "Is there no other reason?" Trapped in his embrace, Su Li found herself unable to escape, her chin nearly buried in his chest. "Well, I missed you. Is that so wrong?" Chen Qingci tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her closer until their faces were mere inches apart. As she uttered her longing, an image flashed in his mind, the little girl nervously navigating the bustling streets of Shanghai, carefully following the GPS, anxious about taking a wrong turn. Their kiss lingered for several minutes, leaving Su Li feeling utterly weak and powerless, her body melting against Chen Qingci's. She attempted to thump his chest with her small fists, but lacked the strength to lift her arms. Finally parting, she resembled a person who had been rescued from drowning, gasping for air with her bright red lips. Yet, before she could catch her breath, the arms around her waist tightened again, sealing her lips once more. This time, only one arm embraced her, while the other stealthily maneuvered into a more daring position. Rendered as pliable as clay, Su Li was gently laid upon the bed. After a lengthy pause, she sensed something and summoned the last vestiges of her strength to grasp the LV high-waisted wide-leg jeans she had worn when she left that day. Chen Qingci halted his movements, observing her intently. "Not ready yet?" She bit her lip, tilting her head to the side. I haven't showered yet." Chen Qingci initially intended to dismiss it, but reconsidered, deciding to yield a bit of space. After all, the occasion held significance and deserved a certain level of reverence. He couldn't help but recall the night when Tong Yen had come to this very place with him. The same night, he opened the drawer of that cabinet, where the half-burned aromatic candles still remained. Su Li emerged from the bathroom, only to find that the bright lights outside had been extinguished, leaving only a faint yellow glow. Following the source, her gaze fell upon a flickering candle flame, where Chen Qingci was seated at the bedside, gently patting the space beside her. Su Li strolled over, her delicate visage illuminated by the candle's soft light, resembling a luscious red apple. How should one encapsulate such beauty? Chen Qingci realized, to her surprise, that she found herself somewhat at a loss for words. She was diminutive, yet her proportions were exquisite, like a meticulously crafted figurine. The sun had risen high, and the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, accompanied by the gentle babbling of a stream in the mountains. In the courtyard, sparrows chattered away in the trees, while a few magpies perched on the rocks. Despite their melodious calls, magpies are not particularly regarded as auspicious birds. Chen Qingci opened her eyes to find that she was alone. A glance around revealed a hint of astonishment. By all accounts, Suli should have struggled to get out of bed. Where had she gone? Pulling on the bathrobe she had worn the night before, Chen Qingci ventured into the bathroom. As she approached, she heard movement inside. Upon opening the door, she found Suli indeed standing by the faucet, scrubbing something with her hands. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that she was attempting to clean the bathrobe that had been soiled the previous day. The stains, although partially removed, still marred the pristine white fabric with dark brown outlines of dried blood. Why wash this? Chen Qingci leaned against the doorframe. Of course, I must clean it if I'm dirty, Suli retorted, aware that someone would typically come to assist Chen Qingci with laundry. But she felt overwhelming embarrassment at the thought of someone else seeing these items. Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow, beginning to understand the little girl's feelings, and chose not to pursue the topic further. What time did you wake up? Are you feeling unwell? I woke up 20 minutes ago, and I'm fine really. After saying this, she attempted to hang the freshly washed towel, only to wince as she limped slightly. How could it be otherwise? She mused, recalling how Tong Yin had suffered similarly, let alone someone as petite as her. Chen Qingci took the towel from her, inquiring if she needed to use the restroom. When Suli replied that she had just gone, Chen Qingci effortlessly lifted her, cradling her back to bed and gently embracing her. It's still early. Let's rest a little longer. Suli affirmed, nestling closer into Chen Qingci's warmth. The room fell silent for a moment before Suli suddenly lifted her head, gazing intently at Chen Qingci. You. Before she could finish her thought, Chen Qingci interjected, I really like you. I truly do. What was she referring to? Chen Qingci, without hesitation, could guess, having been asked this very question numerous times the night before. As the saying goes, those without hair on their lips, their deeds lack solidity. Unlike those who intentionally attempt to reshape themselves, she harbored an underlying sense of inferiority, feeling different from the average person, compounded by her extraordinarily petite stature. Thus, Chen Qingci repeatedly offered her reassurance. Chapter 61, A Modest Wish. Hearing Chen Qingci's definitive response, Suli leaned forward and pressed a gentle kiss against Chen Qingci's lower lip, then buried her head back into her embrace. When they finally opened their eyes again, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Suli's condition had improved considerably. The pain persisted, but it did not intensify with movement. Chen Qingci advised her not to return to school, but she insisted it was unnecessary, bustling about barefoot, energetically preparing to leave. After taking a few steps toward the garage exit, she abruptly turned around and planted a kiss on Chen Qingci's cheek. Once seated in the car and fastening her seatbelt, a radiant smile blossomed on Suli's face, unable to be contained. Of course, she was elated. Her upbringing, lifestyle, and inherent uniqueness had instilled in her a profound sense of insecurity. In the presence of Chen Qingci, despite her outward demeanor, she was internally fraught with worry, concerned that she might burden Chen Qingci, or that he might suddenly lose his affection for her. Moreover, with someone as wonderful as Chen Qingci, how could she not feel inadequate? As a girl, especially one who placed great importance on herself, how could she escape the shadows of anxiety and uncertainty? The myriad of emotions swirling within her only heightened her tension at the prospect of such significant events, culminating in a crescendo of anxiety. Last night, her heart had raced as if it might leap from her throat. She feared the impending weight of this momentous occasion, the uncertainty of the future, and that her insecurities might be repugnant to Chen Qingci. In that moment, she had even shielded her face with her hands, too afraid to reveal herself. Yet, Chen Qingci did not dislike her. In fact, he cherished those very aspects that had long plagued her with self-doubt. Though she had hidden her face, she could still glimpse Chen Qingci's unwavering gaze, one that regarded her as a treasure. In that instant, the years of her inferiority dissipated entirely. Whether she was good or bad became irrelevant. As long as Chen Qingci loved her, even her perceived flaws transformed into virtues. Concerns about the future seemed trivial. Regardless of what transpired, Suli would not regret a single moment spent giving herself to Chen Qingci. To encounter him and share these joyful moments was already a stroke of extraordinary fortune, a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Furthermore, her aspirations for the future did not revolve around marriage to Chen Qingci. Suli understood all too well that if marriage were to be on the horizon, she would never be worthy of Chen Qingci. It was not self-deprecation. Rather, she had vividly imagined a grand tale of palace intrigue, where her Cinderella-like presence would only serve to complicate Chen Qingci's life. Thus, her dreams and desires were modest, small enough that she wished only to repay Chen Qingci for his kindness in the days to come. After Suli departed, Chen Qingci tidied up and prepared to leave as well. Upon entering the garage, only 2 cars remained, a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ and a Ferrari F80. Perhaps it was time to acquire a couple more? Exiting the garage in the Lamborghini, she soon arrived at the school. There were 2 days until the registration deadline. Yesterday was the 26th, today the 27th, and the deadline was set for 5 in the afternoon, coinciding with the class meeting to arrange matters concerning the upcoming military training. When Chen Qingci reached the classroom, only 2 minutes remained until the meeting began. As she stepped through the front door, Hao Renduo spotted her and called out, "Sitsi, over here." The moment his voice rang out, the classroom fell eerily silent. Hao Renduo, perplexed, glanced around, initially believing his shout was the cause, which it indeed was, but only in attracting attention. The true reason for the sudden hush was that upon hearing his call, everyone instinctively looked up, their gazes immediately drawn to the figure before them. In such circumstances, being the center of attention for the entire class, apart from the instructor, is likely to induce discomfort in most individuals, especially at the onset of a new academic term when no one is acquainted with one another. However, Chen Qingci appeared oblivious to this fact, traversing the aisle with an air of nonchalance as he made his way towards an unoccupied seat nestled between Hao Renduo and 2 others. "Brother, how can you be so composed? Everyone is watching you." Upon taking his seat, Hu Yuchuan nudged Chen Qingci with his elbow, whispering his inquiry. Chen Qingci replied with an air of indifference, "I've grown accustomed to it." Accustomed? The brevity of those words sent Hu Yuchuan's lips twitching. What does being accustomed even mean? Undoubtedly, it implied that Chen Qingci had encountered such scenarios far too often. For him, it seemed like a mere triviality, yet Hu Yuchuan felt profoundly impacted, as if struck by a powerful blow to the core of his being. Soon after, the instructor arrived, a plump, gentle-voiced senior fresh out of university. The name inscribed on the blackboard, Zhang Fei, caused Chen Qingci to squint slightly. While the name appeared unremarkable and the pronunciation was not entirely off, it struck him as odd, especially since the teacher who had welcomed him the previous day was Liu Bei. It raised the question of whether there might also be a teacher with a surname that phonetically aligned with Guan. Following this, the students engaged in a rather tedious self-introduction session. Chen Qingci, feeling somewhat disengaged, took a photograph of the view outside the window with his phone and posted it on his social media. His photographic skills were commendable. A casual snap perfectly captured the nuances of light and perspective. He shared the image without any caption, and it promptly garnered likes, particularly from Lu Zhengchun, who seemed to have an uncanny ability to like posts almost instantaneously, leaving Chen Qingci to wonder if he had some sort of automated liking software. Notifications of likes flooded in. While all his friends had notes attached to their names, many were unfamiliar to Chen Qingci. Upon reflection, he struggled to recall who they were, and others were merely fleeting acquaintances. Soon after, both his parents liked the post, with his father leaving a comment quoting the university's motto, "Knowledgeable and diligent, inquisitive and reflective." Chen Qingci responded, "Learning ceases only when one reaches the pinnacle of understanding." Just as he finished replying to his father, another notification appeared. It was from Huang Zi, the girl he had encountered alongside Lu Zhengchun. "Brother, have you started school? Can I visit your campus?" "Anytime works." Without hesitation, Chen Qingci navigated to her profile and removed her from his friends list. Chapter 62, The Circle. At the time of accepting Huang Zi's friend request, she had approached him with an endearing demeanor, an instance of kindness that he felt compelled to reciprocate. However, her incessant comments and irrelevant interactions soon became irksome, leading him to conclude that her presence in his friend list was no longer warranted. Before long, Su Li and Tong Yin also liked Chen Qingci's post. Following this, Tong Yin commented, "What a splendid photograph." Su Li chimed in, expressing her desire to post a similar picture, yet hours passed without her sharing anything. Observing their comments, one positioned above, the other below, with his father S at the top, Chen Qingci marveled at the design team's ingenuity behind WeChat, which facilitated such a high degree of privacy. Simultaneously, several familiar names continued to like his post, all belonging to his circle of friends from the capital. They had grown up together, sharing a bond strengthened by familial connections. Each of them could easily boast about their status in other circles. Yet, Chen Qingci stood at the pinnacle of this social hierarchy, a position primarily attributed to the influence of the Chen family. However, it must be noted that everyone in this circle was similarly reliant on their family backgrounds. Yu Zhenghong liked your post and commented, "Bro, how's life at Fuda? I'm thinking of applying." Bai Qingyue followed suit with a like and replied to Yu Zhenghong, "You should focus on your studies first and aim to meet the undergraduate threshold." Yu Zhenghong retorted, "Oh wow, is that you, Sister Qingyue? It seems I can only find you through Brother Qingci." Shen Xing, Wang Yang, Su Chang, and Bao Bo also liked the post. The circle was small, comprising roughly a dozen individuals. Later, when Chen Qingci found himself ensnared in a predicament, the so-called friends who had previously called him Brother Chen or Young Master Chen were largely indifferent, with only Bai Qingyue and Yu Zhenghong desperately attempting to advocate for him. Chen Qingci vividly recalled that period. Bai Qingwei and Yu Zhenghong had tirelessly contacted everyone within their network. Most responses were met with silence. And Shen Xing and Wang Yang were particularly direct in their refusals, insisting they should cease their calls. Bao Bo made a series of sarcastic remarks, even suggesting a union between their families to seize the power vacuum left by the Chun family's downfall, which earned him a furious rebuke from Bai Qingwei. Chen Qingci felt no surprise at this behavior. It was, without a doubt, entirely expected. The circle they inhabited, masquerading as friendships, was, in essence, a network of mutual interests. Once one's value diminished, so too would their capacity to derive value from others. In contrast, the tenacity of Bai Qingwei and Yu Zhenghong was unusual. According to the narrative, during that tumultuous time, they even discreetly sought out influential leaders who might alter their circumstances, demonstrating their unwavering resolve. Ultimately, however, nothing changed, and they were confined to their homes. Bai Qingwei attempted to escape by climbing over the wall, but was caught by her father, who was furious and posed a poignant question. If the Chun family cannot protect that boy, what use is your escape? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingwei appeared to lose her spirit. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenghong faced a similar fate. In subsequent developments, both characters vanished from the storyline. At the time, Chen Qingci did not perceive anything amiss, but in retrospect, the narrative seemed profoundly flawed, given Bai Qingwei and Yu Zhenghong's resourcefulness. Even if they did not resort to vengeance like Yi Xingran, how could they passively allow themselves to be reduced to beggars? Even with surveillance from the female protagonist, they would undoubtedly devise a means to conceal themselves, ensuring their future security. Lost in thought, Chen Qingci returned to reality. Noticing the lively exchanges between the two in his social media notifications, he first replied to Yu Zhenghong, "Don't slack off on your studies, strive to get into Fuda." Then he messaged Bai Qingwei, "Come visit Shanghai when you have the time." Both responded promptly. Yu Zhenghong replied, "All right, bro." Bai Qingwei shot back, "Not interested, sounds boring." Chen Qingci chose not to respond further, locking his phone screen. Just as he lifted his gaze, he spotted a somewhat familiar figure rising from their seat. "Ignore me. Yesterday, I collided with a girl in the office building, yet I didn't even spare her a glance. She introduced herself with a smile, saying, 'My name is Xie Taohua, hailing from the Jiangnan port city. I am delighted to be in the same class as everyone.' At first, her name seemed rather unremarkable, but upon closer reflection, it revealed a certain poetic charm. As the wind passes, the peach blossoms fall, leaving behind only a lingering fragrance. Soon, it was time for Chen Qingci to introduce himself. Before he could even rise, all the faces in front turned to him in unison. Unfazed by the multitude of gazes, Chen Qingci stood up and proclaimed, 'I am Chen Qingci, a resident of the capital. Is that all?' The crowd was momentarily taken aback, including Zhang Fei at the podium, who had been eagerly anticipating more. She had followed the forums these past few days and knew that this new student had caused quite a stir upon his arrival. Recognizing him as the campus heartthrob in her class, she hesitated but ultimately decided against prompting him for further elaboration. 'Next, please.' Hu Yuqian leaned over and whispered to Chen Qingci, 'With so many people watching you, why didn't you say a bit more? Just because they are watching, does that necessitate more words?' On the other side, Hao Renduo patted Hu Yuqian on the shoulder, saying, 'Quanzi, I suggest you refrain from measuring him by your own standards.' Huang Wei chimed in, 'Exactly. You yearn to shine and attract attention, but Qingci is inherently radiant and indifferent to such trivialities.' Hao Renduo gave a thumbs up in agreement. Hu Yuqian fell into a moment of contemplation, gradually realizing the truth in their words, and in a fit of exasperation, he pinched Hao Renduo's side, catching him off guard and almost eliciting a cry of surprise. Observing this scene, Chen Qingci's eyelids twitched imperceptibly as his suspicions deepened. What sort of normal straight man behaves in such a manner? After the introductions, Zhang Fei began discussing the upcoming military training. She elaborated at length until a knock at the classroom door interrupted. It was the student council delivering the military uniforms. Zhang Fei expressed her gratitude to the two who brought the clothes and proceeded to announce, "The final item on our agenda is to appoint a few temporary class leaders who will assist in distributing the uniforms and managing any matters that may arise during training. Since we are all new here and still unfamiliar with one another, I will make the appointments directly. Once the training concludes and we are better acquainted, we can hold proper elections." Zhang Fei scanned the room, her gaze landing on Chen Qingci. "For the temporary class leader, I appoint Chen Qingci. I beg your pardon, instructor, but I believe I am not the most suitable candidate." No sooner had she spoken than Chen Qingci's polite refusal echoed through the room, drawing the collective gaze of his classmates, including the instructor, who had been raised to respect teachers. Thus, he stood up, stating, "I was admitted through the proactive recruitment program, and one of my conditions for choosing this university was to abstain from military training." His words were met with a murmur of surprise throughout the classroom. The proactive recruitment program meant that Chen Qingci likely had an astonishingly high score on his college entrance exam, one that was almost unfathomable. Zhang Fei, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the materials in her hand, which indeed did not mention this detail. Very well, then Xie Taohua, you shall be the temporary class leader, and Lu Yu, you will serve as the vice leader. Zhang Fei appointed for class leaders. When Xie Taohua was designated as class leader, she looked up, visibly bewildered, unable to comprehend why she had been chosen. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Fei had thought of her name immediately after Chen Qingci's. After the appointments, Zhang Fei exited the classroom. Concluding the first class meeting, the four leaders gradually rose to the podium, coordinating the distribution of uniforms, which were conveniently labeled with names, making the task rather straightforward. The front of the classroom buzzed with excitement, while the back was equally chaotic. Huang Wei, Hao Renduo, and Hu Yuchuan huddled together, inquiring about Chen Qingci's exam score, while 2 boys and 2 girls in front turned around, eagerly awaiting his answer. Top 50 in the city, Chen Qingci replied, not disclosing his exact score. Top 50 in the capital? This revelation left the trio utterly speechless, while even the 2 boys who had been eavesdropping gaped in astonishment. And the 2 girls exchanged wide-eyed glances, one of them silently mouthing, no way. Then why didn't you go to Qing University? You're from the capital, Hu Yuchuan asked. Because I have already completed a professional course there and obtained my bachelor's degree this year. I merely wish to explore elsewhere, hence my choice of Ru University. Chen Qingci stated nonchalantly, as if discussing a mundane matter, while those listening felt their jaws drop in disbelief. Each word was in Mandarin, yet the combination left them bewildered. Is this even a human being? Wealthy, handsome, and a super-intelligent academic? Which deity had descended to experience life among mortals? Observing their reactions, Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow. He was not trying to show off. He was simply stating the truth. As everyone awaited their military uniforms, Chen Qingci made his exit from the classroom. Hey, buddy. No sooner had he stepped out than a boy, having received his military uniform, hurried after him. Walking alongside Chen Qingci, he asked in a thick, authentic Beijing accent, Bro, you're from the capital? I can't hear your accent. Is there an accent in Mandarin? Chen Qingci glanced at him, completely unfazed by the earlier introduction. His mother had insisted he speak standard Mandarin since childhood, and now his pronunciation was impeccable. He could easily pass as a broadcaster. I'm not sure why, the boy continued. But folks from our side rarely speak Mandarin so fluently. I live in the second ring, which is... The boy proceeded to describe the geographical location of his hometown. However, when it came to describing their respective homes, few could rival Chen Qingci's heritage. The Chen family's ancestral home was so renowned that no one even specified which district it belonged to. Standing on the rooftop, one could see the ancient city walls. Right at the foot of the imperial city, the surrounding architecture rivaled the grandeur of the Prince Gong mansion, yet it was all part of a restricted area, with the Chen residence being under military management. After sharing his background, the boy inquired, I heard people talking about you on the forums. What's going on with that? Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow. Did you not see? The boy waved his hand dismissively. I never look at that stuff. I prefer to know people in person. Chen Qingci nodded. A good habit. Sensing that the conversation was waning, the boy shifted topics, asking, where did you go to high school? Renmin University Affiliated High School. Chen Qingci replied. Renmin University Affiliated. The other party was momentarily taken aback. Oh, you attend a high school affiliated with the university? Impressive. Do you know Wei Dong, who is a year ahead of you at your school? Wei Dong. Chen Qingci pondered for a moment, recalling a face that had trailed behind him for 2 years, yet he realized he had never exchanged a word with the individual, only possessing a faint impression. He nodded and replied, I suppose I know him, but we're not acquainted. What a coincidence. He's a friend of my older brother and often looks out for me. Young Master Wei is currently studying in the bustling metropolis as well. When time permits, I'll arrange for us to meet. After all, we should support one another as fellow townsmen. Let me add you on WeChat for convenient communication. Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow, took out his phone, and opened the QR code. Upon accepting the friend request and asking for a note, he then learned that the other party was named Su Tian. It was the first time he had encountered the character Tian being used as a name. Take care. Contact me if anything comes up. After exiting the teaching building, the two parted ways, and as he waved goodbye, Chen Qingci touched the corners of his upturned lips, realizing he had perhaps acted a tad too frivolously. However, he couldn't help it. The thought of how this guy would react upon introducing Wei Dong to him brought a smile to his face. Chapter 64. A father sees his son alive, unleashing 7 wolves. Where is he? I have no idea. He seems to have left. It appeared that the one seeking Chen Qingci was not merely Su Tian, but many others as well, particularly girls. Even though Chen Qingci had maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor in class, it did not deter their interest. Anyone needing my contact info could at least chat for a bit to foster some rapport. Yet, just as he finished receiving his military training attire and turned around, there was no sign of Chen Qingci. He did not need to participate in military training. For the upcoming month, Chen Qingci could effectively avoid attending school. As he drove away, a peculiar feeling washed over him. His university life had only just commenced, and now he was already on a break. However, it was evident that military training was not a feasible option. Due to his background, Chen Qingci possessed a high level of military training and was frequently sent for exercises. Thus, there was no necessity for him to partake in a month of university military training. Young master, the car has been cleaned, and madam sent over some cigarettes, which have been placed in the garage. As the garage door opened, Butler Lin swiftly approached from the entrance. Chen Qingci replied, "All right." He lowered the car window in response to Butler Lin's nod and slight bow. The Lamborghini SVJ rolled into the garage, parked alongside a spotless Ferrari F80. Its vibrant red paint gleaming. Chen Qingci opened the butterfly doors. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted out. After opening the car door, he settled onto a thick carbon fiber beam, unveiling an unmarked cardboard box. This seemingly unremarkable box, measuring 50 centimeters square, was worth at least $1 million. He tore open the simple paper zipper, revealing an array of cigarettes within. Huang Helu de Jin Zhuan, valued at 30,000 per pack. Huang Jin Yi Tianji Yi, with an annual production of around 500 packs, was an internal supply product, virtually non-existent in circulation. Li Kun Fu Chun Shan Ju, at 20,000 per pack. Huang Helu 1916 internal supply version, alongside He Tian Xia Zunshang at 14,000 per pack, and Jinsheng Zhisheng Chu Shan. He Tian Xia Zun Pin Zhongji, Huang Helu Lu Jin Suiyu. The least expensive pack was not under 10,000, with most being internal supply versions. Rare and virtually unattainable despite having the funds. Chen Qingci took a Dejin Zhuan and a Fuchun Shanju to place in the car, leaving the remainder in the box, which he then discarded into a corner of the garage. After showering and changing, he switched on the headlights of the Maserati, exiting the garage and seamlessly merging onto the bustling streets of the metropolis during the evening rush hour. Despite the heavy traffic, he arrived at Janya Building in less than 2 minutes, thanks to the Ferrari's dazzling appearance that naturally carved out a space within the congested flow of vehicles. Coupled with Chen Qingci's driving skills, maneuvering through the chaos became a delightful experience. "Wait a moment, I have something urgent on my end. I will get back to you," he said. "All right, Chen Xiao, you should have informed me when you came over." As Chen Qingci emerged from the elevator, he spotted Lu Zhongshan at the front desk, engaged in a phone call. Upon noticing Chen Qingci, he hastily ended the call and approached with quick strides. "Come take a look." Chen Qingci handed Lu Zhongshan the Dejin Zhuan. "Huang Helu Dejin Zhuan. For me?" "Yes, go ahead and enjoy it." Chen Qingci nodded, glancing towards the office area where many people were still diligently working past the end of the official workday. The number of employees was evidently greater than before. "Rest assured, I will ensure the overtime pay is clearly communicated and dispersed on time. Don't worry, Chen Xiao, I will make sure of it," Lu Zhongshan replied earnestly. Chen Qingci patted his shoulder. "Why so formal? Lead me to see the improvements in the software." Of course, Lu Zhongshan was not merely formal. His respect for Chen Qingci had reached new heights. It was not just about background. Chen Qingci's personal charm and abilities left him utterly captivated. Moreover, when discussing business, Chen Qingci's words carried an undeniable weight, creating a palpable pressure that Lu Zhongshan felt was akin to that legendary aura. By the time Lu Zhongshan returned home, it was already 10 in the evening. This had become his routine, arriving home at this hour almost daily. Frankly, he felt exhausted, not merely physically, but also from never having genuinely engaged in anything. Suddenly thrust into responsibility, the burden felt stifling, and returning home, he often lacked the motivation even to shower, merely wanting to collapse onto the bed. In the foyer, he set down his car keys, changed into slippers, and carried a paper bag as he shuffled into the living room. However, upon rounding the corner, he stood rigid. On the sofa sat a portly middle-aged man, smoking with an air of authority. Upon seeing Lu Zhongshan, he squinted, and under that gaze, Lu Zhongshan felt his spine stiffen. "Dad, you're back?" "Indeed. If I hadn't returned, I'd have found my 2 precious bonsai trees gone." Lu Zhang was stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. "You clever boy. I was only away for a short business trip, and you've already moved my trees. Did you lose your mind? Why steal anything else? Those 2 bonsais I painstakingly tended to every month, and you had the audacity to sell them? Have you grown too comfortable lately that you've started seeking thrills at my expense?" As he spoke, Lu Zhangwa began unbuckling his belt. Though it wasn't 7 wolves he was brandishing, it was Hermes. Yet the sensation of holding it was akin to that of the 7 wolves, perhaps even surpassing it. "I didn't sell them. I just moved them for a bit." Lu Jingchun instinctively began to retreat. Stop your nonsense. You dare deceive me? All that I taught you since childhood was for naught. You haven't sold them? The over 1 million in your account has vanished without a trace. Did you steal from home to fund your escapades? Were you courting women or getting into fights that require compensation? It's all your mother's fault. Too lenient on you. Lu Zhonghua's anger escalated, one hand gripping his belt while the other clutched his trousers, advancing menacingly. Originally, upon hearing the commotion, Lu's mother descended from the upper floor, intending to inquire why her husband was once again chastising their child, who had grown so much. However, as soon as she arrived, she overheard a particular remark, causing her to pause momentarily before retreating back upstairs. Father, dear father, please allow me to speak before you resort to violence. As Lu Jingchun noticed his father advancing menacingly towards him, he found himself with no avenue for retreat and, with a sudden thud, knelt down. He then retrieved the large gold ingot that Chen Qingci had given him from his bag, raising it high with both hands in a fluid motion that resembled the graceful flow of water. Chapter 65. Father, why are you giving me a cigarette? The cigarette, radiating a dazzling golden hue, rekindled a flicker of paternal affection in Lu Zhonghua's eyes. He seized it eagerly, examining it closely. Is this the real deal? How could I possibly present you with a counterfeit? Lu Jingchun replied with a smile. Lu Zhonghua's laughter was laced with skepticism. Pray tell. Given that these cigarettes are now so difficult to procure, costing over 30,000 each with only the most esteemed able to acquire them, how did you come by this? This tale is rather lengthy, father. Please have a seat while I elucidate. Lu Jingchun rose and, like a dutiful sycophant, assisted his father back to the sofa. As he opened a box of cigarettes and lit one for his father, he began his narrative. The story dates back to just under a month ago. Lu Zhonghua exhaled the first puff and then quickly took a second, thumping the table. Be succinct. Long stories should be shortened. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jingchun transformed into a rapid-fire rapper, his words spilling forth like bullets. A month ago, I had a chance encounter with young Master Chen, who invited me to dine with him alone. He expressed his desire to establish a company and sought my assistance. The over 1 million in my account has been spent on company purchases. Chen promised to reimburse me, but I declined. He assured me that I would undoubtedly become someone to make you proud. I even relocated 2 potted welcoming pines to the office. During this time, I have been diligently working late into the night, without getting into fights, losing money, engaging with women, gambling, or partaking in illicit activities. Wait. Lu Zhonghua interrupted, his expression puzzled, yet managing to grasp the gist of his son's ramblings. Young Master Chen? Which young Master Chen? Which one indeed? Lu Jingchun replied. The only son of Chairman Yi of Qinglong Group. Regarding Chen Qingci's lineage, he was only aware of that single detail. He remained oblivious to the entirety of the Chen family's affairs, as well as the circumstances surrounding the matriarchal Yi family. Yet, even this fragment of knowledge was enough to elevate him to a loftiness that demanded he lift his chin skyward to behold. The only son of Chairman Yi of Qinglong Group? What extraordinary luck you must have had to associate with him. Lu Zhonghua gazed incredulously at Lu Jingchun. You jest with me, do you not? Lu Jingchun nearly choked on his words. For heaven's sake, father, you took me to meet Chairman Yi to foster familiarity, urging me to find a way to become acquainted with his son. How can you have forgotten such a significant event? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhonghua managed to utter, I don't believe it. Lu Jingchun's lips twitched in exasperation. If you doubt me, check the company records. I am the vice president. You can find my name in the company structure. This cigarette was also given to me by young Master Chen. How else would I have acquired such a rare item? Let me verify. Lu Zhonghua promptly retrieved his phone, opening an app to check company structures. What is the name of the company? Modu Xingxi Network Technology Company, Limited. Lu Jingchun replied. Lu Zhonghua meticulously typed it in, and after a short while, he confirmed the details with Lu Jingchun, clicking into the profile. Registered capital of 100 million? And indeed, your name appears. He furrowed his brow, questioning. What exactly does this company do? There are 2 projects currently in development, but I can only provide you with a brief overview as the software is not yet launched. This falls under commercial confidentiality. Lu Jingchun subtly conveyed the content of the projects under development, and with each word, Lu Zhonghua's frown deepened, sensing the business opportunities concealed therein. Only because you are my father am I sharing this with you. Please refrain from disclosing any project details. And why? Pray tell, are you giving me a cigarette? As Lu Jingchun spoke, Lu Zhonghua inserted a cigarette into his son's mouth, igniting it with a lighter in a swift motion. Lu Jingchun was taken aback, hastily attempting to shield himself, but it was futile as his father successfully lit the cigarette nestled between his lips. Splendid. Truly splendid, Lu Zhonghua exclaimed, vigorously patting Lu Jingchun on the shoulder. If there is anything else you wish to take from home, feel free to do so. If you find yourself short on funds, Simply tell me. I shall transfer you 500,000, or even 1 million. Just ensure you find a way to present young Master Chen with a gift to show your appreciation. I have faith in you. With each word, Lu Zhang's smile broadened. And as he turned towards the staircase, his laughter erupted, resonating with exuberance. Lu Zhengchun stood bewildered for a moment before he too succumbed to laughter. Clenching his fists and whispering with fervor, yes, 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 yes. He was determined to win over Chen Qingci. For his initial aim had always been to assist his family and earn his father's approval. As the sun climbed high in the sky, he basked in the warmth of his solitude, feeling invigorated and savoring the delights of life. After waking, Chen Qingci first ventured outdoors for a 5-kilometer run, then returned to shower, change clothes, and enjoy breakfast. He then drove his majestic Ma Wang to the Rolls-Royce dealership, intending to purchase another SUV. Initially, he considered acquiring an Urus or a Ferrari Purosang, but upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. Supercar-branded SUVs, while balancing comfort and off-road capability, also boasted the allure and performance characteristics of sports cars. Since he already had the top models of both brands parked in his garage, why invest in something that merely straddled the line? The world's largest Rolls-Royce showroom was situated in Modu, its vast glass facade gleaming and spotless from afar. Yet, even within the most opulent of automotive dealerships, the arrival of a Ma Wang drew countless gazes. Inside, several impeccably dressed salespeople, whether in suits or chic urban attire, gathered at the glass front, scrutinizing the car's strikingly extravagant design. As automotive sales professionals, they were largely aware of the vehicle's significance. Even those who were not familiar with it quickly grasped its worth upon hearing the price tag of over 40 million. As the butterfly doors swung open, the sales team prepared to seize the opportunity, especially when they beheld a strikingly handsome and charismatic young man emerging from the vehicle. The female sales staff, donning high heels, felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward. Had it not been for their exceptional professionalism, they might have been tempted to seize the hair of the gentleman before them. Chapter 66. Even a lingering glance feels sullied. Manager, please assist me in securing this client. I'll share the commission with you. I have a holiday in 2 days. I wish to escape to a beachfront hotel for a vacation. You could take a leave of absence to accompany me, and I'll help you land the client. That won't do. What if I end up with a golden son-in-law, and you use this to blackmail me? Furthermore, I am a good girl, with strong principles. You? A good girl? How long did that elderly gentleman who purchased a car from you sleep with you? And now you're pretending to be virtuous? I expect to receive the full commission. I want to go on vacation too, or I will seek someone else. Plenty are willing to agree. All right, I concede. The woman named Yukan, with her name tag prominently displayed, gritted her teeth, exuding an air of determination. She glanced around at her eager colleagues, then cast a critical eye upon herself. Beneath her fitted skirt, she sported an extra layer of black stockings compared to her peers, and her high heels, measuring a striking 8 centimeters, were adorned in black with a red sole, an audacious choice. A button of her blouse was intentionally left undone, revealing a tantalizing hint of cleavage. She tugged at her lace-trimmed shirt, allowing the delicate fabric to peek through. Good day, sir. Welcome to Rolls-Royce. Since its inception in 1904, Rolls-Royce has never ceased its relentless pursuit of perfection. I am the sales manager, Gu Dongxing. Which model would you like to view? I shall arrange for a sales consultant to provide you with a comprehensive explanation and service. Chen Qingci did not respond, instead checking his phone. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the showroom, drawing the attention of all present. A portly man clad in a designer suit rushed towards him, extending his hand from a distance. Young Master Chen, I sincerely apologize. I made a point of grooming myself to convey solemnity, yet I did not anticipate your swift arrival. The model you wish to see has been prepared. Allow me to show you. Instantly, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The newcomer was none other than Xing Zhantao, the branch manager of their establishment. He guided Chen Qingci through the display area of vehicles, disappearing from the view of the onlookers. Gu Dongxing turned to Yukan, shrugging his shoulders. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Don't even think about it. This individual is undoubtedly a person of significant stature, far beyond mere financial means. Just look at his F80 and the Patek Philippe on his wrist. It's evident. Yukan gritted her teeth, feeling despondent. Her heart raced with an intensity she had never experienced before. It felt as if it might leap from her chest. Why did she rise an hour early each day to apply her makeup? Why did she meticulously adorn herself, exposing her cleavage? It was all in anticipation of a dream suitor, a golden opportunity. Now that such a man had finally appeared, handsome beyond measure, to the point where she would gladly accept him even without wealth, how could she not feel exhilarated? The fact that he was affluent only intensified her emotions. To ensure she wouldn't miss out, she was even willing to part with her money and offer Gu Dongxing a generous tip, Yet this was the outcome. The regret weighed heavily upon her, filling her with insatiable dissatisfaction. As if sensing her turmoil, Gu Dongxing furrowed his brow and spoke sternly. I advise you to refrain from any antics. Otherwise, we will all suffer the consequences. Moreover, abandon your delusions. Just because someone drives a luxury car does not mean you can sleep with them or dream of marrying into wealth. Even the sons of coal barons from 20 years ago wouldn't look your way. This young man is clearly from an elite background, and he is so handsome he could be a star. To think you could get involved with him is sheer folly. Frankly speaking, to him, you're nothing more than a nuisance, an unsightly blemish. Even I wouldn't consider marrying you. The harsh truth pierced Yukin's heart deeply. She retorted sharply. If I'm such a nuisance, why would you want to sleep with me? In an instant, many eyes turned toward her. Gu Dongxing's face turned pale. Fortunately, there were no customers in the store, and the general manager and Chen Qingci had already moved on. He whispered angrily, Are you out of your mind? Chen Qingci, oblivious to the unfolding drama, was now in the vehicle delivery area behind the 4S store, following Xing Zhantao. Under the bright overhead lights, a pristine white Cullinan stood majestically parked. The dazzling, luxurious paint, the exaggerated body and lines, the grandiose grille, and the crystal ornamentation of the spirit of ecstasy all exuded opulence. Xing Zhantao meticulously introduced the vehicle's unique features. This was a specially customized edition, with its paint, emblem, wheels, and interior all crafted from the finest luxury materials. The paint was a diamond finish, shining brilliantly with a texture reminiscent of sand diamonds, each fleck sparkling radiantly. The white interior was accented with Tiffany blue lines, offering a refreshing elegance upon entry. Only 50 units of this model were produced, with merely one available in the country, this very vehicle before them. Xing Zhantao dared not utter a word of insincerity. He did not know who this young man named Chen was, but the person who notified him was a senior secretary from the Qinglan Group. Not to mention that Qinglan Group had purchased over 20 vehicles from them. Even if they hadn't, the mere mention of that name warranted the utmost respect. Furthermore, this young man's poise and demeanor indicated he was no ordinary individual. He could very well be the son of a vice president. The purchase price soared to an impressive 12 million yuan, significantly exceeding that of a standard Cullinan. Yet, the differences in the fittings, paint, and the myriad details of the crystal statue rendered this vehicle infinitely more luxurious than its ordinary counterpart. The insignia denoting 1/50th of the production run gleamed with a radiant craftsmanship emblem, underscoring the car's uniqueness. Following the signing of the payment, Chen Qingci departed. At this juncture, he had no further responsibilities. The vehicle would remain in the store for protective wrapping, window tinting, and a series of other tasks. Eventually, someone would return to complete the subsequent paperwork and park the vehicle in the garage. Chapter 67, Dramatic and Lively. Upon exiting the Rolls-Royce showroom, Chen Qingci drove directly to the nearby global financial center in the bustling metropolis. As one of the world's premier luxury shopping destinations, everything about it, from its prime location to its surroundings and the architecture itself, radiated an aura of excess and indulgence. Nestled in the heart of the CBD, one could immediately glimpse the three legs of the Oriental Pearl Tower upon stepping outside. As twilight descended, casting a blue hue over the Huangpu River, the reflected lights intensified the vibrant nightlife, creating an atmosphere of lavishness. Among the streets, one in particular was known as Car Exhibition Street, where luxury vehicles abounded, and upscale sports cars lined the roads. Even a Porsche 911 would merely serve as a backdrop here. This commercial street was not only rife with luxury cars, but also teeming with stunning women. In the colder weather, one could frequently see legs exposed, turning red or blue from the chill. As the weather warmed, short skirts and plunging necklines became the norm, creating a dazzling spectacle. The appearance of the F80 instantly overshadowed all other vehicles present. Its fiery red hue drew glances from passers-by, who walked proudly with their designer bags. Even a trendy young man leaning against a nearby Lamborghini, posing as a car model, could not help but turn his head, captivated by the sight. As the car halted at the entrance of the mall and its butterfly doors opened, an array of fashionably dressed young women eagerly approached. The moment Chen Qingci stepped out, he was immediately besieged with flirtations. Observing the girls' outfits, he waved his hand in dismissal. While he appreciated the view, he understood that admiration was one thing, but inviting temptation into his life was quite another. After rejecting 2 groups of advances, the remaining girls, previously filled with regret for not acting quickly enough, suddenly found clarity. As the Qixi festival approaches, Chen Qingci is determined to prepare gifts for Tong Yin and Su Li. He enters the VIP area of LV and selects 2 handbags, one slightly larger and the other a tad smaller, intended for Tong Yin and Su Li, respectively. In addition, he chooses 2 hair accessories, one in a deep azure and the other in a soft pink, and requests the attendant to elegantly package them into Qingci gift boxes, which Lu Zifan will later collect. Subsequently, Chen Qingci selects a pair of exquisite high-heeled shoes from Balenciaga, a pair of pointed flats adorned with crystal embellishments. He also acquires 2 Qingci gift boxes from YSL, filled with cosmetics such as lipsticks and cushions. Lastly, he requests 5 luxurious skincare sets from La Mer and SK2. As Chen Qingci shops in the front, Lu Zifan collects items from behind. Once everything is ready, he instructs Lu Zifan to have everything packaged for delivery to Su Li and Tong Yin, while the surplus 3 skincare sets are designated for Shun Zhaoxua, Yixingran, and Hao Can. Initially, he contemplated gifting a set to his mother as well, but realizing that the items available in the market would not be suitable for her, he decides to prepare something more thoughtful for Mother's Day instead. Having spent several million on gifts for the 2 women, Chen Qingci discovers the joy of selecting presents for girls. If monetary concerns were non-existent, it seems that few men would hesitate to gift deserving women during festive occasions. Alas, there are no ifs. The burden of financial considerations is a reality that 999 individuals, particularly men, must face. After enjoying a meal at the International Finance Center, Chen Qingci emerges into the encroaching night. Despite the presence of numerous luxury cars, the majestic mare of the king stands out, drawing attention as girls pose for photographs in front of it. Chen Qingci stands nearby, amused by their various poses. A male photographer hands his phone to a girl for her approval, only to be met with an expression of displeasure. Chen Qingci clicks his tongue lightly. Indeed, capturing the perfect shot is a challenge that many men must learn to navigate throughout their lives. Allow me to take a group photo for you, he offers. As the two seem poised to argue, the well-meaning citizen Chen Qingci steps in, taking the man's phone to snap a few pictures. Judging by the girl's satisfied expression, she is pleased, and as she turns to thank him, she notices Chen Qingci has already opened the car door and is awkwardly pulling the man away. The F-80 glides through the heart of the metropolis, arriving at the garage. As the electric garage door slowly opens, Chen Qingci parks near it. Just as he exits the car, he hears a heated argument outside, a peculiar female voice laced with foreign accents. If a banner announcing free giveaways were to hang from the street, it might attract considerable attention. However, a public quarrel would undoubtedly draw the gaze of countless passersby. Noticing the commotion escalating nearby, Chen Qingci steps outside to investigate. He finds 3 elderly men, bald or nearly so, each wielding a long-lensed camera aimed at 2 foreign girls. One girl, a freckled beauty with an explosive hairstyle, stands in front of a tall, fair-skinned girl with striking blue eyes, shielding her from the trio's intrusive lenses while vociferously chastising them in a mix of English and Chinese. She expresses her frustration at their relentless pursuit, reiterating that they had already been told not to photograph them. Yet, the men persist, their cameras still aimed at the stunning white girl behind her, displaying an audacious disregard for her privacy. Chen Qingci has witnessed such behavior in the capital before, but is surprised to see it happening in Shanghai. As the girls attempt to move forward, the men doggedly follow, blocking their path. In a fit of anger, the freckled girl pushes one of them, causing the trio to tumble spectacularly, their cameras flying from their hands, resulting in a hilariously chaotic scene. Just moments ago, they were deaf to the verbal exchange, but now they scramble to retrieve their damaged equipment, indignantly directing their ire at the freckled girl. Do you have any idea how much this camera and lens costs? You foreigner, you owe us money. This is a limited edition, do you understand? Call the police. Call the police. Hurry. Their outcry is marked by frantic gestures and stomping feet, leading them to drag a stool from the garage to sit on the street and light a cigarette, prompting Chen Qingci to chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Indeed, reality can often eclipse the drama of film and television in its sheer melodrama. Before long, police lights flash as several officers disembark to ascertain the situation. The 3 men excitedly recount how a single girl managed to push all 3 of them down, resulting in their cameras being broken, leaving the officers bewildered. You mean to say that one girl knocked all 3 of you down at once? And that led to your cameras being destroyed? They nod vigorously, affirming, yes. Is she Supergirl? The officers, intrigued, turn to the girls for their account. To their surprise, they discover that all 4 are foreigners. The freckled girl, whose complexion might suggest otherwise, is not Asian. After a brief exchange in English, the officers learn that both girls are exchange students studying in Shanghai and clarify the events that transpired. The 3 men had been following them, and despite their attempts to disperse, the men only escalated their pursuit, invading their personal space. The officers, well-versed in similar scenarios, recognize that many individuals engage in street photography for social media, with attractive girls sometimes profiting from their images. The freckled girl, astute and articulate, asserts that she did not initiate any physical confrontation. Rather, The men had been blocking their path and stumbled as they retreated, implicating no wrongdoing on her part. The officers glanced back at the three men, and upon hearing this, the men erupt in outrage, with one pointing to the surveillance camera on the wall of Chen Qingci's residence, accusing their SA camera. You can't deny it. After a brief consultation, the officers decide to review the footage. Just as they approach the entrance, Chen Qingci, who had positioned himself closer, interjects, "The surveillance is off." The officers pause, and upon hearing this, the bald man points accusingly at Chen Qingci. "Who are you? Is this your house? You can't just say it's off. You're obstructing police duties, do you know that? That's a crime." Chen Qingci rises, walking over to knock on the sign that reads "Private Area. No entry without invitation," asserting, "Indeed, this is my home, and I say the cameras are off." Just then, Lin, the butler, emerges from within, bowing respectfully behind Chen Qingci with a simple, "Young master." The crowd falls into an immediate silence, the weight of the situation unmistakable. Whether it is the trio of elderly gentlemen or the uncles, or perhaps the two foreign girls, all are acutely aware of what such a private estate signifies in this particular locale. Chen Qingci addressed Butler Lin, stating, "If we are to escort them back, Butler Lin, you must accompany us. Let us not tarnish our reputation abroad due to a few elderly rascals." "Understood, young master." Butler Lin responded with a slight bow. As Chen Qingci turned to enter, he cast a fleeting glance at the chestnut-haired Caucasian girl, who, coincidentally, was also turning to look at him. Upon seeing her full visage, he discerned that she possessed a breathtaking beauty that would astonish even the most discerning of Chinese aesthetics. It was no wonder that the three balding men were relentlessly pursuing her, unable to deter her even with their efforts. Chen Qingci paused momentarily and remarked to Butler Lin, and remember, unauthorized photography, even if not for commercial use, is still prohibited by law. Please ensure all photographs in their albums are deleted." With that, he entered without a backward glance, leaving behind a throng of eyes lingering on the spot where he had just stood. Chapter 69, Relying Solely on Oneself. Report. Speak. The instructor commanded. Instructor, Chen Xing appears unwell. Her face is so pale. First, send her to the infirmary. You stay there and look after her. If anything arises, contact your teacher immediately. As autumn settled in, the temperature continued to drop, yet the sun remained fiercely hot, particularly for the students undergoing military training. One girl, visibly wobbling, caught the attention of another nearby girl, who shouted for a report, seizing the opportunity to avoid standing at attention and to send her to the infirmary. The instructor was not lax. Rather, he understood the importance of gradual acclimatization. Such occurrences within the first few days were quite normal, hence a slight leniency was afforded. Furthermore, if a student reported feeling unwell and the instructor failed to grant them leave, the responsibility would fall squarely upon the instructor's shoulders, as numerous past incidents had demonstrated. In the formation, Lin Yushi observed the scene, glancing around as if searching for any other girls who might be unwell. After half an hour of discreet observation yielded no results, she scoffed silently, believing that true strength never complained about the environment. Moreover, not a single boy in the group appeared unwell enough to visit the infirmary. What was Chen Xing doing, acting so delicately and weak? Truly, it was a disgrace to the female cohort. Before long, the girl beside her, Lu Yun, wobbled and nearly collapsed. Lin Yushi was the quickest to exclaim, "Instructor, Lu Yun is about to faint. Hurry, send her to the infirmary. Take good care of her." "What do you mean about to faint? It's just my period. My stomach hurts terribly," Lu Yun retorted, somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Yushi's assessment. However, Lin Yushi paid her no mind, supporting her arm and leading her away. Unable to suppress the smile curling at her lips as if the earlier disparaging thoughts had never crossed her mind. Yet, even in her heart, she felt justified. She was not the one appearing fragile. She was merely being helpful. To turn a blind eye in a time of need would be the true issue. After escorting Lu Yun to the infirmary, Lin Yushi did not linger a moment longer. She turned to the classmate who had previously escorted another girl and said, "I have some other matters to attend to. Please keep an eye on her." With that, she left without looking back, leaving Lu Yun and the other two girls, along with the school nurse, exchanging puzzled glances. What does she mean by that? Wasn't she supposed to look after me? I have no idea. Once outside the infirmary, Lin Yushi made her way directly back to the dormitory. She opened her notebook, connected to the mobile network, and accessed the stock trading platform. As the content loaded, her eyes were met with a sea of red. She had invested all of her lottery winnings, amounting to several $100,000, into stocks. Now, the value had multiplied several times over, surpassing 1 million. She was filled with regret and anger. Why was she not qualified to use leverage? Why was she denied the opportunity? Otherwise, her earnings could have increased exponentially. Glancing at the time, She noted that there were 2 days remaining until the peak predicted in her dreams. If she sold then, she could expect to net over 1 million. Contemplating this, her regret dissipated entirely, and she smiled at the screen. Who else could amass such wealth solely through their own efforts at the tender age of 18? Especially in a situation devoid of connections, capital, or background. Surely, in the entirety of the world, no one else could replicate her feat. Lin Yushi felt a surge of pride and joy, then began to ponder what she might do with the money once it was withdrawn. She propped her hands on the desk, lost in thought. After a while, she decided that it would be best not to overthink it. Instead of straining her mind, she might as well take a short nap. Perhaps in this dream, she would discover what actions to take next. Chapter 70. More explosions, more explosions. Brother, happy Qingci festival. Military training is exhausting. I miss you so much. Dearest, happy Qingci. I'm currently at school, completing some formalities, and will soon be heading into a group. I'm truly sorry I can't spend the festival with you. I promise I'll find you as soon as I return. I've prepared a Qingci gift. But it has to be seen in person. Chen Qingci. It's Qingci. I wish you good health and all the best. Of course, if you wish to celebrate romantically with a girl, please disregard this message. Young Master Chen, wishing you a happy Qingci. Qingci Gu, it's Qingci today. And I'm feeling so lonely. Do you have time tonight? I could help you explore the mysteries of female biology. Brother, happy Qingci. In the morning, Chen Qingci awoke, turned off Do Not Disturb mode on his phone, and was greeted with a plethora of messages, so many that he had to scroll down to view them all. He perused the messages, swiftly dismissing those who habitually wished him well on every holiday with a left swipe. The messages from those he scarcely recognized, akin to the last encounter with Huang Zi, were filled with suggestive comments, some subtle, yet the overall intent was to invite Chen Qingci out. Following his previous approach with Huang Zi, he promptly deleted them from his contacts. Upon opening Su Li's message window, he noted her comment about military training being tiring and her longing for him. He replied, back from leave? Let me see if you've tanned into a little brown skin. Su Li almost instantly responded, no need. I haven't tanned at all. I'm still as fair and rosy as ever. It's time to assemble. I'll talk to you later. Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow. What had begun as a straightforward conversation had suddenly taken on a multitude of interpretations. Did that mean he was no longer pure? He chuckled to himself and clicked on Tong Yin's message window. Qingci gift? To be seen in person? Chen Qingci's imagination conjured certain images, and he replied, be careful. How are the bodyguards? Sister Li and the others are great, very diligent. Yes, if anything comes up or you need assistance, just let them know. They'll handle it without any bother. Don't worry, I'm your lover, but I can be quite dramatic. I'll come to you with every little issue. Then, a direct message from Bai Qingwei appeared, addressing him by name. Chen Qingci responded, then why not just refrain from saying anything? Bai Qingwei, angry, continuing on. He casually responded to Lu Zhangchun and Yu Jinghong with a rather dismissive expression, as there was indeed little to say. After accompanying Tong Yin out of the office building, Han Man made her way back to the dormitory. In their 4-person dorm, the other 2 girls had yet to return to school. Their relationship was not particularly close. There were no conflicts, but they merely shared a cordial acquaintance, exchanging greetings when they met. Such scenarios were quite common in female dormitories and could even be considered relatively good circumstances. Yin, how long will you be away this time? I'm just a minor character, but it's my first time acting. If everything goes smoothly, it shouldn't take long, just a few days. But if things don't go well, who knows? All right, man, during my absence, feel free to stay at my place. There's no need to return to the dorm. I'll inform the property manager. Is that really okay? It's fine. I checked with the manager a couple of days ago. The annual property fee is over 500,000. Leaving it empty would be a real waste. How much? Over 500,000? Han Man's jaw dropped in astonishment. Tong Yin had a similar reaction upon hearing that figure. The property fees for 2 years could purchase a decent apartment in a city where the prices were lower. Tong Yin knew that Han Man was the most sensible among them, which is why she allowed her to stay. Otherwise, she would feel guilty about the empty space. At that moment, several classmates rushed into the dormitory and asked Tong Yin, we heard you've completed the paperwork and are preparing to go shoot a film? What kind of production requires such formalities for an extended absence? It's not convenient to disclose that right now. You'll find out once it's released. Tong Yin politely replied to them. Just earlier, when she went to handle the paperwork, the office was quite crowded, so the news spread quickly, which was only natural since Tong Yin herself was the epicenter of discussions at the school. Just then, a sarcastic voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Is it inconvenient to disclose, or are you just embarrassed to admit you're playing a minor role? The few classmates who had approached were momentarily taken aback, then turned in unison to locate the source of the taunt. To their surprise, Huang Ying had appeared behind them, her expression dripping with malice. Even without hearing her speak, One could easily deduce that the cutting remark had originated from her. Tong Yin smiled faintly. What is wrong with playing a minor role? At least it's better than sleeping with old men and stealing roles from classmates, right? Huang Ying's face flushed instantly. To her, this was a well-kept secret, and being publicly called out by Tong Yin ignited her humiliation and rage. Don't slander me. You little, watch your mouth. Did you finish your breakfast without brushing your teeth? Before Huang Ying could finish her words, Han Man started hurling insults. You're a hypocrite. Everyone in the department knows you snagged that role by sleeping around. Let me tell you, we wouldn't even want it. And you're just selling yourself for peanuts while reveling in it. You. Huang Ying's face turned crimson, and her arms, which were crossed defensively, fell to her sides. She pointed an accusing finger at Han Man and sneered. Slander me? Fine. But how much better are you? How old is your boyfriend? At least 50, right? He looks well kept, but when you edit his pictures, he turns into a 20-year-old rich and handsome guy, being kept by an old man, and you dare to act innocent? Caught in the crossfire of this verbal battle, the other girls appeared awkward yet were secretly thrilled, eagerly listening while silently urging for more revelations. However, Huang Ying's remarks left them puzzled. They had seen Tong Yin's social media posts and the accompanying photo. It didn't appear edited at all. What kind of impressive photo editing skills could achieve such seamlessness? There weren't even any traces of beautification. Plus, while one could edit a face, how could one alter charisma and presence? Han Man offered a thumbs up. Well done, Huang Ying. You truly exemplify a lack of boundaries. I've witnessed your shamelessness today, fabricating stories out of thin air. I've dined with Tong Yin and her boyfriend. Let me be clear. Her boyfriend is not only young, but also incredibly handsome, far more attractive than any man you've ever encountered, including those you've seen on television or online. Nonsense. Huang Ying retorted, her confidence bolstered by Han Man's exaggerated claims. She crossed her arms and scoffed. Why don't you say he's an alien while you're at it? Whether he's an alien or not, you know the truth. I've met my boyfriend. The day we were at the mall, he bought me a bag. And you happened to see me carrying it. Remember this specific Gucci bag? Tong Yin gently lifted the limited edition bag, smiling. She truly felt no anger. She was well aware that she and Huang Ying were no longer of the same world. Huang Ying's frozen expression contrasted sharply with the LV bag Tong Yin held, making it painfully evident who was lying. The classmates caught between them instinctively took a step back towards Tong Yin's dormitory, subconsciously distancing themselves from Huang Ying. The thought of encountering Chen Qingci, the dashing figure who had lingered in Huang Ying's memory for days, struck her. Was he indeed Tong Yin's wealthy boyfriend who had gifted her a Bentley? Her heart constricted sharply, overwhelmed by a surge of resentment and jealousy. When she noticed the other girls moving away from her, Huang Ying's emotions erupted like a volcano. I have seen him, but what does that matter? Who knows if you're playing both sides, being kept by an old man while also supporting a young sugar baby? Tong Yin set down her belongings and walked towards the door, while the girls promptly made way. As Tong Yin approached, Huang Ying took a step back, adopting a defiant demeanor. However, when Tong Yin stood before her, she swiftly raised her hand and slapped Huang Ying across the face. Huang Ying clutched her face, her eyes wide with rage. How dare you hit me? Tong Yin replied coolly. I aim to hit you. I've tolerated you for long enough. Enough of this nonsense. Get lost. I wouldn't want to look at someone as filthy as you for even a moment. The 3 words pierced Huang Ying's heart like a dagger. She was utterly enraged and raised her hand to retaliate against Tong Yin. But Han Man had already positioned herself behind Tong Yin, weighing in at 120 pounds. Though her figure was well proportioned, not an ounce of her weight was without purpose. In addition, it was a 2-on-1 situation. Huang Ying suddenly felt a wave of physical calm wash over her. She gritted her teeth, wishing to utter a harsh retort, but just as she opened her mouth, 2 imposing women clad in suits approached her. In the midst of the argument, Huang Ying turned sharply, nearly startled. Just as she began to relax, the 2 bodyguard-like women walked up to Tong Yin, presenting 2 large boxes they were carrying. Miss Tong, these are gifts from our young master for the Qingci festival. What a surprise. Qingci festival gifts in such large boxes. So exquisite, they must have been meticulously prepared. The girls in the dorm erupted in gasps of admiration, while Huang Ying, who had already vanished from sight, was left fuming. Why? Why could Tong Yin attract such a man, who even sent her gifts for the Qingci festival? Why? Yet, the overwhelming jealousy was eclipsed by an even more potent fear. She dreaded Tong Yin ordering her bodyguards to strike her. So without a moment's hesitation, she fled. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment of her escape, she had developed a physiological aversion towards Tong Yin. Had Huang Ying left? No one seemed to notice or care. Everyone was gathered around the table beneath Tong Yin's bed, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of 2 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes, the tokens of affection for Tong Yin on the occasion of Qingci festival. Chapter 72. We are here to collect trash. The first gift box was opened. Several high-end cosmetic and skincare logos greeted their eyes. Frog Fun. I recognize this. It's a cosmetic gift box from Yang Shulin. SK2. Such a grand set. It must cost tens of thousands. This one is La Mer, and their S. Helena Rubinstein. This single box is worth at least over 100,000. Oh my goodness, Tong Yin. Your boyfriend is incredibly generous. Gently caressing each gift. Tong Yin couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips, a blend of joy and boundless sweetness filling her heart. Tong Yin. Hurry and see what's in the other box. They urged, as several of them scrambled to help lift the second box onto the table. Tong Yin untied the ribbon adorning the box. As soon as it was opened, the astonishment of everyone present reached new heights. At the top of the box lay a large LV suitcase, and not just any ordinary one, but a golden VIP edition. They were well-versed in luxury goods. Perhaps not having purchased them, but having studied them with the same fervor boys exhibit towards cars. For instance, Huang Wei, who had never even touched a steering wheel or held a driver's license, could identify a vehicle merely by the sound of its exhaust. This is the limited edition that just launched this quarter, retailing for over 300,000. My heavens. I remember that only the International Finance Center in Magic City carries this model. Exactly. Look at the box. It bears the logo of the International Finance Center. This headpiece is stunning too. It's LV. Surely it can't be real crystals, can it? I can't believe it. This headpiece costs over 40,000. Who would dare wear something like this out in public? And there's Hermes and these high heels from Balenciaga. The excitement among the group escalated to a feverish pitch. Envy and jealousy would be dealt with later, but for now, the sheer thrill of unwrapping gifts, even if they weren't theirs, was exhilarating. After the group left, within an hour, word spread like wildfire. As soon as they stepped outside, anyone they encountered was regaled with tales of Tong Yin's gifts, with a combined worth exceeding $1 million. And with Tong Yin herself being the center of attention, how could it not become common knowledge in an instant? Can't you all keep it down? Can't we sleep without all this chatter? Huang Ying returned to the dormitory only to be awakened by her roommates discussing Tong Yin's gifts. The more she listened, the angrier she became, her teeth grinding in frustration. Unable to contain herself any longer, she violently flung aside her bed curtain and shouted, "What is wrong with you all?" Her three roommates exchanged glances, bewildered. Is she out of her mind? Lu Yu shook her head. She's probably gone mad. Just ignore her. Huang Ying snapped. What did you say? Lu Yu placed her hands on her hips. What? Am I not allowed to speak the truth? Do you want to fight me? What is wrong with hitting you? Huang Ying had just been slapped and didn't dare retaliate against Tong Yin, but she wouldn't let her roommates bully her either. She leapt from her bed, charging forward in a few swift strides, raising her arm to slap Lu Yu. However, the other two roommates swiftly caught her, not merely restraining her, but locking her in place tightly. Lu Yu took the opportunity to stride forward, delivering a slap to Huang Ying's face, followed by a series of rapid blows. She was completely immobilized, enduring the assault while her two roommates continued to plead, "Come on, we're all classmates. Let us not resort to violence. Let us talk it out." Huang Ying was beside herself with rage, thrashing and twisting in a futile attempt to break free. After a while, she screamed hysterically, and in the midst of it all, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. It was unclear whether it was from the rage or from a lack of oxygen due to her shouting. Meanwhile, Wang Tao wandered the campus, clutching a large bouquet of 99 roses, lost in a daze. After what felt like an eternity, he found himself seated on a bench, his face void of hope. Beside the bench stood a trash can, and two girls approached, glancing into it before noticing the flowers in Wang Tao's hands. They inquired, "Hello? If you can't give those flowers away, would you consider giving them to us?" Wang Tao lifted his gaze towards them, noting that both girls were strikingly beautiful, though they paled in comparison to Tong Yin. Yet, perhaps in love, suitability holds more significance than mere attraction. Moreover, their willingness to console him in his direst moment surely indicated some fondness. Indeed, he should choose someone who likes him rather than chasing after unattainable love. With newfound hope, he spoke. "You see, we are out here collecting trash, specifically those gifts that couldn't be given on Qingci Festival. Can your flowers still be given away? If they're going to be thrown away anyway, why not just give them to us? If not, that's all right, we're just asking." We've rummaged through 40 trash cans from Tangcheniping to Huaihai Road, and Haven Tea found a single flower. Exactly, the current economic climate is just terrible. Each word from the two girls pierced Wang Tao's heart like a ruthless blade. After a moment of silence, he finally managed to reply, "I'm sorry. I'll throw them away tonight. You might have come out too early to find anything. Well then, hold on to your intentions until tonight. We'll be on our way. Goodbye." Wang Tao stared at the bouquet in his hands, immobile for a full 10 minutes, before finally shoving it into the trash can. Chapter 73. Strike First. Evening. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the time for dinner had finally arrived after a day of standing at attention. Upon dismissal, a chorus of groans erupted. Some lacked the strength to even make it to the cafeteria, opting instead to return to their dorms and lie down. Dressed in military training attire, Su Li, petite and delicate, bore a beauty unmatched by any of her classmates. After dismissal, a plump girl approached her. "Xiao Li, I'm skipping dinner tonight. I'm on a diet. You should go eat with Fong Fong." This girl was named Zhang Yimei. Fong Fong referred to Zhao Fong, with whom Su Li had developed a close bond over the past few days. They shared a 6-person dorm, yet only 2 among them were particularly close. Undoubtedly for a reason. At that moment, Zhao Fong also arrived and, upon hearing that Zhang Yimei was on a diet, expressed her own desire to diet as well. While she wasn't exactly overweight, merely having a bit of extra flesh, the dedication with which girls pursue thinness needs no elaboration. However, she worried about leaving Su Li to dine alone and said, "Xiao Li, I'll accompany you. I want to eat either." "No need. I want to go to the cafeteria either. I'll just grab a couple of cucumbers later to snack on," Su Li replied. "Is that all right?" "Of course. You two should also get some vegetables. Skipping meals isn't good for your health." "All right." The trio quickly reached a consensus, and just as they stepped outside, they encountered 2 girls, one tall and slim, the other of average build. These 2 were also Su Li's dorm mates, named Gu Wei and Jiami. The tall one, Jiami, waved at them. "Are you 3 going to the cafeteria? Could you bring us back some food?" Zhang Yimei shook her head and said, "We are not going to the cafeteria." Gu Wei replied, "You should go. We are utterly exhausted. If you bring us lunch today, we will do the same for you tomorrow." Zhao Ting furrowed her brows and remarked, "But we brought you lunch yesterday. It's your turn to help us today." Before Zhao Ting could finish her sentence, the 2 turned away, muttering, "Humph, how stingy." Zhao Fong frowned. "Who's being stingy? Are they out of their minds?" Su Li's delicate brows knitted for a moment before relaxing. Her recent experiences had significantly bolstered her psychological resilience. Thus, even if those 2 were indeed troublesome, she could simply dismiss them as foolish, refusing to let it affect her mood. The 3 of them returned to the dormitory with fruits and vegetables from the supermarket, only to find Gu Wei and Jiami already back, each lounging on their beds, engrossed in their phones. Neither party acknowledged the other. Su Li and her companions sat beneath their respective beds and began to eat. The 2 above were clearly starving, their stomachs grumbling, and the allure of cucumbers was undeniable. The crisp sounds of their munching elicited salivation from Gu Wei and Jiami, with Jiami poking her head down to ask, "Did you buy a lot? Can I have a cucumber too?" Gu Wei also chimed in, "I'd like one as well." The 2 acted as though nothing had transpired, reaching out with an air of entitlement. If they shared a close bond, such behavior might be excusable. However, it was evident that their relationship was far from amicable. Zhao Fong frowned as if about to stand, but Su Li shot her a look and spoke first, gently saying, "This is our dinner. There isn't enough to share. If you want some, go buy your own instead of taking advantage of us." Su Li's tone remained calm throughout, including her final statement. She was neither angry nor seeking a quarrel. After all, the 2 had just accused them of being stingy. A direct refusal would undoubtedly elicit another comment. So she opted to preemptively assert herself. If this had been in the past, Su Li would have endured many things. Had she not been sold off by her parents for a bride price and instead arrived in the metropolis to study normally, she would still have tolerated such behavior. But now, she had no intention of indulging such people. After that day when Chen Qingci took her to the nightclub called Fire Phoenix, everything changed for her. It wasn't merely the experience itself, but the support of Chen Qingci that allowed her to shed her cautiousness and embrace her true self. Since that day, the world had transformed in Su Li's eyes. It had become more vibrant, less worrisome, and even imbued with a dreamlike quality. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Gu Wei and Jiami were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting. "Taking advantage of you? It's just a cucumber. How is that taking advantage?" Su Li took a bite of her cucumber, her brows furrowing slightly. "If you're reaching out for a cucumber without any hesitation, how is that not taking advantage? If you think I'm wrong, why don't you buy your own? You just reach out for ours without so much as a thank you. We owe you nothing, do we? And you didn't even pay the full amount for the meal that Mimi brought you yesterday, did you? 20 yuan for a 22 yuan meal? She brought you lunch. It's not like she's a vendor trying to make a profit. You want a 2 yuan discount, and that is not taking advantage?" What appeared to be mere rhetorical questions were anything but. Upon hearing Su Li's assertions, the 2 immediately began to defend themselves. "We were too tired to go out. How does that relate to taking advantage?" Jiami instinctively wanted to retort, but held back, knowing how to read the room. Gu Wei was no different. Since the start of school, Su Li had not hidden her identity, yet she had not flaunted it either. Her car always parked discreetly in the lot behind the security booth. But neither of them was blind. Su Li's attire suggested luxury brands, whether genuine or not. And her beauty, combined with her confidence, made them hesitant to underestimate her, even wary. It was a classic case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. "It's just 2 yuan. I can send it to you right now," Gu Wei exclaimed as she pulled out her phone to transfer money to Zhang Yimei. Su Li crossed her arms. "Isn't our labor cost a cost too? Isn't our time a cost? Just because you're tired doesn't mean others aren't. If you're not taking advantage of us financially, then what about this? We brought you lunch yesterday. Today it's your turn. Yet you want us to bring it again, using the same tired excuse. Isn't that taking advantage?" Every exchange unfolded within Su Li's rhythm, questioning an issue that the two dismissed as trivial. Like a cucumber, they felt entitled to a 2 yuan discount, prompting them to fervently defend themselves. However, some matters are undeniably indefensible. As Su Li continued, the two fell silent, unable to muster a response, eventually surrendering to their frustration and retreating back to their beds. Su Li took another crisp bite of her cucumber and turned to Zhao Feng and Zhang Yimei, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Zhang Yimei gave her a thumbs up, while Zhao Feng silently mouthed 2 words, "Impressive." The school year had barely begun, and already this drama unfolded, which was not what she had hoped for. Yet, dealing with such individuals called for this approach. Should she merely endure for the sake of superficial harmony? Whether in the past or present, Su Li could tolerate. But she would no longer do so now. Just then, the dormitory door swung open. A girl clad in fashionable attire, wearing sunglasses, a micro skirt, dotted stockings, and high heels, with a revealing top and wavy, slightly blonde hair, walked in, her arms laden with a large white bag that seemed to contain recent purchases. The moment she entered, the room was instantly filled with a potent fragrance of perfume. This was Su Li's final roommate, Nie Xiaowan. Upon her arrival, Gu Wei and Jia Mi, who had previously been listless, sprang to life, sitting up and even climbing down from their beds. Nie Xiaowan fanned herself, exclaiming, "It's so hot today." Gu Wei asked, "Huan, didn't you go out with your boyfriend for Qingci? Why are you back so soon?" "Oh, I just had too many bags to carry, so I came back to drop them off," she replied, placing the large bag on the table, clearly hoping to prompt her roommates to inquire about her purchases. And indeed, they did, asking, "What did you buy in such a big bag?" "Oh, just some clothes and accessories." Nie Xiaohuan responded dismissively, but then began to pull out items and introduce them. "This is a coach watch, over 2,000 yuan. This set of cosmetics is over 1,000. This dress is 800. She even mentioned the prices. While doing so, she glanced over her shoulder at the 3 girls, particularly eyeing Su Li, as she perceived her as the only potential rival in terms of looks. "Of course, that is what I think," she mused. In reality, her appearance posed no threat to Su Li whatsoever. Upon perceiving that Su Li had no intention of looking her way, she extended her wrist once more and remarked, "Oh right, I almost forgot. I also bought a bracelet that cost over 1,000. Adding that to everything else, it totals just shy of 10,000. Your boyfriend is truly affluent and treats you exceedingly well. Oh, this is merely a trifle. Last time he gifted me a handbag worth over 30,000. A Chanel no less." The exchange among the 3 elicited a faint smile from Su Li. It was evident that Nie Xiaohuan was flaunting, while Gu Wei and Jia Mi played along with her charade, treating them as naive fools while applauding her theatrics. Shortly thereafter, Nie Xiaohuan deliberately broached the topic of the military training exemption for the following day. As anticipated, the two inquired how she managed to secure such a reprieve. With a haughty tilt of her chin, Nie Xiaohuan declared, "It's quite simple. My boyfriend knows Director Guo from our department. A casual mention suffices. Could you perhaps arrange a couple of days off for us too?" They chimed in. "We're utterly exhausted." At this, Nie Xiaohuan's expression momentarily stiffened. She waved her long, manicured fingers dismissively. "He just arranged my leave. I can't keep bothering him, can I? Perhaps we can discuss this later. Now, I must take my leave. My boyfriend is waiting for me." Chapter 75, Su Li? With that, she turned to leave. Was he truly waiting for her? Not at all. She wasn't even spending the night with her boyfriend, for he had returned to be with his wife. Instead, she planned to rendezvous with another suitor. After all, one couldn't afford to squander the festive occasion of Qingci. Just as her words faded, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Although the door was ajar, someone still knocked. Instantly, all eyes shifted towards the entrance. 2 robust women clad in suits stood at the threshold, their expressions stoic, emanating an imposing aura. Nie Xiaohuan, closest to the door, paled slightly, not solely from fear of the two, but because she instinctively connected them to her boyfriend's wife. Attempting to maintain her composure, she tentatively inquired, "Whom are you looking for?" "Miss Su Li." The duo ignored her, proceeding to transport 2 boxes into the room and placing them before Su Li. "These are gifts from the young master for your Qingci." Su Li's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated receiving gifts today. "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, she crouched down to begin unboxing, while Zhang Yimei and Zhao Feng gathered around. Upon opening the first gift box, a golden LV box emerged, and within it lay a small handbag. They all recognized the brand, though not in detail. Upon spotting a QR code, Zhao Feng scanned it with WeChat, which promptly revealed a product detail page. Globally limited edition, retailing at 350,000, exclaimed Zhao Feng, astonished. I can't believe it. Suli, let me see, oh my goodness. Suli stared at the bag in a daze, gingerly returning it to the box before continuing to unwrap the rest. As she did, Zhao Feng and Zhang Yimei researched each item, their perceptions shattered by the exorbitant retail prices of cosmetics and skincare products, totaling over $1 million across the two boxes. Suli, is your boyfriend a tycoon? Zhao Feng and Zhang Yimei gaped in disbelief, yet Suli offered no response. She rummaged through her belongings, producing a Mercedes key, and without a backward glance, dashed out of the dormitory. Jia Mi and Gu Wei, still in shock, muttered to each other, this must be a scam, right? It's definitely fake. Gifts worth tens of thousands? This is like something out of a novel. Nie Xiaohuan, who had been lingering, swallowed hard, not engaging in their chatter. The professionalism of the two bodyguards, the unique logo on the boxes from the National Gold Center, and the Mercedes key, an AMG, no less, were all undeniable indicators that everything was authentic. She attempted to inspect the items, but was met with resistance as Zhao Feng and Zhang Yimei shielded them protectively, eyeing her warily. We're looking after Su Li's gifts. With so many scammers around, this is far too extravagant to be true. We don't need your help, they countered, meticulously repacking the opened items and securing them in their cabinet, locking it tightly, denying Nie Xiaohuan even a fleeting glance. After being rebuffed, she stormed out of the dormitory, her temper flaring as she strode swiftly in her high heels. Her mind raced, and she ultimately decided to call the LV boutique at the National Gold Center. Remembering the bag's item number, she felt her memory was sharper than ever. Upon connecting, she inquired whether this particular bag had been sold recently. The response, however, was a polite refusal due to customer privacy. Is this the level of service at LV? She snapped, but no matter what she argued, the voice on the other end maintained a gentle tone, reiterating the privacy policy. Frustrated, Nie Xiaohuan hung up, unaware that her call had been flagged as outside the realm of customer inquiries. Normal patrons would never think to ask such queries, and her very inquiry rendered her ineligible for a response. Was it real or not? This question lingered in her mind, gnawing at her. Everything appeared genuine, yet she couldn't bring herself to believe it. Just as Jiami had remarked earlier, extravagant gifts worth millions? It must be a fabrication. People often resist believing what they do not wish to accept. With that thought, Nie Xiaohuan's mood lightened considerably. She had traversed the campus grounds and arrived at the entrance, her steps buoyant, even the ache in her blistered heels fading. At that moment, she noticed the G63 parked behind the security booth had begun to move. Her heart raced with excitement. She had been eyeing that vehicle for days. Despite her inquiries among upperclassmen and frequent visits to the entrance, it remained stationary, with no one aware of its owner. Why was she so keen to learn about this car? Because she envisioned that if she could ride shotgun in it, she might snag a wealthy young man still in school, someone young, affluent, and of little consequence in appearance. Even a hefty fellow would suffice, as it was far preferable to being a mistress. Now, she had finally caught her chance. Drawing a deep breath, she quickened her pace, nearly sprinting in her high heels, while simultaneously checking her reflection in a small mirror to ensure her makeup remained intact. In moments of desperation, one's potential often springs forth, underscoring how deeply she wished to seize this opportunity. As the two-tone G63 reversed slowly, she felt a surge of hope. She hurried to the most frequented path leading out of the school, preparing to feign a fall as the vehicle approached, hoping the driver would assist her, thus commencing her tale. She was lost in thought when the car made a sharp turn, its surface reflecting nothing, allowing her to glimpse a figure in the driver's seat. However, at that moment of recognition, her impending fall abruptly froze, and her smile became utterly rigid. Susuli? Nie Xiaohuan still found it hard to believe. Yet that fleeting glance was strikingly vivid. Coupled with the recent memory of seeing Su Li exit with the car keys in hand, it all felt too real. Chapter 76. Then, I shall consider myself your little girlfriend. Su Li hardly noticed Nie Xiaohuan standing there, no matter how flamboyant her attire was. Even if she had, it would have made no difference to her. She had not even taken the time to shower or change her clothes. Rushing out of the dormitory in her sweat-soaked military training uniform, her mind was singularly focused on one thing: meeting Chen Qingci. With both hands gripping the steering wheel, she drove with unwavering concentration. This vehicle suited her surprisingly well. Despite its size, the almost flat windshield, gently sloping hood, and ample internal space afforded her an excellent view, allowing her to find a comfortable distance without adjusting the seat too high or too close. Naturally, this was all relative. She didn't have to hunch over the steering wheel, and the G63's typically cramped rear space felt remarkably spacious while she drove. This was the fastest she had ever driven, her skills seemingly sharpened, though she remained blissfully unaware of it. The car soon arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Sully parked right at the gate, leaving the engine running, and leaped out, dashing towards the courtyard. The two bodyguards at the entrance bowed in salute, and Butler Lin was about to greet her, but she had already sprinted past, leaving only a request to stop the car, with the keys still inside. She bolted into the house, hastily discarding her shoes, one flying left and the other right. With no time to find slippers, her tiny feet, clad only in pristine white socks, thudded against the floor as she raced inside. Chen Qingci had just finished a workout in the equipment room, a towel draped around his neck, his body glistening with sweat. And he happened to cross paths with the rushing little girl. You. Seeing her in her military training uniform, Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow in surprise. But before he could utter a word, she leaped into his arms, wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his shoulders, delivering a heavy kiss. After what felt like an eternity, the overwhelming emotion of almost dying from the anticipation of seeing Chen Qingci began to dissipate. Her cheeks flushed, and as she prepared to pull away, Chen Qingci had already secured his grip on her petite form, preventing her from descending. She squirmed slightly in his embrace, struggling in a way that seemed to convey, "I forgot to change my clothes. I've been sweating all day during training. I just finished working out too. And I'm all sweaty. No one needs to be picky. Besides, I don't smell anything foul. All I can detect is the scent of cucumbers," Chen Qingci replied, his eyes narrowing into charming crescents, revealing a tender gaze. "What is up? Why this sudden longing for me?" Sully did not deny his inquiry. Resting her chin on his shoulder, she fell into a contemplative silence for a while. "I just didn't expect to receive a gift for Qixi Festival." Chen Qingci raised an eyebrow slightly. "Why wouldn't you expect that?" In a whisper, she confessed, "I don't feel as though we have any defined relationship. Although I know you care for me, I am acutely aware that I cannot be your girlfriend. You are far too wonderful, like a star in the sky. I merely wish to stay by your side, waiting to repay you for a lifetime." She simply wanted an excuse to remain close to Chen Qingci. She truly hadn't anticipated receiving a gift from him on the Qixi Festival. Chen Qingci, feeling the warmth of her presence like flowing water, leaned in and playfully nipped at her ear, causing her to shudder. Who can say what the future holds? Thus, there is no need to ponder it. There is no distinction between what can or cannot be done. You have long been considered my girlfriend. It is only natural for me to present a gift to my girlfriend on Qixi. Sully pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clung to Chen Qingci's arm with all her might, as if trying to meld herself into his body. She rubbed her face against his shoulder, but with him bare from the waist up and slick with sweat, instead of wiping away her tears, she ended up smearing her face with perspiration. She raised her arm to wipe her shoulder a couple of times, looking adorably innocent. Once she finished, she nestled her head back against Chen Qingci and softly said, "Then, I shall consider myself your little girlfriend. When you find a suitable partner worthy of marrying, I shall quietly wait, allowing you to seek me out whenever the opportunity arises. Though I am but a little girlfriend, you are not just a little boyfriend. You are my one and only boyfriend." "Huh?" Chen Qingci chuckled, bemused, giving her rear a playful pat. Yet, as she suddenly stiffened, she struggled to free herself, exclaiming, I haven't bathed after a day of military training. I haven't bathed either after my workout, and the bathtub is just ready. We can wash up together." Chapter 77, once again dimmed. "Sister Xingran, I must take my leave now. I have a Qixi date to attend. My boyfriend is waiting for me. All right, goodbye." As night descended, her colleagues departed one by one, yet Yi Xingran continued to bustle about in the office area. Her glossy, light yellow high heels accentuated her long, slender legs, which were impeccably straight and elegantly curved, clad in a white blouse and a fitted black pencil skirt. With her hair styled into an elegant bun save for a few wisps framing her face, her demeanor was serious and meticulous, rendering her a striking presence in the workplace. Regarding her colleagues' departures to celebrate Qixi, she felt no stirrings of emotion. For her, Qixi or Valentine's Day was merely another ordinary day. "Secretary Yi, are you busy? Could you please take a look at this case?" According to Ye's directives, this case was destined for rejection. Perhaps Deputy Director Liu had not grasped the implications of what had been discussed in the last meeting. Yi Xingran patiently pointed out the contents of the folder to a middle-aged woman in her 40s, her tone calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Understood, thank you." "Secretary Yi," Deputy Director Liu replied with courtesy. "It's all in service to the company." In the group, anyone who had interacted with Yi Xingran would undoubtedly speak of her with the highest regard. This reputation was not tied to her position, but stemmed from her very essence. Yi Xingran always ensured that every task was executed flawlessly, never once faltering over the years. Moreover, she treated everyone equally, assisting in analyzing potential issues without a hint of annoyance. Each time, her analyses proved to be accurate. Her presence was akin to a flawlessly functioning precision machine. Secretary Yi. Another voice called her name. Yi Xingran turned to see Lu Zifan approaching her. Gaining access to the upper echelons of the group was no small feat. So Lu Zifan must have made a special trip. Yi Xingran recognized her, but wondered why Lu Zifan, who was responsible for Chen Qingci's matters, had come to find her. Captain Lu, what brings you here? Lu Zifan handed one of the 2 large paper bags to Yi Xingran, saying, Secretary Yi, this is a gift from the young master. They were in the office area where Yi Lan's secretaries worked, all of whom were direct subordinates like Yi Xingran and members of the so-called think tank. Naturally, they were aware of who the young master was. When someone mentioned looking for Yi Xingran, those who had not yet left for the day did not even raise their heads. However, when they heard about a gift from the young master, everyone turned their gaze in unison. Yi Xingran was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that today was the Qixi festival. Looking down at the bag, she remained silent for a while before saying, Please thank him for me. I will. Lu Zifan nodded, handing over another paper bag. Secretary Yi, this is a gift for Secretary Hao from the young master. She explained, I just visited your office, but no one was there. I called Secretary Hao, and she has already left. She said you should be here, so I thought I would hand it over to you, and you can pass it on to her. Upon hearing this, the heads that had just been raised were quickly lowered again. Hao Qin's appearance was far inferior to that of Yi Xingran, and she had already given birth to 2 children. What story could she possibly have with Chen Qingci? Now, both gifts were being given simultaneously, seemingly of the same nature, which made it appear that Yi Xingran also had no story to tell. Yi Xingran accepted the second gift bag, nodding, I understand. I will pass it on to her. Thank you, goodbye. Lu Zifan nodded and turned to leave. She did not notice that as Yi Xingran took the second bag, the flicker of something that had just ignited in her eyes dimmed once more. Chapter 78, Online. After several days of revisions and testing, the 2 software applications finally met Chen Qingci's standards for launch, and preparations to introduce them to various system platforms began. Chen Qingci had informed Yi Xingran in advance that Qinglan Group would fully cooperate with him in promoting everything. During this time, he made a trip to Xingyao, where the auditions for Good Voice had concluded, and the first episode was set to begin filming. Chen Qingci secured the advertising rights for Good Voice with his relentless promotion. Even before Good Voice aired, both Douyin and Kuaishou had achieved 40,000 and 55,000 downloads, respectively, on the day they launched. The following day, those figures doubled. And by the third day, they doubled again. In terms of download volume, Douyin consistently lagged behind Kuaishou. Chen Qingci had arranged for numerous internal testers in advance. And after his team released the first batch of videos that established the tone, the content in the video library began to accumulate. Kuaishou, with its vibrant banners and exaggerated performances, was immediately more eye-catching than Douyin's edited videos that shared life, music, rhythm, and breathtaking scenery. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. The Northeast is my hometown, played from the Suona. After military training, Su Li, feeling utterly exhausted, longed to collapse into bed for a good sleep. Once she tidied up her room, she heard the sound of background music emanating from Zhang Yimei's bed. The curtains were not fully drawn, allowing her to see inside. Su Li asked, Mimi, are you reading a novel? Why are you listening to music? I'm not reading a novel. I'm watching Kuaishou. Am I bothering you? I'll keep it down. Not at all. What is Kuaishou? It's a short video app, really interesting. You should download it. I can give you an invitation code. If you use my code, I get rewards, and you can earn money just by watching videos. I'm in the same boat. Zhao Fong suddenly chimed in. Mine's called Douyin. There are so many stunning videos. You can even earn red packets that are directly transferred to your bank account. If you want to download it, I can give you my invitation code. You can earn money just by watching videos. Su Li had never heard such a thing before. However, she planned to respond to Zhang Yimei and Zhao Fong, saying she would hold off on downloading until after her nap. She was a bit curious but exceedingly tired, and moreover, her phone was out of storage. It was originally a 64 gigabytes phone, and now it was filled to capacity, with only WeChat installed. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't clear the memory. Previously, when this happened, she would restore it to factory settings, but now she was reluctant to do that, as it would erase her chat history with Chen Qingci. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Gu Wei, Jia Mi, and Nie Xiaowan were not in the dormitory. They had mentioned going out to celebrate, so it seemed unlikely they would return today, and even if they did, they wouldn't knock. Who is it? Come in, Zhao Fong shouted. It was one of the 2 female bodyguards from last time, holding a small white bag and handing it to Su Li. Miss Su Li, the young master sent this for you. Thank you, Su Li replied as she accepted the bag. The bodyguard nodded and left the dormitory. What is it? Zhao Fong and Zhang Yimei both leaned in to look. Su Li reached into the bag and pulled out a brand new, unopened phone. Upon seeing the sunset orange color on the box, Zhang Yimei exclaimed, "An iPhone 17 Pro Max? No way. I thought the first batch of phones hadn't even been produced yet. Let me see, let me see." Zhao Feng and Zhang Yimei climbed down from the upper bunk, wearing only their underwear, and gathered around to watch Su Li unbox her gift. Su Li had never been particular about phones, but she couldn't help but be enamored by this one, not only for its exquisite design, but also because it was a gift from Chen Qingci. In truth, the Pro model was just right for Su Li. The Max was a bit too large. However, Chen Qingci believed a larger phone would be more comfortable to use, and the inconvenience of handling it was not a concern worth considering. Su Li's face radiated an indescribable joy. Fong, Mimi. What was the name of that short video app you mentioned? Chapter 79, Return to Beijing. Chen Qingci had acquired 8 phones, all top-of-the-line 2 terabytes versions. He kept one for himself and distributed the others to Tong Yan, Su Li, Yi Xingran, Lu Zhongchun, and Shun Zhaoxue. The remaining 2 were intended for Bai Qingwei and Yu Zhenghong upon his return to Beijing. He had not forgotten about his parents and grandfather, but the truth was they would never use an Apple phone. After the military training concluded, it was almost October 1st. He had been away for nearly 2 months, and it was time to return and check in. Got the phone. Thank you, my dear. Chen Qingci had just settled into his seat in the high-speed train when he received a message from Tong Yan. Why are you apologizing? This is my choice for you. How could I possibly blame you? Love you. Chen Qingci replied. Once I return, I will make it up to you properly. Tong Yan responded. How will you compensate me? It will be a surprise. If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. Tong Yan replied. Chen Qingci's lips curled into a slight smile. All right. I shall await your surprise. While conversing with Tong Yan, Shun Zhaoxue also sent a message, expressing, "Thank you for the phone. I shall accept it." Chen Qingci succinctly replied with a numeral 1. Shun Zhaoxue comprehended the implication and refrained from further correspondence. At that moment, the high-speed train began to gently depart. Chen Qingci gazed out at the pristine window, watching as everything swiftly receded into the distance. His choice to return by high-speed train was not motivated by cost considerations. The business class fare on the train was considerably more expensive than the first-class tickets on a plane. Furthermore, it wasn't due to an inability to secure tickets during the short holiday. If he desired, he could obtain a seat on any flight. Moreover, both at the airport in the bustling metropolis and at the capital's airport, his family's private jet awaited, though each flight incurred a hefty sum. It was still a trifling amount for him. Traveling from the metropolis to the capital by air typically took 2.5 hours. But with pre-flight checks and boarding procedures, the total time often exceeded 3 hours. In contrast, the train he was on was the fastest model currently in service, capable of reaching its destination in a mere 4 hours. The difference in time was negligible. Rather than endure the turbulence of an aircraft and gaze at the monotonous clouds, he preferred to traverse by train, allowing him to appreciate the scenic views along the way. Chen Qingci understood that this journey home would surely render him sleepless. A female attendant, resembling a flight attendant, approached and inquired with a bow, "Sir, may I offer you a beverage?" Chen Qingci glanced at the menu and replied, "A glass of red wine, please." The attendant smiled as she retrieved the decanter, pouring a measure of red wine into a stemmed glass. "Certainly, sir. This is a national brand that has now gained international acclaim, known as Heelan Red. Has Holland been returned to the motherland?" Chen Qingci asked, frowning as he accepted the glass. The attendant's cheeks flushed. "It is Heelan, sir." "Ah, thank you." Chen Qingci's brow unfurrowed, a bemused smile crossing his face. He had initially thought there was something amiss in this world, yet if that were the case, he would surely order another glass to celebrate. "Should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to summon me. My name is Lu Yi, and I am at your service throughout this journey." After her statement, the attendant paused momentarily, hoping for an opportunity for deeper engagement. However, Chen Qingci merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Once the attendant departed, a balding middle-aged man in a suit from the adjacent seat remarked, "Young man, that lady was hoping to get acquainted with you." Chen Qingci nodded in acknowledgement. "I am aware." "Aware?" The balding man was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "With your looks, wealth, and youth, how splendid. As for me, it seems I am destined to miss out. I've only achieved one of those. In my youth, I lacked both wealth and looks, toiling day and night. Finally, I have some financial stability, yet no longer possess my youth or hair. What a predicament this is."